A cold sensation pressed against him from below. Cao Yang snapped his eyes open only to find not the ceiling of his bedroom, but a gray overcast sky. He propped himself up to sit, his palm aching from the rough, hard objects beneath. All stones. As far as the eye could see, there was desolation. An irregular area of about 100 square meters, almost entirely covered in gray-black rocks. The rock's surface was etched with weathered patterns as if scoured by seawater for millennia. The island rose 3 to 4 meters above the sea, its edges steep cliffs. In the distance, the azure sea was eerily calm. About 10 kilometers away, dense fog blocked the view. A wall of mist spanning between heaven and earth. Where is this? Cao Yang stood up, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He wore the short-sleeved t-shirt and casual pants from before his transit and home slippers, an incongruous sight in this rocky environment. Welcome to the endless sea. 8 billion humans globally have been deployed. You have bound your personal island. Unnamed initial island area, 100 square meters. Initial supplies have been distributed to the system space. A cold mechanical voice sounded directly in his mind, devoid of any emotion. Cao Yang paused for 2 seconds, then tried calling out system. Immediately before his eyes appeared a translucent blue light screen with a clean interface divided into sections: personal info, world chat, private messages, trade market, crafting, island management. He first tapped personal info: name, Cao Yang, stamina 87100, slightly fatigued, status, healthy, skills none, talent, not awakened, survival days 0, island rating F, lowest. He then opened world chat, and the screen was instantly flooded with a cascade of messages. Help. I'm on an island full of snakes. Who has water? I'm dying of thirst. What the hell is this place? Haha, I opened a bronze chest. There's a shark circling next to me. Anyone there? I broke my leg. The online user count in the top right corner showed 799999999, and it was decreasing by tens of thousands per second. Cao Yang closed the channel and took a deep breath. As an outdoor survival enthusiast and a civil engineer, these two identities quickly calmed him after the initial panic. Step 1. Explore the entire island. Assess resources. The island was an irregular oval, slightly wider east-west. He spent 20 minutes carefully inspecting every inch of the rock surface. The conclusion was despairing: no soil, no plants, no freshwater source, not even moss. Only bare rocks reflecting harsh white light under the afternoon sun. The temperature rose noticeably at noon, and his throat began to dry. Cao Yang climbed to the highest point of the island, a stone mound about 5 meters high. Just as he was about to return, he caught a glimpse of a depression at the top. He crawled over and froze. A naturally formed rock pool about 1.5 meters in diameter, the deepest part 30 centimeters, held clear liquid. Several dry leaves floated on the surface with fine sand settled at the bottom. Cao Yang crouched down and carefully touched the water. Cool. He cupped some, brought it to his nose. No odor. He tasted it with the tip of his tongue. Fresh water with a slight mineral astringency, but definitely drinkable. At least 2 cubic meters. Cao Yang's heart pounded violently. On this isolated island at sea, he knew all too well what freshwater meant. He immediately opened the system space, which contained 3 items: tattered fishing net, flint, a set wooden mallet. Nothing. Cao Yang took out the fishing net. It was woven from coarse hemp rope, the edges already fraying. He walked to the east side of the island, where the rock slope was gentler, and carefully climbed down the cliff, stepping into knee-deep seawater. The seawater was warm. He could see a few small fish swimming by. He tried casting the net, but it was too small, and his technique unskilled. 3 consecutive attempts only yielded seaweed. On the 4th cast, he felt the fraying hemp rope break a few more strands. Stamina dropped to 73. Hunger began to creep in. Forget it, let's go back to the island. Just as he was about to climb back up the rock, his peripheral vision caught something reflecting light near the west side cliff, where seawater met rock. Cao Yang waded over, and among several reefs spotted a floating black chest. The chest was a cube about 1/2 meter on each side, pitch black, with simple metal edging. It was tangled in seaweed, wedged in a crevice between rocks, gently swaying with the waves. Dark iron supply crate description: the lowest level supply crate containing 3 random items. Cao Yang's heart leaped. He quickly dragged the chest ashore. The chest had no lock, only a simple metal clasp. He pressed the latch, and the lid sprang open with a click. A flash of white light, and 3 items appeared before him. Iron axe type, tool weapon description: a common iron axe blade, fairly sharp, can be used for chopping wood or fighting hard bread. 5 description: dry hard bread that fills the stomach, but don't expect it to taste good. Worn leather jacket description: thick leather jacket, though worn provides warmth. Cao Yang picked up the iron axe, its heavy weight reassuring. He swung at the blade, scraping across the rock, leaving a shallow white mark, sharp enough. He immediately put on the leather jacket. The sea breeze was picking up, and it was getting cool. As for the bread, he only ate 1 piece, carefully storing the rest in the system space. The hunger eased, stamina recovered. As dusk fell, the sunset dyed the sea gold. Cao Yang climbed the stone mound and sat by the water pool, pondering his next plan. The water pool is the biggest advantage. It must be protected. He used the iron axe to cut down a few pieces of driftwood that had floated to the island's edge. The axe was effective. 3 or 4 strikes could sever wood as thick as a wrist. He also used the axe to shape. Before nightfall, he managed to construct a simple triangular shelter. 3 wooden poles supporting planks. Though crude, it at least blocked the wind. Night fell, temperature plummeted. Cao Yang huddled in the shelter, opening the world chat. The online count had dropped to 78912346667, meaning over 100 million had vanished in less than a day. The channel was filled with despair so cold. Someone save me. I hear something crawling. Who has fire? Borrow a fire starter. I caught a fish. Ate it raw. Tastes okay. Cao Yang switched off the channel, took out the flint. It was a piece of gray-black chert and a small steel rod. He collected some dry seaweed and fine wood shavings from the coastal rocks and tried to strike a spark. SSH. Sparks flew on the third attempt. A flame finally ignited. He carefully added small wood chips, then a few thicker pieces of driftwood. The campfire blazed up. Firelight dispelled the darkness and cold. Cao Yang sat by the fire, drying his wet pants, his gaze fixed on the dark sea. At that moment he saw, about 20 meters off the southern shore, another faint glimmer flickered in the water. It was another chest. Also black, but the metal edging seemed slightly brighter. Cao Yang gripped the iron axe, but reason stopped him. The night sea was too cold, visibility too poor. Going into the water would be unwise. He'll get it tomorrow at dawn. He noted the relative position of the chest and added a log to the fire. Firelight flickered, casting shadows on the rock wall and illuminating his calm face. Just as he was about to rest, the system notification sounded again. Announcement: the first survival trial will descend in 7 days. Event: storm duration 24 hours. Accompanying phenomenon: sea monster landing. Tip: build a shelter, stock supplies, and craft weapons before then. Survivors who pass the first trial will receive a system lottery chance. The announcement repeated 3 times. The world chat instantly exploded. 7 days. I can't even survive tonight. What the hell is a sea monster? Who has weapon blueprints? He'll trade wood. Cao Yang stared at the campfire, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the axe handle. 7 days. He had an axe, a water pool, and that black iron chest waiting to be opened on the distant sea. Enough. He closed the system interface and laid down in the crude shelter. The rocky bed was hard and cold, but he was too exhausted. As soon he fell into deep sleep. Waves lapped gently against the rocks in a steady rhythm. Beyond the distant wall of fog, some enormous shadow seemed to glide slowly by. The sky had just begun to lighten when the salty sea breeze woke Cao Yang. He crawled out of his crude, triangular shelter, stretched his stiff joints, and immediately walked to the top of the rocky hill to check the water puddle. The water level had dropped further. The waterline marks on the rock wall were clearer than yesterday. The evaporation. Cao Yang crouched down and carefully examined the bottom of the puddle. Fortunately, a thin trickle of water still seeped from the rock crevices. Slow, but at least it could replenish. He cupped some water to rinse his mouth, took several big gulps, then opened the system panel. Vitality 89,100. Not bad. He looked out at the sea. The black iron crate was still there, gently swaying with the morning tide. Under the moonlight last night it hadn't been clear, but now in daylight he could see the crate was slightly larger than yesterday's, with metallic edges gleaming with a more pronounced dark luster. Cao Yang didn't go into the water immediately. First he inventoried the wood on the shore. The tide had pushed up 7 or 8 more logs last night. He took off his jacket, rolled up his trousers, and began dragging them onto the beach one by one. This task was more strenuous than expected. The seawater provided buoyancy, but once dragged ashore the full weight of the wood became apparent. For the thickest log, Cao Yang nearly exhausted all his strength to haul it from knee-deep water onto the dry rocks. After more than an hour of hard work, over 40 logs were piled on the shore, the longest 4 or 5 meters, the shortest less than a meter. Cao Yang sat on a rock, panting heavily, and gnawed on a piece of hard bread. His vitality dropped to 72. Time to go get that crate. Cao Yang took off his t-shirt, wearing only shorts, and holding the iron axe walked into the sea. The morning seawater was bone-chilling cold. He shivered, but kept moving forward. The water rose from his knees to his thighs, then to his waist. He swam a few strokes and approached the stuck crate. Black iron supply crate. He dragged it back as he swam. This crate was much heavier than yesterday's, with poorer buoyancy, making it very difficult to drag. By the time he hauled it onto the shore, he was gasping for breath. Without pausing to rest, Cao Yang pressed the metal buckle. The lid sprang open, and a white light flashed. 3 items: coarse hemp rope, 1 bundle. Description: durable hemp rope, about 20 meters long. Steel nails, 12. Description: standard size steel nails, each about 10 centimeters long, with threads. Waterproof cloth, 2 and 3 m. Description: thick waterproof canvas, with metal grommets along the edges. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. Especially those 12 steel nails. These were real treasures. Even without a hammer, using a stone to pound them, these nails would be enough to firmly fasten the wood together. He immediately had a new idea. The previous plan was to reinforce the shelter with rope, but with nails the structure could be much sturdier and more resistant to storms. All morning Cao Yang worked on rebuilding the shelter. He selected a concave section of rock wall on the north side of the island. It was sheltered from the wind, and the cliff itself provided protection on 2 sides. He used the iron axe to chisel grooves into the rock wall, then wedged the 3 thickest logs as main pillars into the grooves, burying their bases in sand and gravel for stability. Then he used the steel nails. He found a flat stone to use as a hammer, driving the nails one by one into the joints of the wood. Without mortise and tenon, he just hammered them in forcefully. With each nail the structure grew a little more solid. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding echoed across the silent island. The nails were hard, but it took more than 10 strikes to drive one halfway in. But the effect was dramatic. The joints no longer wobbled, and the structure became firm. After the frame was finished, Cao Yang laid the crossbeams. This time he used no rope, nailing them directly to the pillars. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. The roof frame gradually took shape. At noon he stopped to eat a piece of bread and drink some water. His vitality had dropped to 58, his palms were red and raw from the stones, and his tiger's mouth ached faintly. But seeing the formed wooden frame, Cao Yang gritted his teeth and continued. The afternoon's work was laying the roof. He selected 20-odd logs of even thickness, laid them side by side on the roof frame, fixing each with 2 nails, 1 at each end. Finally, he unfolded the waterproof cloth. The dark green canvas was thick and sturdy with metal grommets every 30 centimeters along the edges. Cao Yang draped it over the roof, threaded rope through the grommets, and tied it securely to the crossbeams. To prevent it from being blown away, he placed several thin logs on top of the cloth and tied them tight with rope. Then came the 3 walls. He used more thin logs, nailing them vertically to the frame with about 10 centimeters between each. He didn't have enough material to seal it completely, but at least it could block the wind. Finally, he left a liftable entrance in the front using a small leftover piece of waterproof cloth as a door curtain. When the last knot was tied, the setting sun was already slanting. The new shelter was complete. The interior space was about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, just tall enough for 1 person to stand. Though crude compared to yesterday's triangle tent, it was practically a mansion. Most importantly, it was sturdy. Cao Yang pushed hard against the main pillar, it didn't budge. He collapsed inside the shelter, leaning against the rock wall, letting out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the system notification sounded. You have built a qualified shelter. Achievement, obtained steady dwelling reward, simple blueprint 1. Cao Yang opened the system panel, and next to the crafting section, blueprints had indeed appeared. He tapped it open, and a blueprint materialized. Simple raft blueprint materials, with 20 rope, 1 tool, axe knife. Description, a simple 1-person raft, slow speed, only suitable for calm waters. Below was a simple diagram and binding method. Cao Yang stared at the blueprint, then looked at the leftover wood in the corner, and finally fixed his gaze on the bundle of coarse hemp rope. Half had been used for building the shelter, leaving about 10 meters. The materials were just enough. But he didn't start immediately. His vitality was only 41, and it was getting dark. Cao Yang crawled out of the shelter, built a fire pit with stones at the entrance, and lit a campfire with flint. The flames rose, dispelling the twilight and chill. He draped his wet clothes over nearby wood to dry, then sat by the fire and opened the system panel. Trading post was much busier than yesterday. Someone was selling grilled fish for any 1 tool. Someone was seeking anything that can hold water, offering 3 logs. And someone had posted a strange item, glowing stone, asking for 10 liters of water. Cao Yang looked around, then closed the interface. What he needed most now was food. The last piece of bread had been eaten at noon, or if he didn't find a food source, soon had be hung. Fishing net. He looked at the tattered old net. The hemp threads at the edges were already frayed. A few more casts, and it would be completely ruined. Need to use it sparingly. Crabs. He recalled the sounds from last night. Maybe he could make a crab trap. Just as he was thinking, a rustling sound came from the direction of the rock wall. Cao Yang immediately grabbed the iron axe and crept over quietly. Under the moonlight, 3 palm-sized green crabs were crawling out from a crevice, scuttling sideways toward the sea. Their shells glowed faintly in the moonlight. Cao Yang held his breath, aimed at the nearest one, and swung the axe down with a sharp chop. Crack! The axe blade struck the rock, sending up sparks. The crab alertly sidestepped, and the other 2 quickly slipped back into the crevice. Cao Yang chased after them, but the crabs darted too fast among the reefs, vanishing into the water in seconds. Tisk! He put away the axe and returned to the fire. I'd have to think of a smarter way. Using the remaining rope, he made several simple slip knots and placed them near the crevice where crabs often appeared. He put a few torn pieces of seaweed as bait in each snare. By the time he finished, it was completely dark. Cao Yang returned to the shelter, securing the door curtain with a stone. Outside the wind howled, but inside it was quiet. He lay down and opened world chat. Online count 721154389. Several 100 million fewer people. The channel discussion was focused on the upcoming storm. Does anyone know what level the storm is? Typhoon. Hurricane. My island is only 50 square meters. 1 wave and it's gone right. Has anyone gotten a weapon? They'll trade anything for something that can attack. I made a spear, just a sharpened stick. Does that help? The guy on the island next to me went crazy, kept shouting for help in the channel, and now there's no sound. Cao Yang closed the channel and shut his eyes. 7 days. He had a fairly sturdy shelter, an axe, 12 nails, 8 used for left, half a coil of rope, a waterproof tarp, a water puddle, and an unbuilt raft. Tomorrow's to-do list: build the raft, test sail it, find food, and if possible look for more crates. As he was thinking, sleepiness washed over him. Half asleep, he heard a faint clicking sound outside. The snares. Cao Yang sat up abruptly and pushed. Under the moonlight, a green crab was caught by one leg in the snare, struggling violently on the rocks. The other 2 snares were empty, their bait gone. He crept over quietly and brought the axe down on the crab's shell. Thud! The crab stopped moving. Cao Yang lifted the rope, weighing it. Pretty hefty, at least half a kilo. He returned to the fire, skewered the crab on a stick, and roasted it over the flames. The shell quickly turned red, and an appetizing aroma drifted out. 10 minutes later, Cao Yang cracked open the shell. The crab meat was snow white and steaming. He carefully picked out the meat and brought it to his lips. fresh sweet with the salty taste of the sea. Though there was no seasoning, it was his first hot meal in 3 days, his first real protein. Cao Yang ate slowly, savoring every shred. Crab legs, claws, even the meat in the joints. He sucked it all clean. When he finished, he tossed the shells into the fire and watched them burn to ashes. With something in his stomach, his whole body felt warm. He lay back down this time, truly content. The night was still long, but at least tonight he wouldn't go to sleep hungry. Out on the distant sea, thick fog rolled slowly, as if something was breathing behind the wall of mist. As the first ray of morning sunlight illuminated Cao Yang's face, he was already awake. Not from a natural awakening, but from hunger. His stomach was empty, the energy provided by the crab from the night before had long been depleted. He got up and walked over to the puddle to drink water. The water level had dropped a bit, but it was still seeping in, so it should last a few more days. After finishing the last crumb of hard bread, truly just crumbs which he licked clean from his pocket, Cao Yang began to work. Today's goal was clear: to build a wooden raft and set out to sea. He first inspected the snares he had set up the night before. 3 snares, one still had a half crab leg tangled in it, indicating that a crab had escaped. The other 2 were empty, the seaweed bait completely consumed. Improvements are needed, Cao Yang thought, as he collected the snares. Perhaps he could use a fishing net to make some traps. But for now he needed to focus on the raft. Following the blueprint, he selected logs from the pile. The wood needed to be straight, of uniform thickness, and have good buoyancy. Cao Yang chose 20 pieces, each between 2 to 3 meters long and 10 to 15 centimeters in diameter. Most of the logs were made of lightweight pine, and there were a few other types of wood that felt very hard. He then arranged them according to the schematic. The bottom layer consisted of 10 logs laid out parallel, with even spacing. The top layer consisted of 10 logs placed perpendicular to the bottom layer, forming a grid. Each log needed to be positioned flat. If any were raised, it would cause the raft to tilt while sailing. Next came the binding. Cao Yang cut the remaining 10 meters of hemp rope into 2 segments. He did not use the simple cross-binding method from the blueprint. Instead, he opted for the more secure zigzag method, threading the rope through the gaps between the upper and lower layers of wood, crossing it repeatedly, and finally tying a dead knot. This task was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Every section had to be tightened, and the knots had to be secure. Cao Yang squatted beside the raft, working for 2 straight hours. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the wood, quickly evaporating in the sea breeze. After finishing the first crossing point, he checked it, solid and stable. He continued. The second, the third. By noon, the raft was basically formed. 20 logs were tightly bound together with rope, resembling a massive wooden raft. Cao Yang pushed it. It was heavy, but the structure was stable, without any feeling of looseness. The blueprint also suggested sharpening the ends of the logs to reduce resistance. Cao Yang picked up the iron axe and began to shape the wood. The axe blade was fairly sharp, but rounding the ends was not easy. He patiently carved slanted surfaces on both ends of each log, taking another hour for this task. When the last log was shaped, the raft looked much more professional. Not just a simple bundle of wood, but something with a streamlined design. Well, it could barely be called a boat. Cao Yang stood up, stretching his sore back. Stamina 68,100. Not bad, he could still hold on. He dragged the raft to the water's edge. As the tide rose, the sea water crept to the edge of the rocks. Cao Yang pushed hard, and the raft slid into the water, floating steadily on the surface. It's done. Cao Yang took a deep breath, tucked the axe behind his waist, removed his shoes and socks, and stepped barefoot onto the raft. The raft sank slightly, but floated well. He tried taking a few steps. There was slight movement between the boards, but overall it was quite stable. He picked up a slender wooden rod, over 2 meters long from the shore, to use as a pole, standing at the center of the raft, and pushing off strongly. The raft slowly drifted away from the shore. For the first time, he was leaving the rocky island that had confined him for 3 days. The sea was clear, revealing the seabed about 5 to 6 meters deep. Seaweed grew on the rocks, and small fish darted among the corals. Cao Yang steered the raft forward, moving slowly, but it was stable enough. He first sailed along the eastern side of the island. The rocks here were steep, and there were many underwater reefs. Cao Yang carefully avoided them, scanning the surface of the sea and the seabed. He did not see any boxes. He circled around to the southern side, where the slope was gentler and there was more beach. Cao Yang stopped the raft in the shallow water, jumped down, and walked along the shore. Other than shells and seaweed, there was nothing. He continued west. Here there were more rocks and larger waves. The raft was rocked by the waves, and Cao Yang gripped the pole tightly to steady himself. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Under a protruding reef, there was a glimmer in the water. He carefully maneuvered the raft. The water was not deep, only up to his chest. He jumped in and swam closer to find a black iron box wedged between the rocks, half buried in the sand. Cao Yang dove down, grabbed the handle of the box, and pulled up with all his strength. It was very heavy. Holding his breath, he exerted all his effort to finally pull the box out of the sand. Surfacing, he dragged the box onto the raft and climbed up himself, gasping for air. Black iron supply box. Cao Yang did not open it immediately. He placed the box in the center of the raft and continued sailing. He wanted to circle the island to see if there were any other discoveries. The northern side was sheltered from the wind with smaller waves, but nothing remarkable. He did see a few seabirds perched on the rocks, but they flew away as he approached. By the time he circled back to the eastern starting point, the sun was already beginning to set in the west. The raft returned to the shallow shore at the starting point. Cao Yang jumped down, dragged the raft ashore, and tied it to a large rock. Then he dragged the damp box to the fire pit next to the shelter. First he lit the fire. It took 7 or 8 strikes with the flint to ignite the dry seaweed. Cao Yang added some small twigs and waited for the fire to grow strong before sitting down in front of the box. He pressed the latch. The box lid sprang open, revealing a blinding light. 3 items: hammer description: a standard carpentry hammer with 1 flat side and 1 rounded side. Compressed biscuits: 6 packs. Description: high-energy compressed biscuits. Each pack restores 30 points of hunger. Plastic bottles, 3 5 liters each. Description: empty plastic bottles that can hold liquids. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. A hammer, biscuits, bottles. The hammer was much easier to use than a stone, especially since he still had 4 steel nails unused. The biscuits could solve his food problem. As for the bottles, he glanced at the puddle. He filled 1 bottle with water, carefully tightened the cap, and placed it in the system space. He filled the other 2 as well, and set them in the corner of the shelter. He filled 1 bottle with water, carefully tightened the cap, and placed it in the system space. He filled the other 2 as well, and set them in the corner of the shelter. Then he opened a pack of compressed biscuits. They were square and very hard. Biting into them was dry, but filled with a weedy aroma and a hint of sweetness. Cao Yang slowly finished 1 piece with water. His stamina rose from 68 to 98, nearly full. Good stuff. He looked at the remaining 5 packs of biscuits and carefully stored them in the system space. Finally, there was the hammer. Cao Yang held it, feeling its solid grip. He walked to the edge of the raft and used the hammer to tap a few loose knots. With a few thuds, the raft became more secure. By the time he finished, it was almost dark. Cao Yang sat next to the fire, drying his soaked clothes. He dragged over the black iron box he had found today and used the axe to split it open. The box itself was made of wood wrapped in iron, suitable for burning as firewood. The flames danced and the wood crackled. He opened the system panel to check world chat. Online users 69874321110. It had decreased again. In the chat, panic was spreading. It's the second day, and I've only found 2 boxes, both black iron. Does anyone have medicine? I'm burning up and feeling cold all over. I built a raft and paddled out 200 meters, but I saw a wall of fog and couldn't get through. The announcement said there would be a storm in 5 days. What should I do? There isn't even a tree on my island, just sand. How can I build a shelter? I'm offering high prices for fresh water. Any container with water will do. Cao Yang closed the chat and opened trading market. There were clearly more listings today. Food, water, tools, materials. Everything was available, but the prices were outrageous. Someone was listing 1 piece of bread for 5 liters of water. Another had 1 wooden stick for any food. There was even a person listing a strange item, glowing stone, priced at 20 liters of water or equivalent food. Cao Yang scrolled down and saw a few reasonable trades: iron ore 2 for 3 liters of fresh water, or food damage fishing net for any tool, palm leaves 10 for 1 liter of water. After some thought, he posted a listing selling freshwater 1.5 liters, wants any tool or blueprint note pack in a good plastic bottle, sealed. After posting, he closed the trading market and began to organize the day's haul. 1 raft intact. 1 black iron box opened. New tool, 1 hammer. New food, 5 packs of compressed. New containers, 2 plastic bottles filled with water, 1 empty. And most importantly, his understanding of the terrain. The eastern side was steep with many underwater reefs. The southern side was gentle with more beaches. The western side had larger waves, but there might be boxes stuck in the rocky area. The northern side was sheltered from the wind, suitable for docking. Furthermore, he confirmed one thing: the fog wall was truly 10 kilometers away. From any direction, the distance was about the same. The mist was thick and unyielding, like a gray giant wall surrounding the entire world. Cao Yang added another log, causing the flames to leap higher. Suddenly he had a thought. He took out an empty plastic bottle from the system space, walked to the water puddle, filled it up, and brought it back to the fire. He speared a small fish with a thin twig. That was the one he had impaled with a sharpened stick in the rocky area this afternoon. It was small but enough to roast. He placed the fish over the fire and set the bottle beside the fire, ensuring it did not touch the flames directly. He was experimenting. If he could distill fresh water from the seawater. The bottle gradually became warm and water droplets began to condense on its walls. Cao Yang carefully rotated the bottle to distribute the heat evenly. The droplets increased, merging into a small stream that dripped into the shell he had placed underneath. It was slow, but water was indeed being produced. 1 drop, 2 drops. Cao Yang focused on the delicate stream of water, calculating in his mind perhaps he could collect dozens of milliliters by morning. It was too little, but it was a start. The fish was done. He sprinkled a bit of sea salt he had collected yesterday. There was salt frost on the rock wall, and he scraped a little off. The fish was tender, albeit only the size of a palm, but it was still meat. After finishing the fish, he drank the distilled water that had collected in the shell. It was mild with no salty taste. He had succeeded. He extinguished the campfire, leaving only a bit of ember to keep the distillation apparatus warm, then crawled into his shelter. Lying on the dry, waterproof cloth with palm leaves he had collected on the beach this afternoon underneath him, it was rudimentary, but compared to the rocky ground of the previous 2 nights, it was paradise. Outside, the sound of waves rhythmically crashed against the rocks. Tomorrow he planned to use the raft to explore further. There might be boxes in the western rocky area, and the waves there were larger, possibly washing up deep-sea objects. If possible, he would catch some crabs or fish. And the trading post. He wondered if anyone would exchange for the order he had posted. Lost in thought, drowsiness overcame him. In a half-dream, half-awake state, he heard a muffled sound outside like something heavy dropping onto the beach. Cao Yang jolted awake, gripping the iron axe beside his pillow. Outside the shelter there was only the sound of waves and wind. After that thud there was no further noise, but Cao Yang was sure he hadn't misheard. He gently lifted a corner of the door curtain and peered outside. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the entire beach in silver. The fire pit had extinguished, leaving only a few dark red embers. The raft was quietly tied beside the rocks. The beach was empty, nothing in sight. But Cao Yang's gaze fell in the center of the beach. There were a few vague traces that looked like something had pressed down on the sand, but they were not very clear. He squinted, examining closely. It was a footprint, very shallow, quite messy, but indeed a footprint. It wasn't human. Smaller, more scattered, and it seemed to lead in multiple directions. Cao Yang's heart raced. He tightened his grip on the axe and picked up the hammer with his other hand, carefully stepping out of the shelter. Barefoot, he quietly approached those traces on the cool sand. The footprints were very shallow, almost flattened by the night wind. But from the remaining outline, they appeared to belong to some kind of animal with clawed toes about the size of a palm. The traces came from the sea, circled around on the beach, and then returned to the ocean. Cao Yang crouched down and touched one of the footprints with his finger. It was slightly damp, with sand grains sticking to his fingertip. It had just been left. He stood up and gazed towards the pitch-black sea. The moonlight cast a silver light across the water's surface, beyond which lay unfathomable darkness. Something had come up from the sea and had gone back. Cao Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He checked the raft. It was intact. He inspected the area around the shelter. There were no signs of disturbance. The water puddle was also safe, its level similar to that of the previous evening. It seemed that the creature had just come ashore to take a look and didn't do anything. But this was a signal. There was something in the sea that could come ashore. And it was at night. Cao Yang returned to the shelter, but did not lie down. He placed the axe and hammer at his side, leaning against the rock wall, facing the door, half sitting, half laying down. His eyes were fixed on the door curtain, and his ears listened intently to every sound coming from outside. A sleepless night. As dawn approached, Cao Yang finally couldn't hold on any longer and dozed off for a while. But he was soon awakened by the sound of rising waves. The morning light was faint. He immediately jumped up to check the beach. The footprints from the night before had been washed away by the tide, leaving no trace. But he knew it wasn't an illusion. After eating half a piece of compressed biscuit and drinking a few sips of water, Cao Yang began his plans for the day. The first thing was to make a real door. What happened last night made him realize that the waterproof cloth door curtain could not stop any threatening entity. He needed a door made of wood that could be locked. He selected 4 straight wooden sticks, 2 measuring 2 meters and 2 measuring 80 centimeters. He tied them together with rope to form a rectangular door frame. Then he secured 3 reinforcing wooden slats horizontally on the inside of the door frame. For the door itself, he laid several thin wooden sticks side by side on the frame, binding them tightly with rope both vertically and horizontally. Though rudimentary, it was sturdy enough. The most challenging part was the hinges. Cao Yang had no metal hinges, so he had to use the most primitive method. He nailed a vertical wooden stake on both sides of the door opening, rising 1 meter above the ground. Then at the top 2 corners of the wooden door, he tied 2 rope loops. During installation, he slipped the loops over the stakes, allowing the door to pivot around the stakes, opening or closing inward. Finally, he added a bolt. He nailed a horizontal wooden bar on the inner side of the door, which could slide. When the door was closed, he slid the bar into a slot behind the door frame, securing it from within. From the outside, unless the bar was broken, it couldn't be opened. After completing these tasks, it was already noon. Cao Yang tested the door. It opened smoothly and was very secure when bolted. In the middle of the door panel, he drew a simple warning symbol using burned charcoal. This was a common outdoor survival practice to check if the door had been opened during the night. With a real door, his sense of security increased significantly. He ate the remaining half of the biscuit, restoring his energy to 85. Grabbing the axe and hammer, he walked to the water's edge and untied the raft. Today he planned to check the rocky area to the west. Yesterday, while circling the island, he had noticed that the waves were strongest there, and there were the most rocks. Strong waves meant that more items might be washed ashore. The abundance of rocks meant items could easily get stuck. He raised the wooden pole, and the raft slowly drifted away from the shore. The waves today were stronger than yesterday, making the raft sway slightly. Cao Yang carefully controlled the direction, sailing west along the edge of the island. The waves crashed against the rocks, splashing white foam. He needed to avoid the hidden reefs, or else the raft would be shattered. As he rounded a sharp corner, his view opened up. This area was densely packed with rocks, like a stone forest rising from the seabed. The waves here broke, turning into countless bubbles. Cao Yang saw something wedged between a few rocks. It wasn't a box. It was a wooden barrel. He cautiously maneuvered the raft closer. The water here was deep and swift. The raft swayed left and right as the waves pushed it. Cao Yang used the wooden pole to brace against the rocks, steadying himself, and reached out to grab the barrel. The barrel was made of oak, bound with iron rings, and had begun to rot. The lid was sealed, but water was seeping through the cracks. Cao Yang pried open the lid with the axe, empty. No, not completely empty. There was a thick layer of white crystals at the bottom of the barrel. Salt. Coarse salt left after seawater evaporated about 2 to 3 pounds. Cao Yang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Salt was a valuable commodity on a deserted island. Not only could it be used for seasoning, but it could also preserve food. He carefully poured the salt into an empty plastic bottle and tightened the cap. The barrel itself was also useful. Although it leaked, it could be repaired to hold items. He dragged the barrel onto the raft and continued searching. In another rocky area, he spotted a second barrel. This barrel was larger, but more severely damaged, having split in two. Aside from seawater, there was nothing inside. Cao Yang felt a bit disappointed, but did not give up. He held onto the raft, searching carefully in this rocky area. The waves splashed water onto his clothes and the sea breeze was cold, but he paid no mind. An hour later, he made a new discovery. Behind a massive rock in a groove carved by the waves was a black iron box wedged in place. It was different from this box was smaller, flatter, and had dark red metal edges instead of black. Cao Yang exerted a lot of effort to get the raft was too small and the box was wedged tightly. He had to jump into the water and use the axe to pry it loose from the rocks before he could drag it out. Cao Yang did not open the box immediately. He first dragged it onto the wooden raft, and then climbed up himself, gasping. His stamina dropped to 61, his clothes soaked through, and he felt extremely cold. He steadied the wooden raft as he headed back. The wind and waves grew stronger, causing the raft to sway violently. Cao Yang knelt on the raft, struggling to steer with a wooden pole. A wave crashed in, tilting the raft sharply, and an empty wooden barrel rolled into the sea, instantly swept away by the waves. Cao Yang had no time to retrieve it, and focused all his effort on stabilizing the raft. After a grueling return to the shallow beach on the east side of the island, he was utterly exhausted. He secured the raft, and dragging the box and the barrel of salt, staggered back to the shelter. He started a fire to dry his clothes. Once his body warmed up, he turned his attention to the special box. The dark red metal edges glimmered with a faint light in the fire's glow. The box was slightly smaller than a standard black iron box, but heavier. The clasp was more exquisite, adorned with simple patterns. Click! The lid popped open, revealing a deep red glow instead of a white light. 3 items: bone spike dagger. Description: a dagger crafted from the bones of a sea monster, featuring a blade with a natural blood groove, the handle wrapped in sea snake skin. It deals extra damage to marine creatures. Damaged sea map. Description: a yellowed parchment sea map, severely frayed at the edges. The central area is marked with stubborn stone island and surrounding waters with a red cross 3 kilometers southeast, labeled shipwreck debris. Iron barrel, 10 liters. Description: a standard galvanized iron bucket with a sturdy handle capable of holding water or other liquids. Cao Yang picked up the bone spike dagger. The dagger felt slightly heavy in his hand, the blade a grayish white with natural spiral patterns shimmering in the fire's light. The handle was wrapped in dark green snake skin, providing a non-slip grip. He swung it around, feeling exceptionally good in his hand, much lighter and sharper than the iron axe. He then looked at the sea map. The parchment was old and yellow, the edges eroded by seawater. However, the central area was clear. The outline of his stubborn stone island was mostly accurate, with markings for the surrounding reef area, beach, and leeward bay. The red cross was particularly conspicuous. Shipwreck debris was written in faded ink. Lastly, there was the iron barrel, a standard galvanized iron bucket with a lid and a sturdy handle. Cao Yang opened the lid and sniffed. It only had a faint metallic rust smell. He immediately went to the water puddle and filled the barrel with fresh water, 10 liters, enough for several days. This is a true harvest, Cao Yang murmured. The dagger was an excellent weapon and tool. The sea map provided crucial information, and the barrel could store a large amount of fresh water, giving him more negotiation leverage. At that moment, a system notification sounded. First-time acquisition of a special resource box achievement unlocked. Lucky Explorer reward: windproof matches X1 box. Cao Yang opened the reward, revealing a box of 20 windproof matches. He carefully stored the matches, tucked the bone spike dagger into his waistband, and rolled the sea map up neatly, placing it into the system space. Now he faced a choice. Shipwreck debris 3 kilometers away. Would his raft hold up? What were the risks at sea? But if he didn't take risks and only relied on picking up boxes by the shore every day, his development would be too slow. The storm would arrive in 7 days, and he needed a stronger shelter and more supplies. Cao Yang glanced at the sky. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and his stamina had recovered to 68. He made a decision to go tomorrow, but not blindly. He needed to prepare everything tonight. Cao Yang stood up and he first used the remaining rope to make a simple stone anchor, a rope tied around a flat stone, the other end secured to the raft. This way the raft wouldn't drift away while exploring the shipwreck. Next, he reinforced the raft. He checked all the knots and tightened them with a hammer. He also sawed some boards to nail to the center of the raft, increasing stability for standing. Then he prepared supplies. He filled half a barrel with fresh water, 5 liters, and stored it in the system space. He also prepared 4 blocks of compressed biscuits, the bone spike dagger, iron axe, hammer rope, and the box of windproof matches. He even took the 1.5-liter plastic bottle for emergencies. After all this, the sun was already setting. He opened the system panel. There were new messages in the trading hall. Someone had made an offer for the 100 grams of coarse salt he had posted. A person named Chun Hai left a message: I will trade you a good ceramic pot for your salt. The pot can hold about 3 liters, suitable for water or food. Would he trade? Cao Yang thought for a moment and replied, okay, but I want to see a picture of the pot first. Soon the other party sent a picture. A brown ceramic pot round-bellied with a narrow mouth having a lid looking intact. Cao Yang confirmed the trade. A flash of white light and 100 grams of salt vanished, replaced by a hefty ceramic pot in his hands. The pot was sturdy, glazed inside and out, and did not leak. Cao Yang immediately filled it with fresh water and stored it in the corner of the shelter. He also posted another offer for sale: 50 grams of sea salt. Request any tool or useful blueprints. Note: can preserve food for long periods. After posting, Cao Yang continued to work on the wood with his saw. He needed a pair of paddles. Using just wooden poles for propulsion was too inefficient in open waters. He took 2 straight pieces of wood, sawed them into paddle shapes, thinned them with his axe, and hardened the surface with fire. Though rough, they were better than paddling by hand. As the sun set, the sea glowed golden red. Cao Yang leaned the completed paddles against the side of the raft and returned to the shelter. With darkness approaching, he secured the wooden door and braced it with a wooden stick from the inside. He had a light meal of compressed biscuits. He needed a good rest tonight to have the strength to explore the shipwreck tomorrow. He lay down, but did not fall asleep immediately. His mind was filled with plans for tomorrow, the sailing route, potential dangers, and what might be in the shipwreck. As he pondered, sleepiness began to creep in. He did not know how long he had slept when Cao Yang suddenly woke up. There were sounds outside. It was neither the sound of waves nor the wind. It was a rustling sound, like countless tiny feet scurrying across the beach. He quietly approached the door crack to peek outside. In the moonlight, the beach was densely covered with crabs. Some had green shells, others were patterned, the large ones the size of basins, the small ones only as big as fingernails. They poured out of the sea, covering the entire beach, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. The crab swarm crawled over the sand, searching for food and battling each other. The sound of claws clicking resonated eerily in the quiet night. Cao Yang held his breath. With so many crabs, if they attacked the shelter? Just then, several crabs climbed to the door's edge. They began to pound the door with their claws, making a thud-thud sound. Soon more crabs gathered, starting to ram their bodies against the wooden door. The door trembled slightly from the impact. Cao Yang gripped the bone-spiked dagger, ready to open the door and deal with the situation. But just then, whoo! A deep and sharp cry came from far out at sea. The sound pierced through the waves, reaching deep into his heart, carrying a certain primal pressure. The crabs on the beach froze instantly. In the next second, all the crabs turned simultaneously and rushed frantically back into the sea, disappearing as quickly as the retreating tide. The beach was empty. Only the moonlight remained, and in the distance a massive shadow slowly sank into the water. Cao Yang stood behind the door, feeling a chill throughout his body. How big was that shadow? 50 meters? 100 meters? He couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain: this sea area was far more dangerous than he had imagined. As dawn broke, Cao Yang awoke. He sat up, quietly listening for a few seconds in the dim light. Outside, there was only the sound of the waves, without the rustling noise he had heard the previous night. The crab swarm had retreated. He pushed open the wooden door, and the morning sea breeze, carrying a salty scent, rushed in. The sky was a grayish blue with a hint of pale light on the eastern horizon. The weather looked good today, with calm winds and waves. Cao Yang walked to the puddle, bent down to drink a few sips of water, and splashed his face with cold water, fully waking up. The water level had dropped a bit more, but the gaps in the rocks continued to seep water slowly, posing no immediate concern. He ate half a piece of compressed biscuit, restoring his stamina to 67. Then he went to check the crab traps he had set up last night. Simple rope snares placed in the crevices of the rocks where crabs frequently appeared. The traps were empty. Not only had he not caught any crabs, but even the bait seaweed had been eaten. Cunning, Cao Yang remarked as he put away the snares. It seemed he needed to think of a more effective method. But he had no time to ponder. Today's main task was to explore the sunken ship. Cao Yang returned to the shelter and began organizing his equipment. He needed to take everything that might be useful, but the wooden raft had a weight limit, so he had to be economical. He first took out the bone-spiked dagger and tucked it at his waist, hanging the iron axe at his back. Hammer, saw, rope, that box of windproof matches. It was troublesome to carry all these items. If only I had a storage space like in the game, Cao Yang murmured. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of inspiration. During the previous transaction, items were indeed transmitted through a system space. That space. Could it actively store items? He tried to concentrate, envisioning open system space. The system panel before him showed no changes. But when he focused on the hammer and silently thought store, a flash of white light flickered and the hammer vanished. Cao Yang immediately opened the system panel and found a newly appeared option under personal information storage space. Clicking on it revealed a virtual space approximately 1 cubic meter in size, with the hammer quietly floating in the corner. It really works. Cao Yang's heart raced. He tried to store the saw, rope, remaining steel nails, and that box of windproof matches one by one. White light flickered continuously as all the items entered the system space. He then attempted to store a larger item, the iron axe. That was successful as well. However, when he tried to store the wooden raft, it failed. The system prompted item too large, insufficient storage space. It seemed the space was indeed only about 1 cubic meter, and the system appeared to authenticate what could be stored. Tools and small supplies were acceptable, but large structures were not. That was already sufficient. Cao Yang categorized and organized the supplies he needed to take weaponry and tools: bone spike, dagger, iron axe, hammer, saw, rope, remaining 8 meters, steel nails, 4 windproof matches. Survival supplies: compressed biscuits, 3-1. 5 liters bottled water, iron bucket holds 5 liters of fresh water, 1 empty plastic bottle, 50 grams of coarse salt contained in a small shell. Others damaged: sea chart, flint as backup. After storing everything in the system space, the virtual space was nearly full, but the only items he carried were the dagger at his waist and the axe at his back, making it much lighter. Cao Yang checked the raft again. The stone anchor was secured, the paddle placed conveniently, and all the knots were reinforced. He also tied a long wooden pole to the front of the raft, sharpened at the top. It would serve as both a pole and, if necessary, a long spear. Everything was ready. The sun leaped above the sea's surface, casting golden light across the water. Cao Yang pushed off the raft, leaving the shore. The day was calm, with the sea a deep blue. Once the raft passed the territorial boundary of the island, Cao Yang distinctly felt a difference. The water here was deeper, the color shifting from light blue to dark blue. Turning back, he saw that Wanshire Island had become a small black dot. Following the guidance of the sea chart, he paddled towards the southeast. Navigating the open sea was more challenging than he had imagined. Though the winds and waves were not strong, the lack of reference points made it easy to lose direction. Cao Yang had to frequently stop to adjust his course based on the sea chart and the position of the sun. After paddling for about an hour, he stopped to rest. He took out the plastic bottle and drank some water, bringing his stamina down to 58. All around him was the vast sea with nothing but water, and Wanshire Island was no longer visible. The feeling of loneliness surged like a tide. Cao Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate. He unfolded the sea chart again to confirm his direction was correct and continued paddling. 2 hours later, an anomaly appeared on the sea surface ahead. A dark shadow was faintly visible underwater, covering a large area resembling an underwater ridge. On the sea chart, this location was marked with a red cross. "I've arrived." Cao Yang slowed his pace and cautiously approached. The water here became murky and visibility decreased. He raised the wooden pole to test the water depth. It was bottomless. He paddled slowly around the shadowy area. The outline of the sunken ship gradually became clearer. A wooden sailboat, approximately 20 meters long, capsized on the seabed. The hull was broken, covered in seaweed and coral, resembling a slumbering giant in the deep blue water. But Cao Yang's heart sank. It was too deep. From the water's surface to the deck of the sunken ship, there were at least 15 meters. Without diving equipment, he could hold his breath for at most a minute. That was not enough time to reach the bottom, let alone explore. "I miscalculated." Cao Yang gritted his teeth. He had thought the shipwreck would be in shallow waters, or at least partially above the surface. Yet he did not give up immediately. Since he couldn't go down, he would search the surface of the water. Perhaps there were things floating nearby. He paddled the raft carefully, searching the waters above the sunken ship. His gaze swept across every piece of floating debris, rotten wood, torn cloth, shattered pottery. Suddenly his eyes lit up. At the top of the sunken ship's mast, on the rotting mast that extended diagonally above the water, hung a box. A black iron supply box. The box was wedged between the branches of the mast, only 2 or 3 meters from the water's surface, gently swaying with the waves. It seemed to have been stuck when the ship sank and had not fallen off after all these years. Cao Yang cautiously maneuvered the raft closer. The mast was very slippery, covered in barnacles. He did not dare to climb directly. If the mast broke, both he and the raft would capsize. Instead, he used the paddle to poke the box down once, twice. The box was heavy, and the mast groaned with a creaking sound as he exerted force. Just as the box was about to leave the mast, Cao Yang noticed that another box was wedged at the base of the mast. It was not a black iron box. It was an ordinary wooden box without metal edging and appeared even more worn. 2. Cao Yang first dragged the black iron box onto the raft, then poked down the wooden box as well. The wooden box was larger but lighter, and it was soon dragged up too. The 2 boxes lay side by side on the raft. Cao Yang did not open them immediately. He first paddled the raft away from the sunken ship area. This place made him uneasy. After paddling back about a kilometer and confirming it was safe, he stopped to examine his hull. First, he opened the wooden box. The box had no lock, just a simple wooden latch. Cao Yang pried it open with his dagger. Inside were clothes. Several thick, coarse fabric jackets, already moldy, but the material was still relatively intact. A wool blanket, though damp, was not completely rotten. There was also a pair of leather boots, the soles nearly coming off, but with some repairs they might be wearable. Better than nothing. Cao Yang shook out the clothes and laid them on the raft. Though these garments were old, once cleaned and dried, they could provide warmth. The blanket was especially valuable. Now for the black iron box. Black iron supply box. Cao Yang pressed the latch. The lid sprang open, revealing a white light. 3 items: hard bread, 6 description, dry and hard bread that can fill the stomach with 10 units description, process standard wood, each about 2 meters long. Iron pickaxe description, a standard miner's pick, 1 end pointed and the other flat, useful for chiseling rock. Cao Yang picked up the iron pickaxe. It was heavy, the tip gleaming coldly. This item would be incredibly useful on an island full of rocks. It could be used to chisel stone, expand puddles, or even dig caves. The wood, though ordinary, saved him considerable effort in chopping and processing trees. As for the bread, Cao Yang glanced at the 2.5 pieces of compressed biscuits left in the system space. These 6 pieces of bread would allow him to survive for several more days. It's worth it. Although he hadn't entered the sunken ship, the haul had far exceeded his expectations. Cao Yang stored the supplies in the system space. The wood was too long to fit, so he had to tie it to the raft. He reorganized his storage iron pickaxe, bread, and clothes into the system space, while the iron axe and bone spike dagger were carried with him. The sun began to dip in the west. He had to return before dark. The return journey was smooth. With the wind at his back, Cao Yang paddled swiftly. Around 4 in the afternoon, the outline of Wanshire Island appeared on the horizon. Just 1 kilometer from the island, an unexpected change occurred. The surface of the sea suddenly surged, and a massive shadow swept past beneath the water. Cao Yang's body stiffened, gripping the paddle tightly as he fixed his gaze on that area of water. The shadow was long, at least 20 meters, resembling a gigantic fish, but with an odd shape and protruding bony spikes on its back. It swam slowly beneath the surface, only 50 meters away from the raft. Cao Yang held his breath, not daring to move. After a few seconds, the shadow sank into the depths and disappeared. The sea surface returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Cao Yang's cold sweat soaked his back. He dared not linger and paddled with all his strength towards the island. 20 minutes later, the raft crashed onto the beach. Cao Yang jumped down, his legs weak, nearly unable to stand. He dragged the raft to a higher spot, secured it with a rope, then collapsed onto the beach, gasping for breath. The setting sun dyed the sea a bloody hue. After a while, he finally caught his breath and began to sort through his haul. Clothes and blankets were spread out on the rocks to dry. The iron pickaxe lay at the entrance of the shelter. 10 pieces of lumber were piled in a corner. These straight and even pieces of wood were far better than the driftwood he had collected before. Cao Yang opened the system panel. There were several new messages in the trading hall, all asking him for 5 liters of fresh water. The prices were increasingly high, with offers for tool blueprints, weapons, and various materials. As he was sifting through them, he suddenly saw a special private message sender. Young content brother, I have a manufacturing scroll of green quality called Simple Flowerbed Manufacturing Scroll. Using it directly can generate a 33-meter flowerbed complete with basic soil. I don't lack land here, but this item is of no use to me, and I want to trade it for some fresh water. Are you interested? Cao Yang was taken aback. A manufacturing scroll. Green quality. Until now, he had never encountered the term quality for any of the items he had seen. Moreover, it seemed that manufacturing scrolls were different from blueprints. According to the other party's description, scrolls directly generated items without the need for materials or a manufacturing process. He immediately replied, what does green quality mean? What's the difference between a scroll and a blueprint? Young quickly responded, I just found out as well. It seems that items are graded white for ordinary, green for fine blue, for rare purple for epic, and so on. This scroll is green, which is quite good. As for the difference, a blueprint teaches you how to make something requiring materials and time. A scroll directly creates the item, but can only be used once. With this flowerbed scroll, I could produce multiple flowerbeds immediately, but without seeds it would be useless. On my side, the island is all mud, so I don't need this, just looking to trade for some water. Cao Yang's heart raced. To directly generate a 33-meter flowerbed complete with soil. What this Wanshire Island lacked most was soil. With a flowerbed, he could plant things. If he found seeds later, he could have a stable food source. Moreover, a flowerbed could retain water and potentially collect rainwater. How much water do you need? Cao Yang asked. 5 liters. I know it's less, but this scroll is of green quality. Cao Yang pondered for a moment and replied, I can give you 3 liters of fresh water in a clay pot. I can't spare more for myself. The other party was silent for a few minutes and replied, all right, 3 liters it is. I'm almost dying of thirst. You give me water and I'll give you the scroll. Cao Yang immediately filled a clay pot with 3 liters of fresh water. The pot had a capacity of about 5 liters and was full. He initiated the trade, specifying Young. Soon the other party also listed the scroll. Trade confirmation, you have lost 3 liters of fresh water. You have gained simple flowerbed manufacturing scroll green. A flash of white light, the clay pot vanished, and a scroll glowing with a faint green light appeared in Cao Yang's hand. The scroll was made of parchment with simple vine patterns along the edges, and in the center the words simple flowerbed were written in common script. Holding it, he could feel a weak energy fluctuation. Cao Yang carefully unfolded the scroll. Inside was a complex pattern of magical arrays with a handprint mark. The system displayed simple flowerbed manufacturing scroll green effect. After use generates a 33-meter simple flowerbed at the designated location with 20 centimeters of basic fertile soil. Uses 11 quality. Fine description. Directly generates similar items. Requires no materials, no manufacturing time. Indeed, it is directly generated. Cao Yang suppressed the urge to use it immediately. The sky was darkening, and he needed to choose a good location. Close to water for easy watering with sufficient sunlight, and not too near the shelter for fear of insects and ants. He carefully stored the scroll, no longer concerned about the remaining fresh water offers. Having this scroll made today's haul already quite bountiful. But he was hungry. Although he had 6 hard biscuits, Cao Yang wanted to conserve them. He looked towards the sea. The tide had receded, exposing the rocky area, where some small fish were swimming in the shallow pools. I'll make a fish spear. Cao Yang chose a straighter stick from the pile of lumber about 2 meters long. He sharpened one end with the bony dagger, and then hardened the tip over the fire. It was simple, but it should suffice. He held the homemade spear and walked to the rocky area on the eastern side of the island. Here, after the tide receded, many shallow pools formed knee-deep, allowing him to clearly see the fish swimming. Cao Yang held his breath, standing at the edge of a pool, his gaze fixed on a silver-scaled fish the size of a palm. He raised his arm and thrust down with force. Swish! Water splashed everywhere. The spear plunged into the water, but the fish nimbly dodged and escaped, only grazing a few strands of aquatic grass. Cao Yang pulled back the spear and adjusted his breathing. He had learned to spear fish as a child in the countryside with his grandfather, but that was 20 years ago. His skills were rusty, and he needed to regain the feel for it. He switched to another pool, and this time was more patient. He followed the fish's movements with his eyes, predicting its position, sensing the direction of the water flow. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Now's the time. Puff! The spear entered the water, and this time it felt different. He had struck something. Cao Yang lifted the spear, and a silver-scaled fish was pierced, struggling at the tip. The fish was not large, but enough for a meal. I did it. With experience came success. Over the next half hour, Cao Yang speared 2 more fish, each bigger than the last. The largest one was the length of his arm, enough for 2 meals. He carried the 3 fish back to the shelter, starting a fire to cook them. Sprinkling coarse salt, the fish sizzled over the fire, releasing a fragrant aroma. Night had completely fallen. While eating fish, Cao Yang checked the hall in the system space. The flowerbed scroll glowed with a faint green light, particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Tomorrow he would make this rocky island grow soil for the first time. In the distance, a low cry came from the sea, just like Cao Yang tightened his grip on the bony dagger, staring at the dark sea. That thing was still nearby. But now he had an iron pickaxe, 10 good pieces of lumber, the flowerbed scroll, and stable fishing skills. With the storm in 3 days, he seemed to have a glimmer of hope. Cao Yang secured the door, lying on the dry wool blanket, his hand touching the green glowing scroll. With the flowerbed and soil, this Wancher island finally had the possibility of becoming a home. Outside, the moonlight illuminated the 10 standard pieces of lumber piled quietly. These pieces of lumber were straight and even and could be used for many things tomorrow. He closed his eyes, falling asleep for the first time with hope. In the early morning, the tranquility of the island was shattered by the rhythmic sound of ding ding ding. Cao Yang stood before the cliff by the puddle, gripping a pickaxe, striking at the rock crevices time and again. The tip of the pickaxe clashed with the stone, sparking tiny fragments of fire. Each strike sent vibrations through his hands, yet he did not pause. The water level in the puddle continued to drop. Although water still seeped from the crevices, the rate was too slow. Cao Yang calculated that at the current rate of consumption, even if he conserved water, he could not last more than 5 days. And a storm was coming in 3 days. By then he would need more fresh water reserves. I must expand the water source. He changed his angle, inserting the pickaxe into the widest rock crevice and prying with all his strength. The rock emitted a creaking groan as several loose fragments tumbled down. The crevice widened slightly, and the water flow visibly quickened. Effective. Cao Yang felt a surge of energy and continued his work. He pried with the tip of the pickaxe and struck with the back, gradually enlarging each crevice. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the rocks beneath him, quickly evaporating. This task was tedious and labor-intensive. The rocks were hard, and every bit of progress demanded immense physical effort. Cao Yang's hands soon developed blisters which burst, making his palms sting. But he could not stop. By around 10 in the morning, he had finished dealing with all 3 primary seepage crevices. Cao Yang slumped to the ground, panting heavily. His stamina dropped to 58. He was soaked through, and his arms ached so much he could barely lift them. But he looked at the puddle. The water level was still slowly dropping, but the seepage rate had clearly increased. What was once a thin trickle of water had now grown to the thickness of chopsticks. At this rate, he could collect at least 5 or 6 liters more water in a day. Not enough. Cao Yang took a moment to rest, nibbling on half a hard biscuit, and his stamina recovered to 65. Then he did something daring. He climbed to the top of the rock hill and surveyed the entire puddle. The puddle was a naturally formed rock pit with a solid rock bottom and 3 main crevices seeping water. But Cao Yang noticed an almost invisible crack on the western cliff of the puddle extending down to the bottom. Perhaps there was more water below. He returned to the edge of the puddle and stared at that crack. If he were to chisel along the crack with the iron pickaxe, he might find a larger water source, but he could also damage the structure of the puddle, causing the existing water to leak out. To gamble or not? Cao Yang pondered for a moment and decided to take the risk. But not now. He needed to store enough water first, just in case of failure, so he could last a few more days. He took out an iron bucket and filled it to the brim with water, 10 liters, then used a ceramic jar to store 3 liters and a plastic bottle for 5 liters. Adding the remaining water in the puddle, he now had approximately 20 liters of fresh water stored. That's enough. Cao Yang raised the iron pickaxe, aimed at the starting point of the crack, and struck down with force. Clang! The pickaxe tip sank deeply into the rock. The crack widened slightly. He continued to chisel. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The crack became more pronounced, extending deeper. After chiseling about 30 centimeters down, Cao Yang felt a change in the texture beneath the pick. It was no longer the hard, dense rock, but rather a somewhat soft and damp layer. He carefully pried away the surface debris, and a stream of clear water gushed out. Not a trickle, but a true small spring. The water flow was as thick as his thumb, clear and cool, carrying a unique sweetness from the earth. It worked. Cao Yang's heart raced. He quickly cleared away the surrounding debris to enlarge the spring. The flow of water increased rapidly, soon forming a stable water source that gushed into the puddle below. The water level in the puddle began to rise at a visibly fast rate. Cao Yang set down the iron pickaxe, cupped his hands to collect the water, and took a large gulp. It was sweet and refreshing, far better than the stagnant water he had before. This is a true fresh water source. He estimated that this spring could produce at least 50 liters of water a day, if not more. Enough for him to drink, wash, and even trade. The water crisis was temporarily resolved. Cao Yang slumped to the ground, watching the steadily rising puddle, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The pain in his palms and the soreness in his arms were worth it. He rested for half an hour before starting his next plan. He took out the glowing green garden scroll from the system space. 9 square meters of fertile soil. This was the key to transforming this rocky island. But he did not use it immediately. Cao Yang opened the trading post and searched for seeds. The page refreshed, displaying dozens of results. He examined each one carefully, and his heart gradually sank. The prices were too high. Unknown plant seeds 3 exchange for 8 liters of fresh water or 1 iron tool. Possible vegetable seeds 5 exchange for 20 units of standard wood. Wheat seeds 10 exchange for 5 kilograms of meat or equivalent. The prices were outrageous. 8 liters of fresh water. He now had a stable water source, but he was reluctant to trade away 8 liters for a few uncertain seeds. 20 units of wood. He only had 10. After flipping through a dozen pages, the prices were all similar. Seeds were a scarce resource, especially confirmed edible crop seeds, and sellers were demanding exorbitant prices. Just as Cao Yang was about to give up, he spotted an inconspicuous trade: wild berry seeds 5, exchange for any food or a small amount of water. No specific price was listed, just any food. Cao Yang clicked on the details, and the seller's message read: seeds from the berry bushes on the island. I don't know what kind of berries they are, but they are definitely edible. I have no place to plant them, so I'll trade for a bread or a few sips of water. Is there a system description for the seeds? What kind of berries? He quickly received a reply. The system description just says wild berry seeds, no specific type is written. I've tasted the berries, they are sweet and not poisonous. Do you want them? A piece of bread or a bottle of water will do. Cao Yang thought for a moment and replied: 1 hard biscuit plus 300 milliliters of water packed in a plastic bottle. Is that okay? Sure. Hurry and put up the trade. I've been hungry all day. Cao Yang listed a hard biscuit and a bottle of 300 milliliters of water, cleaned out the plastic bottle that previously held salt. The other party listed 5 seeds. Trade confirmation: you lost hard biscuit 1, owed fresh water 300 milliliters, you gained wild berry seeds 5. The seeds were in hand. 5 small dark brown seeds that looked like sesame seeds. The system description was simple: wild berry seeds can be planted, harvest period approximately 6,090 days. 3 months. Cao Yang frowned. The time was too long, and he did not know what kind of berries they were or their yield. But at least they were seeds, and they were cheap. He browsed the trading post for a while longer and found that the price of fresh water was astonishingly high, buying fresh water 1 liter for 5 units of standard wood. Urgently seeking fresh water 2 liters for 1 iron tool. 3 liters of fresh water exchange for 2 animal skins or 3 tendons. Cao Yang's heart raced. The iron bucket held 10 liters, the ceramic jar 3. 5 liters, and the plastic bottle 1. 5 liters. In total, it was the iron bucket held 10 liters, the ceramic jar 3. 5 liters, and the plastic bottle 1. 5 liters. In total, it was only 15 liters of capacity, and he needed those containers for himself. I need to find a way to make simple containers. Cao Yang walked to the shoreline, looking at the driftwood that had been washed ashore. Some of the wood was still wrapped in wide leaves shaped like some kind of palm leaves, thick and resilient. He picked up a few complete leaves and examined their structure. The leaves were fan-shaped with a thick midrib. If folded and secured at the edges with thin sticks, he might be able to make a simple cup. After several attempts, he finally found a method: folding the leaves into a funnel shape, tightly securing the bottom with book covers, and using thin sticks to prop the edges open like umbrella ribs, then fixing them with book covers. The finished leaf cup, although crude, could hold water without leaking. Cao Yang tried filling it with water, about 200 milliliters. The system displayed simple leaf cup, 200 milliliters. It works. He made a few more, all roughly the same size, each holding around 200 milliliters. The system seemed to automatically determine the capacity and label it in the item information. This solved a major problem. Leaves were everywhere by the seaside, and there were plenty of vines and sticks available. He could mass-produce these simple leaf cups to trade for fresh water. Cao Yang immediately got to work. In just one afternoon, he made 20 leaf cups, each capable of holding 200 milliliters of water. Using the system to verify, all were qualified. Now I can trade. Let's try placing 20 orders first. Cao Yang began to place the orders. He divided them into 2 categories. First category: exchanging food, 10 orders. Selling 200 milliliters of fresh water. Demand hard bread 1 or equivalent food. Note: in a leaf cup system verifies capacity. Second category: exchanging wood, 10 orders. Selling 200 milliliters of fresh water. Demand standard wood 2. Note: in a leaf cup system verifies capacity. Each order consists of 200 milliliters of water, just enough to fill 1 leaf cup. The prices were referenced from the market price, but slightly lowered. He needed to close deals quickly to build up his first batch of supplies. All 20 orders were placed, costing Cao Yang 8 liters of water. However, his water pool was nearly full, and the spring was still gushing water, so he wasn't worried. After placing the orders, Cao Yang closed the trading hall and began to handle other matters. He used a pickaxe to carve a small storage cave into the rock wall next to his shelter. It didn't need to be big, just enough to store important supplies and prevent moisture and pests. This task was easier than excavating the water source. The rock was hard, but with the pickaxe the efficiency improved significantly. By evening he had carved out a square cave about half a meter deep and 1 meter wide and high. He burned the cave walls with fire to disinfect and sterilize. Then he laid down dried seaweed and palm leaves at the bottom to create a simple moisture barrier. He placed the flowerbed scrollberry seeds and important tools pickaxe, bone, dagger, iron axe into the cave. He blocked the entrance with a flat stone slab and propped it with a wooden stick. Now it's much safer. After finishing these tasks, night was falling. Cao Yang lit a fire and grilled 2 fish. While eating the fish, he opened the system panel. There was news from the trading hall. In just a few hours, the 20 orders of fresh water he placed had already completed 18 transactions. Food transactions, 8 orders. Hard bread, 6. Compressed biscuits, 4. Smoked fish, 3. Wood transactions, 10 orders. Standard wood, 20. The other 2 food orders had not yet been completed, possibly due to slightly high pricing. A transaction rate of 90. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. 4 liters of water had exchanged for so much food and wood. Moreover, the cost of making the leaf cups was almost zero, and the spring water was flowing continuously. He immediately withdrew the 2 uncompleted orders and reposted them. This time the price was slightly lowered, 200 milliliters of water for 1 piece of bread or 5 pieces of wood. Then he placed another 20 orders, again 10 for food and 10 for wood. This time he used 4 liters of water. The water in the pool was consumed a bit, but the spring was continuously replenishing, so it wasn't a major issue. After placing the orders, he organized today's gains. Food reserves. Hard bread, originally 5 pieces, new 6 pieces, 11 pieces. Compressed biscuits, originally 2 pieces, new 4 pieces, 6 pieces. Smoked fish, 3 pieces. Grilled fish, 2 pieces, caught today, 1 piece eaten. Material reserves. Standard wood, originally 10 pieces, new 20 pieces, 30 pieces. Leaf cups, remaining 20, used 20. In just one day it's doubled. Cao Yang felt much more secure inside. With these food reserves, even if he couldn't catch fish during the storm, he could last over a week. 30 pieces of wood were enough for him to reinforce the shelter and even expand it. He carefully stored the new food in the storage cave. The wood was piled next to the shelter, covered with a waterproof cloth to prevent dew at night. Night had completely fallen. Cao Yang lay on the wool blanket, listening to the sound of the waves outside, calculating in his mind. Trading 810 liters of water daily could exchange for 2,030 pieces of wood or 1,015 pieces of bread. And he used no more than 5 liters of water daily for drinking, cooking, and minimal washing, while the spring could replenish over 50 liters, and net gain of more than 40 liters. This meant that as long as he wanted, he could infinitely expand the scale of his trading. However, there were 2 issues. One was that making leaf cups took time, and the other was that the trading hall might have a limit. Too much low-priced fresh water flooding the market could drive prices down. I need to control the pace, thought Cao Yang. Trading around 10 liters daily would allow him to accumulate supplies without attracting attention. He closed his eyes, planning for tomorrow's arrangements. Suddenly, the system notification sounds rang out in succession. The 2 reposted orders had completed transactions. He had exchanged for 2 pieces of bread and 3 pieces of wood. All 20 orders were completed. 4 liters of water exchanged for 8 pieces of bread, 4 pieces of compressed biscuits, 3 pieces of dried fish, and 23 pieces of wood. A windfall, Cao Yang murmured. But this was because he had a stable water source. For those struggling on arid islands, 200 milliliters of water could be a... The night grew deep. Cao Yang slept with a slight smile on his lips. Meanwhile, in the distance over the sea, that enormous shadow reappeared, slowly swimming towards the island under the moonlight. This time it seemed to be closer. In the morning, Cao Yang was awakened by the sound of the wind. It wasn't the gentle sea breeze of the past, but a low wailing howl. He got up and pushed open the wooden door. The sky was ominously dark. Heavy lead gray clouds hung low, almost touching the sea surface. The sunlight was completely blocked, and the entire island was shrouded in a gloomy darkness. The sea breeze intensified, whipping up sand and stones against the rocks, producing a crackling sound. The distant sea was no longer the clear azure of the past, but a murky dark green. The waves were twice as high as usual, crashing violently against the reefs. Further away, a wall of thick fog rolled and churned in the wind, as if something was awakening in the mist. It's coming. Cao Yang took a deep breath. The system countdown displayed that the storm was a day away, but judging by the weather, it was likely to come early. He immediately began to act. The first thing was to check the water pool. The spring was still flowing steadily, and the water pool was nearly full. He filled 10 liters in an iron bucket, 5 liters in a ceramic jar, and 5 liters in a plastic bottle, all stored in the cave. He also made 5 leaf cups, each holding 200 milliliters, and stored them as well. 15 liters of reserve water, that's enough. The second task was to reinforce the shelter. Cao Yang took out 33 pieces of standard wood. These were traded yesterday straight, and even much better than the driftwood he had previously collected. He first used the 10 thickest pieces to drive deep stakes into the ground around the shelter, hammering them into the crevices of the rocks, and then tied them with ropes to the existing pillars. Next, he laid an additional layer of wooden planks on the roof. He sawed the wood to the appropriate lengths and nailed them onto the where there weren't enough nails, he tied them with tree bark. After laying 2 layers of wooden planks on the roof, he covered the surface with a waterproof cloth, tightly binding the edges with ropes, and weighed it down with several cross beams. This way, even if it poured rain, it would be difficult for water to leak in. Reinforcing the walls was more labor-intensive. He used the remaining wood to add another layer outside the original wooden wall, forming a double-layer structure. The door was crucial. Although the original wooden door was sturdy, it was vulnerable to strong winds. Cao Yang added a diagonal brace outside the door, wedging it with stones. He also added 2 crossbolts on the inside, propping them with thick wooden sticks. By the time he finished, it was already noon. The sky had grown darker and the wind was stronger. Cao Yang stood in front of the reinforced shelter and pushed against the wall. Nothing moved. He kicked the door, which made a dull thud sound, very solid. It should hold up, but he still wasn't reassured. The storm was also accompanied by the sea monster landing, that enormous shadow from last night, if it truly came ashore. Cao Yang gripped the bone dagger tightly. He needed weapons, ranged weapons. Let's check the trading hall. Cao Yang opened the system and entered the trading market. He searched for ranged weapons or crossbow bow. There weren't many results, only 7 or 8 items. The prices were outrageous. Simple wooden bow, 1 exchange for 20 liters of fresh water or 3 iron tools. Too expensive. Damaged crossbow, 1 missing string, exchange for 10 kilograms of food. Incomplete, useless. Blow dart tube, 1 poison darts, 5, exchange for armor or medicine. Too niche. He searched for beast tendons, the key material for making crossbows. The results were even fewer, only 2, both at exorbitant prices. It seems everyone is preparing for the storm. Ranged weapons and materials have been snatched up. Cao Yang frowned. He needed to think differently. If he couldn't buy ready-made crossbows or beast tendons, could he buy other ranged weapons? Or buy blueprints to make them himself? He searched for blueprints, filtering for weapons. This time the results were a bit more. There were spear blueprints, sling blueprints, simple slingshot blueprints, and even flintlock pistol blueprints, but they were priced sky-high. Cao Yang's gaze stopped at the sling blueprint. Sling blueprint. Materials: leather, thick cloth strips, 2, rope, 1 meter, pebbles, several. Description: an ancient ranged weapon, needs practice, but has considerable power. Selling price: 1 liter of fresh water or 2 pieces of bread. The price was reasonable. Although a sling wasn't as precise as a crossbow, it had a long range, unlimited ammunition, stones, and didn't require scarce materials like beast tendons. That's the one. Cao Yang placed 1 liter of fresh water divided into 5 cups using leaf cups to exchange for the blueprint. The transaction was completed quickly. He immediately learned the blueprint. The making was simple: 2 leather or cloth strips about 1 meter long, connected in the middle with a rope to form a pouch. When in use, one end is slipped over a finger and the other is held in hand, placing a stone inside, rotating to gain speed before releasing. He had all the materials: cut cloth strips from old clothes, had leftover rope, and stones were everywhere by the sea. Half an hour later, a simple sling was completed. Cao Yang tried it out. Very unfamiliar, he had never played with this before. But the blueprint included basic usage techniques, and he practiced according to it. On the first try, the stone flew out, but the direction was off by 30 degrees. On the second try, the rotation was insufficient, and the stone only flew 5 or 6 meters. On the third and fourth tries. After practicing over 20 times, Cao Yang gradually found his rhythm. The power of the sling depended on the rotation speed and the weight of the stone. Using egg-sized pebbles, he could leave an imprint on a standing wooden post at a distance of about 20 meters. Cao Yang crafted more than 20 pebbles of suitable size as ammunition, packing them into a small cloth bag. After completing this, Cao Yang pondered for a moment and posted several trade offers: selling 200 milliliters of fresh water, need long-handled weapons, spears, halberds, etc. Or crafting blueprints: selling 200 milliliters of fresh water, need armor, helmets, chest plates, etc. Or crafting blueprints: selling 200 milliliters of fresh water, need trap materials, iron wire, rope, spikes, etc. He currently had no shortage of water, but he lacked defensive and offensive means. If he could exchange for a long-handled weapon, he could stab enemies outside the door from within. Having armor would increase his survival rate. Trap materials could be used to set up simple defenses around the shelter. After posting the offers, Cao Yang went to the seaside for one last search. The wind and waves grew stronger, but he still took the risk of circling around the rocky area. He found several wooden sticks washed up by the waves, one of which was quite straight, about 2 meters long with a natural fork at one end, perfect for converting into a simple spear. He also observed that the high tide line was at least half a meter higher than yesterday. The seawater had already flooded the previously dry beach area. At this rate, during the storm, the low-lying parts of the island might truly be submerged. Fortunately, the shelter is on high ground. Cao Yang returned to the shelter, sharpening one end of the stick with his dagger, and then hardened it with fire, crafting a simple spear. Although crude, it was 2 meters long, allowing him to stab through the door panel from inside. There was new information from the trading post. 2 out of the 3 offers he posted had been completed. The first offer exchanged 200 milliliters of water for a simple spear blueprint. He no longer needed the blueprint, but could keep it for future use. The second offer exchanged 200 milliliters of water for a bundle of damaged barbed wire about 3 meters long, and despite being rusty, the barbs were still intact. Cao Yang immediately wrapped it around the bottom of the outer wall of the shelter with the barbs facing outward. If a sea monster charged, it would first have to get past the barbed wire. The third offer was not exchanged, so he withdrew it. He used the remaining wire to set up several simple tripwires at the entrance of the shelter, 10 centimeters off the ground, tied at both ends to rocks, making noise if someone tripped over them. Rudimentary, but useful. After finishing these preparations, it was getting dark. The wind was growing stronger and raindrops began to fall, pattering against the waterproof cloth. Cao Yang returned to the shelter and bolted the door. He began organizing the last of his supplies. He adopted a strategy of dispersed storage just in case, keeping a portion of food and water in the system space, another portion in the storage cave, and tools and weapons inside the shelter. This way, even if the shelter was breached, he would still have reserves in the system space to make a comeback. Even if he couldn't use the system space, there would still be supplies in the storage cave, and even if the storage cave was discovered, he would have weapons and a day's supply on him. Multiple layers of insurance. The bedding was thick with wool blankets, and a layer of dried seaweed was placed underneath. At the entrance, he built a simple water dam with stones and wooden boards to prevent rainwater from flooding in. Everything was ready. Cao Yang sat in the shelter listening to the increasingly fierce wind outside. The sky was completely dark with no moonlight, and dark clouds obscured all the starlight. Suddenly, a system announcement sounded. Attention, all survivors, the first storm will officially arrive in 12 hours duration, 24 hours. Accompanied phenomena: strong winds, heavy rain, thunderstorms, rising sea levels. Special warning: sea monsters will land and attack during the storm. Survival tips: please stay inside sturdy shelters, stockpile enough supplies, and prepare weapons. Survivors who weather the storm will receive a system lottery chance. Wishing everyone good luck. The announcement repeated 3 times. The world chat exploded. It's over, it's over. I don't even have a roof. Who has a weapon to lend me? They'll trade all my belongings for it. I hear something crawling outside. So many legs. I dug a hole on the island. Can I survive by crawling in? System lottery. As long as I can survive, there's a reward. Cao Yang turned off the chat. He sat quietly listening to the wind with a sling in hand, the spear leaning against the wall, and a bone dagger tucked into his waist. 12 hours. He had made all the preparations he could. A fortified shelter, dispersed supplies, ranged and melee weapons, simple traps and alarms. The rest was up to fate. Suddenly, bang, bang. Something was banging on the door. Cao Yang tensed, instantly grabbing the spear and aiming it at the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The impact was forceful, causing the wooden door to tremble slightly. But the reinforced door remained sturdy, showing no signs of loosening. Outside, a hissing sound could be heard, as if something was rubbing against the rocks. Cao Yang held his breath, peering through the cracks in the door. Too dark to see anything. A few seconds later, the hissing sound faded away, lost in the wind. It was gone. But Cao Yang heard another sound. Crack. Crack. It was the sound of the barbed wire being brushed against. Then came a pained screech as something got pierced by the barbs, followed by the hurried sound of retreating footsteps. The barbed wire worked. Cao Yang sighed in relief, but he didn't dare to relax, leaning against the wall, keeping the spear close at hand, and closing his eyes to conserve energy. He needed to save his strength for the long 24 hours ahead. The night grew deep. The wind howled like a wailing ghost, and the waves crashed like thunder. The rain began to pour heavily, pattering against the roof like countless stones falling. The waterproof cloth shook violently in the wind, but it was secured tightly, showing no signs of loosening. In the distance, a huge shadow loomed in the waves. This time it did not sink into deep water, but slowly approached the shore. At 3 a.m, the storm officially arrived. It wasn't a gradual increase, but an instantaneous explosion. One moment it was just a raging wind and rain, the next it felt as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. Boom! The thunder roared overhead, shaking the entire island. The blinding light of lightning shone through the cracks in the door, illuminating the interior of the shelter in a ghastly white. Immediately after, the torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, crashing onto the waterproof cloth, creating a deafening whoosh sound. Cao Yang jolted awake. He gripped the spear tightly, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed on the entrance. The wind howled like a ghostly wail, and the sound of waves crashing on the shore turned into a continuous roar. He could feel the entire island trembling in the storm. Creak, creak. The wood of the shelter groaned, but the reinforcements were working. The structure remained solid, showing no signs of loosening. Cao Yang let out a small sigh of relief, but did not dare to lower his guard. He moved to the crack of the door, peering outside. He could see nothing. Only complete darkness, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the moment. The beach had been completely submerged by seawater, with waves crashing directly against the rocks 30 meters away from the shelter. The sea level has risen. Just then he heard it. Patter, patter. It was the sound of wet, heavy footsteps, not just one, but several, coming from the beach direction, getting closer. Cao Yang held his breath, his fingers tightening around the spear. Lightning lit up the sky once more. In that moment he saw clearly. 3 monsters. About half a person tall, with bodies resembling enlarged catfish, but with 4 short webbed feet. Their skin was dark green, covered in slime, glistening in the rain. Their heads were flat jaws stretching to the roots of their ears, revealing rows of fine sharp teeth. Their eyes were small but glowed with a crimson light. They were awkwardly climbing over the rocks, moving toward the shelter's direction. So this is the sea monster. Cao Yang's heart raced. But he forced himself to stay calm, his mind racing. 3 of them, half a person tall with 4 limbs, capable of moving on land. They were not fast and appeared clumsy. But those teeth. Being bitten would definitely be painful. Let's try ranged attacks first. He grabbed the sling and loaded a pebble. But it was too dark outside. He could only see during the brief moments of lightning. He needed to wait. Patter, patter. The footsteps drew even closer. Cao Yang heard the sound of the barbed wire being brushed against. Hiss. A pain screech. One sea monster stepped on the barbs of the wire, clumsily retreating, but the other 2 had already gone around and continued to approach. The tripwire had been triggered. The sound of clanging echoed loudly. He knew that the sea monster had arrived at the door. A loud bang. The first impact shook the wooden door, but it was reinforced very firmly. Bang, bang. The continuous strikes came from outside. The sea monster seemed furious, slamming its body against the door and clawing at the wooden planks, creating a scratching sound. Through the crack of the door, Cao Yang saw a scarlet eye pressed against the gap, peering in. Without hesitation, he grabbed his spear and thrust it out fiercely through the crack. With a piercing sound, the spear tip pierced into the soft flesh. A sharp shriek erupted from outside, and the eye quickly withdrew. Cao Yang retracted the spear, which was now smeared with dark green viscous liquid. Effective. But this enraged the sea monster outside. The impacts grew even more intense, with 3 monsters colliding against the door, causing it to shake violently. I can't let them break in. Cao Yang knew that no matter how sturdy the wooden door was, it couldn't withstand continuous impacts. He needed to take the initiative. He waited for the right moment. When lightning flashed again, he abruptly pulled open the latch and created a gap, pouring out a can of boiling water that he had prepared in advance. Boiled over a fire in an iron bucket, the hot water splashed onto the 3 sea monsters, eliciting a horrifying scream. They retreated in panic, rolling in the rain. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Yang rushed out of the shelter, his spear striking out like a venomous snake. Thud! The spear tip pierced the neck of the nearest sea monster. The sea monster struggled violently, but Cao Yang held the spear, tightly twisting it before pulling it out. Dark green blood gushed out as the sea monster collapsed, convulsing a few times before going still. At the moment the sea monster took its last breath, a black metal box suddenly appeared above its corpse, palms eyes entirely black, gleaming with a dull metallic luster. A black iron supply box. Cao Yang's heart skipped a beat, but there was no time to ponder because the other 2 sea monsters had already recovered from their pain, their scarlet eyes fixed on him, mouths wide open as they lunged. Cao Yang took a step back, sweeping his spear to fend off one. But another lunged from the side, and he couldn't defend in time, only able to block with his left arm. Crack. The handle of his bone dagger was caught by the sea monster's bite. Its sharp teeth sank deep into the wooden handle, but were blocked by the bone blade. Cao Yang let go of the spear with his right hand, drew out an iron axe from his waist, and swung it down onto the sea monster's head. With a piercing sound, the axe blade split the skull, and brain matter splattered everywhere. The sea monster crumpled to the ground. Above the corpse of the second sea monster, another black iron supply box appeared. Seeing its companion's tragic end, the last sea monster did not flee, but instead charged even more frantically. Cao Yang had just pulled out the axe and couldn't defend in time, so he rolled to the side. The sea monster missed its target, but quickly turned around to pounce again. Cao Yang half-knelt on the ground, grabbed a handful of sand, and hurled it at the sea monster's eyes. Hiss! The sea monster instinctively closed its eyes, momentarily stunned. Cao Yang seized the opportunity, swinging the iron axe with full force, striking its neck. The blow nearly severed its neck, and the sea monster collapsed, convulsing as it died. The third black iron box appeared. The battle came to an end. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Cao Yang was drenched, unable to tell whether it was rainwater or sweat. Panting heavily, he examined his wounds. His left arm had a cut from the sea monster's teeth. It wasn't deep, but it stung fiercely. I need to treat the wound first. I can get the boxes later. He quickly stored the 3 black iron boxes in the system space, then retreated back to the shelter and secured the door. Using a clean cloth torn from old clothes, he dabbed it in fresh water to clean the wound, then applied some salt for disinfection. The wound wasn't deep and should not become infected. After treating his wound, he finally had time to check the system notifications. You have killed a first-tier sea monster, shore-dwelling fish monster. You have obtained black iron supply box 1. You have killed a first-tier sea monster, shore-dwelling fish monster. You have obtained black iron supply box 1. You have killed a first-tier sea monster, shore-dwelling fish monster. You have obtained black iron supply box 1. First kill of an otherworldly creature. Achievement unlocked, Hunter. Reward combat skill weakness insight basic. A warm current surged into Cao Yang's eyes. He felt as though his vision had become sharper, allowing him to see more clearly the details and structures of objects. This was a practical skill, enabling him to discover enemies' weaknesses more quickly during combat. So killing creatures leads to dropping boxes. First tier corresponds to black iron, then the second tier is bronze. Cao Yang understood in his heart, thinking of that gigantic shadow, which was at least second tier or even third tier. He dared not think too much and dragged the 3 sea monster corpses away to a distance. The smell of blood might attract more creatures. He couldn't leave them at the door. Returning to the shelter, he closed the door again, but didn't rush to open the boxes. The storm was still ongoing. The white light from opening the boxes would be too conspicuous in the darkness and might attract other dangers. He sat in the dark listening to the wind and rain outside, digesting the information he had just obtained. The battle had consumed a lot of his stamina. He was left with only 61. He ate half a piece of bread, drank some water, and closed his eyes to rest. But he couldn't fall asleep. He hadn't noticed during the battle, but now that he was still, he recalled the gigantic shadow on the ocean. According to the announcement, sea monsters would come ashore during storms. Those 3 should be the first tier sea monsters, but that shadow was far larger than these 3. Could it be second tier or even higher? Cao Yang moved to the door crack and looked outside. The torrential rain fell heavily and the waves surged. But in the distance on the sea's surface, he saw that shadow. It was about 100 meters off the shore, half of its body exposed above the water. When lightning flashed, Cao Yang saw its outline clearly. It resembled a small mountain at least 20 meters long with bony spikes protruding from its back, while its head was submerged in the water, obscured from view. It floated quietly on the sea, seemingly observing. Observing what? The island? Or perhaps the battle just now? Cao Yang held his breath. If that thing came ashore, his shelter would be as fragile as paper. But he noticed that a faint halo seemed to hover above the shadow. Very faint, almost invisible in the downpour, but it indeed existed. Second tier, or higher. Cao Yang's heart tightened. He gripped his spear tightly, his other hand reaching for the sling. The shadow moved slowly in the water, as if hesitating. Its massive body rose and fell in the waves, each movement creating large splashes. But it ultimately did not come ashore. After lingering near the shore for about half an hour, the shadow slowly sank into the water and disappeared. Just as it completely submerged, Cao Yang seemed to see it glance back at the direction of the island, its gaze seemingly carrying some sort of scrutiny, evaluation. Cao Yang waited a long time until dawn broke, yet did not see it surface again. Has it left? He didn't know, but at least he was safe for the moment. Daylight came, but the sky remained overcast. The torrential rain had turned into a heavy downpour, and the wind was still strong. Through the door crack, Cao Yang saw the outside scene. The entire lowlying area of the island was submerged with the sea, only a few meters away from the shelter. The beach had completely disappeared, and only the tips of the reef area were visible. The area beyond the puddles was better as it was higher ground, but it was also filled with rainwater, with springs still gushing forth. The bodies of the 3 sea monsters had been swept away by the waves, leaving no trace. Only some dark green viscous liquid remaining on the iron wire net at the door, proof that last night was not a dream. Cao Yang checked the damage to the shelter. 3 leaks in the roof catching water with clay pots. A corner of the waterproof cloth on one outer wall was torn by the wind. The iron wire net outside was bent, but still usable, and the tripwires had been damaged and needed to be reset. Overall, the damage was not severe and was acceptable. He opened the system panel. The world chat was filled with wails, but there were also some different voices. I killed a sea monster. Dropped a black iron box. Unlocked an iron knife. Me too. Killed 3, got 3 black iron boxes. What a windfall. Sea monsters drop boxes. That's fantastic. I saw a huge shadow with a glow above its head. That must be second tier, right? Will it drop a bronze box? Sure enough, many people had discovered this mechanism. Cao Yang turned off the chat. He ate something and began to repair the shelter. The rain continued to fall, though it had lessened somewhat. The wind remained strong, and the waves roared fiercely. The cracks in the outer wall were patched up with wooden boards. The barbed wire was straightened again, and the tripwires were reset. By the time all this was done, it was already 10 in the morning. Cao Yang sat in the shelter, finally having time to examine the spoils from last night's battle. He took out 3 black iron boxes from the system space, lined them up in a row. Taking a deep breath, he opened the first box. A flash of white light appeared. Iron short sword. Description: a standard short sword approximately 40 centimeters long, suitable for close combat. Compressed biscuits 5. Description: high energy compressed biscuits. Canned fish 3. Description: sealed canned fish ready to eat. Practical supplies. The short sword was longer than the bone spike dagger, making it more suitable for frontal combat. The biscuits and canned food were both long-lasting supplies. In the second box, 5 liters of fresh water bottled. Description: 5 bottles of 1 liter pure water. Rope 10 meters. Description: sturdy hemp rope. Iron bucket 5 liters. Description: galvanized iron bucket, can hold water or other liquids. Water rope and containers are all essentials for survival. The iron bucket was just right to replenish the containers he had used in trades. He opened the third box with great anticipation. This time, instead of white light, a faint green light emerged. Convenient first aid kit green. Description: contains 3 bandages, 1 bottle of disinfectant, 2 packets of hemostatic powder, 6 painkillers, and 3 antibiotics. Items of green quality with a 20 increase in healing effects. Fish skin inner armor green. Description: made from some kind of tough fish skin, lightweight and breathable. It provides a degree of protection against piercing and tearing. Green quality armor defense aid. Water affinity 5. Unknown seeds 5. Description: seeds from an unknown plant. The specific type is unknown but can be attempted to grow. Cao Yang's eyes widened. 2 items of green quality. The medicines in the first aid kit were priceless on the deserted island. Disinfectant, hemostatic powder, antibiotics. These could save lives. Moreover, the 20 increase in healing effects made it even more precious. The fish skin inner armor was like a ray of hope. This inner armor was gray-green with a flexible yet sturdy texture and was very lightweight. He immediately took off his outer garments to try it on. It fit perfectly, as if custom-made. The inner armor covered his chest, back, and shoulders with reinforced protection on critical areas. After putting it on, he moved around a bit, barely feeling its weight, but his sense of security increased greatly. The system displayed Defense 8, Air, and Water Affinity 5. This meant he would be more agile in the water, and perhaps his breath-holding time would increase too. As for the 5 unknown seeds, their purpose was still unclear, but since they came from a green box, they were likely exceptional. Cao Yang quickly donned the fish skin inner armor, layering it with the leather vest outside for double protection. He carefully stored the first aid kit in the safest spot in the system space. 3 black iron boxes yielded so many good things, especially those 2 pieces of green equipment. Now he understood that the boxes dropped by killed monsters might be of higher quality than those found along the shore. Last night's perilous battle was worth it. At noon, the rain intensified again. Cao Yang had a simple meal and continued to guard behind the door. He dared not sleep, merely closing his eyes to rest. At 3 in the afternoon, the second attack came. This time there was only one sea monster. Smaller than the one from last night, it moved more clumsily. It collided with the barbed wire and was pricked by the spikes, crying out in distress as it fled. Cao Yang did not pursue. He needed to conserve his strength. In the evening the rain lessened, but the wind remained fierce. Cao Yang took a risk and opened the door to take a look. The seawater had risen again, now only 10 meters from the shelter. If it continues to rise, he had to prepare for the worst. He transferred all the important supplies, tools, remaining food from the storage cave into the system space. He would only carry weapons and a day's worth of food. If the seawater flooded the shelter, he would have to retreat to higher ground. The highest point on the island was the top of a rocky hill, which would not be submerged, but there was no shelter there. I hope it doesn't come to that. Night fell. The second night would be the real test. But this time Cao Yang had the double protection of the fish skin inner armor and leather vest, the iron short sword, the first aid kit supplies, and the newly acquired weakness insight skill. He gazed at the darkening sky outside the door, gripping the short sword tightly. The rewards from the 3 black iron boxes, especially the 2 pieces of green equipment, gave him a new understanding of hunting. The risks were high, but the rewards were also significant. Outside the door the wind and rain continued. But this time he not only wanted to survive. If he could kill a few more sea monsters and gain more boxes, especially if that second-tier shadow really dropped a bronze box, what would be inside? This thought flashed through Cao Yang's mind, but was quickly suppressed. Greed could lead to death. He needed to focus on surviving the night first. At night, Cao Yang hardly closed his eyes. He leaned against the wall, holding the short sword in one hand and resting the other on the slingshot, his eyes fixed on the crack of the door in the darkness. The fish skin inner armor fit snugly, while the leather vest on top provided a sense of security. The sound of rain diminished, but the wind remained wild. The roar of the waves crashing against the shore became a continuous background noise. Cao Yang could hear the seawater rising again, the sound of rushing water growing closer to the shelter. If it reaches the door. He prepared for the worst. His backpack contained a day's worth of food and water, while all important supplies were in the system space. Once the seawater came in, he would immediately retreat to the rocky hilltop. At 1 in the morning the attack came. There were only 2 of them. Smaller than the one from last night, their movements were more cautious. Cao Yang peered through the crack in the door and saw their crimson eyes glimmering in the darkness. They did not charge directly at the door, but circled around the shelter, seemingly assessing the situation. Are they intelligent, or just instinctively cautious? Cao Yang remained still, waiting for the right moment. One sea monster tentatively bumped against the door. With a dull thud, it was not heavy. The other one lingered outside. Cao Yang did not immediately counterattack. He was waiting for them to let their guard down. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the 2 sea monsters, seeing that there was no movement, began to grow bolder. One clawed at the door, making a piercing sound. The other tried to find a gap from the side. Now was the time. Cao Yang suddenly pushed open the door, the slingshot loaded with stones instantly spinning and accelerating, cutting through the darkness with a whistling wind. Whoosh! The stone accurately hit the left eye of the nearest sea monster. Screech! A piercing wail erupted. The sea monster clutched its eye, retreating frantically as dark green blood oozed from its fingers. Cao Yang gave it no time to react. He drew his short sword and charged forward. With the effect of the weakness insight skill, he clearly saw a slightly pulsing dark spot on the sea monster's neck. That was its artery. PFF. The short sword stabbed precisely into the dark spot, deepened, twisted, and withdrew. The sea monster collapsed on the ground, convulsed twice, and lay still. A black iron box appeared above the corpse. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The other sea monster, seeing this, surprisingly did not attack, but turned to flee. It dashed towards the sea with astonishing speed, diving into the turbulent waves, disappearing from sight. Cao Yang was momentarily stunned. It ran away, He had thought that all sea monsters were fearless, but this one knew to escape. The system notification chime rang on time. The first storm has ended. Duration, 24 hours. Number of survivors, 5123456789. Congratulations on successfully passing the first survival test. Reward system lottery chances 1. System updating. Update completed. New features. Island upgrade system expand the island area, improve terrain, generate resources upon meeting conditions. Personal attribute panel 5 basic attributes, strength, defense, constitution, speed, spirit. Power level classification, all survivors start at the first level can be promoted to the next level when total attribute value meets the standard. High quality food can slightly enhance attributes. High level food refers to food produced by organisms of a certain rank. Cao Yang immediately checked his attribute panel. Name Cao Yang. Power level first level. Strength 8 effects physical attack and carrying capacity. Defense 7 effects damage reduction. Constitution 8 effects stamina and recovery. The attribute limit is 10 and it can only be exceeded by consuming high-level food from organisms of a certain rank or through special means. So ordinary people's attributes can exceed 10. Cao Yang realized. His current attributes are all below 10, with spirit at 9 being the highest, still not reaching the ordinary human limit. It's a pity I threw away the corpses of the sea monsters I killed before. Cao Yang felt a bit regretful. He was previously worried that the bloody scent would attract more danger, and since he had no means to preserve them, he processed the corpses quickly each time, never considering eating the meat. I must obtain high-level food, otherwise my attributes will never break through. Next comes the lottery. A virtual spinning wheel appeared before him, divided into several segments, each with an image, ships, weapons, tools, blueprints, resources, skill books. Lottery draw. The wheel began to spin faster and faster, then gradually slowed down. The pointer finally stopped at an image of a sailboat. Acquired small sailboat, blueprint green. A green glowing blueprint landed in Cao Yang's hand. Small sailboat, blueprint green. Materials standard wood 50, rope 30 meters, waterproof canvas 10 square meters, iron nails 30, complete set of tools. Description: a small sailboat that can accommodate 23 people, equipped with a simple sail, fast sailing speed, and good navigability. Green quality blueprint: the constructed sailboats, durability 20, speed 10. Construction time 7 days, single person. A sailboat. Cao Yang's heart raced. With a boat he could truly explore this sea area, reach other islands, delve into sunken ships, and even attempt to cross the misty wall. But the material requirements are also high: 50 pieces of wood, and he currently only has 28 plus some obtained from killing sea monsters last night. 30 meters of rope. He has 10 meters, still short by 20 meters. He has some waterproof canvas, but only a few square meters, which is insufficient. He has 9 iron nails, lacking 21. He has a complete set of tools. I need to gather materials. But he wasn't in a hurry. The storm had just passed, and the most important thing now was to rest and assess the damage. Cao Yang stepped out of the shelter to check the state of the island. It was a mess. Low-lying areas were completely flooded, and the water was slowly receding, revealing the soft sand soaked by seawater. The beach was piled with a large amount of seaweed, rotten wood, broken shells, and even some fish corpses. The rocky area was washed clean, but several large rocks had been displaced by the waves. The water pools over there were fine. The spring was still gushing. The pools were full, and excess water flowed down the rock crevices, forming a small waterfall. Damage to the shelter: 3 leaks in the roof. A waterproof cloth on one outer wall was damaged. The barbed wire outside was askew, and all the tripwires were destroyed. But the main structure was intact. The reinforcement measures had worked. Cao Yang began the repair work. He used the remaining wood to patch the roof first. The leaking spots were covered with wooden boards, and a layer of waterproof cloth was placed over them. The damaged areas of the outer wall were treated similarly. The barbed wire was straightened again, and the tripwires were not dealt with for now. Since the storm had passed, sea monsters should not come again. After repairing the shelter, he began to clean the beach. He picked up useful items: several intact driftwood pieces, some seaweed washed ashore, which could be eaten when dried, several complete shells, which could serve as containers, and a black iron supply box. The box was stuck in a crack in the rocks, entangled with seaweed. Cao Yang struggled a bit to pull it out. Black iron supply box. Pressing the latch, the lid popped open, and a white light flashed. 3 items. Standard wood 10 units. Description: processed standard wood, each about 2 meters long. Fruit can 5. Description: sealed fruit cans containing mixed fruits can be eaten directly. Cloth 5 units. Description: ordinary cotton cloth can be used to make clothing, bandages, or other items. Cao Yang's eyes brightened. The 10 pieces of wood brought him one step closer to building the sailboat. The fruit cans were a rare source of vitamins which could improve his diet. 5 units of cloth were even more practical. Can be used to make replacement clothing, bandages, or even sails for the sailboat. Opening this box was a stroke of luck. He stored the supplies and continued to clean the beach. He found some more useful items: several pieces of driftwood washed ashore, though not as good as standard wood. They could still be used, some complete pottery shards which could serve as plates, and even a rusty fish hook. After cleaning the beach, Cao Yang started a campfire and brewed a pot of fish soup with the newly obtained iron pot. He opened a fruit can as a side dish. The sweet syrupy canned fruit was simply a luxury on the deserted island. Full and satisfied, he began to plan his next steps. He opened island management. Wanfeng Island. Cao Yang. Level 0 initial. Area 100 square meters. Terrain mainly rocks with a small freshwater spring. Exploration degree 100 island exploration completed. First level marine creatures, killed 45. Upgrade conditions exploration degree 100 kill 5 first level marine creatures. Upgrade effect island area expanded to 200 square meters randomly generate a basic resource. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. He had long completed the exploration degree of 100. The island was only this big, and he had walked through every corner. The kill count of 45 meant he just needed to kill one more first level sea monster. If I kill one more I can upgrade the island. This means my living space will double, and I can randomly generate a resource. If it's wood there will be a stable source of wood, if it's a mine there will be stones or metals, if it's a fishing ground the food issue will be resolved. I must kill one more as soon as possible. But he wasn't in a rush to go right now. The storm had just passed, he needed to regain his strength and prepare thoroughly. He opened the world chat which was buzzing with discussion. My attributes are Strength 7, a Defense 6, Constitution 7, Speed 6, Spirit 8, total value 34. I killed a sea monster, ate its meat, and my strength went from 6 to 6. 3. Attribute limit is 10. How hard is it to reach the intermediate level of the first stage? To promote to the second stage requires a total value of 100. An average of 20 per attribute. How much high-level food do you have to eat? Is first-level sea monster meat considered high-level food? It counts. I ate first-level sea monster meat, and my strength went from 7 to 7. 5. Breaking. The conditions for upgrading the island are so tough, it requires exploration degree 100 and killing 5 sea monsters. I only have a 30 exploration degree, and there's a forest on the island that I'm afraid to enter. Cao Yang closed the chat. It seems everyone's attributes are similar between 30-40. At 39, he was considered average having gone through multiple battles. But others had already started eating sea monster meat to enhance their attributes while he had not. I need to start as soon as possible. But the problem is he currently has no sea monster meat on hand. He discarded all of it earlier and can only buy it at the trading post. He opened the trading post and searched for first-tier sea monster meat. The results were few and the prices were astonishingly high. First-tier sea monster meat 0. 5 kilograms exchanged for 15 liters of freshwater. First-tier sea monster meat 1 kilogram exchanged for iron weapons or quality tools. First-tier sea monster entrails 1 set exchanged for medicinal items or 20 liters of freshwater. Cao Yang frowned. Although he did not lack freshwater at the moment, exchanging 15 liters of water for 0. 5 kilograms of meat was too expensive. Moreover, he needed a long-term and stable source of sea monster meat, not just occasional trades. I must hunt for it myself. He posted a trading order selling 200 milliliters of freshwater request first tier, sea monster meat 50 grams, or standard, wood 2 selling canned fruit 1 request first tier sea monster meat 100 grams, or special materials selling fabric 1 unit request rope 2 meters, or iron nails 3. He deliberately set the price of the meat very low. 50 grams of meat for 200 milliliters of water, which was half the market price. But what if someone urgently needed water? After waiting for half an hour, only the trades for wood ropes and iron nails were completed, and no one took the meat order. It seemed that everyone was not foolish and understood the value of meat. Cao Yang thought for a moment and posted another order selling 1 liter of freshwater request first tier sea monster meat 200 grams note leaf cup can be consumed immediately. This time it was quickly completed. It seemed that someone urgently needed a large amount of freshwater and was willing to exchange it for meat. Cao Yang received 200 grams of sea monster meat, and the system displayed first tier sea monster meat ordinary description meat from the first tier sea monster shorewalker fish monster. Consuming it can slightly enhance attributes. Let's try it first. Cao Yang cut off a small piece and pan-fried it in an iron pot. The meat was tough and fishy, but after eating it a faint warmth surged throughout his body. First-time consumption of first-tier sea monster meat strength 0. 3. Constitution 0. 3. Current attributes strength 8. 3. Constitution 8. 3. Total value 39. 6. It increased by 0. 6. Cao Yang was pleasantly surprised. Was the effect better for the first-time consumption? Or was this piece of meat of high quality? Regardless, this was a good start. If every 200 grams of meat could increase attributes by 0. 6, then 1 kilogram could increase 3 points and 10 kilograms could increase 30 points. Advancing to the second tier did not seem so far-fetched. But the problem arose: he needed a large amount of sea monster meat either by hunting it himself or buying it at a high price. I must hunt for it myself. He checked the island's upgrade conditions. Kills 45. Killing one more would not only upgrade the island but also yield 23 kilograms of meat, which could enhance attributes by 69 points after consumption. A twofold gain. But how to kill? Sea monsters usually do not come ashore. Yang said to attract them with the smell of blood. Cao Yang held a short sword and went to the seaside. He caught a fish, slaughtered it on the spot, and sprinkled the blood and entrails on the rocky area. The strong smell of blood wafted in the sea breeze. He retreated to a distance, hiding behind the rocks, gripping the short sword, and waited quietly. An hour passed, only a few small fish were drawn in, and no sea monsters appeared. It seems not every time is effective. Cao Yang was a bit disappointed. He cleaned up the blood and returned to the shelter. In the afternoon, he continued to gather materials. He completed several trades for freshwater, exchanging for some wood ropes and iron nails. By evening, he had wood 44 rope, 14 meters, iron nails, 15 fabric 4 units, and 150 grams of first-tier sea monster meat remaining. He was still a bit away from building a sailing boat, but progress was rapid. In the evening, he cooked dinner and opened a can of fruit. After the meal, he checked the system messages. There was a private message. Brother, do you still have that flowerbed scroll? I can exchange it for 5 kilograms of first-tier sea monster meat. I hunted it myself, guaranteed fresh. It's the same Young as before. Cao Yang thought for a moment and replied, I won't trade the scroll. But if you have effective methods for attracting sea monsters, I'm willing to exchange information for freshwater. The other party quickly replied, you really won't trade the scroll. I'll offer 2 kilograms of meat. No trade. The flowerbed scroll is useful to me. Alright, I do have some information. Besides using the smell of blood, sea monsters are more active on full moon nights and are easier to lure to shore. Full moon night. When is that? The system has a calendar function. I check it yourself. The next full moon is in 5 days. How much is that information worth? 500 milliliters of water. Not too expensive, right? 200 milliliters. 300 milliliters. Deal. Deal. Cao Yang exchanged 300 milliliters of water for this piece of information. He opened the system calendar, and sure enough, the next full moon was in 5 days. In 5 days. Just in time to prepare. He rejected the proposal to exchange the flowerbed scroll for meat. That scroll was of green quality, capable of directly generating 9 square meters of fertile soil, an invaluable treasure for his stone island. Once he found seeds later, he could open up a planting area for self-sufficiency in food. In contrast, while 5 kilograms of meat could temporarily enhance attributes, it was not cost-effective in the long run. Night fell. Cao Yang lay in the repaired shelter listening to the peaceful sound of the waves outside. On the full moon night in 5 days, he would attempt to actively hunt sea monsters. As long as he killed one more, the island could level up and attributes could be significantly enhanced through consuming meat. In the distance, the sea surface glowed under the moonlight. That huge shadow had not appeared, but Cao Yang knew it was still somewhere in the deep sea. One day he would become strong enough not to fear it anymore. And now he needed to take the first step. Upgrade the island, break through the attribute ceiling, and truly step into the threshold of the extraordinary. As for the 100 total points needed to advance to the second tier, that was a long-term goal. But at least he had a direction. On the first day after the storm, Cao Yang got up early. He first checked the water puddles. The spring water was still gushing steadily, and after a night of accumulation, the puddles were full again. He filled 10 liters in an iron barrel, 5 liters in a clay pot, 5 liters in a plastic bottle, and made 20 leaf cups, each holding 200 milliliters. In total, he had 20 liters of stored water, enough for trading and personal use. Then he opened the trading post and posted today's trading orders, selling 200 milliliters of freshwater. Request standard, wood 1 or rope 0. 5 meters or iron nails 2 note leaf cup can be consumed immediately. The price had dropped by half compared to before the storm. Back then, it was wood 2 exchange for 200 milliliters of water, and now only 1 was needed. This is market law. After the storm, many people's freshwater crisis was temporarily alleviated, but there were still many who needed to replenish their reserves. Cao Yang did not care about the drop in unit price. He now had a stable water source operating on thin margins for high sales, with the focus on quickly accumulating materials. Sure enough, the 20 freshwater orders were quickly completed with 18 transactions finalized. He exchanged for wood 12 or rope 6 meters and iron nails 16. Not bad. Cao Yang was very satisfied. He traded 4 liters of water for these materials, while his spring could produce at least 50 liters a day, making a net profit. He continued posting orders, this time posting 30. While posting, he began his construction work for the day. The first task, build a simple lookout tower. Although the shelter had been reinforced, the view was limited. Cao Yang wanted to build a platform on the nearby high ground to observe the entire island and the sea. He chose a large rock on the east side of the shelter, which had the highest terrain and the best view. Using 10 of the thickest logs, he constructed a 4-meter-high frame. The bottom 4 pillars were deeply embedded in the rock crevices, reinforced in the middle with crossbeams, and the top was covered with wooden boards to create a 12-meter platform. Climbing up to test it, it was very stable. From here he could see the entire island's layout, even the thick fog wall on the distant sea. If sea monsters came to attack on the full moon night, this would be the best observation point. Cao Yang placed a few stones as seats on the platform and made a simple railing with ropes to prevent falling asleep and tumbling down. With the lookout tower built, it was already noon. Cao Yang had a simple meal and began the second task, setting traps. There were 2 main paths from the seaside to the shelter. One was the gentle slope on the east side, and the other was the small path on the north side that went around the rocks. Cao Yang dug 6 traps on these 2 paths. While they were called traps, they were quite simple, digging a pit half a meter deep on the main path, inserting sharpened wooden spikes at the bottom, and covering it with thin branches, dry grass, and sand for camouflage. If someone or an animal stepped on it, they would fall in and be injured by the wooden spikes. The traps were not lethal, but could serve as warnings and delay tactics. Cao Yang made marks beside each trap that only he could understand to avoid falling into them himself. After setting the traps, he went to inspect the seaside in the afternoon. Paddling slowly along the island on a wooden raft, he carefully searched through the debris brought by the storm. In a wind-sheltered rocky bay, he discovered a black iron box half buried in the sand. He dragged it up and opened it. 20 iron nails, 3 packs of dried fish blueprint for a simple fishing net, just what I need. The iron nails are necessary for shipbuilding. The dried fish can be preserved long-term, and the fishing net blueprint can replace his tattered net. Continuing his patrol, he found another box stuck in a crevice in the rocky area on the west side. This box was smaller, but the metal edging was shinier. Black iron supply box special. Opening it revealed telescope monocular description, a brass monocular telescope with about 5x magnification and clear visibility. Oil lamp description, an oil lamp with a glass cover using animal fat or vegetable oil, windproof and waterproof canvas, 3 square meters. Description, thick waterproof canvas suitable for making sails or tents. A telescope. Cao Yang felt a thrill in his heart. This item would be incredibly useful at sea. He immediately tested it. The view was clear, allowing him to see details of the sea surface several kilometers away. The oil lamp was also practical, providing more convenient illumination than a torch at night. The canvas was a much-needed material for shipbuilding. After opening the 2 boxes, his haul was quite bountiful. In the evening, Cao Yang returned to the shelter and counted his materials. Wood 50, just enough for shipbuilding. Rope 20 meters, still 10 meters short. Iron nails 40, 10 extra. Canvas 8 square meters, 5 units of fabric 3 square meters, just acquired, almost enough for a sail. The materials are all set, just 10 meters of rope short. Cao Yang calculated. However, he did not plan to build the ship just yet. He would wait until the island upgraded. The newly generated resources might be useful. After dinner, he used the newly acquired fishing net blueprint to make a simple fishing net. The blueprint required rope, 5 meters, floats, 3 using wooden blocks as substitutes, sinkers, 3 using stones as substitutes. After finishing, he tried it out and found it much better than his previous tattered net. The next day, Cao Yang continued trading fresh water. Today's price had dropped slightly. 200 milliliters of water could only be exchanged for 0.8 pieces of wood or 0.4 meters of rope. Yet he was still selling well. Many people realized the long-term value of fresh water and began hoarding it. Cao Yang made 40 trades, all of which were successful. He exchanged them for wood 20, a rope 12 meters, iron nails 8. Now he had 32 meters of rope, exceeding his needs. In the afternoon, he attempted to fish. Using the traded materials, he crafted a simple fishing rod, a flexible thin wooden stick as the rod, fishing line made from thin rope taken from a thick rope, the fish hook sharpened from a rusty one, afloat made from a small piece of wood, and sinkers made from small stones. The bait was sea sandworms, dug up during low tide on the beach. He paddled his raft about 100 meters offshore and dropped the line. The seawater was clear, allowing him to see fish swimming nearby. Waiting was a long process. However, Cao Yang was not anxious. He enjoyed the tranquility. The sea surface was exceptionally calm after the storm, bathed in warm sunlight and gentle sea breezes. Half an hour later, the float suddenly sank. Cao Yang immediately lifted the rod, feeling a heavy tug. He carefully reeled in a large silver fish, at least 2 kilograms. Goodness! He struggled to drag the fish onto the raft. The fish was still thrashing, so he knocked it out with a stick and placed it in the bucket. By the end of the afternoon, he had caught 3 fish, the largest weighing 3 kilograms. The catch far exceeded that of fishing with a spear. On the third day, Cao Yang continued trading, patrolling, and fishing. Today, during his patrol, he specifically observed the location of the glowing mushroom cave, located in the west rocky area, only visible during the lowest tide. He noted the time and planned to explore it in a couple of days. While fishing, he tried using fish meat as bait and surprisingly caught a colorful fish he had never seen before. The system showed colorful scales. Fish, common description, delicious meat, consuming it slightly restores stamina. Does it have special effects? Cao Yang cooked the fish that night, and after eating he indeed felt a bit of fatigue alleviated, and his stamina recovery speed seemed to have increased. On the 4th day, Cao Yang began preparing for tomorrow night's full moon. He checked all his weapons. The short sword was sharpened, the sling's rope was replaced with a new one, and the spearhead was rehardened. He also used the remaining fabric to make several strips, intending to use them for bandaging wounds. Traps were rechecked and wooden spikes sharpened. The railing on the lookout tower was reinforced. A few torches were also prepared, wrapped in fabric around wooden sticks, and soaked in fish oil rendered from the fat of a large fish. They would burn for a long time. In the evening, Cao Yang took one last patrol on the wooden raft. This time he paddled a bit farther, about 500 meters from the island, observing with the telescope. The sea surface was calm with no anomalies. However, when he looked towards the sunken ship, he suddenly saw some movement there. Several dark shapes were swimming near the wreck, larger than first-tier sea monsters with tall dorsal fins. They circled around the sunken ship, seemingly guarding it. Second-tier sea monsters. Cao Yang couldn't be sure, but his instincts told him to stay away. He noted the location and quietly paddled back to the island. On the 5th day, the eve of the full moon, Cao Yang hardly did anything else, focusing solely on resting. He ate some good food, canned fish, canned fruit, and he fried the last piece of sea monster meat, 150 grams, increasing his attributes by 0.3 points in Constitution. Now his attributes were Strength 8, 3 Defense 7, Constitution 8, 6 Speed 7, Spirit 9, totaling 39. 9. Just 0.1 away from 40. Cao Yang chuckled and shook his head. That 1 point might just mean eating a few more bites, but the system was quite particular about it. In the afternoon, he carefully planned the hunting strategy for tomorrow night location, choosing the gentle slope on the east side. The terrain here is open, making it convenient for observation and combat, and it is close to the shelter, allowing for a quick retreat in case of danger. Bait: using a large fish caught today, he would slaughter it and spread its blood and entrails along the beach. Sea monsters are active during the full moon, and this should attract them. Weapon arrangement: the short sword for main attacks, the sling for remote harassment, and the spear as a backup. Traps would be set around the bait. The sea monsters attracted by the smell of blood would likely trigger the traps. Retreat route: from the combat location back to the shelter, there are 3 traps along the way, and he had memorized their locations. If they couldn't win, he would retreat while using the traps to slow down the enemy. Observation point: observing from the lookout tower, confirming that only 1 sea monster was descending. If 2 or more came, he would abandon the plan and wait for the next opportunity. Everything was ready. In the evening, Cao Yang sat on the lookout tower watching the sun sink into the sea. In 5 days, he had gathered enough materials for shipbuilding, built a lookout tower, set traps, acquired a telescope, oil lamp, fishing net, fishing rod, and caught plenty of fish. With sufficient supplies and thorough preparations, he was now just waiting for tomorrow night. The full moon night, the hunting moment. Cao Yang descended from the lookout tower and returned to the shelter. He refilled the oil in the oil lamp and lit it. The warm yellow light filled the space, steadier than a campfire and brighter than a torch. With this, I can work at night too. He sat beside the oil lamp, slowly sharpening the short sword with a whetstone. The blade reflected a cold light under the lamp. Tomorrow night, this sword would taste blood. Not for defense, not for forced retaliation, but for proactive planned hunting. Outside the window, the moon was approaching fullness. Tomorrow night, it would be the roundest and brightest. And beneath the sea surface, those monsters would be most active. As evening fell, the system notification echoed in the minds of all survivors. Special event night of the full moon, duration midnight to 4 a.m. Event effect: marine life activity increased by 300. Aggression: heightened probability of special monsters appearing increased. Reminder: killing monsters appearing during the night of the full moon will yield a 50 increase in loot quality. Cao Yang stood on the observation deck, watching as the sky gradually darkened. On the eastern sea, a full moon slowly rose, enormous, round, and tinged with an eerie dark red. Blood moon. This was no ordinary moon. Moonlight spilled over the sea, tinting the water a faint blood color. The entire island was shrouded in a dark red halo, creating an oppressive and eerie atmosphere. Cao Yang took a deep breath and checked his equipment: fish skin inner armor snug against his body, leather vest on the outside, a short sword and a bone dagger hanging at his waist. A sling hung from his shoulder, and a spear leaned against the wall. An oil lamp was lit on the observation deck, providing illumination. A telescope hung from his chest. The traps had been checked, and the wooden spikes were sharpened. The bait was also ready. A 3-kilogram fish, its blood and entrails stored in a ceramic jar, ready to be scattered at any moment. Time passed second by second. At midnight, the system notification rang out again. The night of the full moon has officially begun. Almost simultaneously, Cao Yang heard a sound. Pat, pat. Wet footsteps approached from the sea. Not just 1 but 3. Cao Yang raised the telescope and looked toward the shore. Under the moonlight, 3 sea monsters crawled out from the water. They were similar to the shore-walking fish monsters he had seen before, but larger. The largest one was nearly a person's height, its skin not dark green, but deep brown, marked with rock-like patterns. Its limbs were more robust, and its claws bore sharp, backward-facing hooks. The other 2 were slightly smaller, but still half a person's height, stronger than ordinary sea monsters. Cao Yang's gaze locked onto the largest one. The system displayed rock-armored fish monster, Tier 1 elite. Description: an elite individual among Tier 1 sea monsters, skin as hard as rock, powerful and highly aggressive. Elite monster. Cao Yang's heart raced. No wonder the system said the probability of special monsters appearing had increased. This must be the special monster. After the 3 sea monsters crawled ashore, they did not immediately rush toward the scent of blood. They wandered on the beach, seemingly waiting for something. Cao Yang waited patiently. He needed them to enter the preset battle zone, a gentle slope on the eastern side where traps were set and the terrain was open for combat. A few minutes later, the elite fish monster appeared to grow impatient. It let out a low growl and led the way toward the scent of blood, with the other 2 following closely behind. Good. Cao Yang descended from the observation deck, stealthily maneuvering around to the side of the preset battle zone, hiding behind a large rock. From here, he could see the entire battlefield and had an escape route. The 3 sea monsters reached the gentle slope. The scent of blood was strongest here. Cao Yang had scattered the fish blood and entrails in this area. The elite fish monster stopped and warily scanned its surroundings. Its crimson eyes looked particularly eerie under the moonlight. Cao Yang held his breath. The elite fish monster seemed unaware of anything amiss, lowering its head to sniff the blood on the ground. The other 2 also came closer. Now's the time. Cao Yang suddenly charged out from behind the rock, the sling in his hand already spun to its limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pebbles were shot in quick succession, aiming not at the elite, but at the eyes of the 2 ordinary fish monsters. Hiss, hiss. 2 cries of pain. The two ordinary fish monsters clutched their eyes and retreated, one of them stepping into a trap. Splash. It fell into a pit, the wooden spikes piercing its foot, emitting a dreadful scream. The elite fish monster instantly turned around, its crimson eyes fixed on Cao Yang. It did not charge immediately, but let out a low growl, seemingly assessing its opponent. Cao Yang wasted no time, drawing his short sword and charging toward the ordinary fish monster that had not hit the trap. First, eliminate the minion. The ordinary fish monster, injured and slow to react, found itself targeted directly as Cao Yang's short sword pierced its neck, hitting the artery with precision under the effect of weakness insight. Puff! Dark green blood gushed forth. The fish monster collapsed and a black iron box appeared. But Cao Yang had no time to collect the box as the elite fish monster was already upon him. So fast. Cao Yang rolled to the side. The elite fish monster's sharp claws grazed his leather vest with a screeching sound. That was close. If not for the vest, that claw would have torn through flesh. Cao Yang got up, his short sword held horizontally in front of him. The elite fish monster also turned, facing him as they stood off against one another. Under the moonlight, the elite fish monster's deep brown skin glistened like rock. It did not attack immediately, but slowly moved, searching for weaknesses. Cao Yang knew he couldn't delay. The other fish monster that fell into the trap was still alive, though injured, and could crawl out at any moment. He had to resolve this quickly. He pretended to show a flaw, stepping back as if stumbling, his body swaying slightly. The elite fish monster took the bait, lunging forward. But Cao Yang was waiting for this moment. He stabilized himself, instantly advancing instead of retreating, thrusting the short sword upward, targeting the soft flesh beneath the fish monster's jaw. PFF. The short sword pierced, but only went in an inch before it got stuck. The fish monster's jaw also had hard protection. The elite fish monster, in pain, swiped a claw. Cao Yang couldn't withdraw the sword in time and had to block with his left arm. Bang! The fish skin inner armor absorbed most of the force, but Cao Yang still felt a sharp pain in his arm, and he was knocked back 2 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Cao Yang coughed out a mouthful of blood. His left arm was likely fractured, but he could still move. The elite fish monster was also in bad shape, its jaw injured and dark green blood continually dripping. It roared in anger and lunged again. Cao Yang had no time to get up and could only roll to dodge. The fish monster's claws carved deep grooves in the ground. The trap. I have to lead it to the trap. Cao Yang gritted his teeth and got up, running toward the direction of the second preset trap. The elite fish monster pursued closely. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter to the trap. Cao Yang leaped, suddenly jumping over the trap area. The elite fish monster, unaware of the trap, charged straight in. Splash. It fell into the pit. But the pit was not deep enough, as most of the elite fish monster's body was still exposed, and it struggled wildly trying to climb out. Cao Yang knew the opportunity was fleeting. He grabbed the spear on the ground with all his strength, aiming for the fish monster's neck, where the spine connected its weak point. Die! The spear pierced. The elite fish monster's body stiffened, then convulsed violently. Dark green blood poured from its mouth and nose, gradually becoming motionless. A black iron box appeared, but it was not an ordinary black iron box, rather a special box glowing with a dark golden sheen. Black iron supply box elite. Cao Yang collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. His left arm throbbed with pain, and he was drenched in sweat. He looked toward the other trap. The fish monster was already dead and had dropped a normal black iron box. The battle was over. All 3 sea monsters were exterminated. Cao Yang rested for a few minutes, struggling to get up. First, he needed to tend to his wounds. His left arm was indeed fractured, but it wasn't severe. He fashioned a makeshift splint using fabric and bandaged it with the supplies from his first aid kit. Then he collected the boxes. The 2 ordinary black iron boxes were stored in the system space first. He held the elite box in his hands, which felt heavy, its texture clearly different. He did not open it immediately. First, he had to deal with the corpses. 3 sea monsters, especially the elite fish monster. The meat couldn't go to waste. He suppressed his nausea and began to cut with the short sword. Each ordinary fish monster had about 3 kilograms of meat, while the elite fish monster had 5 kilograms, totaling 11 kilograms of meat. All of it was stored in the system space. The corpses were dragged away and thrown into the sea. The blood was covered with sand. By the time all this was done, it was already 2 in the morning. Cao Yang returned to the shelter and secured the door. He first fried a piece of elite fish monster meat, wanting to see the effect. The meat was a deep brown color with tight marbling, and once cooked it emitted an aroma similar to beef. Cao Yang took a bite, feeling a warm current far stronger than ordinary sea monster meat. Consuming Tier 1 elite sea monster meat. Strength 0. 8. Constitution 0. 8. Defense 0. 5. Current stats: Strength 9. 1. Constitution 9. For Defense 7. 5. Speed 7. Spirit 9. Total value 42. An increase of 2. 1 points. Cao Yang was ecstatic. The effect of elite meat was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary meat. If he consumed all 5 kilograms of elite meat, it could increase his attributes by around 10 points. Coupled with 6 kilograms of ordinary meat, it could total over 15 points. His total attribute value would break 50, reaching the mid-tier of Tier 1. But now was not the time for a feast. He needed to open the boxes first, then deal with upgrading the island. The system notification sounded: Tier 1 marine creature kill count 55, completed, island upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. As Cao Yang's voice fell, the entire island began to tremble. It wasn't a violent earthquake, but a gentle rhythmic pulsing. The ground slightly heaved and the rocks at the island's edge creaked, extending into the sea. Through the crack in the door, Cao Yang saw that the area of the island was expanding. The small island, originally 100 square meters, was now visibly growing outward at an alarming rate. New land was rising from the sea, a moist, sandy soil, not rock. The tremors lasted for about a minute before ceasing. System notification. Launch your island upgrade complete. Current level 1. Area 200 square meters. New resource, small fishing ground, West Bay. New feature resources can be consumed to continue expanding area or generate new resources. The island has doubled in size, and a fishing ground has been created. Cao Yang immediately went outside to check. The once narrow West Bay had expanded into a semicircular cove with moderately deep water where schools of fish could be seen swimming. The system displayed that this place could steadily produce 510 kilograms of fish daily, and it would not deplete. The food problem is basically solved. With the fishing ground established, he would have a stable supply of fish every day. Although it may not enhance his attributes like monster meat, at least he wouldn't go hungry. Returning to the shelter, Cao Yang finally had time to open the boxes. First, he opened 2 ordinary boxes. First, large iron pot, 1 bag of salt, 1 units of fabric, 3. Second, freshwater purification tablets, 10 antibiotics, 3 a basic stretcher blueprint. Not bad. The large iron pot can cook more food at once. Salt is a consumable and fabric is always useful. The freshwater purification tablets can purify seawater in emergencies, and antibiotics are precious. As for the stretcher blueprint, he hoped he wouldn't need to use it. Now for the most important elite box. Cao Yang took a deep breath and opened it. A dark golden light illuminated, more dazzling than ordinary white light. 3 items appeared. Rock armor bracers, green. Description: armored bracers made from the back shell of a rock armored fish monster, covering from the forearm to the back of the hand. Green quality armor, defense 12, strength 2. Can reduce 30 of impact damage when successfully blocking. Elite sea monster essence 1. Description: life essence of a first-tier elite sea monster, can greatly enhance attributes when consumed directly or used as a high-grade material. Special bait recipe, green. Description: records the method of making special bait, which can attract rare fish. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. A green quality bracer. Defense 12, plus 2 points of strength. Moreover, it has a damage reduction effect when blocking. He immediately put it on. The bracers were a deep brown with rock-like textures on the surface. They were heavy yet sturdy. After wearing them, the bone fracture in his left arm seemed to fade away. The bracers themselves provided support. Now his equipment attributes were: rock armor bracers, green, defense 12, strength 2. Fish skin armor, green, defense 8, aquatic ability 5. Leather vest, defense 3. Total equipment provides defense 23, strength 2, aquatic ability 5, and special attack against marine creatures. The system displayed attribute updates. Base attributes: bear, strength 9, 1, defense 7, 5, constitution 9, 4, speed 7, spirit 9, total value 42. Equipment bonus: strength 2, defense 23, aquatic ability 5. Current total attributes: strength 11, 1, defense 30, 5, constitution 9, 4, speed 7, spirit 9, aquatic ability 5. Calculated total value: strength 11, 1, defense 30, 5, constitution 9, 4, speed 7, spirit 9, 67. From 42 skyrocketing to 67. Cao Yang's heart raced. The equipment added a total of 25 attribute points, of which 23 were to defense. Now his defense reached 30. 5, more than 4 times that of an ordinary person. Next, he looked at the elite sea monster essence. It was a fist-sized dark green crystal emitting a faint glow. The system description stated greatly enhance attributes, but did not specify the exact values. Cao Yang dared not consume it recklessly. What if his constitution wasn't enough to withstand it? He decided to save it for later. He learned the special bait recipe. The materials needed were ordinary fish meat 1, seaweed 1, a certain special mineral powder 1. He didn't have the mineral powder, but he could note it down and keep an eye out for it later. Note equipment attributes count towards strength evaluation, but base attributes must be enhanced through consuming high-tier food to advance to the next tier. I see. Cao Yang understood. The attributes added by equipment contribute to combat power, but advancing to tier 2 depends on the total value of base attributes, which must reach 100. In other words, while the equipment makes him strong now, to truly break through to tier 2, he still needed to improve his base attributes. That's fine, at least I have the ability to protect myself now. Overnight, his total attributes surged from 42 base to 67, including equipment, among which the equipment contributed 25 points, while consuming elite meat added 1 points, and natural growth added 5 points. This is the risk and reward of the full moon night. High risk, high reward. If he hadn't made thorough preparations in advance, if he hadn't had traps, a lookout tower, and a full set of equipment, he might be the one who perished tonight. But now he had won. Cao Yang lay down, the pain in his left arm easing. His constitution improvement seemed to accelerate his recovery. He looked at the ceiling, planning his next arrangements. Rest for a few days, wait for his left arm to recover. Eat sea monster meat daily to continue enhancing his base attributes. With 11 kilograms of meat finishing, it could add approximately 15-20 attribute points. Begin constructing a sailboat. He had gathered materials and the island had upgraded, so it was time to get to work. Utilize the fishing ground to establish a stable food source. Outside the window, the blood moon was slowly sinking in the west. Daylight was approaching. Cao Yang fell into a deep sleep, feeling both exhausted and satisfied. From this night on, he would no longer be the survivor, who could only passively defend himself. He was a hunter. For the next 3 days, Cao Yang focused on recovering from his injuries. The fracture in his left arm healed faster than he had expected. Perhaps because of the improvement in his constitution, by the 3rd day the pain had mostly vanished, only some soreness remained when exerting himself. During these 3 days he diligently cooked sea monster meat every day. But the effects were diminishing. In 3 days he consumed 600 grams of elite meat, with a total enhancement of strength 0, 9 constitution 0, 9 defense 0, 6 summing up to 2. For attribute points. Though not bad, the diminishing returns were evident. By the 3rd day Cao Yang tried switching to ordinary sea monster meat. 200 grams of ordinary meat added only 0, 1 points to his constitution, while other attributes remained unchanged. I've hit a bottleneck. Cao Yang set down his chopsticks and looked at the system notification. The effect of first tier elite sea monster meat dropped from the initial 2, 1 points to now only 0, 3 points. Ordinary meat was nearly ineffective. It seemed that food of the same tier had a limit to its attribute enhancement, and after reaching a certain threshold the effect would sharply decline. His current attributes were strength 10, 0, constitution 10, 3 defense 8, 1 speed 7, 0 spirit 9, 0, with a total base attribute value of 44. 4. Strength has reached 10. Cao Yang noticed that the strength attribute stopped increasing after reaching 10, 0, regardless of how much first-tier meat he consumed. This should be the upper limit for ordinary people, 10 points. To break through 10 points higher-tier food or special means would be needed. Constitution 10. 3 had already surpassed 10 points, likely due to the effects of consuming elite meat. Defense 8. 1 had not yet reached 10. Speed 7. 0 spirit 9. 0 all had not hit their limits yet. He still had 10. For kilograms of sea monster meat 4. For kilograms of elite 6 kilograms of ordinary. If he continued eating, he could probably raise 23 more attribute points, mainly boosting his constitution and defense. After which it would become entirely ineffective. I need to save some. Cao Yang decided to temporarily stop using them. This meat could serve as reserve food or be used for trade. After all, first-tier sea monster meat is still hard currency in the market and many people haven't had it yet. Now the question is how to continue enhancing attributes. The answer was clear: he needed second-tier food or rare varieties among the first tier. But as for second-tier sea monsters, Cao Yang recalled the enormous shadow on the sea and those finned monsters near the shipwreck. With his current strength, challenging second-tier opponents would be tantamount to seeking death. I need to become stronger first to obtain stronger food, but without becoming stronger, I can't get better food. Cao Yang smiled bitterly. It was a vicious cycle. However, the system should not set insurmountable obstacles. There must be other methods. He opened the world chat to see others' experiences. But most of the chat was filled with complaints. I ate 3 kilograms of sea monster meat, but my strength has plateaued at 9. 5. My physique has reached 9. 8. But any further eating has no effect. Who has second-tier meat? I will exchange all my possessions for it. I heard someone found a glowing mushroom that raised their spirit to 11. I have a cave on my island with moving vines, but I dare not go in. But those were all on other people's islands which he could not. First I need to focus on what I have at hand. Cao Yang closed the chat and began planning his next moves. First, his injuries had healed about 70 to 80% and he could start working. He walked out of the shelter and arrived at the fishing ground on the west side. In 3 days the fishing ground had stabilized its output. He made a simple fishing net, and with one cast he caught 5 or 6 fish weighing about 3 kilograms in total. The system displayed that the maximum catch limit for the fishing ground was 10 kilograms per day, and overfishing would affect recovery. This is enough. Cao Yang was quite satisfied. 10 kilograms of fish every day would ensure he wouldn't starve even without hunting sea monsters. Moreover, the fish could be dried for storage or used for trading. He kept 2 fish for dinner, salted the others, and hung them in a ventilated area to dry. Then he began constructing a... The materials had long been gathered: 50 standard wood pieces, 32 meters of rope, 40 iron nails, and 8 square meters of canvas fabric, specialized canvas, with all the necessary tools. Following the blueprint steps, first he made the skeleton of the boat. Using the thickest 10 pieces of wood for the keel and ribs, he fixed them with iron nails and secured them with rope. He laid the planks for the boat. He sawed the remaining wood into appropriate lengths and nailed them to the skeleton piece by piece. This was the most time-consuming part. Cao Yang spent an entire day just to finish half. He made the mast and sail. Using a particularly straight piece of wood, he crafted a mast about 4 meters high. The canvas was sewn into a triangular sail and tied to the mast with rope. He made the rudder and oars. The rudder was constructed from wooden boards while the oars were made from leftover scraps. Building would take 7 days, and this was only the first day. Cao Yang was not in a hurry. He took his time. In the evening he made fish soup and grilled a fish. After dinner he checked the system messages. On the fourth day, Cao Yang continued building the boat. In the afternoon, while he was working, he suddenly heard a loud noise from afar. Boom. It sounded like thunder, but the sound came from the direction of the shipwreck. Cao Yang immediately climbed up to the lookout tower and raised his binoculars. Over by the wreck, the sea surface was churning and splashing. Several huge dorsal fins were moving across the surface of the sea, seemingly engaged in battle. The distance was too far to see the details, but he could sense that the fight was intense. A few minutes later, everything calmed down. The sea surface returned to tranquility, and those dorsal fins disappeared. Our second-tier sea monsters fighting each other, Cao Yang speculated. Perhaps there were resources near the wreck that sparked the conflict. This reminded him there must be valuable items deep within the wreck, otherwise second-tier sea monsters wouldn't be guarding it. Once the sailboat was completed, he had to find a way to explore. On the fifth day, the hull of the sailboat was half finished. Cao Yang began to make the cabin, a small enclosed space for storing supplies and providing shelter during storms. On the sixth day, he tried using that elite sea monster essence. The crystal felt warm and smooth in his hand. The system prompted elite sea monster essence effect. Direct consumption can enhance basic attributes. Specific effects depend on the consumer's physique. If physique is below 10A, there is a risk of bodily explosion. If above 10, it can be absorbed safely. Suggestion: combining meditation or high-intensity training will enhance absorption effects. Cao Yang's physique was 10.3A, just meeting the requirements. He sat cross-legged and placed the essence in his mouth. The crystal melted instantly, transforming into a warm flow surging into his body. A heat wave 10 times stronger than eating sea monster meat surged through his limbs and organs, making Cao Yang feel as if his muscles, bones, and internal organs were being cleansed and strengthened by this energy. He quickly focused his mind and followed the system's suggestion to meditate, essentially deep breathing, to guide the energy in a cycle within his body. Half an hour later, the heat wave gradually subsided. The system's prompts continued to sound: absorbed first-tier elite sea monster essence, strength 1, 5 physique 2, 0 defense 1, 2 speed 0, 8 spirit 1, 0 basic attributes, strength 11, 5 physique 12, 3 defense 9, 3 speed 7, 8 spirit 10, 0 total value 51, 9. I gained 5 points in one go. Cao Yang opened his eyes, feeling his body filled with strength, especially his spirit attribute, which broke through to 10 points, reaching the limit of an ordinary person. Now his total basic attribute value was 51, 9, surpassing the 50 mark and officially entering the intermediate first tier based on basic attributes. With the equipment bonuses, his total attributes reached strength 13, 5 defense 32, 3 physique 12, 3 speed 7, 8 spirit 10, 0 water affinity 5, total value 76, 4. I still need 48. 1 points to reach the 100-point threshold for second-tier basic attributes. If each essence could add 5 points, he would need 78 essences. But elite monsters are not so easy to kill. On the 7th day, the main structure of the sailboat was completed. A small sailboat about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide appeared on the beach. The mast rose high, the sail was white, and the cabin was small yet sturdy. Cao Yang used the remaining paint from a box he opened to paint the hull a deep blue and drew a simple eye pattern on the bow, a fisherman's custom, said to help see the path ahead. The system displayed small sailboat, green durability 120120, 20 blueprint bonus, speed moderate, 10 blueprint bonus, load 500 kilograms, crew 3 persons, special effect reduces stamina consumption by 15 when sailing. Finally, I have a real boat. Cao Yang caressed the hull, feeling a sense of accomplishment surging within him. Over these 7 days, he had healed his injuries, enhanced his attributes, built a boat, and established a stable food source from the fishing ground. Although he encountered a bottleneck with the enhancement from sea monster meat, he found a new direction: elite essences, and the potentially higher-tier resources that might exist in the depths of the shipwreck. In the evening, Cao Yang prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate: grilled fish soup, canned fruit, and even extravagantly pan-fried a piece of elite meat. Though the effect was slight, it tasted good. After dinner, he sat at the lookout tower, gazing at the sailboat under the setting sun. Tomorrow he would set sail on this boat, beginning his true exploration of the sea. First stop the depths of the shipwreck. This time with a boat and better equipment, he could attempt underwater exploration. Second stop, the edge of the fog wall. He wanted to know what lay beyond, but would not rashly enter. Third stop, perhaps he could try to find other islands. But the risks were too great for now. It was just an idea. But Cao Yang knew he could not take reckless risks. First, he would explore the shipwreck, accumulate strength, and wait for his basic attributes to break through before considering more dangerous targets. The night deepened. Cao Yang returned to the shelter and organized the equipment he would take tomorrow: rock armor, arm guards, fish skin inner armor, short sword, bone dagger, binoculars, oil lamp, first aid kit, 3 days worth of food and water, rope, iron nails, hammer, and other tools. He also brought that tattered sea map. Everything was ready. Outside the window, the moonlight poured like water. This time he would no longer be limited to this small island. The ocean was calling, and Cao Yang was ready. In the early morning, the sea was as calm as a mirror. Cao Yang pushed the sailboat out from the shallows and raised the sails. The white sails billowed in the morning breeze, and the boat slowly left the shore, carving a beautiful wake on the tranquil sea. This was his first time sailing a real sailboat. Compared to the rudimentary raft, the stability and speed of the sailboat were incomparable. With the system's enhancement, his stamina consumption was significantly reduced, and Cao Yang could clearly feel the ease of sailing. Following the nautical chart's guidance, he headed southeast. With the telescope in hand, he constantly observed the surrounding sea. The aquatic enhancement of the fish scale armor gave him a peculiar affinity for the seawater, as if he could sense the undercurrents beneath. An hour later, the shadow of a sunken ship appeared beneath the surface ahead. Cao Yang furled the sails and dropped anchor. This time he had brought a real iron anchor, much more stable than the previous stone one. The boat came to a steady stop about 50 meters from the sunken ship. He first surveyed the surroundings. The sea was calm, and he did not see any of those massive dorsal fins. In the distance, a wall of thick fog slowly rolled, but it was still far away. "Let's begin," he said. Cao Yang checked his gear. The fish scale armor fit closely. The rock arm bracers were in place. The short sword was at his waist, and the bone dagger was strapped to his calf. The oil lamp was lit. A glass cover sealed it well, allowing it to burn underwater. Though the light would weaken, it was better than fumbling in the dark. He also brought a long rope, one end tied to the anchor and the other tied around his waist. This was a safety rope in case he lost his direction underwater or got entangled, he could follow it back. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yang flipped into the water. The icy seawater instantly enveloped his entire body. However, the aquatic enhancement of the fish scale armor took effect. He felt particularly agile in the water, and the resistance was greatly reduced. The oil lamp emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating a few meters around him. He dove deeper. The outline of the sunken ship gradually became clearer in the dim seawater. It appeared even larger than from the surface. The hull was overturned with jagged breaks. The deck was covered with seaweed and coral, and some small fish darted through the gaps. The dark hatch loomed like a monster's gaping mouth. Cao Yang swam up to the hatch and shone the light inside. The oil lamp's light was limited, illuminating only 2 or 3 meters ahead. Inside the cabin, it was filled with mud and broken wood. He saw several wooden boxes, but most were rotten. He carefully swam inside. The cabin was larger than he had imagined, but very chaotic. Mud nearly filled half the space, with only the upper area still passable. Cao Yang's target was the captain's quarters. If this ship truly held treasure, it should be there. He swam towards the stern along the sloping corridor. Most of the cabin doors on either side were ajar, revealing empty spaces. Occasionally, he spotted some broken pottery and rusty tools, but they held little value. Suddenly, he caught a glimmer out of the corner of his eye. In a cabin at the end of the corridor, something was reflecting the light. Cao Yang swam over and used his short sword to clear away the mud. It was a brass chest. It was small, about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. Its surface was covered in verdigris, but the latch was still intact. The chest was wedged in the gap of the wooden frame, half buried in the mud. Cao Yang pulled hard to drag it out. The chest was heavy, at least 20 kilograms. He checked it to ensure there were no dangers, then tied it around his waist with the... Just as he was about to leave, he heard a sound. Creak, creak. It was the sound of wood rubbing together coming from deeper within the cabin. Cao Yang tensed up, raising the oil lamp towards the source of the noise. The light formed a beam in the darkness, but didn't reach too far. Creak, creak. The sound grew closer. Cao Yang gripped his short sword tightly. Underwater, his movements would slow down, while the sea monster would be more agile. If he encountered a first-tier sea monster, it would be manageable, but if it were a second-tier... A shadow darted past in the darkness. Cao Yang's heart raced. He quickly calculated. He had been underwater for 2 minutes with less than a minute of oxygen remaining. He couldn't afford to linger. He tugged on the safety rope, signaling his above-water self, though there was actually no one to come up, before quickly swimming towards the hatch. But the shadow was faster. It burst out from the side, hatch lunging straight at Cao Yang. At the last moment, Cao Yang sidestepped and swung his short sword. The resistance underwater was heavy, and the strike only grazed the shadow's surface. By the light of the oil lamp, he saw the creature clearly. It was not a fish monster. It was a creature resembling an eel, but with limbs about 1 meter long, with slippery skin and 2 rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. Deep water flipper eel, first-year description, a sea monster living in the deep sea, quick in movement, adept at ambush. Luckily, it was only a first-year. Cao Yang relaxed slightly. However, the deep water flipper eel was extremely fast underwater, and it turned around and lunged at him again. This time, Cao Yang did not dodge. He raised the oil lamp with his left hand at the right moment. The flipper eel was afraid of light, and its movement faltered. In that instant, Cao Yang's right hand thrust the short sword precisely into its open mouth, piercing through to the back of its head. The flipper eel convulsed a few times, and then went still. A black iron chest surfaced. Cao Yang quickly stowed the chest, and dragging the brass one, swam with all his might towards the hatch. His oxygen was running low, and his chest began to feel tight. He struggled to swim out of the cabin and upward. Splash! His head broke the surface. Cao Yang gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh air. He was at his limit. If he had been even 10 seconds later, he might have fainted from lack of oxygen. He dragged the brass chest back to the sailboat and climbed aboard with difficulty. Untying the safety rope, he collapsed onto the deck, breathing heavily. After resting for a few minutes, he began to check his spoils. First he looked at the black iron chest dropped by the deep-water flipper eel. Opening it. Underwater breathing elixir 2 description after consumption allows breathing underwater for 5 minutes. Effects do not stack. Night pearl 1 description, a natural night pearl that emits a faint light in darkness lasting permanently. First tier sea monster meat 2 kilograms description meat from the deep water flipper eel, which can slightly enhance speed attributes when consumed. Underwater breathing elixirs. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. This was the essential tool for exploring sunken ships. 5 minutes of underwater breathing combined with his own breath-holding time allowed him to dive for 8 minutes. Though the night pearl's light was dim, it was permanently effective and more convenient than the oil lamp. The flipper eel meat could enhance speed attributes, which was exactly what he needed. He carefully stored the elixirs night pearl and flipper eel meat. He would not eat the meat for now. He would explore everything first and then savor it later. Then he turned his attention to the brass chest. The chest was exquisite, though corroded. The embossed patterns on its surface were still visible. The latch was a mechanism lock, and it took Cao Yang a long time to pry it open with his dagger. Inside there was no water, but several items wrapped in oilcloth. First item, a delicate sextant made of brass, well preserved with clear lenses. It was better than the one Cao Yang had previously obtained from the sunken ship. Second item, a roll of nautical log wrapped in waterproof oilcloth. The parchment was yellowed, but the writing was still legible. Cao Yang quickly flipped through it. It recorded the ship's voyage departing from a certain port carrying goods to distant lands and sinking during a storm. The last few pages mentioned that thing, but the details were vague. Third item, a flintlock pistol exquisitely crafted with a black walnut body and a steel barrel. Next to it was a small bag of gunpowder and 20 lead balls. The system displayed refined flintlock pistol green description, a flintlock pistol carefully crafted by a skilled artisan with high accuracy and great power. Green quality weapon attack power 15, with a 10 chance to deal double damage. A green quality gun. Cao Yang's heart raced. Though it loaded slowly, it could save his life in critical moments. Moreover, the 10 chance of double damage was a solid attribute. He carefully stored the pistol. Now he had a ranged weapon, giving him a fighting chance against second-tier sea monsters. Fourth item, a fragment of a nautical chart. It was only palm-sized with charred edges marked with a red and the words treasure. However, the fragment was too small to discern a specific location. Cao Yang compared the fragment with his existing nautical chart. He could fit a part of it together, but it was still insufficient. It seemed he needed more fragments. After resting for a moment, he prepared for his second dive. This time with the underwater breathing elixir, he could explore for a longer duration. He planned to investigate the captain's quarters. If there was indeed treasure, it should be there. He consumed a vial of the breathing elixir. The elixir was cool as it slid down his throat. Cao Yang felt as though his respiratory system had changed, allowing him to breathe freely underwater. He dived again, swimming straight towards the stern, where the captain's quarters were usually located. Sure enough, he found a relatively intact cabin at the stern. The door was closed, but it had already corroded. Cao Yang pushed hard, and it swung open. Inside it was chaotic, overturned bookshelves, broken tables, and chairs, scattered documents. But in the corner there was a large iron cabinet. The iron cabinet was about 1 meter tall and half a meter wide. The cabinet door was tightly locked, and the lock was a combination lock that had rusted shut. Cao Yang tried to pry it open with his short sword and smash it with a hammer, but it wouldn't budge. The iron cabinet was too sturdy. He attempted to drag the entire cabinet outside, but it was too heavy, at least 100 kilograms, and the buoyancy of the water made it impossible to move. I can only give up. Cao Yang felt reluctant, but had no choice. He noted the location, preparing to return later. As he left the captain's quarters, he noticed a small wooden box under the desk. He picked it up and opened it. Inside were several gold coins and a seal. The coins were of an ancient design with a sailboat pattern on the front and some kind of emblem on the back. The system displayed ancient maritime gold coins 5 description, ancient maritime gold coins that can be used in certain special situations. Captain seal description, the personal seal of the ship's captain, which may be useful. It was better than nothing. Cao Yang put the wooden box away, preparing to surface. Just then he heard that sound. Woo! A deep, prolonged sound that penetrated the seawater and reached deep into his heart. It was the call of that second-tier shadow. The sound was coming from very close. Cao Yang's heart stopped abruptly. Without hesitation, he swam upstream with all his might. The effect of the breathing potion was still active, but fear overwhelmed everything. Bursting through the surface, he scrambled onto the sailboat, frantically raising the anchor and unfurling the sails. The sound grew closer. Cao Yang turned back and saw a massive shadow beneath the sea rapidly approaching. It was larger than the sunken ship, with a dorsal fin slicing through the water like a blade. It was that second-tier sea monster. It had been drawn by the commotion of the sinking ship. Cao Yang desperately pulled at the sails. The wind filled the sails, and the boat began to accelerate. The shadow surfaced 50 meters behind the boat. A gigantic head, crimson eyes, and a back covered in bony spikes. It stared at the sailboat, seemingly hesitating whether to attack. Cao Yang gripped his flintlock pistol, his finger resting on the trigger. Although he knew it might be useless, at least it was a deterrent. Moments later, the shadow slowly sank into the water and vanished. It did not attack. Cao Yang sighed in relief, but did not dare to linger, speeding towards Rocky Island. An hour later, the island came into view. Cao Yang steered the boat into the newly constructed dock and secured the ropes, finally relaxing. Today had been, but the rewards were immense: underwater breathing potions, luminous pearls, a green quality pistol, a sextant, a nautical log, gold coin, seals, and speed-boosting eel meat. Most importantly, he confirmed that there were more treasures deep within the sunken ship, the iron cabinet that could not be opened. Next time, he'll wait until I'm stronger to return. Cao Yang moved the spoils into the shelter and began organizing them. Outside the window the sun set. Today he had truly explored a deep-sea wreck for the first time. Although he encountered danger, he survived and grew stronger. And deep in the ocean, countless shipwrecks, treasures, and secrets awaited him, waiting for him to discover. As night fell, Cao Yang sat by the oil lamp, flipping through the nautical log. The last page of the log was scrawled with hasty handwriting. We should not have brought that thing. It calls to the monsters of the sea. The captain has gone mad. Everyone has gone mad. What was that thing? Cao Yang closed the log and gazed out at the dark sea. The secrets of the sunken ship were deeper than he had imagined. And the second-tier sea monster guarding the wreck may not have been merely protecting its territory. Perhaps it was guarding that thing. The day after exploring the wreck, Cao Yang did not rush to set sail again. He needed to digest yesterday's findings and plan his next actions. In the morning, he cooked 200 grams of eel meat. The flesh was white and delicate, melting in the mouth with the unique freshness of sea fish. After eating, a lightness surged through his limbs. Consuming deepwater eel meat, speed 0. For current base attributes, speed 8. 2. Total 52. 7. Indeed, it can improve speed. Cao Yang nodded with satisfaction. Now his speed reached 8. 2. Though still far from the upper limit of 10, it was already faster than an average adult. He planned to eat 200 grams each day. 2 kilograms of meat could last him 10 days, likely improving his speed attribute by around 2 points. After breakfast, he began studying the nautical log. The first half of the log contained standard sailing records. On a certain year, month, and day, they departed from Emerald Port loaded with goods heading to the new continent. The cargo list included cloth, tools, seeds, wine, and some special cargo, without detailed descriptions. The month before sailing was smooth. But once they entered deep-sea areas, strange events began to occur. Day 83 night. Crew reported hearing singing underwater. Investigation yielded nothing. Perhaps it was just the sound of the wind. Day 87 thick fog. The compass malfunctioned. Navigation relied on the stars. Something was following us in the fog. Day 92 storm. A giant shadow was seen amidst the waves. It wasn't a whale, but rather some kind of monster. Day 95 the captain ordered the opening of cargo hold 3. I don't know what was inside, but after the captain emerged, he was pale and ordered the hold to be sealed again, forbidding anyone to approach. Day 98 sinking. The last few pages were hastily written, seemingly in a rush. It is calling. I can hear it. In my dreams. Everyone can hear it. The captain has gone mad. He wants to take that thing to the new continent. He says it is a divine gift, but we have desecrated the divine. Now the divine wants to punish us. May the sea forgive our souls. The log ends here. Cargo hold 3. That thing. Cao Yang closed the log, lost in thought. From the description, there was an extremely dangerous item among the special cargo transported by this ship. It could affect one's sanity and even attract sea monsters. If that thing is still in the wreck. Cao Yang recalled the scene of the second-tier sea monster guarding the wreck. Perhaps it was not guarding the wreck itself, but rather that thing within it. For now I cannot explore further. Cao Yang, without sufficient strength, approaching that cargo hold was too dangerous. But the iron cabinet that could not be opened. Perhaps there were clues inside. He needed stronger power. Currently his base attributes were strength 11. 5. Constitution 12. 3. Defense 9. 3. Speed 8. 2. Spirit 10. 0. With a total of 52. 7. He was still 47. 3 points away from the 100 points needed for second tier. First tier food has already hit its bottleneck, and the elite essence is used up. Cao Yang contemplated ways. He still had 4 kilograms of first tier elite meat, 6 kilograms of ordinary meat, and 8 kilograms of eel meat. Eating all of it could likely improve his attributes by 58 points, bringing his total to around 60 points. But that still wasn't enough. He needed second tier food or rare varieties within the first tier. I should check the trading hall. Cao Yang opened the system and entered the trading hall. He searched for keywords like second tier food, essence, and special plants. The results were scarce and the prices outrageous. Suspected second tier plant root X1, exchange for green quality equipment or 50 liters of fresh water. First tier essence X1, ordinary, exchange for 3 iron weapons. Unknown fruit X2 system, rated white quality, exchange for tool blueprints. There were no genuine second tier items. It seemed second tier creatures were indeed rare or extremely difficult to kill. Cao Yang pondered and posted a purchase order. Wanted any item that can enhance attributes, price, freshwater, food, tools, materials, etc. Negotiable note, must be verified by the system for authenticity. He didn't care if it was food, plants, essence, or anything else as long as it could enhance attributes. After posting the order, he began practicing with the flintlock pistol. This gun was well crafted, but cumbersome to load. First pour in gunpowder, then insert the bullet, compact it with a ramrod, and finally place some gunpowder in the hammer. Even after mastering the entire process, it still took half a minute. Cao Yang set up a wooden target on the beach 20 meters away. On his first shot his hand trembled severely, causing the bullet to stray half a meter. On the second attempt he steadied his breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed over the island. A hole appeared in the wooden target about 10 centimeters off the center. Not bad. Cao Yang continued practicing. After firing 10 shots his best shot was 5 centimeters from the center, while the worst strayed half a meter. It averaged 30 seconds to reload each time. At a critical moment, I can only fire once. Cao Yang was well aware of the limitations of this gun, but if he hit a vital point with that one shot it might decide life or death. In the afternoon Cao Yang went fishing at the fishing grounds. With a stable fishing spot he no longer needed to risk going into the deep sea. After casting a net he caught 5 or 6 fish, enough for 2 days' meals. The surplus he dried into fish jerky for storage. While fishing he noticed some special seaweed growing on the edge of the fishing grounds. It wasn't ordinary brown algae but a vibrant green with silver patterns on the leaves. The system displayed silver patterned seaweed. Ordinary description: a special variety of seaweed that can slightly restore stamina when consumed. Edible plants. Cao Yang collected some and added it to his soup at dinner. The seaweed had a crisp texture with a hint of saltiness. After eating he indeed felt a slight relief from fatigue. Although it did not enhance attributes, restoring stamina was still beneficial. Cao Yang noted this discovery. The fishing grounds could produce not only fish but also special plants. On the third day Cao Yang received a response to his purchase order. A person named Lin Sun messaged him, "I have a type of mushroom that the system classifies as a first-tier special plant. Eating it can increase spirit attributes." What kind of mushroom? What are its effects? Glowing mushrooms, they can illuminate at night. I ate one and my spirit increased from 7 to 7. 5. But I only have 3 left and need to keep one for myself. 2 mushrooms, for what? 5 liters of fresh water, or food of equivalent value. 3 liters of fresh water plus 1 kilogram of dried fish meat. Agreed. The transaction concluded. Cao Yang received 2 palm-sized mushrooms, each emitting a soft azure glow. The system displayed. Glowing mushroom Tier 1 special. Description: a bioluminescent fungus growing in shadowed caverns. Consumption yields a minute enhancement to mental attributes. Effect diminishes with repeated use. That very night, Cao Yang consumed both mushrooms. The first slid down his throat, and a cool, refreshing sensation surged straight to his temples. Consumed glowing mushroom. Mental attribute 0. 3. Current base attribute mental 10. 3. The second yielded diminished returns. Consumed glowing mushroom. Mental attribute 0. 2. Current base attribute mental 10. 5. A total increase of 0. 5 points in mental attribute. Cao Yang nodded satisfied. His mental attribute had risen from 10. 0 to 10. 5, surpassing the upper limit for ordinary humans, and still possessed room for further growth. Alas, only 2 mushrooms remained. With more perhaps he could reach 11, or even 12. After finishing the mushrooms Cao Yang conducted his customary island patrol, a daily ritual to assess the island's condition, inspect traps, and scan the surrounding sea surface. The upgraded island had doubled in area, now spanning 200 square meters. Yet after walking its entire perimeter he discovered that, aside from the newly formed fishery on the western side, the island itself bore no additional features. The expanded zones to the east, north, and south remained barren. Bare rock and sand unchanged from before. The freshwater pool remained as it was. The spring continued to flow steadily, but no vegetation had sprouted around it, nor had any mineral veins or other resources materialized. So island upgrading merely expands area and randomly generates a single resource. I received a fishery, nothing else followed. Cao Yang stood atop the observation platform, gazing down upon his domain. A stark 1,200 square meter stone isle at its center stood the shelter and observation platform. The west held the fishery, the east beach and freshwater pool, elsewhere only raw rock. Desolate. Yet this was his home. At least we now have a stable source of fish. Cao Yang consoled himself. The fishery yielded 5 to 10 kilograms daily, sufficient to resolve all food concerns. Moreover, silver-veined kelp grew along the fishery's edges, capable of restoring stamina. As for other resources, perhaps another island upgrade, or a system update, would be required. On the 4th day, Cao Yang resolved to test his current capabilities. He sailed his sloop offshore, anchoring roughly 1 kilometer from the island, then lured sea monsters with blood scent. This time he came fully prepared, his flintlock pistol loaded, short sword drawn, and rock armor bracer secured. The blood scent swiftly attracted 2 Tier 1 sea monsters, common shorecrawler fish beasts. Cao Yang refrained from using his firearm, choosing instead to engage with his short sword, to gauge how his enhanced base attributes translated into actual combat prowess. As the first fish beast lunged, he sidestepped fluidly. His blade traced a luminous arc and pierced its neck with surgical precision. The creature collapsed. The second struck from the flank. Cao Yang blocked with his left arm bracer. Thud! Its claws slammed against the rock armor, producing a muffled impact, but he did not budge an inch. In one swift counterstroke, he ended it. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Defense 32. 3. Truly formidable. Cao Yang inspected his bracer, finding only shallow scratches. Had he worn his former leather vest, that claw strike would likely have pierced straight through. The 2 fish beasts dropped 2 black iron chests containing common materials. Their combined flesh weighed 5 kilograms, enough to further elevate his attributes. Cao Yang returned home deeply satisfied. Slaying ordinary Tier 1 sea monsters had become as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Yet elite variants, or Tier 2 monsters, remained perilous. By the 5th day, Cao Yang continued consuming sea monster flesh and special foods. His base attributes rose steadily: strength 11, 6, constitution 12, 5, defense 9, 5, speed 8, 6, a mental 10, 5, totaling 54, 7. On the 6th day, while scanning the horizon through his telescope atop the observation platform, he detected something. The wall of mist was moving, not in mass, but its fringes were slowly expanding. Though imperceptibly gradual, it was undeniably advancing toward the island. At this pace, the mist would reach the island in roughly 1 month. The mist is spreading. A chill settled deep within Cao Yang's chest. He knew not what lurked within, but instinct screamed danger. What would happen if the mist swallowed the island? He must accelerate his progress. Before the mist arrived, he needed to grow stronger, or find a way to escape. On the 7th day, Cao Yang resolved to explore the wreck once more. This time his preparations were thorough. 1 vial of underwater breathing elixir remained. A luminous pearl hung at his belt. His flintlock pistol was fully loaded, and he carried tools: iron pick, hammer, and crowbar, intending to force open the iron cabinet. He departed at dawn and reached the wreck without incident. After ingesting the elixir, he descended. The luminous pearl cast a gentler, broader light than oil lamps ever could. Cao Yang navigated effortlessly to the captain's quarters. The iron cabinet remained exactly where it had been. He pried with the pick, hammered with the mallet, levered with the crowbar. Yet the cabinet proved unervingly resilient, yielding only faint white scratches upon its surface. Impossible. Cao Yang gasped for breath. His elixir's duration had dwindled to 3 minutes. He had to just as he turned to leave, the luminous pearl's beam grazed the cabinet's side, revealing a line of faint characters long obscured by rust and previously overlooked. Cao Yang scraped away the corrosion. The inscription emerged. Jade Harbor, 3rd cargo hold, serial no. 7. Hazardous, do not open. 3rd cargo hold. The very hold mentioned in the log. Could this cabinet have been relocated from hold 3A? Cao Yang's pulse. If so, its contents might be that thing, or something intimately connected to it. Yet he could not breach it. He memorized the serial number and prepared to ascend. Suddenly the water currents shifted, abruptly, unnaturally. Something immense was drawing near. He glanced back. Down the corridor outside the captain's quarters, a vast silhouette glided past. Not a Tier 2 sea monster, but large nonetheless, nearly 3 meters long, resembling an enlarged deepwater finial, yet crowned with dorsal bone spines. Elite deepwater finial, Tier 1 elite. Description: an elite variant among deepwater finels, exceptionally swift and venomous. An elite monster. And submerged, deep underwater. Cao Yang tightened his grip on the flintlock. Firing underwater drastically reduced projectile velocity, but he had no alternative. The elite finial locked eyes with him, its crimson gaze unblinking, predatory. It did not strike immediately. Instead it circled slowly, assessing, calculating. Cao Yang edged backward, inching toward the chamber door. More space meant greater maneuverability. Then, the finial lunged. Lightning fast, direct, unstoppable. Cao Yang squeezed the trigger. Bang! A burst of bubbles erupted from the muzzle. The lead bullet shot forth, but water resistance robbed it of velocity. The finial evaded effortlessly and snapped its jaws toward Cao Yang's forearm. Crack! His rock armor bracer absorbed the bite, but the concussive force slammed him hard against the wall. Seizing the moment, he drew his short sword and thrust toward the creature's eye. The finial twisted aside, yet the blade sliced its cheek, leaking dark green ichor. Wounded, the creature turned frenzied. It opened its maw and expelled a jet of viridian fluid. Cao Yang squeezed his eyes shut, but a trace splashed across his face. A searing, burning agony, his vision blurred. Venom. He kicked upward, fleeing toward the surface, while the finial pursued relentlessly. His breathing elixir had barely 1 minute remaining. He burst from the wreck and ascended, breaking the surface with a splash. He scrambled onto his sloop's deck. The venom-splashed areas on his face swelled red and burned fiercely. He doused them with fresh water, then applied antiseptic solution from his first aid kit. Fortunately, only a speck had struck him. If directly sprayed, he might have lost his sight. The elite finial did not breach the surface. Instead, it circled once beneath the shallows before vanishing into the abyss. Cao Yang slumped onto the deck, gulping air. Another failure. Yet not without gain. He had confirmed the cabinet's origin and hold 3, uncovered vital intelligence, tested his limits in real combat, and encountered a new elite adversary. I need greater strength, far more preparation. He steered homeward. The swelling receded, leaving behind a faint. The system notified him of mild poisoning, but his high constitution enabled natural recovery. That evening, Cao Yang returned to the island. He gazed at his reflection, tracing the scar with a wry smile. This was the price of exploration. Yet the rewards were tangible: confirmation of the cabinet's provenance, acquisition of critical intel, practical assessment of his combat capacity, and the discovery of a new elite threat. Next time, I will open you. Cao Yang stared toward the wreck's direction, his gaze unwavering, resolute. The very next morning after Cao Yang noticed the fog's expansion, a system-wide announcement resonated in the minds of all survivors. Attention, all survivors. The mist wall has entered its active phase. Current status: gradual expansion. Erosion rate approximately 100 meters per day. Within 30 days, the mist will reach every island currently occupied by survivors. Properties of the mist. Extremely low visibility, 5 meters. Monster activity within the mist increases by 300. Conventional fire sources weaken or extinguish inside the mist. Prolonged exposure induces mental corruption, hallucinations, madness. Monsters of Tier 2 and above move freely within the mist. Survival recommendations. Reinforce shelters to ensure complete airtightness. Stockpile at least 30 days worth of food and fresh water. Prepare long-duration lighting tools, oil lamps, night pearls, etc. Raise combat capability to Tier 1 advanced base attributes 80 to resist partial mental corruption. Locator. The global chat channel erupted instantly. 30 days. The mist is coming to our island. Who has the blueprint for the mist dispelling device? I'll trade everything I own. Tier 1 advanced requires 80 points. I only have 35. What do I do? Monster activity rises by 300 inside the mist. That's certain death. My shelter is just a tattered, thatched hut. Can it even hold back the mist? Who has architectural blueprints? I'll trade meat for them. We're doomed, absolutely doomed. I'm only 2 kilometers from the mist. I can already see its churning veil. The chat channel descended into chaos as panic spread. Some pleaded for supplies, others exchanged intelligence, some wailed in despair, still others sought alliances and formed survival teams. Cao Yang muted the chat and stepped outside his shelter, surveying the surroundings. This modest wooden cabin was built entirely by his own hands since arriving in this world. Its double-layered timber walls and waterproof tarpaulin roof featured both door and windows, capable of shielding him from wind and rain, protecting him during violent storms and sea monster assaults. Yet now it seemed far too small and far too frail. To withstand the mist, it must be fully sealed, it must store sufficient provisions, and fend off monsters emerging from within the mist. Cao Yang mused. His current shelter measured roughly 10 square meters, already cramped once supplies were stored inside. Though he'd reinforced its airtightness earlier that day, the inherent gaps in its timber structure remained. Mist seeped through every fissure. Rebuild. Construct a larger, sturdier, and more airtight shelter. That location stood higher in elevation, backed against a rocky cliff face with open sightlines on 3 sides, ideal for both observation and defense. Crucially, its elevated position offered potential advantage if the mist advanced. Height might buy precious extra time. But what of materials? He still had some timber, but not nearly enough. Moreover, timber offered poor sealing properties and abundant gaps. Stone or brick construction would be far superior. He opened the trade hub and searched for brick, stone, and construction materials. Results were sparse, yet one listing caught his eye. Sun-dried mud bricks 20, exchangeable for food or fresh water. Handcrafted by me, exceptionally sturdy. Long-term supply available upon private negotiation. The seller's name was Qin Zhe. Cao Yang sent a private message. What are the dimensions and quality of your mud bricks? The reply came swiftly. Each brick measures approximately 301,510 centimeters, crafted from a mixture of clay and sand, then sun-dried. Strength is excellent, certainly superior to timber. I maintain a small clay pit on my island solely for this purpose. What's your long-term pricing? I can produce up to 50 bricks daily. If you cover my meals, providing 1 full ration of food and fresh water per day, I'll dedicate myself exclusively to brick making for you at preferential rates. What constitutes 1 ration? A full meal, say 500 grams of fish fillet or equivalent sustenance, plus 1 liter of fresh water. Agreed. I'll deliver 500 grams of fish and 1 liter of water daily. How do you price the bricks? 5 bricks for 1 liter of water, or equivalent value in food. This rate is fair considering the labor involved in molding and drying each batch. Deal, but I'll inspect a sample first. Cao Yang made no attempt to haggle. With the mist due in 30 days' time was irreplaceable. Qin Zhe's terms were genuinely reasonable. Full meal provision, fair pricing. Most importantly, Cao Yang currently had ample fresh water and a steady fish yield from his aquaculture plot. Payment posed no hardship. He listed and exchanged 200 milliliters of fresh water for 1 mud brick. Almost immediately, a dense grayish-yellow brick appeared in the trade interface. Cao Yang retrieved and examined it. Dimensions matched the description precisely. Smooth surface, crisp edges, resonant clarity upon tapping. Strength was indeed impressive. Quality is acceptable. Then proceed as agreed. 500 grams of fish and 1 liter of water daily in exchange for your exclusive brick supply. Brick pricing remains separate. I'll purchase exactly what I need when I need it. Understood. Brother, you're refreshingly straightforward. They formalized a 30-day supply contract via the system. Qin Zhe would produce mud bricks exclusively for Cao Yang, up to 50 per day, while Cao Yang provided 500 grams of fish and 1 liter of fresh water daily as sustenance compensation. Bricks traded at the rate of 5 per liter of water, with cumulative settlement permitted. Upon signing, Qin Zhe immediately dispatched the day's first batch, 20 bricks. Cao Yang exchanged them for 4 liters of water. Including the sample, he now possessed 21 bricks. Next, he turned his attention to the flowerbed scroll, long reserved, now ready for use. He selected a site 5 meters west of the new shelter, sun-drenched and near a freshwater pool. Unfurling the scroll, which shimmered with emerald light, he laid it flat upon the chosen ground. Placing his right hand upon the designated seal, he silently intoned, "Activate." Emerald radiance flared, enveloping a 3x3 meter area. The earth trembled as stone beneath the light transmuted into rich dark brown soil. Perimeter stones rose autonomously, neat furrows aligned with geometric precision. 10 seconds later the light faded, revealing a flawless flowerbed. 9 square meters of fertile earth exhaled the deep loamy fragrance of freshly turned soil. Now seeds are needed. Cao Yang opened his system inventory and inspected the 5 mysterious seeds. The system description was terse, unknown seed 5, may be planted. With no alternatives, he drew water from the pool, dug 5 small pits at the flowerbed center, placed 1 seed in each, covered them with soil, and watered them thoroughly. May something bloom. By noon he finished these tasks and ate a simple meal, pan-fried fish fillet accompanied, but afterward he resolved to patrol the island's perimeter that afternoon. With the mist advancing, he intended to gather remaining resources while mobility remained unrestricted, and observe conditions at the mist frontier. Boarding his small sailboat, he navigated slowly along the coastline. In the aftermath of the storm, debris had washed ashore anew. At a sheltered cove behind windswept reefs, he spotted a black iron chest half buried in sand. He hauled it aboard, without opening it immediately, then continued patrolling. Along the northeastern reef zone, another chest lodged tightly within a rock crevice caught his eye. He pried it free with a crowbar. Both black iron chests vanished into his system inventory as he steered westward, toward the wall of thickening mist. As the sailboat edged closer, Cao Yang sensed the temperature drop markedly. The air grew damp and chilling. Ahead, a towering gray-white wall of mist churned slowly, like the breath of some vast, slumbering entity. He raised his telescope. The mist's leading edge lay approximately 2.8 kilometers from the island, 100 meters nearer than the previous day. Under sunlight, its surface gleamed with an eerie silvery luminescence, though visibility remained near zero, obscuring all interior detail. Just as he prepared to turn back, a flash of azure light flickered at the mist's outer fringe. What was that? Cao Yang adjusted the telescope's focus and peered intently. Within the monochrome haze, a faint azure point glimmered, some 50 meters beyond the mist's visible boundary. Its radiance was unnatural, not ambient light, but eerily reminiscent of artifacts summoned from system chests. A bronze chest. His pulse quickened. He had seen the white glow of black iron chests before, but this azure hue was unmistakably different. The system had clarified. Tier 2 creatures dropped bronze chests, Tier 1 black iron. Could this azure chest originate from a Tier 2 drop, or even something rarer? Yet it rested deep within the mist. Cao Yang hesitated. The system announcement explicitly warned that monster activity surged 300 inside the mist, and Tier 2 entities moved unimpeded there. His base attributes totaled 60. 90 with equipment, perhaps 85. Against Tier 2 adversaries he struggled even under ideal conditions. Within the mist his combat efficacy would plummet further. Worse, the mist induced mental corrosion. Though his mental resilience stood at 10.8, it fell far short of the Tier 1 advanced threshold, 80 base points, required to resist significant mental degradation. Yet, this could be a bronze chest. Inside might lie Tier 2 essences, green, or even blue tier gear, high-grade blueprints. Take the risk. Cao Yang tightened his grip on the tiller. Cao Yang examined the equipment on the ship. The flintlock pistol was loaded, a short sword in hand, the rock armor gauntlets worn, and both an oil lamp and a luminous pearl were available. There was still a bottle of underwater breathing potion. He then steered the boat slowly toward the edge of the mist. The distance grew shorter, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The air became increasingly chilling and visibility dropped sharply. The sunlight was blocked by the mist, and the surroundings grew dim. The sound of the waves seemed to diminish, replaced by a low hum, as if countless voices were whispering. The mental erosion has begun. Cao Yang felt a slight dizziness in his head, and phantom images seemed to flash before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. 10 meters, 5 meters. The sailboat entered the mist. Instantly the world transformed. Visibility was reduced to less than 5 meters. The surroundings were engulfed in gray-white mist, rolling and flowing as if alive. The flame of the oil lamp noticeably weakened, casting light only 2 or 3 meters ahead. The faint glow of the luminous pearl was nearly swallowed by the fog. Cao Yang had to rely on memory and instinct, steering towards the greenish light. Creak, creak. Strange sounds emanated from beneath the water. Something large swam under the boat. Cao Yang's heart raced, but he dared not stop. He focused on the direction of the greenish light, just 30 meters ahead. Accelerate. The sailboat cut through the mist. 20 meters, 10 meters. He saw it. A green box floated on the surface of the sea, emanating a soft glow. The box was small, but its material was clearly of a higher grade than black iron, featuring intricate patterns on its surface. Just as he reached out to grab it, splash. A massive shadow burst from the right side of the mist. It was a second-tier sea monster resembling a shark, but adorned with bone spines measuring over 5 meters in length, with crimson eyes glimmering in the fog. It lunged toward the sailboat. Cao Yang had been prepared. He aimed the flintlock pistol. At this close distance, precision was unnecessary. He just needed to hit. Bang! The gunfire echoed dully in the mist. The lead bullet struck the sea monster's left eye, blood splattering everywhere. The creature let out a pained roar, its movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Yang reached out and grabbed the bronze box, stowing it in his system space. He then turned the ship around with all his strength and charged outward. Whoosh! The sea monster recovered from its agony and pursued madly. However, with its injured eye, its speed was greatly reduced. Cao Yang dared not look back, focusing entirely on navigating the sailboat out of the mist. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Splashed. He burst through the mist wall. Sunlight poured back onto him, visibility restored, the chilling sensation faded, and the whispering in his ears disappeared. Cao Yang collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaked his back and his heart raced. He turned around to see the wounded second-tier sea monster lingering at the edge of the mist, its crimson single eye fixated on him, yet it didn't pursue him out of the fog. Huff! Huff! Cao Yang panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had succeeded. He obtained the bronze box and emerged alive. Yet he had also witnessed the terror of the mist, extremely low visibility, mental erosion, and lurking second-tier monsters. Without prior preparations and the flintlock pistol, he might not have made it back. Daring not to linger, he steered the boat back to the island at full speed. By evening, Cao Yang returned to Hard Rock Island. After tying up the boat, he rushed into the shelter, locked the door, and finally relaxed. He did not open the box immediately. Today's experience was too thrilling. He needed to calm his emotions and tend to his injuries. He checked his body. Oh, fortunately, there were only some abrasions. The effects of the mental erosion lingered, making his head somewhat dizzy, but he should be able to recover with some rest. He boiled a pot of hot soup, drank some water, and ate some fish meat. His strength gradually returned. As night fell, Cao Yang lit the oil lamp. The warm light filled the room, dispelling the day's anxieties. He looked at the 3 boxes in his system space, 2 black iron and 1 bronze. Let's open the black iron box first and warm up. The first black iron box opened canned fish 5 standard with 10 fabric 3 units. The second black iron box, freshwater purification tablets, 10 antibiotics, 5 simple wooden bed blueprint, all practical items. Canned fish can be stored long-term. Wood is always needed and fabric has many uses. The purification tablets and antibiotics are precious medicines. The wooden bed blueprint is just right. He was still sleeping on the ground, and having a bed would enhance his sleep quality. Cao Yang immediately learned the wooden bed blueprint. The materials needed were wood 8 fabric 2, rope 3 meters. He had enough materials and decided to make it tomorrow. Next was the risky bronze box. Cao Yang took a deep breath and opened it. A blue glow illuminated, more dazzling than the white light of the black iron box, carrying a metallic texture. 3 items, shelter manufacturing scroll, blue description, after use, can instantly create a sturdy stonewood structure, shelter of 30 square meters, equipped with basic furniture, good ceiling, capable of resisting mist erosion. A blue quality item requires a designated location for use. Second tier sea beast essence, common description, life essence from a second tier sea beast, consuming it can greatly enhance basic attributes. Warning, first tier survivors absorb slowly, requiring gradual digestion. Forcibly absorbing it all at once may lead to bodily collapse. Mist cloak, green description, a cloak woven from special materials, can enhance visibility by 20 in the mist and reduce mental erosion effects by 10. Green quality armor. Cao Yang's eyes widened at the sight of the blue quality scroll. This was the highest quality item he had ever seen. It could instantly build a 30 square meter shelter with built-in furniture, good ceiling, and resistance to mist erosion. This was tailor-made for his current situation. Moreover, there was the second-tier essence and the mist cloak, both urgently needed items. He immediately donned the mist cloak. The cloak was a deep gray light, yet sturdy, with a large hood. After wearing it, he indeed felt his vision clear up a bit, and his mind became sharper. Then he looked at the second-tier essence. The essence was deep blue, the size of a fist, radiating a soft glow. The system warned that first-tier survivors absorb slowly and need to digest it gradually. It seems I can't absorb it all at once. Cao Yang pondered. His current physique was 18.5, which was already quite high, but still a first tier. If he forcibly absorbed the entire essence, his body might not be able to handle it. Cao Yang decided to wait until tomorrow, when he felt better, to start absorbing it gradually. He carefully stored the essence. Night deepened. Cao Yang lay in the shelter, reflecting on the day's adventure. From the system announcement about mist erosion, signing the stone supply contract, to opening a flower bed for planting seeds, patrolling and finding black iron boxes, and finally daring to enter the mist to obtain the bronze box. So much had happened in just one day. Dangerous, yet the rewards were immense. Now he had gear to deal with the mist, a blue quality shelter scroll, second-tier essence, as well as medicines, food, and materials. In 29 days the mist would arrive. But on this day he had already taken a solid first step. Outside the window, under the moonlight, the mist swirled in the distance, and Cao Yang in the warm shelter fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow would be a new day. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the wooden window, and Cao Yang slowly opened his eyes. The thrilling experiences of the previous day were still fresh in his mind, but after a good night's sleep he felt much better. He sat up and immediately checked the system space. The blue shelter scroll and the deep blue second-tier essence were still there. Let's handle the essence first. Cao Yang took out the second-tier essence, a crystal the size of a fist radiating a gentle glow. According to the system's prompts, a first-tier survivor needed to absorb it in portions. Forcing a complete absorption could lead to bodily collapse. He decided to start with 1/5. Carefully, he used a short sword to cut off a piece about 1/5 the size, a chunk as big as a fingernail. The remaining 4/5 of the essence crystal automatically repaired the cut, remaining intact. He placed the cut piece in his mouth. The essence dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm, yet violent energy that surged into his body. Cao Yang immediately sat cross-legged, focusing his mind to guide the energy's circulation. This energy was several times stronger than the first-tier elite essence, coursing through his limbs and bones, forcibly enhancing his muscle skeleton and internal organs. He felt as if his body was being hammered by a heavy blow or scorched by flames, a painful experience accompanied by a surge of power. After an hour, the energy gradually calmed down. System notifications rang out in succession. Absorb part of the second tier. C. Beast Essence Strength 0. 8 Constitution 1. 0 Defense 0. 6. Speed 0. 5 Spirit 0. For current base attributes, Strength 12. 9. Constitution 13. 3 Defense 9. 9 Speed 9. 1 Spirit 11. 2. Total 57. 4. A total increase of 3 points. Cao Yang opened his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. His strength felt fuller, his constitution noticeably improved, and even his thoughts were clearer. Moreover, he could feel residual energy slowly being released within him. Over the next few days, his attributes would likely continue to grow slowly. If I absorb it in 5 sessions, I should be able to increase my attributes by about 16-17 points. Cao Yang calculated. That would bring his base attributes up to around 77, just 3 points shy of the first tier high level 80 points. There's still time. The mist is 28 days away. He carefully stored the remaining 4/5 of the essence, preparing to absorb the next portion tomorrow. Next, he turned to the blue quality shelter manufacturing scroll. Cao Yang walked outside, carefully selecting a site on the high ground east of the old shelter. This location was the highest, backed against a rock wall open on 3 sides, and provided an excellent view. He had planned to build a stone shelter here yesterday, but now he had a better option. He took out the scroll. Use. A blue light illuminated brighter and more solid than the green garden scroll. The area enveloped in light was approximately 65 meters, and the ground began to tremble. Cao Yang stepped back a few paces, watching the scene before him. The rocky ground melted and reformed in the blue light. The foundation generated automatically. Stone walls rose from the ground, and wood and bricks appeared out of thin air, combining to form walls, a roof, and doors and windows. The entire process was quiet and orderly, as if an invisible hand was precisely constructing the house. After 30 seconds, the light faded. A sturdy stonewood structure house stood before him. The outer wall was made of gray-brown rocks, thick and flat. The roof was tiled with dark gray tiles with a moderate slope. The doors and windows were made of heavy solid wood equipped with metal locks. The house was rectangular, approximately 6 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters high, making the 30 square meters feel quite spacious. What surprised Cao Yang even more was that beside the house was a small storage room, about 5 square meters, suitable for storing tools and materials. This is the blue quality. Cao Yang stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door. The interior space was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The system automatically divided the functional areas. Living area by the window was a single wooden bed, much better than the crude bedding he made himself, covered with a straw mat and a rough but clean blanket. Beside the bed was a small wooden cabinet to store personal items. Work area against the wall was a sturdy workbench with a flat surface. Beside it was a tool rack. It was just right for making and repairing items. Storage area on the other side of the wall was a row of wooden shelves divided into multiple layers for categorizing supplies. Kitchen area in the corner was a stone fireplace with a flue leading outside. Next to the fireplace was a small sink connected to a bamboo tube. Cao Yang checked and found that the bamboo tube ran from the back of the house towards a water puddle, seemingly a simple water diversion device. It even has basic water supply. Cao Yang marveled. Though rudimentary, it was far more convenient than hauling water with buckets. But what surprised him the most was a trapdoor he discovered in the corner of the room. A basement. Cao Yang pulled open the trapdoor, revealing a wooden ladder leading down. He lit an oil lamp and descended the ladder. The basement was about 10 square meters, 2 meters high, with the floor and walls made of compacted earth, very dry. There was no furniture, but the space was organized, suitable for storing important supplies or seeking refuge in emergencies. A shelter with a basement. The blue quality is indeed worth the price. Cao Yang was very satisfied. He returned to the surface and began moving supplies. He categorized and moved food, tools, materials, and medicines from the old shelter to the new home. The wooden shelves quickly filled up, and the basement also stored some less frequently used reserves. By the time he finished moving everything, it was already noon. Cao Yang ate a little something and then set out to patrol the sea. This was his daily habit, both to gather supplies and observe the surroundings. Today, in the northeast rocky area, he discovered a black iron box wedged in a crevice. He dragged it onto the boat without opening it immediately. Continuing to patrol about a kilometer towards the mist, he spotted a massive black shadow gliding beneath the surface of the sea. It was over 6 meters long with a tall dorsal fin splashing large amounts of water as it swam. The system did not display any information, but judging from its size and pressure, it was definitely a second-tier creature. Cao Yang did not take the risk of getting closer, and immediately turned the boat back. A second-tier creature was not something he could handle now, especially being alone at sea. Back on the island, he opened the black iron box wooden barrel manufacturing blueprint description, can manufacture a 10-liter wooden barrel for storing liquids materials standard, wood 10, rope 2 meters, can fish 3, fabric 2 units, wooden barrel blueprint. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. He currently stored fresh water primarily in clay jars, plastic bottles, and leaf cups, all with limited capacity. If he had wooden barrels, each holding 10 liters, the storage efficiency would greatly improve. Moreover, he now had plenty of wood, accumulated from previous trades, treasure chests, and logging. He also had some rope left, but the barrels themselves come with a cost. Cao Yang calculated. Each wooden barrel required 10 units of wood and 2 meters of rope. If he sold water along with the barrel, those costs had to be accounted for. He immediately studied the blueprint and used the existing materials to make 2 wooden barrels. Each required 10 units of wood and 2 meters of rope. Once completed, 2 brand new barrels appeared in the work area, each with a capacity of exactly 10 liters. Cao Yang used the bamboo tube for water diversion to fill the 2 barrels. The 20 liters of fresh water supply was complete. Starting today, I will sell fresh water in bulk, but I need to sell the barrels along with it, and the price must cover costs. He opened the trading interface to check the current price of fresh water. Due to the approaching mist, fresh water resources were scarce and prices had generally risen. Fresh water, 500 milliliters exchange for wood 2 or fabric 1. This was for the leaf cup. Fresh water 1 liter exchange for wood 5. Large quantities of fresh water needed, price negotiable. Cao Yang thought for a moment and set his price: 1 barrel of water, 10 liters, including the barrel for wood 30. This price was not low. 1 barrel of water at 10 liters was equivalent to the amount of water in 20 leaf cups of 500 milliliters each, but the leaf cups' 20 portions only required wood 40. His price was wood 30, slightly cheaper per unit, but required a one-time payment of 30 wood, which was not a small amount. Moreover, the cost of the barrel was wood 10 plus rope 2 meters, with the rope valued at about wood 2, bringing the total cost to wood 12. Selling for wood 30 would net him wood 18, plus he had dealt with the fresh water. Let's give it a try. He posted the trading order for sale: fresh water 10 liters in barrel, including barrel demand standard with 30, note well sealed, can be stored long-term, limited time supply. As soon as the order was posted, Cao Yang thought he would have to wait a while, but it was almost instantly snapped up. So fast. Cao Yang was somewhat surprised. It seemed that there really were people urgently needing large amounts of fresh water and willing to pay a high price. After completing the transaction, wood 30 was credited. He immediately used the earned wood to make another 2 barrels, filled them with water, and posted again. This time he raised the price slightly: wood 32. Still sold quickly. In just one afternoon, Cao Yang sold 4 barrels of water, 40 liters, netting wood 86. What a windfall. Cao Yang gazed at the piles of wood in the storage with a sense of daze. With so many materials, Cao Yang planned to search the trading market for some items he needed. He began searching for what he needed in the trading market using keywords: seeds, medicines, tools, blueprints, special items. The results were plentiful, albeit expensive, but Cao Yang now had the capital: carrot seeds 5, exchange for wood 15, external injury ointment formula exchange for wood 25, a set of iron tools, axe, pickaxe, shovel exchange for wood 50, damaged map fragments exchange for wood 10. After some thought, Cao Yang traded wood 15 for carrot seeds, and wood 25 for the external injury ointment formula. He did not need the iron tools for the time being, and the map fragments were too scattered to exchange for now. He also traded wood 20 for 10 units of fabric, and wood 15 for 20 iron nails. These were all basic materials, the more the better. In the evening, Chin's mud bricks arrived on time: 30 bricks. Cao Yang exchanged wood 6, equivalent to the value of 6 liters of fresh water, for them. Adding to the previous 21 bricks, he now had 51 bricks. He looked at the new shelter, then at the piled wood in the warehouse, and finally at the bricks, which sparked a new idea. With these bricks I can build a surrounding wall around the shelter. There's plenty of wood to also make a wooden fence for the wall. Although the shelter itself was sturdy, having a surrounding wall would enhance its defenses. Monsters might attack from the mist, and the wall could provide a buffer and block sight. He immediately began to plan. The shelter occupied approximately 30 square meters, 65 meters, and the wall was planned to be built 2 meters outside, enclosing an area of about 108 meters with a perimeter of 36 meters. The lower part of the wall would be made of mud bricks, 1 meter high, and the upper part would be made of wooden fences, 1 meter high, for a total height of 2 meters. Each meter would require about 5 bricks, totaling 180 bricks for 36 meters. The wooden fence part would require wood 3 per meter, meaning wood 108 for 36 meters. I still need 129 bricks. Chinze can supply a maximum of 50 bricks a day. By 3 days will be enough. There's plenty of wood. Cao Yang decided to start building the wall tomorrow. Today he would first prepare the ground and plant. He worked until dark, leveling the ground where the wall would be and marking it with stones. At dinner, Cao Yang made fish soup and fried a piece of fish, enjoying it with some seaweed to replenish his energy. After the meal, Cao Yang opened the system to check the island management information. He remembered that there should be new notifications after building the shelter. Opening the island management rugged stone island Cao Yang. Level 1 I area 200 square meters, I resources small fishing ground flower bed, and planting, shelter 11. Click to view shelter details. Cao Yang clicked on the shelter details system shelter blue, level 1 U durability 300300, U area 30 square meters, main house 10 square meters, basement 5 square meters, warehouse. Functional areas living area work area storage area kitchen area, special effects mist resistance 10, good ceiling E upgrade conditions with 200 stone 150 total basic attribute value 60. Upgrade time 30 minutes, upgrade effect area expands to 50 square meters durability increases to 500 new. Functional area medical corner can produce simple medicines new special effect mist resistance 20 original 10 accumulative upgrade now. Conditions not met the shelter can be upgraded. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. Moreover, the upgrade effects were very tempting increased area enhanced durability a new medical corner and doubled mist resistance. However, the conditions were strict with 200 stone 150 a basic attributes 80 points. I have wood, but I need 150 units of stone. My current attributes are 57. For absorbing the essence can bring it to around 74, still 6 points short, which I can make up for by eating sea monster meat. But the stone. Cao Yang frowned. His island was full of rocks, so mining stone wasn't difficult, but 150 units was no small number. 1 unit of standard stone is roughly equivalent to a 303,030 centimeters stone 150 stones. It will take several days to mine, and I need tools. Moreover, mining stone makes a lot of noise, which could attract sea monsters. Cao Yang pondered. Stone was essential, but mining came with risks. Perhaps he could trade. He opened the trading hall searching for stone raw stone rock. The results were few and the prices were high stone 5, exchange for 10 liters of fresh water or equivalent food, raw stone 10 unprocessed exchange for tools or medicines, a large quantities of stone, wanted price negotiable. It seemed everyone was short on stone as not every island had abundant stone resources. Cao Yang's rugged stone island had plenty of stones which was an advantage. Looks like I'll have to mine myself. But Cao Yang now had a new goal upgrading the shelter. If he could upgrade the shelter to level 2 before the mist arrives with mist resistance at 20, combined with the 10 damage reduction from the cloak the total resistance would be 30, a significantly increasing his survival rate. Starting tomorrow I'll absorb essence mine stone build walls and continue selling water. The schedule was packed, but Cao Yang was full of energy. With a clear goal his actions had direction. Night fell. Cao Yang lay on his new wooden bed, gazing at the distant mist through the window. It was closer now about 9 kilometers away. 28 days. He still had 28 days left. But now he had a better shelter, a clear upgrade goal, a wall plan, and a large reserve of wood and resources. No longer was he as rushed and panicked as yesterday. Cao Yang closed his eyes and sank into a deep sleep, full of exhaustion and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the stacked wood in the new shelter's warehouse lay quietly in the dark. That was the capital for upgrading the shelter. It was also the confidence to confront the mist. 27 days remaining in the mist countdown. Cao Yang woke up in the newly built system shelter. Sunlight streamed through the thick wooden window cracks, and he sat up from the wooden bed that came with the blue scroll, feeling much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground yesterday. He took a deep breath. There were many things to do today. The first was essence absorption. Yesterday's second-tier essence still had 4/5 left, and Cao Yang carefully cut off 1/5 with a dagger. He put it in his mouth, and the familiar warm flow surged again, absorbing part of the second-tier Sea Beast essence, strength 0, 8 constitution 1, 0, defense 0, 6 speed 0, 5 spirit 0. For current basic attributes, strength 13, 7, constitution 14, 3 defense 10, 5 speed 9, 6, spirit 11, 6, total value 61, 7. Still the same effect as the first absorption. Cao Yang felt the strengthening of his body. It seemed that each absorption took 1/5 from the remaining essence, maintaining the effect without diminishing due to consecutive absorptions. This was good news. He carefully stored the remaining 3/5 of the essence for tomorrow. At 9 in the morning, Chinze's mud bricks arrived on time, 30 bricks. Bro, how many do you need today? Chinze messaged. I'll take all 30, just like yesterday. Deal. By the way, how's the mist situation on your side? I can see the fog here about 4 to 5 kilometers away. I still have 26 days here. You better prepare in time. I'm reinforcing the shelter, but I don't have enough materials. How many more days do you need for those bricks? 3 more days with total of 180 bricks will be enough. After that you can focus on building your own shelter. Okay, thanks brother. I can concentrate on burning bricks thanks to your food and fresh water these days. Transaction completed. Cao Yang's mud brick inventory reached 111 bricks. Adding yesterday's 81 bricks, he had accumulated 192 bricks, exceeding the required 180 bricks, but he still accepted them all. Extra bricks could be used for repairs or building other things. The brick walls on the east and north sides of the wall were completely built, each 10 meters long and 1 meter high. Today he began constructing the brick wall on the west side. Cao Yang used a mixture of mud and seawater as an adhesive, laying the bricks one by one. This task was monotonous, yet required patience, Each brick had to be placed flat, aligned, and compacted. Fortunately, after his constitution increased to 14.3, he was full of energy, and it wasn't too tiring. At noon, he had a simple meal of fried fish and fish soup. The fish was freshly caught from the fishing ground yesterday, rich and delicious. The fish soup was enhanced with silver-patterned seaweed, and after drinking it, he felt fatigue lift. At 2 in the afternoon, Cao Yang took his boat out to patrol the sea. This was his daily habit, both to collect resources and to observe the surrounding situation. Today in the northeastern sea area, he saw the huge shadow of that second-tier sea beast again. It seemed to have settled in this area, slowly gliding, with its dorsal fin slicing through the water surface like a blade. It was about 1 kilometer away, and Cao Yang observed carefully with his binoculars. This sea beast was over 6 meters long, with a dark gray bony armor on its back and a light gray belly. Its movements were graceful yet powerful, and when it occasionally opened its mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth were visible. From its size, it seems to be a mutated shark, but the dorsal fin is too high, not like a normal shark. Cao Yang recorded his observations. For the past few days, he had been recording the activity patterns of this second-tier sea beast, usually lurking in deep waters in the morning, most active from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, while hunting in shallow waters, returning to deep waters at dusk, with nighttime activities unclear, but it likely continued to hunt. If I could know its weakness, Cao Yang pondered. Today, while patrolling, he deliberately moved closer, observing from about 800 meters away. The sea beast seemed to have sensed it, turning its head towards the direction of the sailboat, but showed no signs of aggression. The safe distance is roughly 600 to 800 meters. Getting closer could provoke an attack, Cao Yang noted. Before returning, he scattered some fish meat scraps on the sea surface. This was a new habit he had developed over the past few days, using a small amount of food to attract schools of fish and improve the fishing ground's ecology. Although the fishing grounds yielded a stable output every day, it was always better to have a richer variety of fish. Returning to the island in the evening, Cao Yang continued building the wall. The western brick wall was completed to 8 meters, with just 2 meters remaining. Tomorrow he would start laying the southern brick wall, which would be the last side. Once the wall is completed, the safe zone will be secured, Cao Yang thought, looking at the gradually forming wall, feeling more at ease. An 80 square meter safe zone would be sufficient for him to plant, store, and even raise a few small animals in the future. During dinner, he checked the flower bed. All 5 berry seeds had sprouted, with tender green seedlings gently swaying in the evening breeze. The unknown seeds had shown no signs yet, but the soil remained moist, so Cao Yang continued to water them. I hope something useful grows. After dinner, Cao Yang opened the system to check the upgrade conditions for the shelter. Upgrade conditions: with 200, 120 already available stone, 150 currently, needs to be mined. Total base attribute value 80, currently 61. 7. Upgrade time, 3 days. Mining for stone hasn't even started yet. Cao Yang frowned. He had been too busy absorbing essence, building the wall, and patrolling to find time for stone mining. But now that the wall was nearly finished, it was time to start. He planned to begin tomorrow, dedicating 2 hours each day to mine stone. There were plenty of rocks on the island, but mining required tools and physical strength. He currently had 1 iron pickaxe, which should be sufficient. Mining 20-30 pieces a day, 150 pieces, will take about 58 days. That should be enough. There's still 26 days until the mist arrives. Before bed, Cao Yang checked his attributes again. Base attributes 61. 7, needing 18. 3 more to reach 80. He had 3/5 of the essence left, and fully absorbing it was expected to add another 910 points, bringing him to 7,071 points. He still needed 910 points, which he had to supplement by consuming sea monster meat and other means. Tomorrow I will absorb the 3rd portion of essence, continue building the wall, and start mining stone, then patrol in the afternoon. His schedule was quite packed, but Cao Yang had grown accustomed to it. In this world, being busy meant survival, while idleness meant death. Night deepened. Cao Yang lay on the wooden bed, gazing through the window at the distant mist. The distance had closed a little now, about 2.8 kilometers. 26 days. He still had 26 days left. And now the wall was about to be completed. Essence was steadily being absorbed. Stone mining was about to begin, and his attributes were steadily increasing. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Cao Yang closed his eyes, sinking into a deep sleep amidst fatigue and satisfaction. Outside the window, at the edge of the distant mist, a pair of eyes slowly opened in the darkness. They were not human eyes. Pupils were dark red vertical slits flickering in the gray-white mist. It silently watched the small island, observing the busy human on it, the wall that was taking shape, and the faint light emanating from the windows of the shelter. The gaze was calm, yet deep within lay something indescribable. Was it curiosity, an assessment, or something else? It watched for a long time, until the moonlight was obscured by the clouds, plunging the island into darkness. Then those eyes slowly closed, vanishing into the swirling depths of the mist, as if they had never appeared. But what Cao Yang didn't know was that while he was observing that second-tier sea beast, something within the mist was also. Countdown to the 26th day, early morning. Cao Yang was about to conduct his 3rd essence absorption when the system's private chat suddenly rang urgently. It was an emergency message from Qinze. Brother Cao, help. My island was attacked by sea monsters last night. The shelter was severely damaged. I was injured, and am out of medicine. Can you send me some medicine? I can exchange my remaining mud bricks for it. I can give you today's and tomorrow's bricks double the amount. A photo was attached to the message, sent via the system's camera function. In the photo, a simple wooden house was torn apart on one side, the roof collapsed, and the walls were covered with deep scratch marks. Dark green blood stains were visible on the ground along with some broken scales. Cao Yang's heart tightened, and he immediately replied, "How's your injury? What specific medicine do you need?" "I've got external injuries. My left arm is scratched deeply and bleeding quite a bit. I've tied it up with cloth strips, but it needs disinfection to prevent infection. Antibiotics would be best, and painkillers too. I'm in a lot of pain right now. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Cao Yang immediately opened the system space to check his medicine supply. He had water purification tablets, 10 antibiotics 5, and the first aid kit still contained disinfectants, bandages, and painkillers. These were precious supplies obtained from previous box openings and trades. He hesitated. Medicines were hard currency in this apocalypse, especially antibiotics, which could save lives. However, he had a long-term supply contract with Qinze, and Qinze's mud bricks had indeed been very helpful these days. More importantly, if Qinze died, his supply of mud bricks would cease, affecting the wall construction. Saving a life is crucial, and having Qinze alive is more beneficial for me. Cao Yang made his decision. He prepared a first aid kit, 2 antibiotics, 3 painkillers, half a bottle of disinfectant, and a roll of bandages. Then he issued a trade offer for sale medicine package, 2 antibiotics, 3 painkillers, disinfectant, bandages, demand mud bricks 60 today's tomorrow's amount. Note: urgent medicine, confirmed demand. Before taking a picture, the price was very low. These medicines were worth at least 100 mud bricks, or even more in the market. But Cao Yang did not intend to take advantage of the situation. Qinze replied almost instantly, "Brother Cao, I can't thank you enough. The 60 mud bricks have already been sent over, please check. Once I recover, I will definitely repay you." After the transaction was completed, Cao Yang received 60 mud bricks, bringing his stock to 252, far exceeding his needs. He immediately sent the medicine package. "I received the medicines. Thank you, Brother Cao." Qinze quickly replied, gratitude evident in his words. "He'll handle my wounds first, and let you know the situation later." "Okay, take care." After handling the emergency, Cao Yang began with his regular tasks for the day, his third essence absorption. He cut a fifth from the remaining 3/5 of essence, and placed it in his mouth. Absorbing part of the second tier, sea monster essence, strength 0. 8 constitution 1. 0 defense 0. 6 speed 0. 5 spirit 0. For current base attributes, strength 14. 5, constitution 15. 3 a defense 11. 1 speed 10. 1 spirit 12. 0 total value 65. 0 attributes steadily increased. Cao Yang noticed that his spirit attribute had also surpassed 12 points. Now, all 5-dimensional attributes were above the 10-point limit for ordinary people, especially his constitution at 15. 3A, which was nearly double that of an average person. He stored the remaining 2/5 of essence, planning to continue tomorrow. In the morning, he began constructing the final part of the wall, the remaining 2-meter brick wall on the west side, as well as the southern brick wall. With an ample supply of mud bricks, 252 pieces, he could even build it thicker. Around noon, Qinze sent another message, his tone much calmer, indicating that his wound had been treated. "Brother Cao, I've used the medicine, disinfected, and bandaged the wound, and taken the painkillers and antibiotics, and feeling much better now." "What happened? Please elaborate." Cao Yang replied while laying bricks. There were 2 first-tier sea monsters resembling oversized crabs, but with 6 legs and particularly large pincers. They suddenly crawled up from the sea in the middle of the night and crashed into my shelter. My wooden house was flimsy and was torn apart in just a few hits. I woke up to the noise, grabbed my iron spear, and stabbed one to death. The other one injured my left arm, but I managed to kill it too. The battle lasted about 10 minutes and was quite loud. I was worried it would attract more monsters, so I quickly dealt with the corpses, bandaged my wounds simply, and then messaged you. "Did those 2 crab monsters drop anything?" "They dropped 2 black iron boxes. I got some materials and food from opening them, but no medicines, which is why I need them urgently." Cao Yang pondered. 2 first-tier sea monsters launched a night raid. He had experienced this situation before, but Qinze's shelter clearly lacked adequate defenses. "What is the structure of your shelter?" "It's just a simple wooden cabin on the beach less than 20 meters from the sea. I used to think being close to the sea was convenient for water and fishing, but now it seems too dangerous. Last night those 2 crab monsters crawled directly out of the sea and reached the doorstep in just a few steps. The location is indeed problematic. You should build your shelter at a higher place further from the sea, at least 50 meters. Moreover, the wooden structure is too fragile. It's best to use stone or bricks. There aren't many stones on my island, but I do have some clay, which is why I burned bricks. But I was too focused on making bricks for you in exchange for food, and didn't reinforce my own shelter. Now I'm suffering the consequences." Qinze's tone was somewhat bitter. Cao Yang understood. During the apocalypse, many people prioritize immediate survival over long-term planning. If he hadn't had system prompts and the blue scroll, he might have made the same mistakes. "What do you plan to do now? Is the shelter still livable? One side has collapsed, but the other side can still hold up. I'm planning to repair the damaged areas today, and then use the remaining bricks to reinforce the walls. But there aren't many bricks left. I burned all the bricks for you before leaving myself with very few." Cao Yang looked at his stock of 252 mud bricks, far exceeding his needs. After the walls are built, there should be about 7,080 bricks left. I have some extra bricks on my side. You can use the bricks he'll give you today and tomorrow to repair your shelter. I'm not in a hurry to get them back. But you have to ensure that after the repairs you continue supplying me with bricks until the contract ends. Really? Ciao, brother you. Qin Zhe seemed very touched. Rest assured, I Qin Zhe am not an ungrateful person. Once I'm healed and the shelter is repaired, I will definitely work twice as hard to make bricks, ensuring quality and quantity. First, focus on healing. Also, I suggest you dig traps around the shelter and place some sharp wooden stakes. Build a fire at the entrance at night. Sea monsters fear fire. Okay, I've noted that down. Ciao, brother, I truly owe you this time. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. Let's focus on surviving first. After ending the call, Cao Yang continued building the walls. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the western brick wall was completely finished, and the southern brick wall reached 5 meters. With only the last 5 meters left, he would be able to complete it tomorrow. During his patrol in the afternoon, Cao Yang was particularly vigilant. Qin Zhe's ambush reminded him that sea monster attacks could happen at any time, especially at night. The second-tier sea beast was still roaming the northeastern waters, looking much the same as usual. Cao Yang maintained a safe distance and observed for a while, but found nothing unusual. However, on his way back, he noticed some unusual floating objects on the sea. Several broken shells that resembled crab shells, but were larger and dark red in color. Just as Qin Zhe described. Could there be a crab monster nest nearby? Cao Yang scooped up a piece of shell with a net, and the system displayed shell fragment. First-tier description, a shell fragment from a crustacean, sea monster, hard but brittle. It seems that what Qin Zhe encountered was not a coincidence. Cao Yang's brows furrowed. If there was a group of crab monsters in this sea area, then his island could also be attacked. He had to speed up the construction of the walls and enhance his defenses. Upon returning to the island in the evening, Cao Yang did not rest and continued to build the walls. By nightfall, the southern brick wall had been completed for 8 meters with only 2 meters left. During dinner, he made fish soup and added double portions of silver-patterned seaweed. He had expended a lot of energy today and needed to replenish it. After the meal, he checked the flower bed. The berry seedlings had grown taller, but there was still no sign of the unknown seeds. Before bed, Cao Yang did 3 things. First, he checked all weapons. The flintlock pistol was loaded, the short sword was sharpened, and the bone dagger was inspected. He wore the rock armor gauntlet ready to fight at any time. Second, he piled dry seaweed and firewood at the entrance of the shelter and inside the wall gate, drenching them with some fish oil. If there was any situation, he could ignite them immediately to drive away the sea monsters. Third, he dug simple trap pits in several directions outside the wall. Though not deep, the bottoms were filled with sharpened stakes camouflaged with dry grass and sand. After finishing all this, it was already late at night. Cao Yang lay on the wooden bed, listening to the sound of the waves outside. Today's encounter with Qin Zhe had sounded an alarm for him. In the apocalypse, danger lurks everywhere. One sea monster, one attack, could ruin days of effort. He now had walls, equipment, and attributes, but it was still not enough. He needed a more robust shelter, more defensive measures, and stronger strength. Tomorrow I will finish the walls, start mining stones, and continue absorbing essence. Cao Yang planned. There were 25 days left until the mist arrived. The time was tight, but there was still a chance. He closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep. Just then he heard a faint crack sound. It came from outside the wall. It was as if something had stepped on a dry twig. Cao Yang instantly opened his eyes, gripping the flintlock pistol by his pillow. After that crack, everything fell into silence. Cao Yang held the flintlock pistol and listened intently. The sound of the waves remained, and the wind continued, but no other sounds could be heard. He waited for 10 minutes, gently got out of bed, and walked to the window, peering out through the gap. Under the moonlight, the beach outside the wall was deserted, with only his own footprints and traces from the day's construction. The distant sea glimmered under the moonlight, calm and undisturbed. Could it have been a mistake? Cao Yang frowned, but his intuition told him that something had indeed been outside the wall. Qin Zhe's ambush had made him particularly vigilant. He could not ignore any anomalies. He decided not to take the risk of going out to check. If there were truly sea monsters, it would be too dangerous at night. He returned to bed, but did not lie down. Instead, he leaned against the wall, the gun resting on his knee, staying alert. Time passed second by second. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the most drowsy time, Cao Yang forced himself to stay awake, but his eyelids grew heavier. Just then, shoo, shoo. It was the sound of sand being disturbed. Very light, but particularly clear in the silent night. It came from the eastern side of the wall. Cao Yang instantly became alert and quietly moved to the eastern window. Through the gap he saw a shadow moving outside the wall. It was not large, about half a meter high and 1 meter wide, casting a strange shadow under the moonlight. It was crawling on, 6 legs moving slowly but steadily. It was a crab monster, just as Qin Zhe described. The crab monster was prowling outside the wall, seemingly searching for an entrance. It came to the front gate and tentatively pinched the wooden door with its huge claws. The thick wooden door made a dull thud, but it was not damaged. The crab monster seemed unsatisfied and moved along the wall to the east. Cao Yang held his breath, watching it approach the trap he had dug during the day. Splash. It fell in. The trap wasn't deep, but the wooden stakes at the bottom pierced its relatively soft abdomen. The The crab monster let out a sharp hissing sound, struggling frantically to escape. Opportunity. Cao Yang didn't hesitate. He opened the hatch and descended into the basement using another exit from the basement. This was a concealed small door he had reserved when building the shelter leading to a corner inside the wall. He quietly crawled out holding the flintlock pistol in one hand and a short sword at his waist. Under the moonlight, he saw the crab monster still struggling in the trapped dark green bodily fluid oozing from its wound. He did not approach. The crab monster's claws were still waving, powerful and dangerous. He picked up the spear he had prepared during the day, a 3-meter-long wooden pole with a sharpened iron tip tied to the end. Aiming at the trap, he thrust downward with all his might. Thud! The spear pierced through the gap in the crab monster's shell, driving deep into its body. The crab monster convulsed violently, its claws weakly waving in the air before gradually going still. A black iron box appeared above the corpse. Cao Yang did not rush to collect the box. He vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Crab monsters usually moved in groups. The appearance of one could mean others were nearby. He waited for 5 minutes, confirming that there were no other movements before cautiously approaching the trap. He poked the crab monster's corpse with the spear to ensure it was truly dead, then collected the black iron box. Next, he filled the trap, rearranged the wooden stakes, and restored the camouflage. The crab monster's body was heavy. He exerted great effort to drag it to the seaside and tossed it into the water. At 5 in the morning, Cao Yang returned to the shelter and locked the door, finally able to relax. Having not slept all night, coupled with the exhaustion from battle and cleanup, his stamina was greatly depleted now at only 62,100. However, he dared not sleep. There was still work to be done during the day. He opened the black iron box. Crab shell helmet, green description, a helmet made from the carapace of crustacean sea monsters, defense 6, capable of protecting the head from pincers and impact damage. Crab meat 1.5 kilograms description, meat from crustacean sea monsters, which can slightly enhance defense attributes when consumed. Standard wood 10 description, process standard wood, usable for construction, a green quality helmet. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. Defense 6.0 and specifically designed to protect the head. The head is the most vulnerable part, making this helmet significantly safer. He immediately put it on, replacing the cloth hat he had been using for sun protection. Now his equipment defense bonuses were rock armor gauntlets 12, a fish skin inner armor 8, crab shell helmet 6, a leather vest 3, totaling a defense of 29. Adding the base defense of 11. 1. His total defense reached 40. 1. Ordinary first-tier sea monsters would find it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. The crab meat would enhance his defense attributes, which was exactly what he needed. He decided to start eating it today. The wood tin was also useful, just right for reinforcing the door. After tidying up the spoils, Cao Yang cooked breakfast, frying a piece of crab meat. The meat was firm, tasting like lobster but sweeter. After eating, consumed crustacean sea monster meat, defense 0. 3. Current base attributes, defense 11. 4. Total value 65. 3. Indeed, it enhances defense, Cao Yang said with satisfaction. 1. 5 kilograms of meat consuming 200 grams each day would last 78 days, likely increasing his defense by 11. 5 points. Though not much, every bit adds up. In the morning, Chinze sent a message, his tone much lighter. Brother Cao, my wounds are much better now, and I've started repairing the shelter. Thank you for your medicine. No problem. By the way, a crab monster showed up here last night, but I dealt with it. What? You have them there too? It seems we need to be careful. I suggest we share intelligence. If you encounter another attack or find traces of crab monsters, let me know immediately. They'll keep you updated on my situation too. Good. Looking out for each other is a good idea. After ending the call, Cao Yang began his work for the day. 4th essence absorption. From the remaining 2/5 of the essence, he cut off 1/5 and placed it in his mouth, absorbing part of the second tier sea beast essence, strength 0. 8. Constitution 1. 0 defense 0. 6 speed 0. 5 spirit 0. 4 current base attributes, strength 15. 3. Constitution 16. 3 defense 12. 0 speed 10. 6 spirit 12. 4 total value 68. 6. Attributes steadily increased. 1/5 of the essence remains with one last absorption tomorrow. Next, he completed the last 2 meters of the brick wall for the enclosure. As the final brick was laid, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Simple enclosure construction completed. Structure brickwood, mix height 2 meters, perimeter 40 meters, enclosed area approximately 80 square meters. Defense effect can block first-tier sea monsters from directly breaking in with some delay against second-tier sea monsters. Durability 2000. This building has met the system building standard and has been recognized by the system. Building information can be viewed and upgraded in the island management interface. System recognition. Cao Yang was taken aback. This enclosure was built brick by him, not generated directly through a manufacturing scroll. How could it be recognized by the system? He immediately opened the island management interface, and indeed beneath the shelter information a new entry appeared. System building simple enclosure, level 1 durability 200200. Upgrade options. Reinforcement requires stone 100, wood 50, height increase to 3 meters, durability 100. Add defensive facilities requires iron ingots 20, complete tool set, can install spikes, shooting holes, etc. Expand range requires total base attribute value 100, can expand the enclosure area, creating a larger safe zone. Upgrade conditions meet material requirements consume corresponding time. It can really be upgraded. Cao Yang carefully examined this information, yet more questions surged in his heart. Why was this enclosure recognized by the system? The simple shelter he built when he first arrived in this world, that wooden house, was also built by him, but the system did not recognize it. Nor was the observation tower he built later recognized by the system. Only the shelter generated with a blue scroll and the enclosure he built himself were recognized by the system. What do these two have in common? And what is different? Could it be? The system's recognition standards are structural integrity, clear functionality, standardized materials, and meeting size criteria. Cao Yang pondered. The blue scroll shelter goes without saying it must meet high standards. As for this enclosure, although it was built by hand, it used standard clay bricks, and the wood was also standard wood, forming a complete closed loop with a clear defensive function reaching a height of 2 meters, thus meeting a certain scale. Perhaps the system has a set of hidden construction standards. When a building meets this standard, it will be recognized by the system, gaining durability upgrade options and other system functions. And the wooden house and observation tower I built earlier were too rudimentary and did not meet the standards, hence were not recognized. This hypothesis excited Cao Yang. If this is true, it means that future buildings he constructs could also be recognized by the system, gaining additional functionalities as long as they meet certain standards. Next time I build something, I can try using more standardized materials and a more complete design. But for now, the most important thing is that the enclosure is completed and it can be upgraded. Although upgrades require materials, this is good news. The enclosure can grow along with him rather than being fixed, and the enclosure was finished. Cao Yang stood inside the gate looking at this complete defensive structure, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Though simple, it was his first line of defense, and it could become stronger in the future. Next was to reinforce the door. He thickened the door panel with the 10 units of wood he had just acquired, added horizontal beams for support on the back, and made 2 thicker door latches. The door was now 10 centimeters thick, making it very difficult to break open with a normal impact. In the afternoon, he began mining stone. This was his first formal mining, choosing a rocky wall on the east side of the shelter. The rocks here were very dark, almost black, and appeared exceptionally hard. He raised his iron pickaxe and struck down forcefully. Clang! A harsh clanging sound echoed. The iron pickaxe bounced back, leaving only a white mark on the rock surface. Cao Yang's arm shook from the impact, yet the rock remained virtually unscathed. So hard. Cao Yang frowned. His current strength was 15.31, 5 times that of an average person, and with the iron pickaxe he could only leave a white mark. He changed his angle, aiming at a crack in the rock, and struck down again with force. This time the pickaxe embedded slightly, but only shallowly. He struck repeatedly for over a dozen times before breaking off a small piece of rubble. This hardness is abnormal. Cao Yang picked up the piece of rubble, large as a palm, heavy black in color, with tiny crystals glimmering on the surface. He focused his mind to inspect it, and system information appeared: black granite, second tier, or description: exceptionally hard black rock, often found in areas rich in veins. Second tier quality, or usable for advanced construction equipment, forging, etc. High mining difficulty, requiring specialized tools or high attributes for support. Second tier, or. Cao Yang was taken aback. He had always thought the stones on the island were ordinary rocks, but to his surprise, they were actually second-tier ores. This meant 2 things. First, the difficulty of mining would be extreme. With his current attributes and tools, the efficiency of mining black granite was extremely low. The system stated that he needed a special tool or high attributes, and he lacked both at the moment. Second, the value could be very high. Second-tier ores could be used for advanced construction and equipment forging, making them a rare resource. Upgrading the shelter requires stone 150. If it's this black granite, then its value is significantly higher. But the mining was incredibly difficult. Cao Yang gritted his teeth and mined for 2 hours, his arms sore and his palms blistered, only managing to obtain 8 standard-sized black granite stones. An average of 1 stone every 15 minutes. This efficiency was far too low. This won't do. Cao Yang gasped, looking at the 8 pitch-black stones on the ground. He needed 150 stones, which would take nearly 20 days, and he'd have to spend 4 to 5 hours mining each day, leaving no time for anything else. He decided to check the trading market for better mining tools. If there were none, he would have to temporarily give up on mining black granite and wait until he had higher attributes or obtained a specialized tool. The stone needed for the shelter upgrade could perhaps be replaced with ordinary stones acquired through trade. He opened the trading market and searched for mining tools, pickaxes, efficient tools, and/or mining. The results were disappointing. Damaged iron pickaxe 1, still usable, trade for food. Blueprint for stone chisel, trade for 5 liters of fresh water. Ordinary pickaxe, white quality, trade for medicine or large quantities of food, just ordinary quality, with limited efficiency increase. Looking to buy efficient pickaxe, price negotiable. He did not see any obviously more efficient tools. Cao Yang traded 3 kilograms of fish meat for that white quality pickaxe. He tried it out. Its efficiency was slightly better than his iron pickaxe, but the improvement was limited. About a 20 increase in efficiency, but still very slow. It seems there's no way to mine black granite efficiently in the short term. Cao Yang sighed. His current strength was 15.3, and his physique was 16. Among survivors, these stats were already considered high, but mining second-tier ores was still laborious. He probably needed a strength of over 20 or a green quality professional pickaxe to manage. I can only temporarily give up and use ordinary stones from trading to upgrade the shelter. The requirement of stone 150 for the shelter upgrade did not specify that it had to be black granite. Perhaps ordinary stones would suffice, albeit with a reduced effect, but that was better than nothing. He began searching the trading market for stone materials and rocks ready to exchange fresh water or food. The results were numerous: ordinary stone 20 trade for 10 liters of fresh water, granite material 15 trade for medicine, limestone 30 trade for tools or food. The prices were not high. Cao Yang calculated that his fresh water supply was ample, making it most cost-effective to trade for stones. He posted a trade request: 10 liters of fresh water in a wooden barrel for stone 30. Soon someone responded. By the end of the afternoon, he had traded 40 liters of fresh water for 120 ordinary stones. Combined with the 8 black granite stones he had mined earlier, he now had 128 stones, only 22 short of the required 150. One more trade tomorrow will be enough. Cao Yang felt slightly relieved. Although upgrading with ordinary stones might not be as effective as with black granite, at least he could still upgrade. Once his attributes improved and he had better tools, he could return to mining black granite to enhance or build other things. During his patrol in the afternoon, he paid special attention to whether there were any signs of crab monsters on the beach. On the east side of the beach, he discovered several lines of small footprints, 6-legged crawling traces, very fresh, likely left by the creature last night. Cao Yang followed the footprints to a pile of rocks. He had been here several times before and remembered that there were only a few natural small caves formed by the waves, not large and no deeper than 1 or 2 meters. But today he found several new caves at the base of the rocks. These were not natural caves formed by wave erosion. The edges of these caves showed obvious signs of excavation, like they had been chiseled out with something hard. The entrances were perfectly circular, about half a meter in diameter, and went deep without an end in sight. Cao Yang counted there were a total of 3 new caves arranged in a triangular formation, each about 5 meters apart. Fresh rubble and shell fragments were scattered at the cave entrances, and there was a faint fishy smell in the air. Is this dug by crab monsters? Cao Yang's heart raced. If these were indeed the nests dug by crab monsters, it indicated they were not just passing through temporarily, but intended to settle here. Moreover, being able to dig such regular caves meant these crab monsters were smarter than he had anticipated or possessed some special ability. He cautiously approached one of the caves and prodded it with a spear. The cave sloped downwards, going deep without an end in sight. He picked up a stone and threw it inside, hearing a splash as if it had struck water, suggesting the cave might lead to the seabed. If these caves lead to the seabed, then the crab monsters can directly tunnel from the sea to here. Cao Yang's expression grew serious. This meant the crab monsters could bypass the surface of the sea and approach the island directly from underground. He needed to confirm the direction of these caves. However, entering recklessly was too dangerous. There might be crab monsters hiding inside, and possibly even elites. He retreated to a safe distance and observed carefully using binoculars. At one of the cave entrances, he noticed more details. The cave walls had obvious scratch marks as if clawed by pincers. The ground had dragging traces, possibly from moving objects. They are expanding their nests. Cao Yang noted this important information. The crab monsters were establishing fixed nests in the rocky areas near the island, indicating that attacks might become a regular occurrence. Furthermore, if the nests continued to expand, it might not only attract more crab monsters. Other sea monsters could also be drawn here, or elites and leaders could emerge among the crab monsters. This threat must be dealt with promptly. Cao Yang thought. He needed to find a way to clear this nest. When he returned to the island in the evening, he informed Qinze of his new findings. I found new caves in the rocky area, like nests dug by crab monsters. Do you have a similar situation on your side? I discovered them yesterday, but didn't dare to tell you, fearing it would worry you. I saw 2 more caves under the rocks by the beach, and I watched crab monsters coming in and out. It seems they are indeed establishing fixed nests. We need to be careful, or attacks may become more frequent. I am reinforcing the shelter, but I lack materials. Cao, have you finished building the walls? Can you give me some advice? The walls are built, but they require a lot of bricks and stones. You can use wood to make a fence first. Although it's not as sturdy as a brick wall, it can still provide some defense. Additionally, dig traps around the shelter and set up spikes. Okay, I've noted that down. Also, if you plan to clear the nest, remember to prepare adequately in advance for a higher success rate. Once I finish my urgent tasks here, we can discuss it further. After ending the chat, Cao Yang had a simple dinner, fried fish meat with seaweed soup. As he ate, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. The crab monsters were establishing fixed nests, which meant the threat was ongoing. If not dealt with promptly, the nests could expand further, and elite monsters might even emerge. Moreover, what if there were many crab monsters in the nests, and they launched a night raid on the island? I can't wait. Cao Yang set down his bowl and chopsticks. He decided to deal with the crab nest tomorrow, but he needed to prepare thoroughly, and could not enter the caves recklessly. He opened the trading market, and began searching for related items. Keywords: traps, poison, explosives, explosive devices, cave battle. There weren't many results, but there were indeed some simple traps: 2 animal trap type, trade for medicine or food. Poison, 1 bottle from a venomous sea monster, trade for 10 liters of fresh water. Simple bombs, 3 ceramic jar filled with gunpowder iron scraps trade for large quantities of food or medicine. Blueprint for long-handled weapons, spear trade for tools. Simple bomb. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. This was simply a powerful tool for clearing caves. Throwing a bomb into the cave would cause tremendous damage regardless of how many crab monsters were inside, possibly even collapsing the cave. He immediately messaged the seller, what effect does the simple bomb have? How do you use it? The other party quickly replied, ceramic jar, filled with black gunpowder, mixed with iron scraps, sealed with oilcloth, fuse lasts 5 seconds. The power is considerable, well, I've tested it, and killed a nest of rat monsters. But the fuse time is short, so throw it, and run quickly. How do we trade? 3 for a trade, not sold separately. Trade for antibiotics 10, or equivalent medicine, or food. I don't have that much antibiotics. Can I trade with fresh water? 20 liters of fresh water. I have reserves of fresh water. I need medicine or food and high-value supplies. 10 kilograms of fish meat plus 5 liters of fresh water. Deal. The transaction completed. Cao Yang obtained 3 simple bombs. Each about the size of a fist. The ceramic jars were rough, yet sturdy, with the openings sealed with oilcloth and a fuse protruding. The system displayed simple bomb white description, a ceramic jar filled with black powder mixed with iron fragments, fuse time 5 seconds, the medium power. Please use with caution. Just right for clearing the caves. Cao Yang carefully stored the bombs. Early tomorrow morning, he would deal with the crab nest. With the bombs, there was no need to enter the caves, making it relatively safe. But he still needed to prepare other things: a spear to detonate or scout from a safe distance, a flintlock pistol as a backup, a shield if available, and medicine to prevent injury. He didn't have a shield, but he could make a temporary one from thick wooden boards. Using the remaining wood, he fashioned a simple wooden shield. Although rough, it could block a claw strike. Everything was ready. It was already 9 in the evening. Cao Yang did not contact Qinze. This operation was determined to be swift and decisive. Set off tomorrow morning, take advantage of the crab monsters possibly being out, and use the bombs to clear the caves. If all goes well, I should be back by morning. Cao Yang lay down on the bed, forcing himself to rest. Tomorrow would be a tough battle, and he needed ample strength. But his thoughts were racing. How many monsters were in the crab nest? Would the bombs be enough to collapse the caves? Would there be elite monsters? Would the explosion attract second-tier sea beasts? Too many unknowns, too many risks. But he had to go. For the threat would not disappear on its own, it would only grow with time. And to survive in this world, he must actively solve problems, not passively wait. It was late at night. Cao Yang closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep amid fatigue and tension. Just as dawn broke, Cao Yang woke up. He quickly ate something, checked his gear, then quietly left the shelter, locking the door. The beach in the early morning was very quiet, with only the sound of the waves. Cao Yang moved along the edge of the reef, heading east. He wore a crab shell helmet, a full set of armor, held a spear in hand with bombs hanging at his waist, and a wooden shield on his back. Soon he arrived at the rocky area where the 3 new caves were located. The cave entrances were quiet in the morning, showing no signs of the crab monster's activity. Cao Yang hid behind a large boulder, observing for 10 minutes, confirming there was no movement. They might still be sleeping or have gone out. Cao Yang thought. This was a good opportunity. He planned to use a bomb on the leftmost cave first. If the explosion startled the other cave's crab monsters, he would use the remaining bombs to deal with them. He took a simple bomb from his waist and checked the fuse. The fuse was a hemp rope soaked in grease, which would burn quickly once ignited. He was just about to light it. But at that moment he heard a sound. Crack. Crack. It came from the middle cave. It was the sound of claws clashing against the rocks. Cao Yang immediately held his breath and tightened his grip on the spear. The sound grew closer, as something was about to emerge. Moments later, a crab monster crawled out from the cave. It was slightly larger than the one from last night, with a darker shell color and larger claws. It seemed to have just woken up, crawling out of the cave slowly and stretching its body at the entrance. Cao Yang did not move. He waited to see if there were any other crab monsters. The crab monster turned around a few times at the cave entrance, and then crawled towards the sea, seemingly looking for food. But it did not go far, rummaging through the seawater near the cave. Only one has come out. Cao Yang observed the other 2 caves, noting no movement. Perhaps the other crab monsters were still sleeping, or this one was the only one active at this time. He decided to change his plan. First he would deal with this one that had come out, and then use a bomb on the cave. He quietly circled to the other side of the reef, approaching from behind the crab monster. When he was about 10 meters away, he raised the spear, preparing to throw it. But the crab monster seemed to sense him, suddenly turning around, its 2 crimson eyes fixated on Cao Yang. Discovered. Cao Yang did not hesitate, and immediately threw the spear. The spear arced through the air, aiming for the crab monster's head. The crab monster raised its giant claw to block. Clang. The spear was deflected, but the crab monster was also shaken back a step. Cao Yang seized the opportunity to draw his flintlock pistol, aiming for the crab monster's compound eye, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the beach. The lead bullet struck the crab monster's compound eye, splattering green bodily fluid everywhere. The crab monster let out a sharp screech, wildly swinging its claws, but with its eyes injured, its vision was blurred. Cao Yang did not approach. He switched to a backup spear, waiting for the right moment. The injured crab monster spun in place, and Cao Yang seized the opportunity to throw the spear again. Thud. This time it struck its soft abdomen. The spear plunged deep inside, and the crab monster convulsed violently before gradually coming to a stop. A black iron box appeared. Cao Yang quickly stowed the box away without opening it. The commotion from the battle might have disturbed the other crab monsters in the cave, and he had to deal with this quickly. He ran back behind the reef, picked up a bomb, lit the fuse, and threw it into the middle cave. Then he immediately turned and dove down, hiding behind the rock. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed from deep within the cave, shaking the ground. Debris and smoke erupted from the cave entrance, mixed with fragments of shell and dark green bodily fluid. Effective. Cao Yang peeked out. The entrance of the middle cave had collapsed halfway, with smoke billowing. But the left and right caves were stirring. More crack sounds resonated as something was about to emerge. Cao Yang did not hesitate, lit the second bomb, threw it into the left cave, and then dove down. Boom! Another explosion occurred, collapsing the left cave as well. Amid the smoke, Cao Yang saw several crab monster limbs being blown away. Only the right cave remained. But this time the crab monsters inside seemed to have learned their lesson. They did not rush out directly, but lingered at the entrance, the sound of their claws striking the rocks warning him. Cao Yang had only one bomb left. He had to ensure it hit. He lit the fuse but did not throw it immediately. He waited 2 seconds to let the fuse burn shorter, then threw with all his might. The bomb arced through the air, flying accurately into the depths of the right cave. Boom! The third explosion was the loudest. The right cave completely collapsed, with large boulders tumbling down, sealing the entrance entirely. 3 bombs, 3 caves all collapsed. Cao Yang waited a few minutes as the smoke gradually dispersed. All 3 cave entrances had collapsed, with rubble blocking the entrances, making it impossible to see inside. But he could smell the strong odor of gunpowder and the stench of blood. He cautiously approached, poking the rubble with his spear. There was no movement. After waiting a few more minutes to confirm it was safe, he began to check his results. The middle cave had suffered the worst from the explosion, and he could see 4 or 5 crab monster limbs shattered deep inside. The left cave also had 2 or 3. The right cave had completely collapsed and was unclear inside, but there should also be casualties. At least 7 or 8 dead. Cao Yang sighed in relief. The nest should be cleared out enough. Even if there were any stragglers, they wouldn't pose a threat. He did not immediately go to open the black iron boxes scattered on the ground, but first carefully investigated the depths of the caves. The explosion might have uncovered hidden parts of the cave, perhaps leaving some remnants. He lit a torch and climbed into the middle cave, which had collapsed halfway. The cave was filled with the smell of gunpowder and stench, but by the light of the torch he could see the situation deep within the cave. This cave was deeper than he had imagined, and the explosion had created a larger space inside. Cao Yang cautiously crawled in, using his spear to probe the way. Just as he reached the deepest part of the cave, the torchlight illuminated a massive shadow. A giant crab, 3 times the size of an ordinary crab monster, was trapped under the rubble, barely clinging to life. Its shell was dark golden, reflecting a metallic sheen under the torchlight, but it was now covered with cracks, one claw blown off, dark golden blood seeping from the wound. Its eyes were deep red, glaring at Cao Yang, filled with pain and anger. The system information appeared: giant claw, iron crab, 2nd tier status, near death, severe injuries, description: an elite evolved form among crab monsters with a shell as tough as iron, capable of breaking gold and shattering stone. The leader of the nest heavily injured due to the cave collapse and explosion. A 2nd tier crab leader. Cao Yang's heart tightened. No wonder this nest could dig such neat caves. That turned out a 2nd tier leader was stationed here. Fortunately, he had used bombs to directly collapse the cave. Had he engaged in a frontal fight, given his current strength, he would have likely faced dire consequences. But now this 2nd tier crab was on the brink of death, presenting a perfect opportunity to finish it off. Without hesitation, Cao Yang raised his spear, aimed at the crack in the crab's head shell, and thrust down with all his might. Thud! The spear pierced deeply, dark golden blood gushing out. The giant claw iron crab convulsed violently a few times before finally becoming still. A bronze box slowly appeared above its corpse, radiating a more dazzling light than the black iron box. Bronze box. Cao Yang's heart raced. The 2nd tier leader indeed dropped something good. He quickly stowed the bronze box, and then rapidly checked his surroundings. A great harvest. Cao Yang suppressed his excitement, and quickly collected all the boxes. Then, after carefully inspecting the cave to confirm there were no other remnants, he withdrew. He also briefly explored the left and right caves, confirming there were no hidden monsters or boxes. The bodies of the crab monsters that had been blown apart could no longer be used for materials, but Cao Yang still collected some relatively intact shell fragments. Though not highly valuable, it was better than nothing. Once everything was tidied up, Cao Yang quickly left the scene. The sound of the explosions might attract other sea monsters, and he needed to return to the island as soon as possible. Returning to the shelter and locking the door, Cao Yang finally relaxed. This operation had been too perilous. He never expected a 2nd tier leader was hiding in the lair. Fortunately, he had used explosives, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. He did not open the loot box immediately. The continuous battles and tension had drained his stamina, leaving him with only 55,100. He needed to rest for a moment to recover his strength. After having a light meal and drinking water, Cao Yang sat at the workbench and began to process the spoils. He decided to open 5 black iron boxes first. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he opened them. The first box contained fabric 5 crab meat 1. 5 kilograms with 10. The second box contained standard stone 15 canned fish 4 fabric 8 units. The third box contained standard wood 20 freshwater purification tablets 3 rope 5 meters. The fourth box contains simple wooden table blueprint description, can make a simple wooden table furniture type nails 15 stone 10. The fifth box contained common herbs 5 description common herbs, can make simple potions food storage box small. Description can store food, slowing down spoilage fabric 5 units. Cao Yang looked at the loot from these 5 boxes feeling somewhat disappointed. There were no green quality equipment, no special blueprints, and no precious materials. Just very ordinary supplies. Perhaps it's because most of the crab monsters were killed by the explosives, not by direct attacks, so the drop quality is average. Cao Yang speculated. The system might have judged the explosion as indirect damage, leading to a decrease in the quality of the drops. But having something is better than nothing. Cao Yang comforted himself. He would always need basic materials like stone, wood, and fabric. The food storage box could extend the shelf life of food, and the furniture blueprint could improve his living conditions. After sorting through the 5 black iron boxes, Cao Yang looked at the bronze box. This was dropped by the second-tier leader, and it should contain something good. He rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and opened the box. A blue light shone more dazzling and solid than the light from the black iron boxes. 3 items appeared: iron crab essence meat, second-tier ingredient description, meat from the essence part of the giant claw iron crab. Consuming it can significantly enhance physical constitution and defense attributes. Second-tier quality ingredient cave detector green description, a simple geological detection device, can detect underground caves or veins hidden spaces. Usage count 33 crab meat, 3 kilograms description, ordinary meat from the giant claw iron crab. Consuming it can slightly enhance attributes. Second-tier ingredient. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. This was worth it. The iron crab essence meat is a second-tier ingredient, and its effects are surely much stronger than first-tier ingredients. The cave detector is a green quality tool that can detect underground conditions, helping him understand the island and find resources. The ordinary crab meat is also decent, although its effects are average. The quantity is substantial. Let's first try the effect of the second-tier ingredient. Cao Yang immediately processed the iron crab essence meat, cutting off a small piece about 200 grams, and using the simplest frying method to preserve its original flavor. The meat was dark golden with fine marbling and emitted a rich aroma after being cooked. He cautiously took a bite. The meat was firm and chewy, incredibly delicious, and more importantly, a wave of warm energy immediately spread within him, stronger than any food he had eaten before. Consuming iron crab essence meat, second-tier constitution 1. 2 defense 0. 8 current base attributes constitution 16. 3 17. 5 defense 12. 0 12. 8 total value 68. 6 70. 2. An increase of 0 points at once. Cao Yang was delighted. Moreover, the emphasis was on constitution and defense, which were exactly what he needed. Second-tier ingredients are indeed extraordinary. This piece of essence meat weighed about 500 grams, and he could eat it 2 more times, expecting to boost his attributes by around 4 points. The ordinary crab meat weighed 3 kilograms. If he ate 200 grams daily, it would last for 15 days. Although each enhancement was small, it would add up over time. With these foods, the speed of attribute enhancement can be greatly accelerated. Next, he checked the cave detector. The device resembled a disc palm-sized with a scale dial and pointer on the surface. According to the instructions, when placed on the ground and activated, the pointer would indicate the direction of any anomalies, with stronger reactions the closer he got. Just what I need to explore the underground of the island and see if there are any veins or other resources. Cao Yang planned to use the detector to thoroughly investigate the island tomorrow. But there was still work to do today, upgrading the shelter. Shelter upgrade conditions met: materials wood 200200, stone 150150, base attribute 70. 260 standard. Upgrade time 30 minutes. During the upgrade, the shelter will undergo renovations. It is recommended to leave the building. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Half an hour. Then what are we waiting for? Cao Yang decisively chose yes. System prompt: shelter upgrade started. Please leave the building. Return in 30 minutes. He stood in the empty space at the center of the wall, watching the shelter. A blue light shone from within the building, and the wall's roof and foundation vibrated slightly, emitting a low humming sound. However, the entire process was very quiet, without any violent noise or destruction. The system renovation is indeed magical. Cao Yang sighed. If he had done the renovation himself, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 days, and the results would certainly not be as good as the system's. Half an hour passed quickly. The blue light gradually faded, and the vibrations ceased. The exterior of the shelter appeared to have changed little, but he could feel that it was overall more solid. The walls seemed thicker, and the roof tiles were more uniform. System prompt: shelter upgrade completed. Cao Yang eagerly pushed open the door. The internal space had noticeably expanded. From the original 30 square meters, it had increased to 50 square meters, and the height had also slightly risen. Functional areas were redefined. The living area had doubled in size. The wooden bed had been replaced with a sturdier solid wood bed, and there was now a bedside table and a small wardrobe. The blanket had also been upgraded, now thicker and warmer. The workstation table was larger with more tool racks and a material classification rack, and a simple forging furnace were added though rudimentary, they were usable. The storage area wooden racks had turned into 3 rows, significantly increasing the storage space. Most importantly, a medical corner had been added in the corner, a dedicated workbench with basic medical tools, grinding bowl, small knife, gauze, etc. And beside it was a small medicine cabinet for storing medications. The kitchen area had a larger fireplace, the water inlet bamboo pipe upgraded to a thicker copper pipe, and the sink replaced with stone. There was also a simple storage rack and a small food processing station. Cao Yang checked the system information system. Shelter level 2, durability 500500, area 50 square meters, main room 10 square meters, basement 5 square meters, warehouse, new functions, medical corner, can make simple medicines, special effect, mist resistance 20, originally 10, increase, excellent, ceiling upgrade conditions, next level requires base attributes 100, special materials several, area 50 square meters, durability 500, mist resistance 20. Cao Yang was very satisfied. More importantly, the shelter was now level 2, sturdier and better able to resist mist erosion. There were still 23 days until the mist arrived, giving him a safer home. Next, he used the cave detector to explore the island. He tried it around the shelter, by the flower bed, within the walls, and even in the rocky area, using a total of 2 chances. The first detection was on the east side of the shelter, black granite area, where the pointer pointed sharply downwards, indicating a ridge or vein at a depth of about 510 meters. Indeed, the black granite or vein was deep, no wonder it was difficult to mine. The second detection was in the center of the island, where the pointer trembled slightly, indicating a small cavity at a depth of about 3 meters. Cao Yang noted the location. Oh, it could be a natural cave or an underground water source, and he could excavate it later. With 1 chance left, he decided to save it for later use when needed. In the evening, just as Cao Yang finished tidying up the new shelter, Qin Zhe suddenly sent an urgent message. Brother Cao, I'm under attack again. 2 crab monsters ambushed my shelter under the cover of dusk, taking advantage of the poor visibility. I barely drove them off, but a part of the wall was damaged again. How's it going on your side? Any attacks? Cao Yang looked at the message, hesitating for a moment. He had completely cleared the crab nest here, even killing the second-tier leader, so there should not be any crab monster attacks in the short term. However, he did not want to tell Qin Zhe about this. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather unnecessary. First, Qin Zhe knowing might make him feel that Cao Yang's strength far exceeded his own, creating a sense of distance or dependence, which was not beneficial for equal cooperation. Secondly, Cao Yang used explosives as an unconventional means to clear the nest, which exposed his trump card. Thirdly, if Qin Zhe knew that Cao Yang was safe here, he might propose more requests for help or collaboration, while Cao Yang needed to focus on his own development right now. Let's keep it confidential for now, Cao Yang decided. He replied, I'm fine here, I haven't seen any crab monsters today. They probably mainly attacked your side. Were you injured? I wasn't hurt, but the wall needs repairs again. This is already the 3rd attack. If it continues like this, I won't sleep well at night. You should reinforce your defenses and dig more traps. The crab monsters aren't very intelligent, so traps will be effective. I know, but I don't have enough materials. So I won't talk more, or I need to go fix the wall. Be careful on your side, you might be next tomorrow. Yeah, let's keep in touch. After ending the call, Cao Yang stood at the entrance of the newly upgraded shelter, watching the sun gradually sink over the distant sea. The fact that Qin Zhe was still being attacked indicated that the threat of crab monsters indeed existed in multiple nests, or they might have migrated from elsewhere. Clearing 1 nest on his side did not mean he could rest easy, but at least he had a sturdier home, stronger strength, and more preparations. There were still 23 days until the mist arrived, and he was growing stronger day by day, building his foundation. Night fell. Cao Yang returned to the shelter, lying on the more comfortable bed, ready to rest. In the early morning, Cao Yang woke up in the new, more spacious and comfortable shelter. He first checked the system countdown. There were 22 days and 18 hours left until the fog arrived. As the days passed, he grew stronger each day. After a simple breakfast, Cao Yang took out the remaining 1/5 of the second-tier sea beast essence. After 4 previous absorptions, the essence had shrunk from its original fist-sized form to the size of an egg, its deep blue crystal surface shimmering with a faint glow. This is the last time. Cao Yang took a deep breath and placed the entire essence into his mouth. With the experience from the previous 4 times, he steadied his mind, focused, and gradually tamed and absorbed the raging energy. When the last trace of energy was absorbed, Cao Yang opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This breath coalesced into white mist in the air, lingering for a long time. A system prompt echoed in his mind, completely absorbed second-tier sea beast essence, strength 0, 9 constitution 1, 1 defense 0, 7 speed 0, 6 spirit 0, 5 current base attributes, strength 16, 2 constitution 18, 6 a defense 13, 5 speed 11, 2 spirit 12, 9 total 72, 4. The effect of the last absorption was the best, adding 8 points. Cao Yang exclaimed in delight. It seemed that fully absorbing a piece of essence enhanced the final portion's effect. Now his base attributes reached 72, for only 6 points away from 80. With the remaining second-tier essence meat and ordinary crab meat expected to increase by 12 points, he would soon reach that threshold. However, there was no need to rush. He first needed to thoroughly explore the island. He took out the cave detection device. This green-quality instrument resembled a small disc about the size of a palm with a scale dial and a slender pointer on its surface. According to the instructions, placing it on flat ground and pressing the start button would suffice. He'll use one chance to get a general overview of the entire island. Cao Yang stepped outside the shelter, placed the detector on the central ground of the wall, and pressed the start button. Buzz! The detector vibrated slightly, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. A few seconds later, the pointer slowly stopped at the northeast direction, quivering slightly. Cao Yang looked towards that direction. It was the location of the water puddle on the eastern side of the island. He had previously collected water from there. The puddle was not large, about 3 meters in diameter, and less than half a meter deep, resulting from freshwater seepage. Is there something beneath the puddle? Cao Yang picked up the detector and walked towards the puddle. Upon reaching the edge, he placed the detector on the wet ground beside the puddle and started it again. The pointer trembled violently. It was almost about to jump off the scale. At the same time, a faint green glow appeared on the surface of the detector, forming a simple three-dimensional image. The image showed a huge hollow space, approximately 5 meters deep beneath the puddle. The hollow was oval-shaped, horizontally extending with a diameter of at least 20 meters. At the bottom of the hollow was water, a subterranean lake. A subterranean lake. Cao Yang's heart raced. If this subterranean lake held fresh water, he would have a stable and concealed water source, and being underground, it would be less susceptible to contamination or evaporation. But more importantly, the detector's image indicated a strong energy response on the western wall of the hollow. The pointer was pointing in that direction, vibrating the most intensely. There's something there. It could be a vein or something else. Cao Yang stored the detector. He had 2 chances left and decided to save them for now. The current question was how to enter the subterranean lake. The puddle was too small and only half a meter deep, clearly not a direct entrance. There should be other channels, or he might have to dig down himself. He chose a spot about 3 meters away from the puddle, lifted the iron pickaxe, and began to excavate. Initially, it went smoothly. The surface sand was loose and moist, allowing the pickaxe to cut in easily. Cao Yang dug a pit about 1 meter in diameter and approximately 1 meter deep. But as he continued, the situation changed. The pickaxe hit a hard rock layer. It wasn't ordinary rock, but black granite, the same material as the second tier where he had previously mined. Cao Yang exerted more force, bringing the pickaxe down on the rock layer. Clang! The harsh sound of impact echoed, causing the pickaxe to bounce back, leaving only a white mark on the rock surface. The tremendous recoil left Cao Yang's arm numb. So hard. Cao Yang frowned. His current strength was 16 to 1, 6 times that of an ordinary person, and with the pickaxe he could only leave a white mark. He changed angles, aimed at a crack in the rock layer, and struck down again with force. This time the pickaxe embedded slightly, but not deeply. After striking it a dozen times, he finally broke off a small piece of stone the size of a fist. This hardness is as difficult as before when mining black granite. Cao Yang gasped. He attempted to use a stone chisel and hammer in coordination to carve a crack into the rock layer. The efficiency was extremely low. It took half an hour to carve out a shallow pit. He estimated at the current efficiency, and with these tools to break through this, at least 4-meter thick black granite layer, to enter the subterranean lake would require at least half a month and a significant daily investment of time and physical effort. More importantly, the durability of the pickaxe and stone chisel was rapidly declining. If he continued digging like this, the tools would soon be damaged, and he had no spare tools right now. Cao Yang paused, weighing the pros and cons. The benefits of entering the subterranean lake, gaining a concealed water source, possibly having mineral veins or other resources, and adding another refuge. The cost, at least half a month of high-intensity labor, significant tool wear, and being unable to do anything else during this time, improving attributes, building defenses, collecting resources, and possibly finding the subterranean lake to be of little value after digging it open. Not worth it. Cao Yang shook his head. What he lacked most now was time. With only 22 days left until the fog arrived, he needed to prioritize improving his attributes, upgrading the shelter, and preparing defenses. Moreover, the subterranean lake was right there. It wouldn't run away. He could come back later when his attributes were higher, his tools better, and he had more time. Temporarily giving up, Cao Yang made his decision. He filled in the pit he had dug, restoring it to its original state, leaving only a concealed mark. However, the detector indicated an energy response on the western wall of the hollow, which was very valuable information. Although he couldn't enter, it could be inferred that there might be a mineral vein there, most likely an extension of the black granite vein, or possibly even more precious minerals. When I have the capability later, I must dig it out and take a look. Cao Yang noted this location. By the time he returned to the shelter, it was already noon. Cao Yang ate the second piece of iron crab essence meat, 200 grams. The effect was still quite good. Consumed iron crab essence meat, second year Constitution 1. 0. Defense 0. 6 current base attributes, Constitution 18. 619. 6 a defense 13. 514. 1 total 72. 473. 5. His attributes steadily improved. There was still 100 grams of essence meat left, which he planned to eat tomorrow. In the afternoon, Cao Yang decided to patrol outside again. A day had passed since he last cleared the crab nests. and he needed to confirm the situation in the surrounding waters to see if there were any new threats or additional resource points. This time he planned to expand his patrol range. Previously, he had mainly operated on the eastern and northern sides of the island, but now he wanted to check the western and southern sides. Sailing out in a small sailboat, Cao Yang first circled the island to observe the overall situation. The island had an irregular elliptical shape about 300 meters long from east to west and about 200 meters wide from north to south, with a shelter situated in the central eastern part of the island. The coastline on the western and southern sides was relatively gentle, with wide beaches and fewer reefs. The western side is suitable for landing, if there are other survivors or sea monsters they might approach from here. Cao Yang noted this down. He would need to increase defensive measures on the western side in the future. He sailed westward, and after about a kilometer, he spotted a small cluster of reefs. The reefs were not large, but very dense with a natural waterway in between. Cao Yang carefully navigated his boat into the waterway and discovered that this was a good natural fishing ground. The water was relatively deep, there were many fish, and the reefs could block strong waves. I can set up fixed fishing nets or traps here to increase food sources, Cao Yang decided after observing. He tested the water depth with a spear, finding it to be about 3 to 5 meters, suitable for netting. He noted the coordinates and continued southward. The southern waters were relatively open, but Cao Yang noticed unusual ripples on the sea surface about 2 kilometers away. They did not resemble typical sea waves, but rather were caused by some large creature moving underwater. He picked up his binoculars to observe. From such a distance, he couldn't make out the details, but he could see a massive shadow moving slowly underwater, measuring at least 5 to 6 meters in length. Is that the second-tier sea beast again? Or is it something else? Cao Yang remained vigilant. This sea beast seemed to be active in a fixed area, showing no signs of approaching the island, but he needed to keep watching. He noted the location and characteristics, then turned towards the eastern side, preparing to return. However, on the way back about 800 meters southeast of the island, he discovered a floating object. It was not ordinary wood or seaweed, but a wooden box half submerged and bobbing with the waves. A box. Cao Yang steered the boat closer. The wooden box was about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, appearing quite old, with barnacles and algae attached to its surface, indicating it had been drifting in the sea for a long time. He used his spear to hook the box to the side of the boat. The box was not locked, but had become somewhat deformed from being soaked in seawater. Cao Yang carefully opened it. Inside was a pile of miscellaneous items: rusty iron nails, torn fabric, several empty glass bottles, a waterlogged notebook, and a seriously rusted short sword. It looked like a supply box belonging to some survivor, or perhaps the belongings of a victim. Cao Yang examined the notebook. The pages had stuck together, but he could barely make out some handwriting written in some foreign language that he couldn't understand. However, there were a few words he recognized: storm, sinking, mayday. It could be that other survivors encountered difficulties, Cao Yang speculated. He collected the useful items. Although the iron nails were rusty, they were still usable. 20 The fabric could be cleaned and dried for use, 5 units, and the glass bottles could hold things, I3. The short sword was too rusted and had become useless, but he still took it, thinking he might be able to smelt some iron from it later. The box itself was also dismantled, yielding wood 8. Although the haul was not substantial, it served as a reminder. The sea was very dangerous, not only due to sea monsters, but also storms and other accidents. He had to be fully prepared. Continuing on his way back, Cao Yang paused to observe the location of the crab nests on the eastern side of the island. The 3 caves had completely collapsed with no signs of new activity. However, he noticed that deeper in the reef area, about 20 meters away underwater, there seemed to be new excavation marks. There may still be rogue crab-like creatures or other life forms lurking unseen. Cao Yang made a mental note. He would return tomorrow for a thorough survey. If necessary, explosives could be prepared for clearance. At dusk, Cao Yang returned to his island, secured his vessel, and inspected both the perimeter wall and the shelter. Everything remained intact. He then contacted Qin Zhe to inquire about developments. Brother Cao, I reinforced the wall today and dug additional traps. I hope they'll hold against the next assault. Have you observed anything unusual on your end? Anything anomalous, like unusually dense stone formations or subsurface cavities? Nothing at all. My island is composed of ordinary loam. Even decent-sized stones are scarce. Then what's happening over there? The stone here is exceptionally hard. Mining is nearly impossible. Still, I've identified a potential subterranean lake site, yet the bedrock is too dense to excavate. Cao Yang reported part of the situation truthfully, but omitted mention of the detection device and the energy signature. A subterranean lake. That's immensely valuable. Yet such impenetrable rock truly complicates matters. Have you considered using explosives? Explosives? Do you have any? I don't, but the trading hub occasionally sees vendors offering them. You might search for some. That's a sound idea. I'll look into it immediately. After ending the call, Cao Yang logged into the trading hub and searched under keywords explosives, blasting agents, and bombs. Results were sparse. An exorbitantly priced basic explosive pack 1 for mining, exchangeable for 10 doses of antibiotics or equivalent medicine. Black powder, 500G, exchangeable for 50 liters of fresh water or substantial food supplies. Seeking high-efficiency mining explosives. Price negotiable. The costs were far beyond his current means. Moreover, explosives carried grave risks. Detonation might collapse straight up, burying the subterranean lake, or triggering unforeseen catastrophes. For now, best to abandon the idea. I'll wait until my strength increases and my tools improve, then revisit this problem. Night fell. Standing atop the wall, Cao Yang gazed across the darkening sea toward the encroaching mist. Though he had not yet entered the subterranean lake, its existence, and immense worth, had been confirmed. It lay like a buried treasure awaiting the day he possessed the power to claim it. At dawn, having just consumed his last portion of iron crab essence meat, Cao Yang prepared to investigate newly discovered traces along the eastern reef. When an urgent message from Qinze arrived, "Brother Cao, something's happened. Check the global chat immediately." A chill ran down Cao Yang's spine. He opened the global chat channel without delay. Ordinarily, it buzzed with survivors exchanging information, requesting aid, or trading goods, occasionally flaring into arguments. But today's atmosphere was utterly different. The channel overflowed with bold crimson flood messages. Bloodshark Brigade conscription edict. All survivors located within zones East 13 through East 18 must assemble within 24 hours at coordinates 1372, 894 to join the Bloodshark Brigade. Noncompliance will be treated as hostile. Elimination authorized. The Bloodshark Brigade possesses a Tier II mist navigation chart, enabling precise movement through the mist. Join us, and survival within the mist becomes possible. East 13 Zone. Li Wei has joined the Bloodshark Brigade and received full protection. East 14 Zone. Zhang Ming refused conscription and has been eliminated. His island coordinates are now public. Announcement by Bloodshark Brigade leader: Bloodshark join or perish. The mist approaches. Solitary survivors unaffiliated with any faction face certain annihilation. Cao Yang scrolled rapidly, his expression tightening with gravity. The Bloodshark Brigade, forced conscription, elimination of dissenters. He himself resided in East 15 Zone, squarely within the conscription zone. He messaged Qinze privately, "What's your status?" Qinze replied instantly, "I'm also within the conscription zone. Brother Cao, this Bloodshark Brigade means business. I know Zhang Ming, we traded timber before. Just now I messaged him privately, no reply. He may truly be dead. A Tier II mist navigation chart. What exactly is that? I don't know, but it sounds formidable. Navigating through the mist implies unrestricted mobility, enabling raids upon other islands. Even if we remain hidden on ours, they'll find us." Cao Yang frowned. If they truly possessed mist navigation capability, his island defenses would amount to little more than theater. Visibility in the mist approached zero, yet they could pinpoint island locations precisely, launching assaults by sea or air. He continued scanning the global chat, uncovering further details. Does anyone know who leads the Bloodshark Brigade? Rumor says he's ruthless, having consolidated 7 or 8 islands, commanding over 20 followers. How do they navigate the open sea? Don't they fear sea monsters? They reportedly use specialized vessels, extremely swift. I'm doomed. I'm in East 13 Zone too. What do I do? Bloodshark Brigade announcement: conscription is not plunder. It is resource integration for collective survival against the mist. New members must surrender 50% of their current supplies. Thereafter, distribution follows contribution. Refusal constitutes wasteful hoarding. Resources will be reclaimed. 50% of our supplies. Cao Yang sneered coldly. What distinguishes this from outright robbery? Worse still, membership entails subjugation, life and death dictated by others. Yet what alarmed him most was their demonstrated capacity to eliminate dissenters. Proof of overwhelming martial. Zhang Ming's island coordinates had been exposed. What did that imply? Other survivors might descend for scavenging, or the Bloodshark Brigade itself might conduct a thorough purge. Brother Cao, what do we do? Qinze asked. My defenses are modest. If they attack, I cannot withstand them. Cao Yang paused thoughtfully before replying. Remain calm. We have 24 hours. The conscription window remains open. Act immediately on these tasks. First, reinforce all defenses, especially those facing the sea. If they approach by water, they'll land where resistance is weakest. Second, prepare an evacuation plan. Should defense fail, identify fallback shelters, or ensure seaworthy vessels stand ready. Third, inventory critical supplies. Conceal them securely or carry them personally. Fourth, cease all activity in the global chat. Maintain absolute discretion. Understood. I'll begin at once. Brother Cao, will you join them? No, Cao Yang replied, resolute. Surrendering half my supplies and submitting to another's command is unacceptable. Moreover, coercive factions breed internal oppression. Membership would merely make me cannon fodder. But they outnumber us and possess that navigation chart. Numbers alone don't guarantee strength. And the mist arrives only 22 days hence. Yet they rush conscription now. This suggests pressure, perhaps instability within their ranks, or urgent need for manpower to accomplish some objective. If they held absolute dominance, they'd simply crush each island one by one, not grant a 24-hour ultimatum. An ultimatum reveals constraints, limited personnel, or resources requiring time to coordinate. Qinze seemed convinced. That makes sense. So what's our next move? Shall we unite against them? Prepare individually, stay connected. First, I must verify the threat along the eastern reef. If a sea monster lair persists, it must be eradicated before we're caught between two fronts. Agreed. I'll strengthen my own defenses. Contact me immediately should anything arise. Ending the call, Cao Yang stood atop the wall, eyes fixed upon the distant sea. His original plan had unraveled. Now he faced not only sea monsters and the encroaching mist, but also coordinated assaults from rival survivor factions. The Blood Shark Brigade. Cao Yang inscribed the name in memory. Their public elimination of dissenters served both as intimidation and warning. His silence and refusal to join marked him as a likely next target. Yet he felt no regret. In this world, compromise invariably surrendered autonomy, reducing one to tool or expendable asset. I must accelerate my growth, without delay. His plan to deploy fishing nets across the western reef cluster was cancelled. Nets demanded time to yield returns, a luxury he could no longer afford. What he needed now was immediate combat enhancement. Consuming ordinary sea monster flesh yielded negligible gains, merely 0, 2 to 0, 3 points daily, requiring weeks to manifest meaningful progress. He required a far more efficient method of advancement. The trading hub, the trading post. Perhaps someone is selling items that can quickly enhance attributes. He immediately searches for attribute enhancement essence, special food strengthening. There are quite a few results, but the prices are exorbitant. First tier sea beast essence, 1 damaged exchange for 20 antibiotics or equivalent medicine. Strengthening fruit, 2 strength 0. 5 each exchange for a large quantity of food or tools. Special potion formula, temporary attribute enhancement exchange for rare materials. Looking to purchase second tier essence, price negotiable. Cao Yang continues to search for equipment, weapons, armor to see if there's anything that can directly enhance combat power. The results are equally disappointing. Green quality longsword attack, 10 exchange for a full set of medicines or a large quantity of food. Refined leather armor defense, 6 exchange for tools or materials. These pieces of equipment are decent, but the prices are too high and the enhancements are limited. Cao Yang frowned. His current equipment is already quite good, defense 29, and exchanging for another piece of green gear might only improve his defense by a few points, which would not significantly impact his overall combat strength. What he needs is an enhancement of attributes themselves or powerful special equipment. But those items are ridiculously priced. Strength ring, strength 3 exchange for second tier materials or a large quantity of medicines. Agility boots, speed 2 exchange for rare blueprints or tools. Healing potions 3 exchange for blue or higher blueprints. Cao Yang searched through the trading post and discovered 1 issue items that can immediately and significantly enhance combat power are either too expensive for him to afford or have limited effects. And all he has to exchange are basic materials, food, and a small amount of medicines. At this stage, these items are worth less than items that enhance attributes. It seems everyone is aware of the importance of attributes. Good items are kept for oneself or only traded for better things. Cao Yang sighed. He needs to take a gamble. If his attributes are insufficient, he compensates with equipment. If his equipment is lacking, he makes up with skills. But what if he lacks skills too? I can only take the risk. A resolute glint flashed in Cao Yang's eyes. He thought of the second-tier sea beast he had seen while patrolling the southern sea area. If he could kill that sea beast and obtain its essence and meet his attributes, would surely see a significant boost. Moreover, if he could obtain second-tier materials, he might be able to exchange for good items at the trading post. But the risk is enormous. That is a second-tier sea beast, massive in size with formidable combat strength in the water. Although he has a flintlock pistol and a spear, fighting in the sea does not offer him much advantage. I need to devise a strategy. Cao Yang began to ponder. The sea beast seems to be active in a fixed area, indicating that it might be its nest or foraging zone. If he could lure it to shallow waters or onshore, his advantage would increase. Or set a trap. I must use the existing conditions. Cao Yang assessed his equipment: flintlock pistol, short range, slow to reload, spear, short, sword, and bone spike dagger. And the poison pouch. This is what he just bought from the trading market. It can extract venom to make poisoned arrows or blades. Use poison. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. If he could coat his weapons with poison, even if it's just a scratch, the accumulated toxin could gradually weaken the sea beast. He immediately processed the poison pouch, extracting about 50 milliliters of dark green venom and storing it in a glass vial. The system displayed sea serpent venom. First year description: a neurotoxin extracted from the serpent's poison pouch that can paralyze the target's muscles and slow down their movements. The effectiveness depends on the dosage and the target's constitution. Not strong enough. Cao Yang frowned. First-tier toxins may have limited effects on second-tier sea beasts, but he carefully applied the venom to the blades of the bone spike dagger and short sword and coated some on the spear tip as well. It was not feasible to poison the flintlock pistol's lead bullets, so he gave up on that. Next, he needed bait. What do sea beasts eat? Fish. Meat. He cut off 2 kilograms of fresh fish and securely tied it with a rope as bait. Then he needed a battlefield. He cannot fight in the sea. He must lure it to shallow waters or onshore. Cao Yang examined the island's terrain. The southern coast is relatively gentle, with a stretch of shallow water less than a meter deep extending about 20 meters. That is the ideal battlefield. The sea beast's movements are restricted in shallow water, while he can stand in even shallower areas or onshore to attack. Plan: use bait to lure the sea beast to the shallow waters, fight in the shallow area, attack with poisoned weapons, and exhaust it. The risk is immense. If he cannot lure it in, or once lured if he cannot control it, and is dragged into deeper waters, he will be finished. Moreover, the commotion from the battle may attract other sea monsters, or the attention of the blood shark team. But he has no choice. If he does not quickly enhance his strength, when the blood shark team comes he will be just as dead. I have to take a gamble. Cao Yang donned his full set of equipment, taking all weapons, medicines, and bait, and set sail. Before departing, he sent a message to Qin Zhe: I'm going to hunt the sea beast in the southern sea area to enhance my strength. If there's no news within 3 hours, don't wait for me. Brother Cao, that's too risky. That's a second-tier sea beast. There's no time. You guard your island if I don't come back. Figure it out yourself. Brother Cao, take care. Cao Yang turned off the communication and sailed south. The sea was calm, but Cao Yang's heart was not calm. This is his first active hunt for a second-tier sea beast, and it is under the threat of a formidable enemy. But he felt no fear, only determination. In this world, retreating means death. Taking risks may offer a glimmer of hope. After sailing about 2 kilometers, Cao Yang spotted the area, a surface with unusual ripples with shadows occasionally swimming below. He stopped the boat to observe. The shadow was large, at least 5 meters long, shaped like a giant sea eel. No, it was more robust, resembling an enlarged version of a sea snake or ribbon fish. Cao Yang tied the bait fish meat to the ship's stern with rope, then slowly steered the boat towards the shallows. The fish meat dragged in the seawater, releasing a bloody scent. A few minutes later, the ripples on the water surface intensified. The shadow moved toward the boat. Cao Yang accelerated, but dared not go too fast. If he went too fast, the bait's enticing effect would weaken. He needed the sea beast to follow while not letting it catch up immediately. There were still about 500 meters to the shallow water. The shadow grew closer, and Cao Yang could see its outline. It was indeed a giant sea snake, as thick as a barrel, with dark blue scales, a bony crown on its head, and a large mouth full of sharp teeth. Deep sea frenzy eel, second-tier status, hungry. Description: a ferocious eel living in deep-sea regions, extremely fast, with incredible bite force, capable of releasing weak electric currents. It often roams the surface in search of food. It can discharge electricity. Cao Yang's heart tightened. The deep-sea frenzy eel was clearly attracted by the fish meat and accelerated to pursue. Cao Yang also accelerated, rushing toward the shallows. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The shallows were reached. Cao Yang drove the boat onto the shallows, grounding the boat. He immediately jumped off the boat, grabbed the spear, and turned to look back. The deep-sea frenzy eel stopped about 20 meters from the shallow waters, seemingly hesitating. The water here is only 2 to 3 meters deep, too shallow for it, making movement difficult. But it was extremely hungry, and the fish meat was right before its eyes. It slowly swam toward the shallows, its body undulating in the shallow water, clearly slowing down. A good opportunity. Cao Yang seized the moment, raised the spear, and threw it with all his might. The spear arced through the air, piercing toward the head of the deep-sea frenzy eel. The frenzy eel jerked its head, and the spear struck its neck from the side, penetrating about 20 centimeters. Hiss! The frenzy eel let out a sharp hiss, thrashing its body wildly, blood gushing from the wound, staining the sea red. The toxins on the spear began to take effect, but the results were not significant. The frenzy eel remained ferocious. Cao Yang did not approach. He raised the flintlock pistol, aimed at the frenzy eel's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The lead bullet struck the eye socket. The furious eel arched its body in pain, and then lunged fiercely at Cao Yang. But the shallow water restricted its speed. Cao Yang stepped back while drawing his short sword. The furious eel lunged from about 3 meters away, opening its massive jaws to bite. Cao Yang rolled sideways to evade, simultaneously slashing the eel's lower jaw with his short sword, leaving a wound that allowed venom to seep in. The furious eel attacked again, and Cao Yang kept dodging and counterattacking. The shallow water became his advantage. Every time the eel lunged, it would get beached, needing to twist its body to return to deeper water, while Cao Yang could attack when it was stranded. The battle lasted 10 minutes. Cao Yang had several scratches on his body. Due to high defense, he was not bitten hard, but the furious eel had accumulated 7 or 8 wounds, toxins beginning to build up, and its movements clearly slowed, with its attacks losing their ferocity. Cao Yang seized the opportunity. When the furious eel lunged and became stranded again, he charged forward, driving his bone-spiked dagger forcefully into the eel's other eye. Hiss! The furious eel let out its final horrifying shriek, thrashing wildly, but it had gone blind and could not find its direction. Cao Yang stepped back and waited. The toxins and blood loss were rapidly depleting the furious eel's life. It struggled for a few minutes, its movements growing weaker, until it finally floated on the water's surface, no longer moving. A bronze chest appeared above the corpse. I did it. Cao Yang panted heavily, soaked from head to toe, his body drenched with seawater, sweat, and blood. But he succeeded. He had single-handedly slain a Tier 2 sea beast. He immediately dragged both the chest and the corpse ashore. The corpse was too large. He first dealt with the essence, extracting a deep blue fist-sized essence crystal from its head, larger and purer than the previous Tier 2 essence. The system displayed deep-sea furious eel essence Tier 2. Then he quickly sliced off the best meat, about 5 kilograms of essence meat and 10 kilograms of ordinary meat. He couldn't deal with the other parts for now. He had to leave immediately. The noise from the battle and the smell of blood could attract other sea monsters or the blood shark core. Back at the shelter, Cao Yang finally relaxed. He checked his injuries. They were all superficial and could be disinfected and bandaged. However, the lingering numbness from the electric shock made him feel like his reaction speed was half a beat slower than usual. He needed to rest and recover. He immediately dealt with the essence meat, cutting off 200 grams to cook and eating deep sea furious eel essence meat tier 2 elite. Strength 0, 8 speed 0, 7 electric resistance, 2 current base attributes, strength 16, 217, 0 speed 12, 713, 4 total value 74, 975, 6. The effect is better than iron crab meat. Cao Yang exclaimed in delight. Although it only added 2, he continued to eat, consuming 200 grams each for lunch and dinner at lunch. Strength 0, 6, constitution 0, 5, in the evening speed 0, 5 spirit 0, 4, in total strength 16, 217, 6, constitution 19, 620, 1 speed 12, 713, 9 spirit 12, 913, 3 defense 14, 1 remained unchanged. The total base attribute value increased from 74, 9 to 78, 9, just 1 points away from 80, just a little more. Cao Yang was excited. If he ate the essence meat once more tomorrow, he would definitely break through. Moreover, he also had the essence crystal from the deep sea furious eel. If absorbed, it could significantly enhance it, but there was no time to absorb it now. Absorption required focus and rest, and he had to remain vigilant against the possible arrival of the blood shark core at any moment. In the evening, he contacted Qin Zhe. I am still alive. The hunt was successful, and my attributes have significantly increased. Ciao, brother. That's great. Are you okay? Minor injuries, I'm fine. How about you? It's quiet for now, but I saw a ship passing in the distance but didn't come close. Ciao, brother, what are your attributes now? 78. 9, almost at 80. If the blood shark core comes tonight or tomorrow morning, I should be able to hold them off for a while. 78. 9. So fast. I'm still below 65. Ciao, brother, you really are pushing yourself. If I don't push myself, I'll die. You continue to strengthen defenses and keep in contact. After ending the conversation, Cao Yang stood on the wall gazing westward. The sunset was blood red, dyeing the surface of the sea. In the world chat channel, the blood shark core recruitment order was still flooding the screen, the list of joiners growing longer. But Cao Yang now felt confident. With attributes at 78, 9 and fully equipped, he had the capability to fight them. Blood shark core. Come on. As night fell, Cao Yang sat in the newly upgraded shelter nibbling on deep sea furious eel essence meat while keeping an eye on the world chat channel. The atmosphere in the channel grew increasingly oppressive. The blood shark core recruitment orders appeared every half hour like a death notice hanging over all survivors in districts 13-18 East. The list of joiners kept growing, but what stood out more were the announcements stating that refusers were eliminated. District 16 East Lu Chong refused the recruitment and has been eliminated. Island coordinates 1492, 876. Disclosed. District 17 East Wang Fong attempted to hide, was discovered, and executed. Supplies have been recovered. District 15 East Zhao Lei has joined the blood shark core, surrendering 60 of supplies. The pressure is too great. Cao Yang could understand those who chose to join. Facing a team that could accurately pinpoint locations, was organized, and dared to kill. Resisting alone required tremendous courage and strength. Most people did not have it. But understanding did not mean acceptance. Cao Yang set down the wooden bowl and looked at the bronze chest, emitting a faint glow on the table. This was the bronze chest dropped from the deep sea furious eel, which he had yet to open. Open it now. Cao Yang took a deep breath and placed his hand on the chest lid. The bronze chest felt icy to the touch, and the patterns on its surface glimmered faintly under his palm. He slowly opened the lid. Blue light surged forth, more solid and brighter than that from the black iron chest. 3 items gradually emerged in the light. Deep sea scale bracers, blue defense 8. Aquatic 10 special effect, increases movement speed by 20 in water and reduces oxygen consumption by 30 when worn. Description: bracers made from the essence scales of the deep sea furious eel, containing the blessings of the ocean. Furious eel essence potion 3 after consumption, 5 strength, 3 speed, 15 electric resistance for 1 hour. Side effect: falls into a state of weakness for 2 hours after effect, ends all attributes 30. Description: a temporary enhancement potion made from the essence of the deep sea furious eel, used with caution. Tier 2 mist navigation map fragment 13. Collect all 3 fragments to synthesize a complete Tier 2 mist navigation map, which can be used for navigation in the mist. Current fragment effect increases the wearer's vision range by 10 in the mist. Description: a mysterious map fragment that records some routes in misty seas. Blue equipment. Enhancement potions. Navigation map fragments. Cao Yang's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Each of these items was worth a fortune, especially given the current situation. The deep sea scale bracers were of blue quality, 4 points lower in defense than his current rock armor arm guards, green defense 12, but they had the added aquatic 10 and special effects that enhanced movement speed in water. For someone like him who often needed to dive into combat or gather resources, this equipment could prove more useful than the rock armor arm guards in certain situations. The Furious Eel Essence potions were temporary burst potions that could greatly enhance combat power at critical moments. Although the side effects were severe, if it were a life-or-death struggle, this price was worth paying. What shocked Cao Yang the most was the third item, the Tier 2 Mist Navigation Map Fragment. The very thing the Bloodshark Core claimed to possess, I actually got a fragment of. Cao Yang picked up the palm-sized leather fragment, which had a complex and difficult-to-understand sea map drawn in dark red lines with torn edges. The system prompt indicated that this was only one-third. Gathering all three pieces was necessary to synthesize a complete navigation map. But even as merely a fragment, wearing it could increase vision range by 10 in the mist. This could mean the difference between life and death in the mist. No wonder the Bloodshark Core is forcibly recruiting so many people. Cao Yang suddenly understood they might only have fragments or an incomplete navigation map, needing more people and resources to collect the remaining parts or to test the map's effectiveness. But this still poses a significant threat. Cao Yang calmed down. Even though the Bloodshark gang only had partial navigation charts, it meant they had an advantage over ordinary survivors in the fog. Moreover, they had a large number of organized members with considerable combat power. Suddenly Cao Yang recalled something and immediately tightened his grip on the fragments, concentrating his spirit to sense. Indeed, as he focused his thoughts on the fragments, a blurry sea map emerged in his mind. Although most areas were shrouded in fog, a few points were clearly visible. His own island's coordinates, 1456, 912, lit up with a green dot, and about 40 kilometers to the northeast, another green dot. Chinze's island coordinates, 1498, 948. In the northwest, 3 red dots were clustered together approximately 15 kilometers away, moving. Those were likely the ships or strongholds of the Bloodshark gang. Further away, there were a few scattered red and green dots, but they were too blurry to make out. This fragment not only increased visibility, but also displayed the positions of nearby survivors. Cao Yang was excited. This function was incredibly useful. Although the range was limited about a 50-kilometer radius, and it only showed approximate locations rather than precise coordinates, it was already sufficient. He immediately contacted Chinze. I have an important discovery. The final ultimatum from the Bloodshark gang is 2 hours. What about you? Chinze quickly replied. I also have 2 hours. Brother Cao, they will definitely strike at the same time. What should we do? Should we defend separately, or form an alliance? Cao Yang said decisively. But we won't ally here, nor will we defend at your place. What do you mean? I currently have some fragments of the fog navigation map that allow me to see your location about 40 kilometers away from me. I can also see the position of the Bloodshark gang. They are 15 kilometers to the northwest with 3 ships gathering. Cao Yang quickly outlined the plan. They will split their forces and attack both our islands simultaneously. But if we concentrate in one place, we can form a local advantage in numbers. Are you suggesting you come to my place, or should I go to yours? They'll come to your place, Cao Yang decided. My island's defenses are stronger, and your island is farther from the Bloodshark gang's gathering point. It will take them time to reach you. But Brother Cao, what about your island? If they discover you are not there, will they take it directly? That's why I need to set things up properly. Cao Yang said. I will take most of the important supplies away or hide them, leaving a false impression that I am still there. Then I will sail to your place. While they are attacking your island, we can ambush them from the sea or from behind, catching them off guard. Chinze hesitated, but this is too risky. What if they intercept you halfway? Or if they attack your island, first find you are not there, and head straight for me? We would be done for. I have the navigation map fragments which allow me to see their movements. If they change direction, I will know, and we can adjust our plan. Cao Yang said. Moreover, their final ultimatum is 2 hours, indicating they plan to strike at the same time 2 hours later. From the northwest to your place, at their ship speed, it will take at least an hour. It will take 40 minutes to reach me. If they want to attack simultaneously, they must set off in advance and split their forces. Let me calculate the time. It is now 8 p.m., and the ultimatum is at 10 p.m. If they set off at 9 p.m., they will reach my place by 9:40 and yours by 10 p.m., perfectly timing their attack. Chinze understood. If we can meet before 9:30, we have a chance to ambush before the attack begins. Right? I will prepare immediately and set off at 8:30. At my ship speed, I can reach you by 9:20. We have 40 minutes to prepare for the ambush. Great. Brother Cao, I will follow your lead. I will send you the terrain map of my island. You can see where is suitable for an ambush. Chinze sent the updated terrain map. Cao Yang studied it carefully. The island was an irregular triangle with cliffs 510 meters high on the east, south, and west sides, almost vertical and difficult to climb. Only the north side had a 30-meter wide beach, the only landing point. From the beach inward, there was a roughly 20-meter wide thicket, 12 meters high, sparse, but able to conceal people. Beyond the thicket was a muddy area with a diameter of about 40 meters where Chinze had previously dug to make bricks, leaving many pits. The mud was wet and sticky, making walking difficult. In the central west part of the muddy area was Chinze's shelter, a simple wooden house with a low surrounding wall, but not as sturdy as Cao Yang's. Around the muddy ground were scattered bushes and a few short trees. A perfect ambush terrain. A glint flashed in Cao Yang's eyes. The beach on the north side is the only entrance. We can set traps in advance on the beach and in the thicket. The muddy area naturally slows down enemies, making it suitable for dividing them. The thicket and short trees are good for hiding. Brother Cao, how do you plan to attack? Let me explain how we will set this up. Cao Yang quickly outlined the plan, and Qin Zhe nodded repeatedly. After finishing the conversation, Cao Yang immediately took action. He first changed into the deep-sea scales bracers, replacing the rock armor arm guards. The defense dropped from 12 to 8, but water proficiency increased to 15, with a 20 increase in movement speed underwater. This was more useful for sailing and potential shallow water combat. Next, he packed important supplies. Ordinary stones, wood, and cloth, which were large volume supplies he hid in the storage room, next to the previous shelter, covering them with stones and dirt. Even if found, the loss would not be significant. In the shelter, he set up several simple traps, tripwires and falling rocks, and deliberately left some traces of life to create the illusion that someone just left, possibly still nearby. This was a delaying tactic. If Bloodshark gang members arrived at his place first and saw the note, they might hesitate, buying him some time. Everything was ready by 8:25 p.m. Cao Yang sailed out to sea, heading towards Qin Zhe's island in the northeast. He wore the navigation map fragment. The blurry sea map remained vividly in his mind. He could see his green that was moving northeast, Qin Zhe's green that was stationary, and the 3 red dots to the northwest began to disperse, 2 heading southeast towards him and 1 heading northeast towards Qin Zhe. Indeed, they split their forces. 2 ships were coming to me, and 1 was going to Qin Zhe. Cao Yang accelerated the speed of his boat. His ship had been modified to be faster than ordinary survivors' boats, and with the tailwind, he could reach speeds of 1,012 kilometers per hour. Sailing at night was dangerous, but Cao Yang couldn't afford to care. He tightly held the helm, his eyes fixed on the sea surface, while also keeping an eye on the sea map in his mind. At 9:05, he had traveled about half the distance. The sea map in his mind showed that the 3 Bloodshark gang ships had already separated significantly. 2 were about 8 kilometers from his island, and 1 was about 12 kilometers from Qin Zhe's island. I can make it in time, Cao Yang calculated. The ship heading to Qin Zhe was not fast, probably traveling at 8 kilometers per hour, and would take over an hour to reach him. He would arrive in just 15 minutes. At 9:20, Cao Yang saw the outline of Qin Zhe's island. He did not land from the northern beach, but instead circled to the east side cliffs of the island. Although steep, there was a crack that he could climb, which Qin Zhe had told him about before. He messaged Qin Zhe, "I have arrived at the eastern crack. What's the situation on your side? I see you. I'll pull you up. No, stay in the shelter and act normal. The enemy may be watching with binoculars. Let me know how the traps are set up." According to your plan, I dug a dozen small pits from the northern beach to the thicket. They are not deep, but they can trip some. I set up tripwires and bell alarms in the thicket. I made the muddy area even wetter. Now stepping in can sink someone up to their calves. Good. I will climb up now. You continue moving around in the shelter, light a torch to make them think you are preparing defenses alone. Understood. Brother Cao, be careful of the cliff. Cao Yang hid the boat in the crevice of the rocks beneath the cliff on the east side, covering it with seaweed. Then he began to climb the fissure. Cao Yang had a physique of 25 and strength of 18, making the climb not difficult. A few minutes later, he reached the top of the cliff. He lay down and looked to the north. The beach was tranquil. The bushes appeared grayish-black under the moonlight, and a faint glow of fire lit up the distant shelter. He quietly moved towards the shelter while observing the terrain. Qin Zhe's map was quite accurate. The cliffs on 3 sides were indeed steep, and the northern beach was indeed the only entrance. At 9:30, Cao Yang arrived at the shelter. Qin Zhe was pretending to be busy inside. Upon seeing him, he excitedly lowered his voice. "Brother Cao, you finally made it. Have you checked the traps?" "Yes, I did. I also buried some sharpened stakes at the edge of the muck covered with leaves as you instructed." "Good. Now listen to my final arrangements," Cao Yang said. "The enemy is coming from the north. They will first come onto the beach, cross through the bushes, and then enter the muck. Your shelter is on the west side of the muck. They will approach from the east or the front. Where should we ambush?" "I will be in the bushes on the east side of the muck, and you will be in the shelter. Once they enter the muck and are slowed down by the mud, I will first shoot from a distance with my bow to create chaos. When you hear my arrows, attack with the slingshot from the shelter. We will flank them and force them towards the west side of the muck, where the wooden stake traps you buried are. What if they don't fall? Then we will fight directly. But they will have difficulty moving in the muck, giving us the advantage. Remember, our goal is not to annihilate them, but to inflict heavy damage, capture their equipment, and withdraw immediately." "Withdraw? Where to?" "Back to my island or somewhere else. But first we need to deal with this group of enemies." At 9:50, the sea chart in Cao Yang's mind indicated that the ship of the Bloodshark group was only 3 kilometers away, approaching quickly. Prepare for battle. Cao Yang gripped his weapon and moved to the bushes on the east side of the muck. He checked his bow and arrows. They were seized from the Bloodshark group's squad. The bow was a simple wooden one with 12 arrows, average in power, but sufficient. He placed his flintlock, pistol, short sword, and bone dagger in easy reach, with the essence potion of the frenzied eel in the most accessible pocket. Qin Zhe was inside the shelter, readying the slingshot and a machete. At 1:00, the outline of a boat appeared on the northern sea, slowly approaching the beach. There were vaguely 4 people on the boat, each holding a weapon and moving cautiously. The boat stopped about 30 meters from the beach. 2 people disembarked, wading towards the shore, while the other 2 stayed on the boat to keep watch. Very cautious, Cao Yang thought. This group of enemies was not simple. After the two reached the shore, they carefully inspected the beach and then signaled to the boat. Another person disembarked from the boat, and the three formed a triangular formation, sneaking towards the bushes. One person remained on the boat to guard. A foreman squad, leaving one to guard the boat, while three attacked, Cao Yang calculated. Just as he expected, the three moved cautiously across the beach, entering the bushes. Suddenly one of them stepped on a pitfall and fell with a cry of ouch. The other two immediately crouched down, observing warily. "There are traps," one whispered. But they did not retreat, instead proceeding forward with even greater caution. They discovered and avoided the tripwire. The bell did not ring. The three passed through the bushes and reached the edge of the muck. The mud shimmered in the moonlight, looking suspicious. "This ground is too wet, it's hard to walk," one said. "Should we go around?" Another asked. "We can't go around, the muck is too vast. Let's go straight through, be careful." The three tentatively stepped into the muck. The mud immediately engulfed their ankles, making every step laborious. Their speed noticeably slowed down. What a great opportunity. Cao Yang raised his bow in the bushes, aiming at the person in the middle. Whoosh. The arrow was shot, but due to nerves and dim light it veered off course, grazing past the person's shoulder. "It's an ambush." The three immediately dropped down, but lying down in the muck meant getting covered in mud. Almost simultaneously, Qin Zhe rushed out from the shelter, swinging the slingshot to hurl a stone at one of them. The stone struck the man's back, causing him to grunt. Cao Yang seized the opportunity and fired 2 arrows. This time he hit his target. One arrow struck a man's thigh, and the other hit another man's arm. "Oh, my leg." The two were wounded, struggling in the muck. Seeing this, the third person did not retreat. Instead, he charged angrily towards Qin Zhe's shelter. Seeking death, Cao Yang dropped his bow, drew his flintlock pistol, and dashed out of the bushes, chasing after him through the muck, stumbling in the process. The man's speed was hampered by the muck, and Cao Yang quickly caught up, stabbing him in the back with his sword. The man fell to the ground. Cao Yang turned and looked at the 2 injured enemies. One was struggling to get up, while the other pulled out a whistle and "Not good. He's signaling." Cao Yang rushed over and dispatched the whistler with a sword, while the other one received a finishing blow. But it was already too late. The whistle sound reached the sea, and the person guarding the boat heard it, immediately lighting a signal rocket and shooting it into the sky. Whoosh, bang. The red signal flare exploded in the air, illuminating the night sky. "They're calling for reinforcements." Qin Zhe ran over, his face pale. Cao Yang immediately looked at the sea chart in his mind. The situation was urgent, but the information on the map made his eyes light up. To the northwest, the 2 ships that were originally heading to his island were indeed turning towards them and sailing rapidly. But more importantly, at his island's coordinates, there were now only 2 red dots. "Qin Zhe, look." Cao Yang pointed to the map in his mind. "The group of enemies attacking my island left only 2 people to guard it. The rest have come over to support." "Right?" Qin Zhe looked closely and also saw, indeed. "There are only 2 red dots on your island now. Most of them are at sea, rushing over here. An opportunity." A glint flashed in Cao Yang's eyes. "The enemy reinforcements are coming from the northwest, approximately 10 kilometers away. At the fastest, it will take them 40 minutes to arrive. And my island is in the southeast direction, about 40 kilometers from here. If we sail at full speed, we can arrive in about an." "You mean, we're not going to the southeast Green Dot Islands, but instead returning to your island, while they only have 2 people guarding it to take it back?" "Correct. And not just to take it back." Cao Yang quickly calculated. "The enemy's reinforcements will arrive here first, discover that all 3 teams have been wiped out, and will think we have escaped to the southeast. They might pursue or search here. Meanwhile, we can attack my island where there are only 2 enemies and easily take it. Then we can wait for them to realize they've missed us and come back. By then we will have already recaptured my island with defensive fortifications and preparation time. But they have more people. Can your island be defended? My island has walls, traps, and is easier to defend than yours. Plus we have captured their ship, so we can retreat anytime." Cao Yang and his companion quickly gathered the spoils: 4 knives, a wooden shield, a bow with remaining arrows, some food and medicine, and most importantly, a badge of the Blood Shark team made of iron with a shark design, and a simple communicator capable of short-range communication only. Cao Yang picked up the communicator, static crackling inside, followed by a voice. Team 3, report your status. Team 2 has reached the target island, Cao Yang's island, and is landing. How is it over there? Over. Cao Yang exchanged a glance with Qin Zhe. He lowered his voice, mimicking the commanding voice from earlier. The target has surrendered. We are currently collecting supplies. Over. Received. Team 2 encountered resistance. The target may not be on the island. Speed up and regroup at coordinates 1372, 894 immediately after completion. The commander has issued orders to eliminate all resistors tonight. Over. Received. Over. Cao Yang turned off the communicator and said to Qin Zhe, "They think Team 3 is still alive and that we have surrendered. This will buy us some time. Moreover, Team 2 has realized I am not present, but only left 2 men to guard while the others came over for support. This is our best opportunity to seize the island." The 2 men sailed the Blood Shark team's boat, taking all the spoils and important supplies, heading southeast toward Cao Yang's island at full speed. During the voyage, Cao Yang frequently checked the sea chart in his mind. 2 enemy reinforcement ships were rapidly approaching Qin Zhe's island, expected to arrive in 15 minutes. They are still about 30 kilometers from Cao Yang's island, requiring 50 minutes. Hurry up faster. Cao Yang. Qinzhe was at the helm while he kept watch. At 1040, the two enemy reinforcement ships arrived at Qinzhe's island. On the sea chart, 6 red dots moved around the island, evidently searching. At 1050, the 6 red dots began moving southeast. They discovered that there was no one on Qinzhe's island and started pursuing. However, their direction was southeast by east, seemingly heading toward that green dot island rather than directly toward Cao Yang's island. They think we fled southeast and are pursuing. Cao Yang exhaled slightly, but once they realized the green dot island is not us and turned back, it'll be too late. At 1120, Cao Yang and Qinzhe arrived near Cao Yang's island. The two did not approach the shore directly, but circled to the rocky area on the west side where it was concealed. Cao Yang took out a simple telescope to carefully observe the island's situation. Under the moonlight, the outline of the island was clear. A boat was docked on the northern beach with no one on board. Faint firelight could be seen on the wall with 2 figures moving. One sat beside the fire, seemingly dozing off. The other walked back and forth on the wall, showing little vigilance. Indeed, there are only 2 people. Cao Yang whispered to Qinzhe, and they are quite lax. It seems they think we wouldn't dare to return, or that they have already caught us with their reinforcements. How should we attack? Qinzhe asked. We will launch a surprise attack from the side. Cao Yang pointed to the rocky area on the east side of the island. The terrain there is complex with many rocks allowing for a concealed approach. I will dive over from that side and circle to their back. You will feign an attack from the west side to draw their attention. Wait for my signal, then we will flank them. What signal? I will imitate the call of a seagull 3 times. Once you hear it, shout loudly, pretending to negotiate to attract their attention. I will take the chance to eliminate them from behind. Understood. The two split up. Qinzhe steered the boat around to the west side, preparing to feign an attack. Cao Yang donned the deep sea scale bracers and quietly entered the water, approaching from the eastern rocky area. The bracers enhanced his swimming ability, allowing him to move nearly silently with a 20 increase in speed. He swam towards the shore like a fish silently. The eastern rocky area served as a natural barrier, but Cao Yang was very familiar with this area. He had previously cleared crab nests here and knew where to land without being detected. He reached a concealed rock and quietly came ashore. Soaked through, he didn't care. He checked his equipment. The flintlock pistol was loaded and the short sword and bone dagger were ready. There was about 20 meters of sandy ground from the eastern rocky area to the wall, but several large stones could provide cover. Cao Yang took advantage of the shadows and moved quickly, soon reaching the base of the wall. The wall had a blind spot on the eastern side. Due to the terrain, those inside the wall could not see outside. Cao Yang had noticed this flaw before, but it had never been repaired, and he didn't expect it would be useful now. He carefully climbed over the wall and landed soundlessly. The two enemies were about 30 meters ahead, one sitting by the fire, dozing, the other walking back and forth on the wall, glancing occasionally toward the western sea. Cao Yang imitated the call of a seagull, caw, caw, caw. Almost simultaneously, Qinzhe shouted from the west, "People on the island. I am Cao Yang's friend. We need to negotiate." The person on the wall immediately became alert, looking toward the west. The one dozing also woke up and grabbed his weapon. "Who? Come out," that person shouted, raising his knife. "I will come out, and don't act rashly. I have important information." Qinzhe continued shouting, slowly walking out from behind the rocks with his hands raised. "Cao Yang has already been captured by your reinforcements. I surrender. I only seek to live." The attention of the two men was completely drawn to Qinzhe. The person on the wall even walked to the western side of the wall, leaning out to look. The one who had been dozing also stood up and walked toward the wall. A great opportunity. Cao Yang burst out of the shadows, moving as swiftly as a cheetah. He charged toward the one dozing, his bone dagger striking like lightning into the man's back. That man let out a muffled grunt and fell limply to the ground. The one on the wall heard the commotion and quickly turned around, but Cao Yang had already leaped up to the wall's edge, grabbing the top and flipping over. "You!" that person exclaimed in shock, swinging his knife. Cao Yang sidestepped the short sword, thrusting directly at the opponent's throat. The opponent tried to block, but Cao Yang was faster, the short sword piercing first. Ugh! That man widened his eyes, slowly collapsing. The battle ended in less than 10 seconds, clean and efficient. Cao Yang checked the two men and confirmed their deaths. Then he waved to Qinzhe, "Safe. Come over." Qinzhe steered the boat to shore and quickly ran over, seeing the two corpses on the ground, astonished. "Brother Cao, your skills are incredible. Take advantage of their unpreparedness," Cao Yang said. "Quick, we don't have much time. Enemy reinforcements may return at any moment. Should we set up defensive traps now?" Cao Yang shook his head. "There's no time. To set up effective defensive traps, at least 1 or 2 hours are needed, and we only have 2 people. The workload is too great. Enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time. We must change our strategy." "What strategy?" Cao Yang surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the 2 boats by the shore. One was the enemy's original boat left here, and the other was the captured boat they had brought back. "Got it." A glint of inspiration sparked in Cao Yang's eyes. "We won't set up defenses. We will disguise our departure." "Disguise our departure?" "Yes. We will let the captured boat drift away, heading southeast, pretending that after killing we immediately left by boat, while the original boat remains at the shore, making it look like the boat belonging to the 2 guards left behind." Qinzhe understood. You want the enemies to think we just passed by, attacked, killed, and then fled without intending to occupy the island. Exactly. This way, when the enemy reinforcements return, they will think we have escaped far away, lowering their vigil. In reality, Cao Yang looked at the boat left behind. We will be hiding on that boat waiting for the enemies to return and search the island, then we will launch a surprise attack from behind. Good idea, Qin Zhe exclaimed excitedly. But will the enemies believe it? They might search the island carefully. That's why we need to go all out. Cao Yang said, we will drag the 2 corpses onto the boat, leave some of our belongings on the boat, then push the boat away, letting it drift southeast with the wind. We will ambush from the left-behind boat, waiting for the enemies to come. But what if the enemies don't land on the island or check the boats first? Then we will adapt. But it's highly likely they will first land on the island to search and confirm safety. Moreover, there are 6 of them, so they won't be too vigilant. They think we are only 2 people and might have already escaped by boat. The 2 immediately took action. They dragged the 2 corpses onto the captured boat, leaving behind Cao Yang's old hat and Qin Zhe's cloth strip. Setting the direction to let the boat drift with the wind, they jumped off the boat and swam back underwater. Cao Yang on the shore cleaned up the traces of the battle, covering the blood with sand and securing the weapons. He also left a new note on the wall's gate. The rabble of the Blood Shark team, this is just the beginning. Provocative words that would infuriate the enemies further, making them more convinced that Cao Yang had left and was very arrogant. Then Cao Yang and Qin Zhe hid in the cabin of the left-behind boat. The cabin was not large, but could accommodate 2 people squatting. They prepared their weapons in the cabin, bows and arrows, flintlock, pistol, short sword. Ready, Cao Yang whispered. Now wait for the fish to bite. The 2 crouched in the cabin, peering through the gaps to observe outside. Cao Yang occasionally checked the sea chart in his mind. At 1220 a.m. the 6 red dots on the chart had already left the green dot island and were heading back northwest towards Cao Yang's island. About 20 kilometers away, they were expected to arrive in 30 minutes. They are coming back, Cao Yang said. Prepare. At 1250 a.m. the silhouette of a ship appeared on the sea. 2 ships were approaching from the northwest at a rapid speed. The people on board were clearly furious. They had chased in the wrong direction, wasted their time, and lost a foreman team. The ships stopped about 100 meters from the beach and did not land immediately. It seemed they had learned their lesson and were observing first. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe held their breath, watching through the gaps. A few minutes later, someone on one of the ships shouted, "People on the island, come out." There was no response. After waiting a few more minutes, 6 people got off the ship, splitting into 2 groups with 3 approaching the beach from either side. They were very cautious, but their first attention was on the island, not the ships. Look, the ship is still there. One pointed at the remaining ship. But the captured ship is gone, said another. Look on the ground, there are bloodstains. Be careful. The 6 cautiously approached the island, inspecting the beach before moving towards the wall. They discovered a new note on the main gate. Damn it, that bastard Cao Yang has been here, one shouted angrily. Look, the ship from Team 3 is over there. Another pointed southeast. The captured ship had drifted a distance away, merely a black dot in the moonlight. Should we chase? Let's search the island first to see if there are any ambushes. The 6 scattered to search the island carefully. 2 went to the shelter, 2 circled the wall, and 2 stood guard on the beach. A good opportunity. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe exchanged glances. The enemy was scattered, and all their attention was on the island. Well, act when those 2 get close to the ship, Cao Yang whispered. One of the 2 on guard on the beach walked towards the remaining ship, seemingly wanting to check it. Has the ship been inspected? He asked his companion. No, search the island first. We'll take a look. The man approached the ship, resting his hand on the gunwale, preparing to board. At the moment his foot stepped onto the ship's edge, Cao Yang suddenly burst out from the cabin, pressing a flintlock pistol against the man's chest. Bang! Close-range shooting left a large hole in the man's chest. He widened his eyes and fell backward. Almost simultaneously, Qin Zhe charged out from the other side of the cabin, thrusting a short sword at another man. The man recoiled in horror, but Qin Zhe was faster, stabbing into his abdomen. Ah! A scream rang out. The 4 on the island immediately became alert. There's an ambush. On the ship. The 4 rushed towards the ship. But Cao Yang and Qin Zhe had already jumped off, using the ship as cover, drawing their bows to shoot. Whoosh! Whoosh! Cao Yang shot 2 arrows, one struck a man's shoulder, while the other missed. Qin Zhe also shot an arrow with the captured bow, but in his panic he shot wide. They are few in number. Surround them. The remaining 3 shouted as they charged. Cao Yang dropped his bow, drew his flintlock pistol, reloading, and aimed at the one charging in front. Bang! Another man fell to the ground. Only 2 remained. Seeing this, the 2 did not retreat. Instead, their eyes reddened as they charged madly. One even threw a flying knife, grazing past Cao Yang's shoulder. Close combat. Cao Yang drew his short sword and confronted one of them. Qin Zhe also swung his knife towards the other. Cao Yang had a clear advantage in attributes, with strength at 18, 1 and speed at 13, 9, while the enemy was at most 12, 13. After a few exchanges, Cao Yang stabbed his sword into the enemy's throat. Qin Zhe had a slightly harder time, but after Cao Yang dealt with his opponent, he immediately supported him, and the 2 combined took down the last enemy. The battle ended in less than 3 minutes. All 6 were annihilated. Quick, gather the loot, we need to leave immediately. Cao Yang panted. Although victorious, the cost was high, and the gunshots and shouts might have traveled far. The two quickly rummaged. These blood shark gang members carried quite a few good items: 6 decent quality machetes better than the ordinary survivors, 2 wooden shields, 2 intact bows with over 20 arrows, a large amount of food and medicine, 4 blood shark gang badges, 2 basic communicators, and some basic tools and materials. But what surprised Cao Yang the most was that among one of the seemingly minor leaders, he found another fragment of the sea chart. This fragment had the same material as the one he obtained from the bronze box. Both were dark red leather with torn edges and were similar in size. System prompt found second tier missed sea chart fragment 23, currently held fragment 13. Fragment 23 can be combined. Effect after combining increases the wearer's visibility range in mist by 20, can display more detailed sea chart information. Note: need to collect all 3 pieces 33 to synthesize a complete second tier mist sea chart. The second fragment! Cao Yang exclaimed excitedly. He immediately combined the 2 fragments and a faint glow emanated from the break, temporarily stitching them together. When the combined fragments were held in hand, the sea chart in Cao Yang's mind became much clearer. The originally vague red and green dots could now be seen, with clearer outlines and distances. The range expanded from a radius of 50 kilometers to about 80 kilometers. More importantly, the chart displayed more information: the detailed outline of his own island, the green dot, the outline of Qinze's island, the green dot, 3 distinct clusters of red dots to the northwest, likely the blood shark gang strongholds or gathering points, and the green dot island to the southeast, now clearly visible as a medium-sized island larger than Cao Yang's. Even further away there were several red and green dots, one of which was particularly bright and seemed to be moving. This fragment's combined function is incredibly powerful, Cao Yang said to Qinze. I can now see several locations of the blood shark gang strongholds, as well as more survivors' positions. And that green dot island to the southeast looks substantial, possibly a powerful survivor. Brother Cao, what should we do now? The enemy might have reinforcements. Cao Yang glanced at the sea chart in his mind. No new red dots had appeared nearby for now. But to the northwest, approximately 60 kilometers away, 5 red dots were gathering, seemingly assembling. The blood shark gang is mobilizing more manpower. Cao Yang frowned. We cannot stay here any longer. After 2 waves of enemies were wiped out, they will surely send in elites. Where to? That green dot island to the southeast. Cao Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, the situation there is unclear, and we are not familiar with the other party. Rashly going there could be risky. We should go here. He pointed at a small dot on the sea chart that had no markings, located about 15 kilometers southeast of Cao Yang's island. It was a very small island, almost invisible on the map, with no color markings, neither red nor green, indicating there might be no one there, or the system had not detected any signs of life. This island is very small, there should be no one there. Let's go there to take shelter, rest, and plan our next steps. The two moved essential supplies onto the remaining ship, pushed the enemy's ship away, letting it drift with the wind, creating the illusion that we left by boat. In reality, they sailed towards the uninhabited small island to the southeast. Before leaving, Cao Yang took one last look at his island. In the firelight, the walls stood tall, and the shelter was quiet. I will be back, he whispered. Blood Shark Gang, wait for me. This battle is far from over. At 2 a.m. on the fog-covered sea, Cao Yang and Qinze navigated their boat towards an uninhabited island in the southeast. It had been over an hour since they left Cao Yang's island, and the two took turns at the helm, sailing through the pitch-black night. However, the further they traveled southeast, the denser the fog became. Initially, it was just a light mist with visibility around 100 meters. But after about 20 kilometers, the fog thickened, reducing visibility to less than 30 meters. The beam of the ship's light formed a vague column in the fog, barely illuminating a small patch of the sea ahead. This fog feels off. Cao Yang frowned. He held the combined second-tier fog navigation chart fragment, 23, but the 20 fog visibility bonus it provided was significantly diminished in this thick fog. What was originally an 80-kilometer visibility chart now only vaguely displayed information within a 30-kilometer range. At least he could still see the target, a green dot representing the uninhabited island just about 25 kilometers ahead. Brother Cao, this fog is too thick. Should we slow down? Qinze said nervously. He was in charge of steering, but with his vision obstructed, he could only rely on Cao Yang's navigation chart. Slowing down might be wise as safety comes first. Cao Yang nodded. He stood at the bow, straining his eyes to see something in the thick fog. But apart from the swirling white mist, there was nothing to be seen. The sea was unusually calm, even the sound of waves had become faint. The entire world seemed wrapped in cotton, losing sound, light, and a sense of direction. Cao Yang examined the navigation chart. Aside from the green dot marking the target island, there were no other red or green dots nearby. This meant that within a 30-kilometer range there were no other survivors or members of the Blood Shark group. But this didn't ease his mind, instead it heightened his unease. It was too quiet, too strange. Qinze, do you feel something in this fog? Cao Yang whispered. Something? What? Before Qinze could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as he pointed to the left side of the sea. Brother Cao, look over there. Cao Yang turned his head and followed Qinze's gaze. In the thick fog, a massive shadow was slowly swimming beneath the water. The shadow was at least 10 meters long, shaped like a fish. But it was much larger than an ordinary fish, its outline vague and flickering in the fog. A sea monster. Cao Yang's heart tightened. He immediately raised his bow and arrow, but the shadow had already vanished into the fog. Did it leave? Shinzei asked anxiously. I don't know, but such a large sea monster is at least second tier, possibly even third tier. Cao Yang tightened his grip on his weapon. We need to speed up and reach the island as quickly as possible. All right. Shinzei accelerated the boat, cutting through the thick fog. But the fog was too dense, and they couldn't afford to go too fast, or they risked crashing into hidden reefs, or worse. After traveling about 5 more kilometers, they were still 20 kilometers from the target island. The navigation chart in Cao Yang's mind showed that the green dot of the island remained clear with no other anomalies surrounding it. But the feeling of unease grew stronger. Stop for a moment, Cao Yang suddenly said. Shinzei slowed down, and the boat gently rocked as it came to a halt. Silence enveloped them with only the faint sound of water. What's wrong, Brother Cao? It's too quiet. Cao Yang glanced around. Don't you think so? There are no sounds of seagulls, no splashes of fish leaping from the water. This fog seems to have absorbed. Shinzei felt it too, his face turning pale. It's a bit eerie. Brother Cao, should we change direction? Not go to that island anymore, but to another place. Cao Yang examined the navigation chart. To the southeast, about 50 kilometers away, there was a green dot island, which was the medium-sized island they had seen earlier. But it was too far. With the current visibility and boat speed, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours to reach. Moreover, they might encounter more dangers along the way. The northwest was the territory of the Blood Shark group, which they could not approach. The northeast was Shinzei's island, but it had already been searched by the Blood Shark group, and there might still be people stationed there. We can only continue forward, Cao Yang decided, but we must be extra cautious. Lower the boat's speed to the minimum, and I'll stand at the bow to observe. If anything seems off, we'll turn or stop immediately. Understood. The boat continued to move slowly through the thick fog. Time passed slowly, each second feeling exceptionally long. At 3 a.m., they were still 15 kilometers from the target island. Cao Yang stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on the dense fog ahead. The navigation chart fragment in his hand was slightly warm, as if warning him of something. But when he glanced at the chart in his mind, still calm with no red dots, only the green dot of the target island ahead. We should be close, he murmured. But just then he heard a sound. It wasn't from the surface of the sea, but from underwater. A deep, rhythmic humming like the heartbeat of a giant beast, or the vibration of some engine. The sound was faint, but in the dead silence of the foggy sea, it was exceptionally clear. Shinzei, did you hear? Cao Yang turned to ask, but the words got stuck in his throat. He saw it. Beneath the boat, a massive shadow was rising. The shadow was so large that it nearly covered the entire underwater area beneath the ship. The edges of the shadow were indistinct, but he could make out a vague outline. It was some kind of gigantic fish, at least 15 meters long. Full speed. Turn, Cao Yang shouted hoarsely. Shinzei also saw the shadow underwater, his face turning pale as he desperately turned the helm. The boat suddenly veered, but it was too late. The surface of the water suddenly bulged. Not waves, but the entire sea surface was rising as if some enormous creature was about to burst forth from the depths. Hold on. Cao Yang gripped the railing, and Shinzei clung tightly to the helm. The next second the sea exploded. A mouth so huge it was unimaginable erupted from beneath the water, its open angle exceeding 5 meters. The inside of the mouth was a dark abyss with rows of dagger-like teeth, each tooth the length of an adult's arm. Cao Yang didn't even have time to see the full shape of the monster. He only caught sight of those enormous eyes glowing with a ghostly green light in the fog. And then, darkness fell. The gigantic mouth closed, swallowing the entire boat along with Cao Yang and Shinzei into its belly. Cao Yang's last consciousness was hearing Shinzei's scream, followed by a thunderous crash, his body thrown up and crashing against something hard, pain coursing through him, followed by a viscous liquid and a nauseating stench. Then there was endless darkness and a weightless fall. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Cao Yang awoke amidst excruciating pain. He felt himself lying on a soft and slick surface surrounded by utter darkness with only a faint light filtering down from above. The air was thick and tainted, filled with a pungent, sour, and fetid stench. Ugh! He tried to move, but his entire body felt as if it had fallen apart. He inspected his injuries. His left arm was fractured, his right leg severely bruised, blood flowed from his forehead, and at least 2 of his ribs might be broken. But he was still alive. Shinzei, Shinzei, he called softly, his voice echoing in the enclosed space. There was no response. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Cao Yang retrieved a luminous pearl from his waist. The luminous pearl emitted a gentle blue light, illuminating the surroundings. He could see the environment he was in. An enormous fleshy space, oval in shape, approximately 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high. The walls of the space were deep red, covered with a viscous, transparent liquid reflecting an eerie sheen under the glow of the pearl. The flesh walls rhythmically pulsated, resembling the innards of a living creature. Various debris littered the floor, shattered wooden planks, their ship, broken masts, scattered supply crates, and even the remains of other vessels. Cao Yang saw a few wrecked small boats nearby, already half decayed. There were also some bones, human and those of sea monsters. Is this inside the monster's stomach? Cao Yang was shocked. They had been swallowed by that giant fish and were now in its belly. He struggled to stand, limping as he searched for Shinzei. Soon he spotted Shinzei in a corner, lying there motionless. Qin Zhe. Cao Yang rushed over to check Qin Zhe's breathing and pulse. He was still alive, but had sustained a head injury and was unconscious. Without delay, he took out a first aid kit from his backpack to treat Qin Zhe's wounds, disinfecting, bandaging the head, and stabilizing the possibly fractured arm. Then he tended to himself, briefly stabilizing his left arm, bandaging his wounds, and taking painkillers. After completing these tasks, Cao Yang leaned against the flesh wall, panting, reflecting on their dire situation. They had been swallowed by a massive sea monster of at least third-tier strength, and were now in its stomach. The ship was destroyed, most supplies scattered. Qin Zhe was unconscious, and he was severely injured. Surrounded by a highly acidic gastric environment, the flesh walls pulsated, clearly digesting them. It was a dire predicament. Yet Cao Yang did not despair. Having faced too many life-and-death situations, he knew that in desperate times panic and surrender were the true forms of death. I must find a way out. He looked around. The gastric space was vast, but the only exit was above. They had fallen from there. However, it was now sealed by a thick flesh wall. The flesh wall writhed slowly, occasionally opening a small mouth, releasing more gastric fluid. The fluid was highly acidic, hissing as it dripped onto the ground. Cao Yang observed that some wooden debris was rapidly dissolving in the gastric fluid. I can't stay here, or I will be digested, he gritted his teeth. He had to find a way to escape. He began by examining the scattered supplies. Most of the ship's supplies were scattered, but fortunately some important items remained. A flintlock pistol, a short sword, and a bone dagger were usable, while the bow was broken and the arrows scattered. The gear was mostly intact. The deep-sea scales bracers still on his wrists, and the fish skin armor, crab shell helmet, and leather vest were all there, but severely damaged. Special items, fragments of a navigational map, 23, were still intact, along with 3 vials of eel essence, glass bottles intact, and most of the first aid kit's supplies. Food and water, though limited, were enough for a few days. Cao Yang gathered the usable supplies into a bundle and strapped it to his back. Then he dragged Qin Zhe to a relatively dry corner, using wooden planks and cloth to create a makeshift shelter to prevent gastric fluid from dripping on them. Just as he prepared to explore the gastric space, the entire stomach suddenly shook violently. Boom! It was not the previous slow writhing, but a fierce, directed movement. Cao Yang felt the entire stomach space rapidly descending, pressure rising sharply, causing pain in his eardrums. It's diving deep. Cao Yang grasped onto something stable to avoid being thrown around. Qin Zhe was startled awake by the tremors, groggily opening his eyes. Cao, brother. Where are we? Inside the monster's stomach. Hold on, it's diving. The shaking lasted several minutes before gradually stabilizing. But Cao Yang could feel that they had descended deep underwater, with immense pressure surrounding them, and the air becoming thin and murky. Then the stomach space began to move. Not the digestive writhing, but the entire mass was shifting, as if being drawn. Cao Yang could vaguely see the change in light outside through the stomach wall, transitioning from complete darkness to dim light, and then to some glowing entity, providing illumination. Where is it taking us? Qin Zhe asked in terror. I don't know, but it's certainly not a good place. Cao Yang tightened his grip on his weapon. He glanced at the sea chart in his mind. Inside the monster, the chart was ineffective, revealing nothing but darkness. The movement continued for about 10 minutes before abruptly stopping. Then the flesh wall above the stomach space slowly opened. Not a digestive opening, but an entrance to a passage. The passage sloped upward, leading to a place filled with light. Is it going to spit us out? Qin Zhe asked in confusion. It doesn't seem like it. If it were to spit us out, it should be through the mouth, not opening a passage from the stomach. Cao Yang watched the passage warily. Sounds of flowing water and air movement emanated from within. The air was fresh, free from the stench of gastric acid. Suddenly a rush of water surged from the passage, sweeping away the debris in the stomach, including Cao Yang and Qin Zhe, propelling them upwards through the passage. The passage was not long, about 20 meters, ending in a spacious area. Splashed, splashed. The two crashed onto the hard ground rather than into water. As the water receded, they lay drenched on the ground. Cao Yang struggled to his feet, looking around. It was a massive cave about 10 meters high, 20 meters wide, with an unclear length. The cave was a natural rock formation, but had been modified. There were traces of human excavation on the rock walls, and bioluminescent moss provided illumination. One side of the cave was a water area, a subterranean lake that connected to the external sea. They had just been washed up from the lake. The other side was dry land strewn with various items, shipwrecks, boxes, tools, and even remains of structure. Cao Yang noticed deep within the cave the ruins of stone houses that, though severely damaged, indicated previous habitation. Beside the stone houses were several stone platforms resembling workbenches or altars. Most importantly, the sea chart in Cao Yang's mind had reactivated, and it indicated that their current position was directly below the target island. A subterranean cave approximately 50 meters deep. Is this the monster's lair? What? Under the island we were headed to? Qin Zhe was astonished. Yes, Cao Yang looked at the sea chart, understanding. The monster brings its prey back to the lair, storing them here. This cave was its storage room, and the space they had just been in might have merely been a transport chamber, not the actual digest. So, it doesn't plan to digest us immediately. Probably not for now, but it certainly doesn't have good intent. Cao Yang approached the ruins of the stone houses. People once lived here, but it has been taken over by the monster. Let's see if there's anything useful. The two began to examine the cave. It was large and divided into several areas: water area, subterranean lake connecting to the outer sea. The monster had just entered from there. The lake water was clear, a mix of fresh water and seawater. Storage area: the ground was piled with treasures brought back by the monster. Various shipwrecks, boxes, tools, and even a few relatively intact skeletons of humans and sea monsters. Ruins area: the stone house remnants, 3 in total, severely damaged, but still identifiable in structure. Inside there were some stone tools, pottery, and murals. Cao Yang examined the murals. The murals were rough, painted on the rock walls with some mineral pigment, depicting a group of people living on the island, fishing and farming. One day a giant fish appeared in the sea, attacking the island. The people fled to the underground cave for refuge, but the giant fish found the cave entrance and blocked the exit. Eventually the last person also perished. These are the indigenous people of the island. Qinzhe looked at the mural, his face pale. They were trapped here by that monster and ended up dying. It seems the monster has occupied this lair for quite a while, Cao Yang said. But why doesn't it just eat the people in the storage room directly, but instead traps them to die? Maybe it enjoys playing or storing food to eat slowly. Cao Yang glanced at the skeletons. They were intact without bite marks, clearly having starved or been trapped to death. Regardless, we must find a way out. The monster could return at any moment or see us as potential prey, Cao Yang said. And then the two began. They discovered 2 possible exits: the passage frequented by the monster, approximately 5 meters in diameter, leading to the deep sea. The passage is long, pitch dark, and the monster may be lurking outside. From the wall paintings of the indigenous people, this route was once the main passage in and out, but later it was blocked. The passage deep inside the cave behind the relic area, there is a narrow rock crevice about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, extending inward into the abyss. There is a faint airflow within the crevice, but it emanates a foul and moldy smell, clearly indicating that it hasn't been traversed for a long time and is fraught with unknown dangers. Which path should we take? Qinzhe asked. Cao Yang pondered. The monster's passage leads directly to the deep sea, but the monster may be guarding the entrance. Moreover, they don't have diving gear, and even if the monster isn't present, swimming from the deep sea to the surface is very dangerous, risking drowning or decompression sickness. The passage deep inside the cave is filled with uncertainty. It may be dangerous or lead to a dead end. But at least there is air, and it extends upward, possibly reaching the island. Let's head into the deeper passage, Cao Yang decided, but we need to prepare. First, let's gather useful items, make tools, and then explore. The two rummaged through the storage area. Cao Yang found some useful items: a bundle of relatively intact rope about 30 meters long, several stone axes and chisels, though crude, they were sharp, a copper oil lamp, with half a can of lamp oil, several sealed clay jars containing dark grains, and some black powder, suspected to be charcoal or mineral powder, and a leather notebook with blurred writing, though parts were legible. Cao Yang opened the notebook. The notes were written in an ancient language, but the system automatically translated part of it. The giant fish blocked the exit. We have been trapped here for the 7th day. Food is running out. Attempted to explore the deep passage, but there were toxic gases. 3 people died. There is a huge underground space at the end of the passage, but it is fraught with danger. Final method: create explosives to blast the rock wall. But materials are insufficient. The giant fish has returned, bringing new prey. A ship. The people aboard are still alive, but will soon be digested. The notes ended abruptly here. The deep passage has toxic gas and a huge underground space. Cao Yang frowned. This route is very dangerous. However, the indigenous people have tried it, indicating there may be an exit. What about the toxic gas? Qinzhe asked. Cao Yang examined the black powder in those clay jars. He sniffed. One jar contained charcoal powder, another was sulfur, and the last showed traces of nitrate. The raw materials for black powder. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. The indigenous people attempted to make explosives, but failed. We can give it a try. Moreover, charcoal can filter toxic gas. Let's make simple gas masks. Brother Cao, can you make explosives and gas masks? I can't make explosives, but the notebook might have the formula. The gas mask is simple. Wrap the charcoal powder in fabric to create a mask that filters the air. Cao Yang quickly flipped through the notebook and found the formula for simple explosives and the method for making a gas mask in the last few pages. Though crude, they are usable. We need fabric, charcoal containers, and fuses, Cao Yang said. There should be some here. The two made 2 simple gas masks using charcoal powder and fabric. They also made 3 simple explosive cans with clay jars, charcoal, sulfur, and a small amount of nitrate, using oil-soaked cloth strips as fuses. The explosive power might not be great, but it should be enough to blast obstacles or create noise. The gas masks can filter most toxic gas, but they can't be used for long. We need to get through the toxic area as quick. I'm ready, Qinzhe said, putting on the gas mask, his voice muffled. Cao Yang donned his as well. The mask had a charcoal smell, but it was breathable. The two held up the oil lamp and walked toward the deeper passage. The entrance of the passage was narrow, the inner walls damp, covered in glowing moss, providing faint illumination. The passage sloped downward. After walking about 20 meters, the slope eased, but the stench intensified. We're at the toxic gas area, Cao Yang whispered. He noticed some black mold on the walls of the passage, and a faint yellow mist floated in the air. The two quickened their pace. The gas masks filtered most of the toxic gas, but a slight pungent odor still seeped in, causing their eyes to sting. After about 30 more meters, the passage suddenly opened up into a massive underground space. This space was much larger than the previous cave, about 20 meters high, 50 meters wide, with an indiscernible length. The space contained many stone stalagmites and pillars, the ground uneven with an underground river flowing through. But more importantly, there were many white skeletons within the space, human and various sea monsters alike. The skeletons were scattered everywhere, some lodged in rock crevices, as if they had died during a struggle. Is this a graveyard? Qinze's voice trembled. It seems the indigenous people explored here and encountered danger perishing in this place. Cao Yang warily looked around, cautioning, "Be careful, there may be living creatures here." The two advanced cautiously. The underground river was narrow, but the water flowed rapidly, murky green, and smelled foul. They dared not approach the water's edge. After walking about 50 meters, they encountered 3 forks in the path, the left passage narrow, extending upward with faint light, the middle passage wide, but the ground was marked with many slime trails, as if a large mollusk had crawled by. The right passage extending downward with a sound of rushing water deep within, possibly a subterranean waterfall or deep pool. Let's take the left one, Cao Yang decided. The upward passage is most likely to lead to the surface. But just as they were heading toward the left passage, they heard rustling sounds coming from the middle passage. There's something there. Qinze raised his stone axe. Cao Yang also raised his flintlock pistol. The two warily stared at the middle passage. The sound drew closer. Then a massive shadow slowly crawled out from the passage. It was a gigantic creature resembling a centipede, at least 3 meters long, composed of dozens of segments, each with a pair of sharp legs. Its head had a pair of enormous jaws that glimmered coldly in the light of the oil lamp. Its body was covered in a shiny black exoskeleton. Cave centipede, Tier 2 elite. Status: hungry. Description: a large arthropod living in dark underground caves, swift in movement, with incredible jaw strength and a tough exoskeleton. Feeds on carrion and living creatures. Tier 2 elite. Cao Yang gritted his teeth. They were now heavily injured with crude equipment. Facing a Tier 2 elite was very dangerous. The cave centipede spotted them, raising its head and emitting a piercing hiss, then charged fiercely. Split up. Cao Yang rolled to the left, while Qinze went to the right. The centipede lunged at Cao Yang, its jaws snapping down hard. Cao Yang blocked with the stone axe. Crack. The axe was shattered. He dropped the axe handle and drew his short sword, stabbing at the joints of the centipede's head. The short sword pierced in, but the exoskeleton was too tough, only penetrating slightly. The centipede writhed in pain, tossing its head and sending Cao Yang flying. Cao Yang crashed to the ground, his ribs aching painfully. Qinze charged from the side, swinging his stone axe at the centipede's body. Clang. The axe left only a white mark on the exoskeleton. The centipede turned, sweeping its tail and knocking Qinze away. "We can't fight it, Heaton." Cao Yang scrambled to his feet, used the explosives. He took an explosive can from his waist, lit the fuse, and threw it at the centipede. Boom. The explosive detonated beside the centipede. The power wasn't great, but the flash and loud noise startled the centipede, causing it to recoil. "Now's the chance, let's head into the left passage." Cao Yang grabbed Qinze and dashed toward the left passage. The centipede was slightly dazed from the blast, but quickly recovered and pursued. The two rushed into the left passage, which was narrow, making it difficult for the large centipede to follow. Block the passage with falling rocks. Cao Yang saw loose stones on the walls of the passage and pushed with Qinze. Crash. Several large stones fell, blocking the entrance of the passage. The centipede slammed against the stones outside, but they were securely wedged, preventing it from entering for the time being. "Hurry up," Cao Yang panted. The two ran up the passage. The passage was long and steep. After about 5 minutes of running, they reached the end of the passage. A hard stone wall blocked their path. A dead end. Qinze's face was as pale as death. The sound of a thunderous crash echoed behind him. The centipede was breaking through the fallen rocks. It was coming after them. Cao Yang glanced back, but he could already hear the rustling sound of the centipede crawling. "There's no time," Qinze said anxiously. At that moment, the fallen rocks behind them were smashed aside. The massive head of the centipede burrowed in, letting out an angry hiss as it charged at them furiously. "Let's fight." Cao Yang gritted his teeth, raising the last remaining explosive, preparing for a final gamble. But just as the centipede closed in, it suddenly slammed into the stone wall at the end of the passage. Not aimed at Cao Yang. Boom. The stone wall shattered. Debris flew everywhere, dust filling the air. The enormous impact of the centipede combined with the dilapidated state of the stone wall actually broke a large hole. However, the centipede itself, due to its excessive momentum, fell through the broken hole. The two men were still in shock, looking at the hole. Beyond it was a vast, bottomless vertical chasm about 10 meters in diameter. Looking down from the hole, it was at least 50 meters deep, with a faint light discernible at the bottom. The centipede hit the bottom of the chasm with a dull thud, then went silent. "Is it dead?" Qinze whispered. Cao Yang cautiously leaned over to check. The bottom of the chasm was deep. The centipede lay there, twisted and motionless, seemingly lifeless. But there was light at the bottom, indicating that there might be space below. "There's no way out. We can only go down and take a look," Cao Yang said, with a rope. They secured a 30-meter-long rope to the stone pillar at the entrance of the passage. Then Cao Yang descended first, followed by Qinze. During the descent, Cao Yang observed this vertical chasm. The walls of the chasm were smooth stones seemingly naturally formed, yet showing signs of artificial excavation. There were some indented footholds, but most had weathered away. After descending about 50 meters, they reached the bottom of the chasm. The space at the bottom was vast, about 20 meters in diameter and 10 meters high. The centipede had fallen in the center, its body fractured in many places, its shell shattered, yet still alive, twitching faintly. Finish it off. Cao Yang drew his short sword, carefully approaching. The centipede was already gravely injured and unable to resist. Cao Yang drove his sword into its vital head, ending its life completely. Above the centipede's corpse, a bronze box slowly materialized. A box dropped. Qinzhe exclaimed in delight. Cao Yang did not open the box immediately, but instead cautiously surveyed the surroundings. There was a faint light source at the bottom of the chasm, coming from glowing moss on the walls along with some crystals embedded in the rock, emitting a soft white light. On one side of the chasm's bottom, there was a stone platform upon which stood a massive statue. Brother Cao, look over there. Qinzhe pointed at the statue. The two approached cautiously. The statue stood about 3 meters tall, carved from some gray-green stone, its surface covered in the marks of time, yet its outline was still recognizable. The statue depicted a creature with a human face and a fish body, its face stern and its gaze deep. Its lower half was coiled in a fish tail, and its hands were clasped at its chest, holding an empty crystal bowl. At the base of the statue was a circular altar intricately carved with complex runes and patterns. As Cao Yang approached the altar, a sudden violent tremor shook his mind and a message popped up. Special location discovered: sea god altar abandoned. This altar was once a place of worship for the ancient sea god, containing a faint residue of divine power. Current status: energy depleted. Altar core: tears of the sea god lost. Possible actions: pray requires offerings, repair requires special materials, activate requires tears of the sea god. Note: this altar has a mysterious connection to islands and seas. The sea god altar. Cao Yang was astonished. In this world there even exists a concept of gods. Brother Cao, what is the use of this altar? Qinzhe asked. I don't know, but it must be something significant. Cao Yang checked the system information. The altar had 3 functions: pray, repair, activate. Pray requires offerings, food, materials, treasures, etc., possibly gaining blessings or rewards from the sea god. However, as the altar's energy was depleted, the effects might be very weak. Repair requires special materials, unspecified, restoring some functions after repair. Activate requires tears of the sea god, unknown specifics to fully activate the altar. Let's try praying, Cao Yang decided. They were currently destitute with nothing of worth, but it was worth a shot. He took out a piece of deep-sea mad eel essence, meat only a little left from his pack, and placed it in the altar's crystal bowl. With food as an offering, I seek guidance. Cao Yang followed the system prompt, silently reciting in his heart. The altar trembled slightly. The essence meat in the crystal bowl slowly vanished, transforming into a wisp of blue light absorbed by the statue. The statue's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light, and then a voice echoed in both their minds: Wanderer, the altar's energy is depleted, unable to provide abundant blessings. With the remaining power, I shall guide you. Following that, the sea chart in Cao Yang's mind suddenly updated. On the southeast edge of the sea chart, about 100 kilometers away, a golden marker appeared with the system prompting: Sea God altar guidance. Tears of the sea god is located in the deep sea ruins at coordinates 1682, 745. Note: danger level of the deep sea ruins extremely high. The location of the tears of the sea god. Cao Yang was excited. Although it was far and dangerous, at least they had a goal. The statue's glow gradually faded, eventually disappearing. The altar returned to calm. It seems the altar is indeed useful, Qinzhe said, but we can't go that far right now. Yes, let's first deal with the immediate situation. Cao Yang walked towards the bronze box. He rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and opened the lid. A blue light surged from within, revealing 3 items in the glow. Poisonous potion. 3 can be applied to weapons to inflict the poison effect on targets, causing ongoing damage and lowering target attributes. Effect deals 5 poison damage per second, lasting 30 seconds, strength and speed 20, lasting 1 minute. Description: a lethal poison refined from the venom glands of the cave centipede. Use with caution. Jerky 5 kilograms. Eating it can slightly enhance attributes. Long shelf life. Description: meat that has been specially processed for easy preservation. Poison Fang dagger. Blue attack power 15. Adds poisonous piercing effect. Special effect: 30 chance to inflict poisoned effect on targets when attacking. 3 damage per second, lasting 15 seconds. Description: a dagger crafted from the poison fangs and shell essence of the cave centipede. Sharp and toxic. A blue weapon. Poisonous potions. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. Each of these 3 items was extremely useful. The Poison Fang dagger had a blue quality with an attack power of 15 and also included a poisoning effect far superior to his current short sword attack power 8. Moreover, it looked cool. The blade was dark green, patterned like centipede armor with tiny barbs on the tip. The poisonous potion was a real game changer. 5 damage per second for 30 seconds meant a total of 150 damage. It could also lower the target's attributes. This was undoubtedly a powerful tool in battles against strong foes. Though the jerky was ordinary, its quantity was significant, helping to replenish their food supplies. Brother Cao, this dagger. Qinzhe looked at the Poison Fang dagger, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Are you comfortable using a dagger? Cao Yang asked. I can manage with a knife, but am not too accustomed to a dagger, Qinze replied honestly. He had previously used a cleaver, and the agile weapon of a dagger was not suitable for him. Then he'll take this dagger, Cao Yang said without hesitation, equipping it right away. His original short sword had already worn down significantly, so the poison fang dagger was just what he needed. He carefully stored the poisonous potions. This would be his trump card in critical moments. He also put away the jerky. Now we need to figure out a way to get out of here, Cao Yang said, looking around the bottom of the chasm. Aside from the vertical chasm they had descended, there were two other passages at the bottom. The left passage was narrow with the sound of flowing water, possibly an underground river. The right passage was wide with steps leading upwards. Let's go right, Cao Yang decided. The upward passage was the most likely route to the surface. The two walked up the right passage. The passage was artificially carved steps, though damaged it was passable. After about 10 minutes light appeared ahead, natural light. The two quickened their pace. Finally they burst out of the passage, returning to the surface. The morning sun was blinding. They stood in the central area of the island looking around. The island was even smaller than the island had an irregular circular shape with a diameter of about 100 meters. Standing in the center one could almost see the entire island. The terrain on the island was not very undulating. There was a small pond in the center leading to an underground cave surrounded by sparse vegetation and trees. Mostly low shrubs and a few crooked trees, but there was at least some greenery. There were also remnants of some building ruins on the island. Collapsed stone walls, broken stone slabs, and scattered pottery shards. It looked like an indigenous settlement, but had long been abandoned. This island is too small, Qinze said with some disappointment. But at least there are plants and water. We can survive. Let's check the island, said Cao Yang. Although the island was small, given the presence of building ruins, they might find something useful or informative. Qinze went to inspect the pond and water source, while Cao Yang examined the building ruins. The ruins were quite dilapidated, and most of them were unrecognizable. Cao Yang found some engraved markings next to a partially collapsed stone wall. He pushed aside the vines and moss on the wall, and saw a stone pillar standing about half a person's height at the base of the wall. This pillar was unique. It was carved from grayish-blue stone, and its surface was covered with intricate and exquisite runes. These runes did not appear to be ordinary decorations, but arranged in a systematic pattern glimmering faintly in the sunlight. At the top of the stone pillar there was a peculiar groove. Cao Yang approached the pillar and reached out to touch the runes. Just as his fingers made contact, his mind experienced a violent jolt. A striking message popped up: special teleportation point, discovered entrance to the sea mystic realm. This stone pillar is a teleportation beacon to the sea mystic realm, leading to a mysterious trial ground. Caution: danger and opportunity coexist in the mystic realm. Once entered you may not be able to return immediately. Do you wish to enter the sea mystic realm? Yes, no, the sea mystic realm. Cao Yang was shocked. There was actually a mystic realm entrance on this island. Brother Cao, look over there, Qinze shouted from not far away. Cao Yang walked over and saw that Qinze had discovered a stone slab half buried in the soil by the pond. The two of them worked together to dig out the slab, which was engraved with several lines of ancient text. The system automatically translated, "Sea Mystic Realm, the path of the brave. The trial ground holds treasures and opportunities. To gain power one must endure trials." Brother Cao, should we go in? Qinze asked, his voice a bit tense. Cao Yang pondered. They were heavily injured, low on supplies, without a boat, and the Blood Shark gang might be searching for them. Entering the Mystic Realm could offer treasures and opportunities to enhance their strength. However, the Mystic Realm was dangerous, and you may not be able to return immediately. Getting trapped inside would be a dead end. Yet staying out meant being stuck on this small island waiting for the Blood Shark gang to find them or for their injuries to worsen, which was equally fatal. Moreover, the deep-sea ruins indicated by the sea god altar were too far away, 100 kilometers, and in their current state, they couldn't possibly reach there. If they could gain strength from the Mystic Realm, perhaps they would have the capability to seek the tear of the sea god. Let's take a gamble, Cao Yang gritted his teeth, but we need to prepare first. First we handle our injuries, eat something, restore our strength, and then we can go in. The two found a relatively flat spot next to the ruins to rest briefly. Cao Yang treated his wounds, took painkillers, and ate some meat jerky from sea monsters. Qinze also treated his wounds and rested. An hour later the two of them felt slightly better. Are you ready? Cao Yang asked. Yes, Qinze nodded, though tense his eyes were determined. The two approached the rune-covered stone pillar. Cao Yang took a deep breath, placed his hand on the pillar, and silently thought, enter the sea mystic realm. The system prompted, do you confirm entry? Once inside, the mystic realm will last for 72 hours, during which you cannot leave. Yes, no, 72 hours. Cao Yang looked at Qinze. We have to stay in there for 3 days and cannot come out. Let's go in. After all, there's nowhere else to go outside, Qinze said. Cao Yang nodded and confirmed yes. The runes on the pillar suddenly lit up. A blue light surged from the pillar, forming a swirling portal within, which was a deep blue, obscuring what lay inside. Go! Cao Yang stepped into the portal first, with Qinze following closely behind. Their figures vanished into the portal. The portal slowly shrank and finally disappeared, the stone pillar returning to calm as if nothing had happened. On the small island the morning breeze blew and the grass and trees swayed gently. Meanwhile, Cao Yang and Qinze had already stepped into the unknown mystic realm. At the same time in the misty sea the Blood Shark Gang's fleet, a formation of 3 medium-sized sailing ships, was slowly navigating through the fog. At the bow a tall man with a scarred face held a telescope carefully observing the sea surface. "Vice Captain, we still haven't found any trace of the target," reported one of the subordinates. The scar-faced man, Wang Biao, the vice captain of the Blood Shark Gang, put down the telescope, his expression grim. "We've searched for 6 hours covering a 50-kilometer area southeast from Cao Yang's island. Apart from the thick fog, Vice Captain, could that kid have already died?" A subordinate cautiously suggested. "The fog in this sea area is dense, and sea monsters appear frequently. There are only 2 of them in a small boat. If they encounter a sea monster of level 3 or above, they won't survive." Wang Biao said nothing, walking to the edge of the ship, carefully observing the sea surface. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes, stopped the ship. The fleet gradually halted. Wang Biao pointed at the sea surface. "Over there, something's there." It seemed to be a broken shipboard with bite marks along the edges. Then they pulled up several more fragments along with a half-broken mast. "It's our ship," said an experienced subordinate after inspecting it. "Looking at these bite marks, it seems like it was done by a large sea monster. And a very ferocious one at that, which directly bit the ship to pieces." "The one that was stolen?" Wang Biao asked. "Uncertain, but in the nearby sea area only Cao Yang and that Qinzhe are the targets we are looking for. Moreover, they were last seen fleeing in the southeastern direction from this sea area." Wang Biao thought for a moment and ordered, "Expand the search area, retrieve all the fragments, and see if there's anything that can confirm their identity." The 3 ships spread out on the sea surface using long hooks and fishing nets to salvage. But they only found some damaged boards which could basically confirm it was the ship that was stolen from them. "Vice Captain, should we continue searching?" a subordinate asked. Wang Biao looked at the fog-covered sea, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. "No need. In this foggy sea area the ship is destroyed and people perish. The chances of survival are almost 0. Moreover, even if they are lucky enough to survive without a boat, they would die at sea or be eaten by other sea monsters." Then report to the captain. Report targets Cao Yang and Qinzhe encountered a sea monster attack in the sea area near coordinates 1520, 890. The ship was destroyed and a large number of fragments and bloodied clothing were found. They are likely dead. It is recommended to terminate the pursuit operation to save manpower. "Yes." The subordinate went to send a report. Wang Biao stood at the bow of the ship, taking one last look at the fog-covered sea before turning around to order, "Return, gather at headquarters coordinates." The captain has new orders. The 3 ships changed direction and sailed northwest. In the fog, broken shipboards floated on the sea surface, gradually being carried away by the waves. The people of the Blood Shark Gang believed that Cao Yang and Qinzhe were already dead. But what they did not know was that shortly after they left, beneath the surface of that sea area in the deep sea, a 20-meter-long giant fish was slowly swimming by, with a piece of ship hull in its mouth. And further away, on that inconspicuous small island, the glow of the ruin-covered stone pillar had just faded. Cao Yang and Qinzhe had already entered another world. Cao Yang and Qinzhe stepped out of the teleportation portal, finding themselves in the very center of a vast circular space. This space had a diameter of about 50 meters and a height of approximately 20 meters. The ground was smooth gray-blue stone engraved with intricate circular patterns radiating outward from the center. The most striking feature was directly above them, a massive translucent blue light screen hovering, nearly covering the entire ceiling of the space. On the light screen, a complex floor plan was displayed. Upon closer inspection, it was an overhead view of a gigantic circular maze. The maze was divided into countless small squares with pathways crisscrossing in a remarkably intricate manner. At the very center of the maze, a green dot was blinking. "This green dot is us," Qinzhe exclaimed, pointing. Cao Yang looked up. Indeed, their current position corresponded exactly to the center of the maze's floor plan on the light screen. From this central point, 4 main pathways extended in different directions. "Look, there's an explanation." Qinzhe pointed to the wall at the edge of the space. Glowing text appeared, and the system translated it automatically. "Welcome to the Sea God's Secret Realm Maze Trial. You are currently at the center of the maze. Each of the 4 directions has an entrance and an exit. The exits in each direction offer different rewards. Eastern exit, gift of the ocean. Rewards related to the ocean and water attributes. Western exit, gift. Rewards related to islands and resources. Southern exit, gift of plants. Rewards related to plants and life. Northern exit, gift of the sky. Rewards related to the sky and elements. Note, in each entrance's pathway, danger and opportunity coexist. Once a direction is chosen, it cannot be changed. You must leave through that direction's exit to receive the rewards and exit the secret realm. The maze contains traps, ancient creatures, and possibly treasures left behind by predecessors. Good luck." The text gradually faded. Cao Yang and Qinzhe looked towards the 4 directions of the maze. In the eastern, western, southern, and northern positions of the central space, there was an arched entrance, each adorned with a glowing pattern. Eastern entrance, the pattern featured rolling waves and a leaping fish, an ocean motif. Western entrance, the pattern depicted a small island with trees and peaks, an island motif. Southern entrance, the pattern showed lush plants and vines, a plant motif. Northern entrance, the pattern displayed clouds and lightning, a sky motif. The 4 entrances were deep and dark, revealing nothing inside. 4 directions, 4 exits, 4 types of rewards. Qinze frowned. Brother Cao, which one should we choose? Cao Yang did not answer immediately, but intently stared at the maze's floor plan overhead. His memory was excellent, and with the bonus of combining nautical chart fragments, his mental attribute reached 13. 3. His cognitive abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people. Qinze, give me a moment. Cao Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them, fully concentrating on memorizing the maze's floor plan on the light screen. The diagram was quite complex, containing hundreds of squares, but Cao Yang discovered a pattern. The arrangement of solid squares' walls appeared to follow some geometric symmetry. Meanwhile, the hollow squares' pathways connected to form 4 main routes, each leading to one of the exits. The pathway to the western exit. Cao Yang quickly deduced in his mind. The western path started from the center, first veering left, then upward rightward, and finally downward, forming an irregular spiral that ultimately reached the western exit. The path was about 37 squares long, with 3 forks requiring choices. Brother Cao, are you memorizing the map? Qinze realized. Yes, it's necessary to take notes. Cao Yang said, there definitely won't be a map inside the maze. With a map, we can find the exit the fastest and avoid dead ends and traps. He continued to memorize. Besides the western path, he also casually noted the general directions of the other 3 paths, just in case. However, he focused most of his energy on the western path. 5 minutes later, Cao Yang closed his eyes, and the entire floor plan of the maze had clearly taken shape in his mind, particularly every turn and fork of the western path, even the special markings on certain squares. Got it. Cao Yang opened his eyes. We'll choose the west, the island motif. Qinze asked, Brother Cao, why? Cao Yang analyzed. The west is an island closest to our previous living environment, and the reward is treasures related to islands and resources, which are exactly what we need right now. That makes sense. Qinze nodded. Cao Yang added, moreover, I have memorized the route of the western path. If we can avoid the traps, we can reach the exit within an hour, saving time and reducing danger. All right, let's choose the west. The two approached the western entrance. The entrance was about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, with a downward sloping staircase leading into darkness. The island motif above the entrance emitted a soft, earthy yellow glow. Before entering, Cao Yang took one last look at the light screen above, confirming every detail of the western path, then turned and stepped into the entrance. Qinze followed closely behind. The staircase was long, extending about 30 meters downward before leveling off. The two stepped off the staircase and entered the interior of the maze. The environment before them was somewhat different from what Cao Yang had imagined. He had originally thought the maze would consist of typical structures of stone walls and corridors, but in reality, it was a vast, naturally formed cave system. However, this cave had been artificially transformed into the shape of a maze. There were walls, in fact solid rock walls, passages, natural tunnels within the cave, forks, and dead ends. The cave's rock walls were gray-brown with glowing moss providing dim illumination. The air carried the scent of earth and rock, quite dry. The temperature was slightly lower than outside, but still bearable. It really is an environment related to islands, like an underground cave, Qinze remarked. Follow me. Cao Yang recalled the map in his mind and turned left. According to the map, turning left here would lead to the first fork, where left was a dead end and right was correct. The two advanced cautiously. The passage was wide, about 3 meters and 4 meters high, making it not oppressive to walk through. As Cao Yang walked, he observed the ground and walls. On the map, this stretch had 2 red markings indicating potential traps. After walking about 20 meters, Cao Yang suddenly stopped. Wait. He crouched down, examining the ground closely. The surface was flat stone, but one stone slab was slightly darker and had subtle gaps around the edges. Trap. Cao Yang picked up a small stone and threw it at the dark slab. Crack. The slab suddenly sank, revealing a pit below that was a meter deep, filled with sharp iron spikes. The first trap, Cao Yang said, let's go around it. The two carefully circumvented the pit and continued forward. After about 10 more meters, they encountered the second trap. Hidden arrow holes in the wall. Cao Yang discovered them in advance, using a stone to trigger them. 3 rusty iron arrows shot out, embedding themselves in the opposite wall. Brother Cao, your memorized map is incredibly useful. Qinze admired. It's not over yet, be careful. Cao Yang remained cautious. After walking about 30 meters, a fork appeared ahead, one path to the left and one to the right. Cao Yang recalled the map. Left was a dead end leading to a small room that might contain treasures, but it could also be dangerous. The right path was correct, but it had a golden square along the way, possibly a treasure point. Let's go left first to check the dead end, Cao Yang decided. If there's treasure, it would be a shame not to take it. Cao Yang and the others walked to the left for about 15 meters, reaching the end of the passage where a small stone chamber awaited. The chamber was approximately 5 meters square, and in the center there was a stone platform with a small wooden box resting upon it. However, scattered across the floor of the stone chamber were several white bones, human, weathered by time. There is danger, Cao Yang warned, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The chamber was silent, devoid of any living creatures. He cautiously entered the stone chamber to examine the wooden. The box had no traps. Upon opening it, he found obtained basic stone X20, obtained basic wood X15, obtained iron ingot X3, obtained simple trap toolkit X1, contained snares, bells, animal traps, etc. Basic resources. Cao Yang felt somewhat disappointed, but still collected them. These supplies will be useful later. Is there no danger? Qinze asked, puzzled. There may be a mechanism, Cao Yang replied, inspecting the stone chamber. Indeed, he discovered a lever hidden behind the stone platform. The lever was well concealed, tucked away in the stone crevice. This lever? Cao Yang hesitated, choosing not to pull it. In a maze, haphazardly triggering mechanisms could activate traps. Let's go back. The two left the stone chamber and returned to the fork in the road heading right. After walking about 20 meters to the right, they encountered a golden grid, marked as a treasure point on the map. In reality, it was a small altar upon which sat a yellowish-brown treasure chest. However, three creatures were. They were three massive pangolin-like creatures, approximately 1.5 meters long, their bodies covered in thick yellow-brown shells, with a pair of sharp claws and a stout tail. They crawled slowly around the altar. Rock-armored pangolin, second-tier, normal status, alert description, a soil-based creature that resides in caves, possessing extremely high defense and slow movement, adept at digging and charging. Quantity 3, second-tier, normal, 3 of them, Cao Yang observed. High defense, but slow movement. We have the advantage of the map, we can devise a strategy. He surveyed the environment. The altar was situated in a relatively open area, with several stone pillars for cover. The passage was narrow, making it difficult for the large pangolins to turn around. Qinze, you circle around from the side and use a stone to distract one. I will attack from the front, quickly taking out one, and then we will work together to deal with the rest. Okay. Qinze circled around to the back of the altar, picked up a stone, and threw it at the farthest pangolin. The pangolin was enraged and turned to chase Qinze. Qinze ran deeper into the passage to draw it away. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Cao Yang charged from the front, thrusting his poison dagger directly into the nearest pangolin's eye. The pangolin, taken by surprise, let out a pained roar as the short blade pierced its eye. Cao Yang attacked, repeatedly targeting its joints. The pangolin's shell was tough, but its joints were relatively vulnerable. Another pangolin charged toward him, but instead of retreating, Cao Yang advanced, rolling to the side just as they were about to collide. The short blade sliced through the pangolin's abdomen. Its shell was thinner there, leaving a wound. The injured pangolin turned, sweeping its tail. Cao Yang ducked, stabbing the base of its tail with the short blade, injecting a potent poison. The poisoned pangolin's movement slowed. Seizing the chance, Cao Yang finished off the one with the injured eye, then focused on the poisoned one. At that moment, the pangolin that Qinze had distracted returned, but Qinze successfully tripped it with a snare, striking its joint fiercely with a stone axe. The two of them coordinated perfectly, spending about 8 minutes to take down all 3 pangolins. The corpses of the pangolins emitted a grayish-white glow, gradually becoming ethereal and vanishing, ultimately transforming into 3 palm-sized fragments of yellowish-brown shells that fell to the ground. Obtained rock armor fragments X, 3 use material for crafting armor. Cao Yang furrowed his brow, staring at the 3 rock armor fragments, then glancing at the completely vanished pangolin corpses. Just material fragments. No supply box. Qinze also noticed something was off, bending down to pick up the 3 warm fragments. Cao Yang remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the empty ground. These 3 second-tier normal creatures only dropped 3 rock armor fragments. Purely materials, not a system-generated loot box. Could it be that the creatures in the secret realm do not drop supply boxes upon being killed? Cao Yang pondered. Or is it that these secret realm creatures are not monsters from the normal world at all, but rather constructs of the secret realm's energy, hence they only drop core materials related to their essence? Brother Cao, what's wrong? Qinze asked upon seeing him lost in thought. It's nothing, just collect the fragments, and let's check the box on the altar. Cao Yang shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. The rules of the secret realm may differ from the outside world, and now was not the time for deep inquiry. The two of them approached the altar. This yellowish-brown stone altar was about half a person tall, with rough island patterns etched into its surface. In the center of the altar there was a yellowish-brown box about the size of 2 palms, securely placed with a rocky texture. Cao Yang extended his hand, cautiously examining the box to confirm there were no traps or mechanisms before. The moment the lid of the box opened, 3 soft beams of yellowish-brown light rose from within, and amidst the glow the outlines of 3 items gradually coalesced and became clear. Obtained island core blue effect. When placed on an island, it can slowly improve the island's environment, increase resource output, and attract specific creatures. Special can be upgraded, requires absorption of energy or special materials. Description: the core containing the essence of the island, a precious treasure for establishing a base. Obtained stone processing table. Green effect can process rough stones into regular stones, enhancing the stability and aesthetics of buildings. Description: a portable simple stone processing device, including basic tools. Obtained all-purpose toolkit. Green includes refined stone pickaxe, refined stone axe, refined stone shovel, refined stone hammer, refined stone chisel, 1 of each. Description: a set of high-quality stone tools, more durable and efficient than regular tools. So the real reward. Cao Yang's eyes brightened as he understood. It seemed that in the secret realm the creatures guarding treasures did not directly provide complete loot. The true treasures were the items on the boxes or altars they protected. And those creatures only dropped a small amount of core materials related to themselves. Island core. Cao Yang carefully picked up the fist-sized, smooth, yellowish-brown crystal that seemed to pulse with the energy of the earth, feeling the stable energy it contained. This is exactly what we need right now. This stone processing table is also very practical. It will save a lot of effort in building houses and constructing defenses. Qinze pointed at the stone device that looked like a small workbench equipped with simple levers and clamps. The toolkit is also great. We've lost most of our tools, and this is perfect for replacement. Cao Yang took out each of the 5 tools from the toolkit to inspect. Each was finely crafted with non-slip handles, indeed better than any stone tools they had used before. Let's pack up and move on. Time is limited. Cao Yang organized the 3 items along with the previously collected material fragments. Although he still had questions about the drop mechanisms of secret realm creatures, obtaining an island core, such as this blue treasure, had already proven the value of choosing the Western Island route. The two continued along the route as Cao Yang remembered it. In the subsequent journey, guided by his precise memory, they efficiently avoided the next 2 dead-end forks, one of which contained a small wooden box with a basic toolkit, bandages, and ordinary potions, and by utilizing the terrain and cooperation, they dealt with a large altar guarded by 4 normal pangolins and 2 elite rock-armored lizards, obtaining rock armor fragments X4, lizard scales X2, and the yellow treasure chest on the altar. Upon opening the yellow treasure chest, they received obtained island defense tower blueprint blue, obtained resource detector green, obtained energy crystals X10, defense tower blueprint. Resource detector. Cao Yang was pleased as he stored away these 2 items of great strategic value. Beside the yellow treasure chest, there was also a stone spear and a book made of animal hide. Obtained black stone spear green, obtained basic guide to island construction. Qinze equipped the more suitable black stone spear, while Cao Yang carefully stored the construction guide. After organizing all the treasures and materials, the two continued forward towards the exit according to the map. The road ahead was relatively smooth, and under Cao Yang's precise guidance they avoided the last 2 hidden traps and passed through a narrow winding passage that sloped upward. Finally, after turning a corner, a bright and stable white light appeared ahead, completely different from the dim glow emitted by the moss within the passage. The two quickened their pace, bursting out at the end of the passage, their vision suddenly opening up. Cao Yang and the others stood on a wide natural stone platform. Beyond the edge of the platform lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Approximately 50 meters in front of the platform, another similar cliff platform loomed in the distance. Connecting the 2 platforms was a stone arch bridge that spanned the abyss. The bridge was about 3 meters wide with low stone railings on either side, appearing both ancient and sturdy. At the other end of the bridge, in the center of the opposite platform, stood a softly glowing elliptical light gate. Above the light gate floated a familiar island pattern, slowly rotating. The exit. Qinze pointed to the light gate, his tone carrying the relief of completing their journey. However, to reach the exit, they had to cross this arch bridge. A warrior statue carved from grayish-white stone stood clad in simple stone armor, with both hands resting on a massive stone sword, the tip pressed against the bridge surface. Unlike the rock-armored creatures they had encountered before, this statue guard emanated a denser, heavier, yellowish glow, creating a palpable sense of oppression, even from a distance. As Cao Yang and Qinze stepped onto the stone slab at the head of the arch bridge, boom! A dull roar erupted, and the entire bridge shook violently. From the deep eye sockets beneath the statue's helmet, 2 blazing dark red glows suddenly burst forth, reminiscent of molten lava. Its heavy head turned sharply at a speed far exceeding that of any previous rock-armored creature, the grinding of stone creating a piercing creak as its dark red gaze locked onto the 2 at the bridge's entrance. Island Guardian Stone Statue. Sentinel second-order boss status activated. Guarding description: a powerful guardian stationed at the island's exit, possessing extremely high defense and terrifying strength with attacks that carry a shockwave effect capable of inflicting additional damage to structures and armor. Weakness: core at the head, extremely fragile joints, sustained water-type erosion. Warning: boss-level creature possesses earthquake area skill. A second-order boss. Cao Yang's pupils constricted, his heart tightening. The elite rock-armored lizards they had faced before had been a tough battle, but this boss-level creature radiated a completely different aura. Be careful, it may have area skills. Qinze's expression grew grave as he tightly gripped his black stone spear. This is the final test we must get through. Cao Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as his mind raced. Its defense and strength must be formidable, but its speed may still be a weakness. Qinze, you focus on containment, but do not face its attacks head-on. Instead, rely on evasion and distraction. I will look for opportunities to strike at its core and joint connections. Understood. Almost the moment the two finished their exchange, the stone statue, Sentinel, moved. It did not approach slowly like the previous creatures, but instead strode forward with heavy steps at a surprisingly stable speed for such a massive body pressing towards the two. With each step it took, the bridge groaned under the strained debris tumbling down. Spread out, Cao Yang shouted as he and Qinze moved to either side of the bridge. Qinze initiated a probing attack, first the black stone spear slicing through the air as it aimed at the statue Sentinel's relatively slender ankle joint. Clang! A deafening metallic clash echoed as the spear tip left only a shallow white mark on the statue Sentinel's ankle. The recoil, causing Qinze's arm to tingle as he involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps. Yet the statue Sentinel showed no sign of slowing. Its massive stone sword was already raised, sweeping towards the spot where Qinzhe had just stood carrying a fierce wind. Qinzhe narrowly rolled back the stone, sword barely grazing his scalp, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. More terrifying was that the sword, after missing its target, crashed heavily onto the bridge's stone railing. Boom! A large section of the stone railing shattered with a resounding crash, debris flying everywhere. We cannot let it damage the bridge structure. Cao Yang felt a surge of fear as he saw this, his figure shooting forth like lightning as he tried to maneuver to the statue sentinel's side, aiming to attack the joint connection behind its knee with the poison fang dagger. However, the statue sentinel reacted faster than expected. It seemed completely unaffected by its massive body. Missing its strike, the stone sword was retracted, and the enormous blade like a wall swung violently towards Cao Yang. Cao Yang barely had time to cross his short blade in defense. Bang! A force of irresistible magnitude crashed down, sending Cao Yang flying. As if struck by a battering ram, he was thrown back 7 or 8 meters, landing heavily on the bridge surface, blood filling his throat as he coughed it out. The poison fang dagger nearly slipped from his grip. Brother Cao. Qinzhe's eyes widened in alarm. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Cao Yang struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with dread. The power of the statue sentinel was terrifying, and its attack range was immense, making close combat exceedingly dangerous. Having repelled Cao Yang, the statue sentinel seemed to have locked onto him, as the provocateur, turning and stepping forward once more. This time it raised the massive stone sword above its head, dark red light rapidly gathering along the blade, and then brought it down forcefully towards Cao Yang. This strike was not aimed directly at Cao Yang, but crashed heavily onto the bridge surface. Boom! An even more intense rumble exploded. A visible yellowish shockwave surged outward from the point of impact, instantly sweeping across much of the bridge. Earthquake! Cao Yang felt an irresistible force beneath his feet, causing him to lose his balance and be violently thrown up, crashing heavily back onto the bridge, his insides feeling as if they had shifted, and his vision went dark. Qinzhe on the other side was also thrown to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even worse, the section of the bridge they stood on emitted a disconcerting cracking sound, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading from the stone sword's impact point outward. The bridge is going to collapse, Qinzhe exclaimed, forcing himself to stand. Cao Yang also struggled to rise, looking at the stone statue sentinel, which was once again raising its stone sword, dark red light gathering anew, and then glancing back at the cracked, wobbling bridge, as well as the exit light gate that was so close yet so unreachable. They could not allow it to unleash another shockwave. A resolve formed in Cao Yang's heart. Fighting Hedon was absolutely futile. Their attacks barely scratched its defenses, while each strike from the statue sentinel was deadly to them. Qinzhe. Cao Yang gritted his teeth against the pain in his chest and abdomen, whispering quickly, "Abandon the fight. Force your way through. I will draw its attention. Don't worry about anything else. Just rush past it as fast as you can, straight to the exit." Qinzhe was taken aback for a moment, then understood Cao Yang's intent. "But Brother Cao, no time for excuses. This is our only chance. Remember, don't look back, don't attack, just charge." Cao Yang's tone was resolute. Just as the dark red light on the statue sentinel's stone sword reached its peak, about to strike down again with earthquake. "Now's the time." Cao Yang roared, charging forward, instead of retreating, launching a desperate rush straight at the statue sentinel. He waved the poison fang dagger, drawing all the sentinel's attention. The statue sentinel's gaze was indeed drawn to Cao Yang's suicidal move, its raised stone sword adjusting slightly, seemingly intending to crush this oblivious ant. And in that fleeting moment, Qinzhe moved. He gritted his teeth, remembering Cao Yang's instructions, attacking neither nor hesitating, unleashing all his strength and speed to the utmost, like an arrow released from a bow, rushing along the edge of the bridge towards the exit behind the statue sentinel. The statue sentinel seemed to sense Qinzhe's movement and attempted to intercept him, but its attack was already locked onto Cao Yang, making it difficult for its massive body to turn. In that brief moment of distraction, Qinzhe slipped past the sentinel's thick stone armor, successfully reaching. "I've made it." Qinzhe felt a surge of joy and did not pause in his steps, sprinting desperately towards the exit light gate ahead. The statue sentinel was thoroughly enraged. It swung its stone sword, charged with dark red light, down towards the bridge, this time targeting not far from it where Cao Yang stood, as well as the already cracked bridge behind him. "Brother Cao, watch out." Qinzhe, halfway through his run, turned back and saw this scene, his heart pounding. At the moment the stone sword came down, Cao Yang summoned his last reserves of strength and agility, desperately leaping sideways. Boom! A more violent tremor than before erupted once again. The earthy shockwave swept across with a devastating crack, crack, crack. This time the bridge deck finally could not bear the weight. In the space between Cao Yang and the stone statue guardian, about 1/3 of the bridge fractured and collapsed under the violent tremors and existing cracks. Large chunks of rubble fell into the bottomless abyss, dust swirling around. Although Cao Yang leaped out in advance, he was still caught by part of the shockwaves, and coupled with the tugging of the collapsing bridge, he slid towards the edge of the broken bridge. Desperately, he stretched out his hand, and at the critical moment barely clung to the edge of a stone slab that had not completely fallen off, hanging above the abyss. Meanwhile, the stone statue guardian stood at the other end of the broken bridge, facing Cao Yang across a fracture more than 10 meters wide. It seemed to have exhausted itself due to the bridge collapse and continuous skill usage. The earthy glow on its surface dimmed considerably, and the red light in its eyes flickered erratically, yet it remained steadfastly guarding the intact section of the bridge leading to the exit. Brother Cao. Qinze had rushed near the exit's light gate, and seeing Cao Yang hanging at the edge of the broken bridge felt anxious and was about to rush back. "Don't come over," Cao Yang yelled hoarsely, straining to pull himself up onto the precarious stone slab. He knelt at the edge of the broken bridge, meeting the gaze of the stone statue guardian across from him, while glancing back at the collapse behind him, where there was no retreat, and the glowing exit behind Qinze. A dead end. Yet in Cao Yang's eyes there was no despair. He slowly stood up, dusting off his clothes, and looked at the stone statue guardian, as formidable as a mountain, a strange arc suddenly forming at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. A low resonant hum, as if emanating from the very essence of the secret realm, sounded. The light on the stone statue guardian began to quickly dim and retract. Its massive body slowly turned inch by inch, replanting the enormous stone sword into the ground, returning to its original statue posture, facing the way they came with its back to the exit. The dark red glow in its eyes extinguished completely. Island Guardian. Stone Statue Guardian has entered sleep state. Determination. One challenger has reached the exit area, partially fulfilling the trial completion conditions. Note: the Guardian was not defeated, thus the proof of the boss and additional evaluation rewards cannot be obtained. Done. Cao Yang sighed in relief, his back already soaked in cold sweat. He had bet correctly. This secret realm trial was not merely a deadly struggle, but also contained rules and logical loopholes to exploit. Brother Cao, hurry over. Qinze waved anxiously from across, but he did not dare to recklessly step onto the intact section of the bridge, fearing it would reactivate the stone statue guardian. Cao Yang glanced at the unfathomable abyss below, then at the other side. The broken bridge was over 10 meters away. He could not jump across. Wait a moment. Cao Yang calmed down and began searching along the edge of the broken bridge. Soon he found a relatively intact, thick rope woven from unknown vines among a pile of rubble and broken railings. It seemed to be part of the original bridge's decoration, quite sturdy. He tightly tied one end of the rope to a sturdy rock pillar that jutted out, and the other end around his waist. Then he took a deep breath, faced the abyss, and stepped back a few paces. Brother Cao, what are you doing? Qinze exclaimed. Swing over. Without hesitation, Cao Yang took a running start, leaped, and soared across the abyss. His body traced an arc in the air, falling downward under the force of gravity, and the rope around his waist tightened instantly. Using the momentum of the swing, Cao Yang's body swung towards the edge of the broken bridge on the other side. Grab on. Qinze rushed to the edge of the broken bridge, extending his hand. At the moment Cao Yang swung to the highest point and was about to fall, he suddenly released the rope around his waist, propelled forward by inertia. Smack. Both hands firmly clasped together. Qinze used all his strength to pull Cao Yang back from the edge of the abyss. The two sat panting heavily on the intact bridge, glancing at the stone guardian that stood silently behind them, feeling a sense of relief, as if they had survived a disaster. After resting for a moment, they helped each other stand up and walked to the glowing exit light gate that emitted a steady white. On the stone platform beside the light gate, 2 items still lay, but seemingly fewer than expected: a silver key with an ancient design engraved with a miniature island relief on the key handle, and a parchment scroll that shimmered faintly. Cao Yang picked up the silver key first. Acquired key to the secret realm. Western use key to exit the secret realm. Note: with this key, upon meeting specific conditions in the future, the passage to the Western Island trial secret realm can be reopened. Trial evaluation: exploit Guardian not defeated. Description: an item containing the power of the Western Island and the coordinates of the secret realm, which has recorded the information of this trial completion. I can re-enter, but the evaluation is exploit. Cao Yang frowned slightly. This might affect the difficulty or rewards for the next entry. Then he unfolded the parchment scroll. Acquired basic guide to island construction complete. Contains comprehensive knowledge of island construction, including site selection, defense, resources, buildings, planting, etc. Description: a systematic guide to the way of island construction. Only the basic guide, no advanced fragments available. Cao Yang realized that this was probably the price for not defeating the Guardian, missing out on the highest tier rewards. However, obtaining the complete basic guide to island construction and the key to the secret realm was already a significant. After carefully counting and storing all his gains, Cao Yang held the slightly cool key to the secret realm and turned to look at the stable, rotating and reassuring white light gate. Let's go, it's time to return. Qinze nodded, standing beside him, his eyes also filled with anticipation for their return. The two no longer hesitated, holding the key, and stepped together into the light gate. The soft white light engulfed their figures. The brilliance faded. Cao Yang and Qinze felt the solid ground beneath their feet, already standing on a firm and smooth surface. They appeared in a vast and solemn hall. The hall was circular, approximately 30 meters in diameter and 15 meters high, and in the center of the hall floated a massive, slowly spinning blue vortex, at the center of which faintly revealed the phantom of an island, the very island they had just left. This place is... Qinze looked around, his eyes filled with shock. The magnificence and intricacy of this hall far surpassed any building they had seen before, including the sea god altar underground. Cao Yang also observed cautiously. The aura here was entirely different from the maze's caves, or the central space, more ancient, sacred, and filled with a vast pressure that, while not malicious, conveyed a pure sense of existence. At that moment, the voice that had once echoed in the center of the maze, majestic, vast, and indistinguishable, in gender, resonated again throughout the hall. Trial takers, welcome back. The voice surged like ocean waves, filled with an indescribable sense of power. Cao Yang and Qinze immediately tensed, fully focused. You have chosen the island path and successfully reached the exit, completing the basic trial. The voice continued calmly, as if stating a simple fact. Based on your performance in the trial, successfully acquiring the core treasure, defeating most guardians, avoiding the majority of traps, and ultimately passing through the final guardian's obstruction in a special way. The voice seemed to pause slightly here, as if evaluating. In summary, your trial evaluation for this secret realm is Grade A. As a reward for the Grade A evaluation, you will receive the Sea God's gift. The authoritative voice announced, this gift is divided into 3 items. I hope you make good use of it. A level. Qinze looked at Cao Yang, a hint of joy in his eyes. Although they ultimately succeeded through a clever trick rather than defeating the statue leader, their earlier performance seemed to have received recognition. Cao Yang also breathed a slight sigh of relief. An A-level evaluation sounds decent. However, he was unsure what this rating specifically meant in terms of rewards. At the moment the voice fell, the swirling blue vortex in the center of the hall erupted with brilliant light. 3 soft and pure blue pillars of light shot out from the center of the vortex, landing on the ground in front of Cao Yang and Qinze. The light pillars gradually converged, revealing the items within. The first pillar contained 2 scales, each about the size of a palm, thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a rainbow-like sheen. The colors of the scales constantly changed from deep ocean blue to dreamy lavender, then to noble silver, breathtakingly beautiful. They quietly hovered half a foot above the ground, emanating a strange wave that was tranquil, profound, and capable of calming the restless soul. Mermaid Scale Special. Quality Blue Special. Effect upon use, the scale will merge with the user's skin, permanently enhancing their mental attack resistance by 20 and slightly increasing affinity for water elements. Limitations, each being may only use 1 scale. Repeated use is ineffective. Description: a blessed scale given by the mermaid princess to her beloved, containing the pure spiritual power of the mermaid clan and their affection for the ocean. Non-combat consumable, binding upon use. The mermaid scale directly enhances mental resistance. Cao Yang's eyes brightened. Mental attacks were rarely encountered in previous battles, but they were often strange and hard to defend against. The consequences of being hit could be severe. This 20 increase in resistance seemed low, but it could be life-saving in critical moments. Moreover, this is a permanent enhancement. 1 scale per person, just right. Qinze also recognized the value of the scales. Without hesitation, the 2 reached out to touch the rainbow scales in front of them. At the moment their fingertips touched, the scales suddenly transformed into a warm, soft, rainbow-hued glow, carrying a faint scent of seawater, spreading rapidly up their arms, enveloping their entire bodies, and then silently seeping beneath their skin like mercury. Cao Yang and Qinze simultaneously felt a refreshing and soothing sensation, as if their souls had been. Their minds became clearer, their thoughts sharper, and the exhaustion and tension left over from previous battles and escapes were significantly eased. They could vaguely sense that a thin but real layer of protective rhythm existed just beneath the surface of their skin. Successfully fused with Mermaid Scale. Permanent gain: acquired mental attack resistance, 20, a slight increase in water element affinity. Good stuff. Cao Yang clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body. Although this enhancement did not directly increase strength or defense, its potential value was extremely high. At this moment, the second light pillar fully revealed itself. Within it were 2 rhombus-shaped crystals, each about the size of an egg, deep blue throughout, with a swirling vortex seemingly rotating within. The surface of the crystal was engraved with extremely fine and complex water wave patterns. Sea God Beacon Special. Quality Blue Special. Effect upon use, it can instantly transport the user and their nearby companions within a small range to the current world coordinates near the closest Sea God Secret Realm entrance or Sea God altar the user has previously reached. Cooldown: 30 days calculated from the moment of use. Limitations: must be used in a relatively stable environment without strong spatial interference. Description: a token containing the coordinates marked by the Sea God's authority, serving as protection and a gift to those recognized by the Sea God. It is a means of survival or rapid movement in critical moments, reusable, but requires time to recharge. A teleportation beacon. Qinze was genuinely surprised this time. This was a strategically reusable mobile. Although the cooldown lasts a month, its value remains immense. Cao Yang picked up a Sea God beacon, feeling the stable and powerful spatial fluctuations within, and his heart trembled as well. Though a month-long cooldown is not short considering its strategic value, it is entirely acceptable. This means they can use it strategically for long-distance exploration, emergency evasion, or even strategic relocation. As long as they plan the timing of its use, this beacon will become one of their most crucial trump cards. It must be used cautiously at the right moment, and the cooldown time strictly recorded. Cao Yang carefully stored the 2 beacons, each keeping one for himself and Qinzhe. This way, even if one encountered unforeseen circumstances, the other still held this ace. The first 2 gifts, whether the permanent mental protection or the reusable strategic teleportation, made Cao Yang feel that the value of the gains from this secret realm journey perhaps far exceeded those blueprints, tools, and island cores. Just when the 2 thought the gifts had ended, that majestic voice echoed again, but this time the tone seemed to carry a subtle seriousness and warning. The third gift is not a physical item, but a prophecy, a warning from the depths of the ocean. The lights in the hall seemed to dim slightly, and the starlight swirling in the dome became slower. Listen, those favored by the ocean or lost in the whirlpool. When the fog begins to no longer be satisfied with shrouding the sea surface, but instead, like greedy tentacles, gradually spreads and climbs onto the islands you rely on for survival. From the second week after that moment, the sea level shall no longer be calm. It will not violently raise a tsunami that destroys everything, but will steadily rise in silence and determination, slowly yet unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sea where your vision cannot reach, the space will become fragile and strange. Out of nowhere, many foreign creatures that originally did not exist in your world will appear. They vary in form with unknown habits. Some may be harmless, but many are aggressive and invasive. The ancient natives in the depths of the sea, those who have long adapted to the deep pressure and darkness, will suffer fierce attacks from these unwelcome guests. Their homes will be invaded, hunting grounds contested, and their clans threatened. Thus, driven by the instinct to survive, a large number of deep-sea creatures will be forced to abandon their homes and migrate toward shallower areas where the pressure is lower and food may be relatively abundant. The food chain and ecological balance of the ocean will be completely shattered. The uprising of marine creatures will hungry, angry, and fearful marine creatures will attack everything they see, including ships on the sea and the At that time, the frequency and intensity of island attacks will far exceed your current imagination. Sticking to one island may no longer be a safe choice. The voice gradually ceased here, leaving words that weighed heavily like a cold lead block on the hearts of Cao Yang, and the fog spreading onto the island, the slow rise in sea level. The appearance of foreign creatures in the depths. Deep-sea creatures being forced to migrate to shallows. The uprising of marine life. The intensifying attacks on the islands. Each piece of information pointed to a future that was more brutal and dangerous. Cao Yang's expression turned exceptionally grave. He had previously sensed the strangeness of the fog and guessed that this game world might not simply be about surviving on a deserted island. Cao Yang spoke in a deep voice. One should trust the information provided by the sea god's mystical realm. His mind raced, analyzing every key point of the prophecy. The mist spread over the island. This was a warning signal. The second week after the mist reached the island, the sea level began to rise. This provided them with a vague period for preparation, albeit a short one. Main crisis: environmental crisis, rising sea levels. This meant that coastal low-lying areas would be submerged, the existing island area would shrink, and freshwater could be contaminated by seawater intrusion, leading to the disappearance of some resource points. There would also be invasions by foreign marine organisms, triggering deep-sea creatures to migrate to shallow waters, resulting in a surge in both the numbers and aggressiveness of marine life in shallow and coastal areas. Navigation, fishing, and approaching the coast would become extremely dangerous. The pressure on island defenses would increase dramatically. The safety of the island would plummet, and holding on to a single island would be highly risky. We must hurry up, Cao Yang said, looking at Qinzhe, his eyes shining with determination. The core of the island, the defense tower blueprints, construction guidelines. The importance of these things has multiplied several times. We must quickly find a suitable island and build a strong enough stronghold to face the disaster foretold in the prophecy. Moreover, Cao Yang added, glancing at the sea god's beacon in his hand, we may need to seek more safe anchor point. The entrance to the sea god's mystical realm and the sea god's altar. These places might serve as temporary shelters or transit stations during the disaster. The sea god's beacon enables us to travel back and forth to these locations, but it has a long cooldown, so we must plan carefully. Qinzhe also recognized the seriousness of the situation, nodding firmly. Understood, Brother Cao. What shall we do next? Should we head straight back to that small island? Cao Yang did not respond immediately, but looked again at the swirling blue vortex in the center of the hall. The island's phantom within the vortex seemed to be the small island they had entered the mystical realm from. Great sea god. Cao Yang raised his head, addressing the empty dome of the hall, his tone respectful, but not servile. Thank you for your gifts and warnings. May I ask how we should leave here and return to the island where we entered the mystical realm? The majestic voice fell silent for a moment before responding. With the key to the mystical realm in hand, where your heart wishes to go is your return path. This place is a gift from the sea god, independent of the mystical realm. By using the key, you can return to the entrance of the mystical realm or attempt to return to the last safe point where you stayed before entering the mystical realm. Choose wisely. It turned out that this hall was an independent reward space, not a direct connection to the exit of the mystical realm. The key to the mystical realm not only allows one to leave, but seems to have a certain teleportation function as well. Cao Yang thought. Returning to the entrance of the mystical realm was the safest choice, but that small island had limited resources and the blood shark team might still be active in the nearby waters. Returning to the last safe point before entering the mystical realm. Before they entered, they had last stayed beside the runestone pillar on the small island, which wasn't particularly safe. Earlier they were near the exit of the escape passage in the underground cave, which was even less safe. It seems we can only return to the small island first. Cao Yang made a decision. They at least needed to leave this closed reward space and return to a familiar environment to make further plans. He took out the mystical realm key. Western exchanged a glance with Qinze, and they both grasped the key simultaneously. Cao Yang closed his eyes, concentrating as the image of the runestone pillar on the small island vividly emerged in his mind. He silently chanted, "Return to the entrance of the mystical realm." The key to the mystical realm suddenly became scorching hot. A gentle blue light gate unfolded from the tip of the key, rapidly expanding to envelop the two. The familiar sensation of teleportation hit them again. When their vision cleared, they found themselves standing in the center of the small island next to the runestone pillar. The morning sunlight had become somewhat glaring, and the sea breeze blew, carrying a briny scent. The small island remained quiet, seemingly unchanged from before they entered the mystical realm. But both Cao Yang and Qinze knew that everything was different now. They had not only returned with treasures and knowledge that could greatly improve their survival situation in the short term, but also with a cruel prophecy that could plunge all survivors into panic. First, check the surroundings to confirm safety, then take stock of supplies and plan the next steps. Cao Yang quickly got into the zone. The two quickly patrolled the small island, finding no traces of the blood shark team or any other anomalies. The concealed entrance to the underground cave was also intact. They returned to a relatively hidden thicket and began to carefully tally all the gains from this mystical realm journey. Looking at the dazzling array of items before them, especially several blue treasures and special gifts, both Cao Yang and Qinze felt a sense of solidity. With these, they had the capital to strive for a glimmer of hope in this perilous world. "Brother Cao, should we stay here to build, or go find a new island?" Qinze asked. This small island was too small with limited resources and was not an ideal place for long-term development. Cao Yang looked around the small island. About 100 meters in diameter with sparse vegetation apart from a pond and some ruins, there were hardly any decent resources. Most importantly, it was not far from the blood shark team's activity area and was too exposed. Once the disaster foretold in the prophecy erupted, such a small island would have almost no defensive depth, easily submerged or breached. "This won't do." Cao Yang shook his head, decisively rejecting the idea of staying. "We must return to my original island, or at least find a larger one. The sailboat blueprints I studied before will come in handy now," he added. Qinze's eyes lit up. "Right. Brother Cao, you mentioned before that you found the sailboat blueprints in the bronze treasure chest. Now we have tools, materials, and the island core. If we can return to your island, there are ready-made wood materials and some supplies we collected before," he continued. "Moreover, my island is relatively more remote. I am familiar with the surrounding conditions, and it has a larger area with potential for defensive construction. We should stay here for now, using the existing tools and some materials to build a ship that can safely take us back." Cao Yang said, his thoughts becoming clearer. "It doesn't need to be too complicated, but it must be sturdy enough to withstand ordinary waves and possible encounters with small sea monsters." Building a ship. Qinze looked at the refined stone axe in his hand, then at the basic wood and iron ingots, somewhat uncertain. "Can we manage with just the two of us and these tools?" "No problem." Cao Yang appeared quite confident. "The sailboat blueprints I obtained are system-certified knowledge and include basic principles of ship structure and manufacturing steps. We don't need to build a large sailboat. We just need a small boat that can carry the two of us and our supplies, like a modified flat-bottomed boat or a simple single-masted sailboat. With the all-purpose toolkit, efficiency will be greatly improved. We also have a stone processing table to make some stone anchors and ballast stones." "All right, then let's build a ship." Qinze also became spirited. Having a clear goal and a feasible plan was much better than blind worries. The two immediately began to divide their tasks. Cao Yang first sketched a simple design of the boat on the beach with branches. A small boat about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, with a simple cabin and a single mast sail. He simplified the structure as much as possible, but the key parts such as the keel ribs and hull panels had to be sturdy. Qinze took the refined stone axe and began searching for suitable wood on the island. Though the island had few trees, there were a few relatively stout and hardwood species that were barely sufficient. Following Cao Yang's instructions, he first felled a few trees for the keel and main ribs and began preliminary adjustments. Cao Yang, on the other hand, used the refined stone chisel and hammer to start processing the basic stones, using the stone processing table to turn them into regular stone blocks, some for making anchors and the rest for ballast. At the same time, he began to twist stronger ropes, using the ropes from the simple trap toolkit and fibers stripped from some tough vines on the island. The shipbuilding work commenced in earnest. Although neither of them were professional carpenters, Cao Yang had the knowledge from the system-provided blueprints, and Qinze had strength and execution skills along with handy tools, allowing them to progress faster than anticipated. In the busy intervals, Qinze occasionally got distracted, keeping an eye on the world chat channel in his mind, which served as an important window for them to understand the external situation. "Brother Cao, it seems like The chat channel has become even more chaotic. During a break, Qinze set down the stone hammer in his hand, his expression grave as he spoke to Cao Yang, who was calibrating the dragon keel. Please elaborate. Cao Yang didn't stop his work, but his ears perked up. Information from the outside world was vital. The blood shark group seems to be more rampant than ever. Qinze lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard. Many people are cursing them, saying they not only plunder resources, but have also begun to systematically abduct lone survivors, or those in small teams, forcibly taking them to their strongholds to serve as laborers, extracting resources and constructing fortifications. I've heard the conditions are abysmal, with beatings and even executions being commonplace. Cao Yang's eyes turned cold. The actions of the blood shark group were increasingly reminiscent of slave traders and pirates from the old world. In this environment of collapsing order, it was all too easy for those with power to slip into the abyss of enslaving others. However, it seems that the blood shark group is no longer the sole dominant force. Qinze shifted his tone, a hint of surprise and uncertainty in his voice. About 2 or 3 days ago, sporadic news began to appear in the channels saying something significant happened on a fringe island within the blood shark group's controlled area. Oh, Cao Yang finally stopped working and looked at Qinze. It is said that a survivor, named Li Haoshuan, who was apparently a former soldier or an outdoor survival expert, was captured by the blood shark group and taken to that island to work as a laborer. Qinze recalled the chaotic information from the chat channels, piecing it together. This person has some skills and enough. He secretly connected with other severely oppressed captives on the island. I don't know what methods he used, but shortly after, perhaps not long after we entered the secret realm, they suddenly launched an attack targeting the blood shark group's branch on that island. Did they succeed? Cao Yang pressed. This was no small matter. A successful strike would be like tearing a chunk of flesh from the fierce beast that was the blood shark group. They did, but the losses were heavy. Qinze nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. I've heard the battle was fierce. Li Haoshuan caught the blood shark group off guard and eliminated the branch's leader along with most of the guards, but many of his uprising followers also perished. The key point is that while they were clearing the battlefield and taking over the island, they seemed to have discovered a secret warehouse or stronghold left by the blood shark group from which they obtained something extraordinary. Extraordinary? Cao Yang frowned. What is it? The channel is filled with incredible rumors, but none are certain. Some say it is a blueprint for a powerful weapon of blue quality or higher. Others say it is a core for some kind of high-powered explosive or defensive device, and there are even wild guesses that it is an item that can control sea monsters. Qinze shook his head, but no matter what it is, one thing is certain: that thing is immensely powerful, and Li Haoshuan and his group have gotten their hands on it. And then, the blood shark group's headquarters cannot simply let this go. Of course not. I heard that the leader of the blood shark group was furious and mobilized people from several nearby islands to quell the uprising. But just as the two sides were about to clash, Li Haoshuan's side, for reasons unknown, perhaps they demonstrated the deterrent power of that superweapon, or there were other concerns within the blood shark group, ended up not engaging in battle. Qinze continued, his tone somewhat incredulous. The current situation is that Li Haoshuan and his group of rebels have established a new organization called Dawn Light, or the Watchers, with the names varying in the channels. They publicly declare their intention to establish order, protect the weak, and resist plunderers like the blood shark group. Meanwhile, the blood shark group seems to fear that item in Li Haoshuan's hands, and perhaps they also need time to reassess their strengths and losses, so they have not launched a full-scale attack immediately. Currently, both sides have formed a fragile balance and standoff in that area of the sea. Cao Yang listened intently, contemplating for a long time. This Li Haoshuan is quite a character. To organize a resistance and achieve success in such dire circumstances, while also finding a trump card capable of deterring the enemy, his ability, courage, and luck are extraordinary. So what is the prevailing sentiment in the channels now, Cao Yang asked. Chaotic, extremely chaotic. Qinze smiled wryly. There are many who support Li Haoshuan's Dawn Light, especially those who have suffered oppression from the blood shark group, or those who detest this law of the jungle, viewing them as a beacon of hope. But there are also those who believe Li Haoshuan is merely using violence to counter violence, that he will eventually become another blood shark group, or question the origins and controllability of that superweapon. Most importantly, Qinze emphasized, both sides are desperately recruiting manpower. The blood shark group offers the condition of join us, and you will be protected, resources distributed according to contribution. Although everyone knows their credibility is extremely poor, the reality is that there are many desperate people. On Li Haoshuan's side, their slogan is resist tyranny, build order, which is very appealing to those with passion and a sense of justice, or those simply looking for a big tree to lean on. Currently, many sea areas are in chaos, small teams are being absorbed, and lone survivors are being contested. There are everywhere talks of enlistment, alliances, and betrayals. It feels like we've suddenly transitioned from isolated survival on deserted islands to a phase of territorial disputes and power struggles. Qinze summarized, his tone filled with uncertainty about the future. Cao Yang silently absorbed this information. The development of the situation was even faster than he had anticipated. The dominance of the Blood Shark group has been shattered, but this has not brought peace. Instead, due to the rise of new forces and the emergence of unknown deterrent weapons, it has entered a more complex and unstable period of multi-faction confrontation and competition. For small teams like theirs that wish to develop quietly, this presents both an opportunity and a greater risk. The opportunity lies in the muddied waters, possibly reducing the pressure from the Blood Shark group's pursuit, if they are still remembered. The risk is that the escalating conflicts across the sea could make them targets regardless of which side they lean towards, or even if they choose to remain neutral. It seems that on our way back to the island we need to be cautious not only of sea monsters and natural disasters, but also of people. Cao Yang said slowly, his gaze directed at the small boat taking shape. Indeed, Qinze agreed profoundly. Brother Cao, what should we? Follow the original plan and finish building the boat as soon as possible, then return to my island. Cao Yang said decisively. That is our only foundation. Only by securing our foothold and possessing the capital for self-protection and development can we qualify to consider these external disputes and even have the right to choose allies or remain independent in the future. To rashly involve ourselves with either side now would be tantamount to seeking death. Understood. Qinze nodded vigorously. Cao Yang's calm judgment always reassured him. In the days that followed, the two focused even more on building the boat. While Qinze was busy with logging and processing the wooden planks, he still kept an eye on the chat channels, but he was now able to view the chaotic information with relative calm, considering it merely as a source of intelligence, and no longer letting it affect his emotions. With their full efforts, the progress of building the boat was rapid. For days later, the keel and main ribs of the boat were completed and secured on a simple boat platform constructed of stones and wood. The hull planks were also carefully nailed to the ribs by Qinze using newly twisted ropes and crude iron nails under Cao Yang's guidance, with gaps sealed using a filler made from resin and wood shavings. On the sixth day, the hull was basically taking shape. Cao Yang began to make the mast, rudder, and sails. The sails were made from materials gathered from the remnants of previously damaged ships, as well as from large plant leaves and fibers woven together from the island. Though not aesthetically pleasing, they were functional. On the evening of the eighth day, a somewhat rough but solidly constructed small single-masted sailboat quietly rested on the sandy beach at the edge of the small island. We did it. Qinze looked at the small boat that embodied their efforts over the past 8 days, feeling a sense of accomplishment. They carefully loaded all the supplies, tools, blueprints, materials, leftover food, and fresh water, and most importantly the core of the island, onto the boat. Standing on the beach looking back at the island that had given them adventures, but also revealed the cruel prophecy, both of them felt a mix of emotions. Let's go home. Cao Yang checked the boat and supplies one last time before boarding first. Qinze untied the rope, pushed the boat into the water with force, and then agilely jumped aboard. Cao Yang raised the makeshift sail, adjusting its direction. The sea breeze blew, the sail billowed, and the small boat began to slowly depart from the island, heading northwest, towards the general location of Cao Yang's island. The sunset cast its golden glow over the sea, shimmering like broken jewels. Ahead lay the vast ocean, an unknown journey, and a desperate struggle against time for survival. They had to face not only the threats of nature and sea monsters, but also navigate the increasingly complex dangers posed by human forces to find a way to survive. The small boat cut through the waves, carrying hope, heavy warnings, and a deep vigilance towards the future, sailing towards the thickening mist in the distance. Behind them on the small island, the ruined stone pillars stood silently, as if quietly watching the departing heroes, waiting for the next awakening, or perhaps the arrival of the catastrophe foretold to completely change the world's order. The morning sun pierced through the thin mist, casting broken gold upon the shimmering sea surface. Cao Yang and Qinze were carefully navigating the small single-masted sailboat they had crafted themselves on their way back to Cao Yang's island. The boat was not fast, but thanks to Cao Yang's precise control and utilization of the sail, it was moving steadily. At this speed, if the wind direction doesn't change, and we don't encounter any major obstacles, we should see my island by evening. Cao Yang estimated the distance and time, speaking to Qinze, who was keeping watch at the bow. Qinze nodded, his gaze alertly sweeping over the sea and the swirling mist around them. Although it was daytime now, and the mist was much lighter than in the early morning, visibility was still only a few hundred meters. The dense, unknown fog always made one feel that some danger lurked within. Cao, brother, do you think the Blood Shark gang might still be lurking near your home? Qinze asked with some concern. The chances are slim, but we can't completely rule it out, Cao Yang calmly analyzed. The signs of the sea monster attack are very clear. The Blood Shark gang might think we are dead. Moreover, based on the chat information you saw earlier, the Blood Shark gang is currently busy confronting Li Haoxuan's Dawn of Light and capturing manpower from all around, so they may not have the energy to stay long on an already dead person's deserted island. However, just to be safe, we should observe from a distance when we approach the island, confirming it's safe before landing. Understood. Qinze tightened his grip on the blackstone spear, continuing his lookout duties. Sailing was both monotonous and tense. They had to constantly pay attention to direction, wind strength, and waves, while also being wary of potential dangers that could arise from any direction: sea monsters, reefs, or other malicious ships. Fortunately, the sea area they were currently in seemed relatively calm. Occasionally, they could see one or two fish leap out of the water or distant seabirds skimming the surface, but they had not encountered any aggressive sea monsters. After sailing for about 3 or 4 hours as noon approached, the mist ahead seemed to thicken again, and the light became dim. "Chow, brother, look over there." Qinze suddenly pointed to the left front, his voice tinged with alertness. Cao Yang followed his gesture. Through the hazy mist, they could see a vague, dark outline rising from the sea about 2 to 3 kilometers away. Cao Yang immediately confirmed. He concentrated on sensing the fragments of the sea map. In his mind, the corresponding area indeed had a small dim green, indicating it was an unclaimed island, or at least one that currently showed no hostile targets. "Should we get closer to take a look? There might be resources, or..." Qinze's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Perhaps there were people on the island who could exchange information, or other gains. Cao Yang stared at the island's outline for a few seconds. The green showed no changes. There were no red dots hostile nearby, nor any special markers representing other survivors. "No, let's go around it." Cao Yang made a decision, his tone firm. "Our primary goal is to return safely. Any unnecessary stops or explorations could bring risks. Time is tight, and we don't know when the prophecy will come to pass. We have no time for unnecessary complications." Right. Qinze had always trusted Cao Yang's decisions. Indeed, the most important thing now was to return to their own territory, quickly utilize the acquired treasures for construction, and prepare for future crises. Exploring unknown islands for extra resources was something to consider only after they had secured a foothold. Cao Yang gently turned the helm, adjusting the angle of the sail. The small boat carved an arc, steering clear of the solitary island hidden in the mist. In the next leg of their journey, similar situations occurred 2 or 3 more times. Sometimes it was on the right side, where a jagged coastline peeked through the mist, showing no signs of activity on the island, nor any rising smoke. The sea map in Cao Yang's mind indicated it was also a dim green dot. Sometimes it was directly ahead, where a low-lying sandbank could be faintly seen, seemingly with sparse vegetation, but equally silent. These islands varied in size, but they all shared one common trait: an eerily excessive silence. No signs of human activity could be seen. They were like silent reefs abandoned in the fog. "These islands feel a bit off," Qinze said as he watched another island outline disappear behind the mist. Cao Yang had also been pondering this issue. Although his own island was remote, there were still sporadic survivors like Qinze who would appear in the nearby waters. Yet these islands they encountered along the way were not particularly far from the main sailing route. It didn't make sense for them to be completely deserted. There are only a few possibilities, Cao Yang said in a deep voice, his gaze sharply scanning the sea. "First, the environment of these islands is extremely harsh, lacking basic survival resources, freshwater food, or there is some danger we haven't detected, yet causing those who go there to be unable to survive long-term, or even die, or flee quickly." Qinze shivered. "Danger? Are you saying? It doesn't necessarily have to be the kind of monster we understand." Cao Yang shook his head. "It could be some slowly acting poison gas, pathogenic microorganisms, bizarre geological activity, or, like the previous island below, lurking a top predator we know nothing about. As soon as someone lands, they could be marked or hunted." Second, Cao Yang continued analyzing, "These islands may have originally had people, but for some reason they collectively left or were taken away. For instance, captured by forces like the Bloodshark Gang, or taken by something else." Third, Cao Yang's voice lowered even further, "is the worst possibility. There's something wrong with the mist. These islands might be in a state of being swallowed or isolated by the mist. Those who enter may never come out, or undergo some terrible transformation. That's why they appear so dead." Qinze felt a chill run down his spine. No matter which possibility it was chilling. He was immensely grateful that Cao Yang had decided to steer clear. Curiosity can indeed kill the cat at times. Anyway, staying away from them is the right choice. Qinze took a deep breath, suppressing his unease. "Chow, brother, how much longer do we have?" Cao Yang checked the sea map and course in his mind again, then looked up at the sky. Due to the mist, the position of the sun was a bit unclear, but he could roughly tell it was afternoon. The direction is correct, and the speed is normal. If everything goes smoothly, in another 2 or 3 hours we should be able— "I hope everything goes well." Qinze prayed softly. The small boat continued to sail through the silent and eerie fog. Both individuals were fully alert, with Cao Yang pushing his perception of the nautical map fragments to the limit, not missing any subtle changes on the chart. Time passed second by second. The fog over the sea seemed to intensify with the arrival of the afternoon. Visibility gradually dropped to less than 200 meters. Suddenly, Cao Yang furrowed his brow, staring intently at the nautical map in his mind. "What's wrong, brother Cao?" Qinze immediately noticed the change in his expression. "Ahead, something is moving," Cao Yang said gravely, pointing to the edge of the map about 20 kilometers to the right front. On the blue background representing the sea, a tiny but clear red that was moving slowly and erratically. It had no fixed course, as if wandering and hovering in that area of the sea. Red dot. Is it an enemy? Or a sea monster? Qinze's heart raced. On the nautical map, red usually represented hostile targets or those with high threat levels. Uncertain, it's still far, and the information is vague. Cao Yang kept his eyes fixed on the red, trying to judge its speed and movement pattern. It's not moving fast, unlike a high-speed sea monster. The trajectory was also somewhat chaotic. Wait, it stopped. The red dot lingered in place for a moment before it slowly sank down, ultimately disappearing from the perception range of the map. Sank. Is it a ship? Sinking, Shinzei speculated. Or a diving sea monster? Cao Yang didn't dare to be careless. Whatever it is, its disappearance was roughly in the side front of our course, but still some distance away. Let's adjust our course and veer left a bit, keeping as far away from that area as possible. All right. Cao Yang immediately operated the helm, adjusting the sails to change the boat's course to the left by about 15 degrees. They preferred to take a longer route than to have any association with the unknown red dot. After changing course for more than an hour, no new red dots or other abnormalities appeared on the nautical map. The sunken descending red dot did not reappear. The fog on the sea seemed to have reached a critical density, no longer intensifying, but showing no signs of dissipating. The entire world felt as if it were wrapped in a mass of grayish-white viscous cotton, suffocatingly oppressive. Amidst this heightened tension and oppressive atmosphere, Cao Yang suddenly trembled, his eyes bursting with uncontrollable delight. We're almost there, he whispered, his tone filled with excitement and relief. Is it our island? Shinzei also instantly perked up. Exactly. This direction, this distance. It's my island. Cao Yang could clearly feel a faint but familiar sense reminiscent of home emanating from the depths of the mist ahead through the nautical map fragments in his hand. Right ahead. No more than 10 kilometers. Cao Yang's voice trembled with excitement. After being away for so long, having experienced the belly of a giant fish in underground labyrinth trials and secret realms and brutal prophecies, they were finally going home. Great. Shinzei couldn't help but pump his fist as the fatigue of many days seemed to vanish at that moment. With a solid stronghold, they would have the means to face whatever lay ahead. The target was right ahead, hope within reach. However, just as the two were invigorated, preparing to charge through the last, Cao Yang's expression of joy suddenly froze, his brow furrowing tightly again as he stared at the nautical map in his mind, his gaze turning sharply focused and confused. Brother Cao, what is it now? Shinzei's heart sank again. Cao Yang did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy to perceive the familiar island coordinates, while carefully reading the information feedback from the nautical map fragments. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief and deep vigilance. Something's not right. Cao Yang's voice was dry. I sense my island. That's true. But, he lifted his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the thick fog, looking towards the sea area that should be his homeland. There is light on the island. But, he lifted his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the thick fog, looking towards the sea area that should be his homeland. More importantly, Cao Yang's tone was heavy as if laden with lead. The map shows that the green dot on the island has changed color. It was no longer the stable green that represented unknown friendly, but mixed with extremely subtle, almost imperceptible gray models. What does that mean? Shinzei asked eagerly. Cao Yang slowly shook his head, his expression graver than ever. The nautical map fragments did not provide a clear explanation, but gray usually represents unknown, abnormal. Our home has probably undergone some changes we cannot comprehend during our absence. The joy of returning home was instantly replaced by the cold reality and the fear of the unknown. 10 kilometers away, that familiar island under the shroud of thick fog and ghostly light seemed to transform into a place filled with mysteries and dangers. A strange land. The small boat cautiously approached the familiar yet unfamiliar sensed coordinates through the dense fog. The closer they got, the stronger Cao Yang's unease grew. The sense of home transmitted from the nautical map fragment remained clear, but the intertwined ominous bluish light and gray models wrapped around his heart like cold vines. Shinzei also sensed Cao Yang's seriousness, gripping his black stone spear, tightly holding his breath, and listening intently for any unusual sounds in the fog. Visibility was low, about only a little over 100 meters. The small boat seemed to sail in an endless grayish-white void, accompanied only by the monotonous sound of waves hitting the hull and the occasional rustling of the sails. Look over there. Shinzei suddenly lowered his voice, pointing to the sea surface not far ahead on the left. Cao Yang followed his finger to look. He saw several fist-sized, semi-transparent objects emitting a soft, bluish glow hovering about a few dozen meters above the left side of the boat. They resembled jellyfish, but with flatter umbrellas, and several long, glowing tentacles dangled from their edges. These jellyfish floated quietly 2 or 3 meters above the sea surface, drifting slowly with the air currents, making almost no movements, like floating bluish lanterns, appearing particularly eerie in the thick fog. They seemed to have no reaction to Cao Yang and the other's boat, simply hovering by themselves, radiating a cold and mysterious light. What the hell are these? Flying jellyfish. Shinzei's eyes widened. He had never seen nor even heard of such a... Cao Yang also stared intently at these glowing entities. They showed none of the liveliness or aggressiveness characteristic of life, remaining as quiet as some natural phenomenon. Cao Yang also stared intently at these glowing entities. They showed none of the liveliness or aggressiveness characteristic of life, remaining as quiet. A weak stream of information feedback returned, carrying a cold, inert quality. Ghostly light, floating organisms, special ecosystem. Status, dormant, drifting. Description, a rare variant of a coelenterate living in deep underground or extremely enclosed environments. It can absorb weak geothermal radioactive or some unknown energy from the environment and convert it into bioluminescence. Typically, it does not exhibit aggressive behavior, moves slowly, and shows weak signs of life. Its appearance often indicates the presence of caverns, fissures, or energy anomalies leading underground nearby. Threat assessment extremely low under normal conditions. Ghostly light floating organism. Underground creature. Cao Yang whispered the information he had sensed to Qin Zhe, his brow furrowing tighter. Their presence on the sea means. It means there is an entrance leading underground nearby, likely on the island perhaps. Even in your home. Qin Zhe immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Connecting it with the gray models on the island coordinates on the map, a terrifying speculation emerged in both their minds. Could it be that during their absence something drastic happened beneath the island, causing these creatures that originally lived deep underground to surface, even floating onto the sea? Speed up, but remain vigilant. Cao Yang decisively ordered. There was no turning back now. That was their home, their only stronghold, and they had to figure out what had happened. Qin Zhe adjusted the sails while Cao Yang turned the helm fully. The speed of the boat slightly increased as it resolutely broke through the fog, heading toward the Sint's direction. As they drew closer, the number of ghostly light floating organisms appearing on the sea surface increased. They floated in groups in the mist like will-o'-the-wisps, casting the surrounding waters into a bluish haze. Some even approached the side of the boat. Qin Zhe carefully prodded them with his spear, and they merely drifted away slowly, showing no signs of attack or evasion, as if they were mindless, glowing floating weeds. This eerie scene filled with glowing jellyfish was more unsettling than encountering ferocious monsters. The unknown often proves to be more terrifying than known threats. Finally, in the depths of the thick fog ahead, a larger, more solid dark silhouette faintly emerged. It was the outline of the island. The sight before them made their hearts sink to the depths. Against the backdrop of thick fog and the haunting blue jellyfish, the island they were familiar with appeared particularly eerie and sinister. In the rocky area and on the beach at the edge of the island, countless luminous floating entities were suspended and piled up, some even wedged in the crevices of the rocks, resembling patches of bluish moss that covered the originally grayish-brown rock surface. In the rocky area and on the beach at the edge of the island, countless luminous floating entities were suspended and piled up, some even wedged in the crevices of the rocks, resembling patches. Qin Zhe inhaled sharply. This was no longer a sporadic occurrence. It was as if there had been some sort of leak. Cao Yang's expression was exceptionally grim. He forced himself to calm down, maneuvering the small boat towards a relatively concealed rocky bay on the eastern side of the island from his memory. The terrain there was complicated, with several large rocks providing some cover, making it harder to be spotted from the open sea. As they approached the coast, they could see the changes on the island more clearly. The ground, which was originally just rock and gravel, was now covered with a thin, strange, translucent gelatinous residue that felt slippery underfoot. A faint, indescribable odor reminiscent of ozone, mixed with some kind of mineral dust, permeated the air. The small boat cautiously docked behind the rocky bay. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe tied the boat to a sturdy rock, gathered all essential supplies, armed themselves, and stepped onto this familiar, yet strange land. Beneath their feet lay cold, hard rock mixed with the slippery gelatinous substance, making them feel quite uncomfortable. The luminous floating entities silently drifted around them, some almost brushing against their faces. "Let's first check the water pool by the rocky hill," Cao Yang whispered. The construction of the island's core and defense tower relied heavily on a stable freshwater source. Moreover, the location of the water pool on the rocky hill was also the center of his previous activities, where some of his important supplies were hidden nearby. The two of them cautiously navigated through the rugged rocky area, one in front of the other. With no plans to obstruct their view, the site was relatively open, but that also meant they were more easily exposed. At this moment, the floating bluish light instead served as a form of cover, but it also made the entire environment appear even more bizarre and surreal. As they approached the low rocky hill at the center of the island, the strange odor in the air became increasingly pronounced, and the drifting luminous entities seemed to grow denser, almost merging into a band of bluish light emanating from the direction of the hill. Finally, they rounded the last obstructing boulder and arrived at the foot of the rocky hill. However, the sight before them caused both to freeze in place, as if struck by lightning. The rocky hill had almost collapsed halfway. Originally about 7 or 8 meters tall, with a natural depression forming a small water pool at the top of the hillside on their side, had completely crumbled, revealing a huge dark cavity within. Countless luminous floating entities were continuously drifting out from the irregular hole, which had a diameter of over 10 meters due to the collapse, illuminating the surroundings in a ghostly blue. The fallen stone blocks were scattered everywhere, raising the ground at the foot of the rocky hill. Naturally, the small water pool at the top, which Cao Yang relied on for survival, had vanished as well. Only a few murky traces of water remained, weakly flowing down along the crevices of the collapsed rocks, eventually seeping into the pile of rubble and disappearing. The edges of the hole displayed fresh, sharp rock surfaces, indicating that this collapse had occurred not long ago. The interior of the hole was dark and deep, with no visible bottom, only the continuously rising luminous jellyfish, and that strong odor indicating it led into the depths of the island. What made Cao Yang's heart race was that there were obvious signs of an explosion or violent impact at the edge of the collapsed stone pile. Several large rocks had been scattered everywhere, with the debris showing a charred black color. Clearly, a violent explosion or collapse had occurred from within the rocky hill. This is... Shinzei looked at the massive, glowing blue ghost fire hole, as well as the completely destroyed water pool and half-collapsed rocky hill, stunned into silence. He could hardly imagine what the island had gone through in just the few days since they left. Cao Yang's heart also sank. The destruction of the freshwater source was one of the most devastating blows. Without a stable freshwater supply, long-term survival on the island would become extremely difficult. Moreover, the collapse of the rocky hill likely also destroyed some of his backup supplies hidden nearby. Yet he forced himself to analyze the situation calmly. The signs of the explosion were very recent, likely occurring shortly after their departure. What could have caused the explosion? Was it a natural geological activity? Or was it man-made? Or perhaps caused by some unknown creature? The luminous floating entities continuously drifting out of the hole seemed to indicate that the explosion had breached the interior of the rocky hill or the underground closed space linked below, releasing these creatures that had been dwelling or imprisoned within. Cao Yang cautiously approached the edge of the collapsed stone pile, avoiding the drifting light spots peering into the dark depths of the cavity. The hole seemed to not be vertical, but slanted towards the interior and deeper parts of the rocky hill, dark and bottomless, with only the continuously rising luminous entities and the increasingly strong, strange odor. "Brother Cao, look over there." Shinzei suddenly pointed towards the opposite side of the hole near the stone wall that had not completely collapsed. Cao Yang focused his gaze. Amidst the rubble, it seemed that several metal items had been buried along with some scattered pieces of cloth. Someone has been, before the explosion occurred or during the explosion. Cao Yang immediately concluded. Could it be that after they left, someone else came to the island, triggered something leading to the explosion and collapse? The two of them carefully stepped over the rubble. Cao Yang used his black stone spear to push aside a few stones, revealing what lay beneath. It was two severely deformed, even partially melted iron picks and shovels, clearly ordinary tools used by survivors. Scattered nearby were several pieces of charred cloth, burned beyond recognition, but on one larger fragment, Cao Yang saw a familiar emblem. The two of them carefully stepped over the rubble. Cao Yang used his black stone spear to push aside a few stones. They had indeed not completely given up. They had come to the island to search after their departure. And for some unknown reason, while digging or exploring the rocky hill water pool, they triggered a violent explosion that collapsed half the rocky hill and blasted open this passage to the underground. "It's the people from the Blood Shark group." Cao Yang's voice was cold. "They came to the island after I left. This explosion was likely caused by them. Either they found something that triggered traps or dangerous structures inside the rocky hill, or they intended to blow something up which resulted in a more violent explosion and collapse. These bastards, they destroyed our water pool." Shinzei's expression showed fear and anger as he looked at the shark head emblem. "And they ruined the rocky hill too. What about Brother Cao? Are they dead from the explosion, or?" Cao Yang carefully observed the surroundings again. Aside from the remnants of tools and pieces of cloth, he seemed to see some dark-colored fragments with different textures deeper within the rubble, but he did not immediately investigate. Given the severity of the explosion, it would have been hard for anyone nearby to survive while digging at the rocky hill. But he could not rule out the possibility that someone had escaped by chance or was further away when the explosion occurred. Uncertain. But regardless of whether they are dead or alive, this place is no longer safe. Cao Yang stood up, surveying the chaotic home, shrouded in bluish light, feeling a surge of anger and urgency within. With the freshwater source destroyed, the rocky hill collapsed, the underground entrance exposed, releasing unknown luminous creatures and the traces of the Blood Shark group. During their absence, this once barren, yet relatively safe haven had become fraught with danger and unrecognizable. "Brother Cao, what do we do now?" Shinzei tightened his grip on his weapon, looking at Cao Yang. With their home in such disarray, the future seemed even more uncertain. Cao Yang's gaze swept over the dark cavity that was continuously emitting bluish light, then glanced at the warm, earthy yellow light of the island core in his hand, along with the heavy blueprint of the island's defense tower in his arms. His expression, initially filled with shock and anger, gradually regained its sharpness and determination. With the freshwater gone, they needed to find a new water source as soon as possible, or find a way to utilize this newly emerged cavity if there was a water source below. Their home had been destroyed, but it could be rebuilt. This time they would wield more powerful tools and a superior blueprint to construct an even sturdier fortress upon this rocky isle. The threat of the Blood Shark bandits, the secrets buried beneath the island, the disasters yet to come, all were formidable challenges. Yet they were no longer unarmed newcomers. From the hidden realm, they had brought back the ember of hope and the warning chime of tomorrow. First, conduct a full survey of the island to confirm safety. Search for traces of potential enemies. Assess damage. Especially check whether the supplies I previously concealed elsewhere have been disturbed. Cao Yang issued the order in a low, steady voice, his composure restored to its usual calm. Then we must uncover what truly lies beneath this chasm. What were the Blood Shark bandits seeking? And what had triggered the explosion? This might well be a colossal crisis, yet it could also conceal something utterly unexpected. His gaze fell upon the abyssal opening, a dark maw endlessly exhaling translucent jellyfish-like entities. That the blood shark bandits had risked detonation to probe its depths suggested the hillstone beneath was far from ordinary. Moreover, we still hold the island core and the construction manual. This island remains ours, by right and by no matter how scarred or transformed it had become, they would rebuild it, stronger than before, resilient against threats from sea's subterranean depths, and even those yet unborn. Qinzhe met Cao Yang's resolute, fiercely determined gaze, and his own unease gradually hardened into unwavering resolve. Indeed, they had endured so much, how could they now falter before mere upheaval? Though the stone hill had collapsed and the pond vanished, the rocky isle beneath their feet endured, and so did the treasures and knowledge they had acquired. Understood, Brother Cao. Let's go. Without hesitation, the two strode forth, weapons in hand, meticulously exploring this homeland, familiar yet alien, now cloaked in eerie cerulean light and exposed jagged rock. And that dark chasm, ceaselessly exuding jellyfish-like phantoms, gaped silently at the island's heart like a ravenous maw awaiting either explorers' entry or their consumption. Having confirmed the explosion's link to the blood shark bandits, Cao Yang and Qinzhe probed with heightened vigilance and meticulous care. They began by circling the collapsed stone hill, searching for clues possibly buried beneath rubble, especially signs of bandit presence. Brother Cao, something here. Qinzhe halted near the chasm's edge, where massive shards half buried a suspicious patch. With his spear, he carefully scraped away surface stones. Cao Yang stepped forward immediately. As debris shifted, several charred remnants emerged, barely recognizable as fabric and leather. Beneath them lay fragmented carbonized bones, twisted beyond recognition, alongside metal fittings melted and refused into grotesque shapes. A faint, nauseating scent of burnt flesh hung in the air, thin yet piercing amid the mineral tang and ozone-laced atmosphere. They exchanged a glance. Their eyes mirrored certainty. These were blood shark bandits, at least part of them. At the moment of detonation, they had likely been excavating, or probing, upon or within the stone hill, only to be obliterated instantly, leaving no trace but ash and bone. Looks like at least a few unlucky bandits met their end right here. Qinzhe prodded the blackened remains with his spear, voice devoid of pity. These hands had spilled the blood of countless survivors. Now they perished beneath the very blast they ignited, an apt reckoning. Not just these few. Cao Yang pointed toward other mounds of rubble surrounding the chasm, places where stone surfaces bore unnatural deep black scorch marks. The blast was immense. Shockwaves and flying shrapnel likely flung bodies, or fragments, farther afield or buried them deeper. That confirms heavy casualties among bandits active near the hill at the time. Could there still be surviving accomplices elsewhere on the island, or did they flee? Qinzhe scanned the jagged cerulean-lit rocks warily. Possibly. We must sweep the entire island thoroughly, Cao Yang affirmed. The two temporarily withdrew from the ruined hill and commenced a systematic search of the isle. Cao Yang's island was modest in size and simple in topography. Exposed rocks, scattered patches of sand, and lowlying reefs. With no vegetation to obscure sightlines, concealment was nearly impossible, making search efficient yet revealing. For roughly 2 hours they traversed every crag, crevice, and cove, including several concealed fissures where Cao Yang had stashed spare tools and materials. The findings brought cautious relief, and deeper perplexity. Aside from themselves and the charred remains near the hill, no other living beings nor fresh corpses were found. Cao Yang's hidden stores remained largely undisturbed. Only one exceptionally well-concealed fissure showed faint signs, the camouflaging stones slightly displaced, yet all contents lay intact within. Clearly the blood shark bandits landed with singular purpose the stone hill, and whatever lay beneath it, Cao Yang analyzed. They may have learned of the anomaly below through some intelligence channel, or stumbled upon it accidentally while tracking me. They then concentrated their efforts on excavation and probing at the hill, only to trigger the cataclysmic blast. Survivors, if any, either fled the island in panic or were swallowed by subsequent collapses, or by something else lurking underground. In any case, for now the island appears clear, Qinzhe concluded, though his eyes lingered uneasily on the chasm at the island's center, perpetually exhaling ghostly luminescence. That aperture itself was a vast, unknowable source of peril. Returning to the ruins of the stone hill, Cao Yang retrieved the resource detection disc, a relic acquired from the hidden realm, to preliminarily scan the chasm's depths. Let us hope the depths hold more than water, he murmured as he activated the device. The instrument, a palm-sized disc with a crystalline lens at its center, hummed softly as he aimed its face downward and focused his will. The lens trembled faintly, then shimmered with sonar-like ripples, extending rapidly into the darkness below. Simultaneously fragmented glyphs, each denoting distinct resource types, flickered intermittently along the image's periphery. After several seconds the scan concluded. The lens stabilized, displaying a simplified cross-sectional map of subsurface strata and several precise markers. Cao Yang studied the results intently. At approximately 20 to 30 meters depth, a large azure marker indicated a body of water annotated with freshwater, slightly brackish. This matched the subterranean lake he'd sensed through interconnected caverns, but never reached. Abundant volume and acceptable quality made this discovery profoundly auspicious. Safe access and utilization of this aquifer would resolve their freshwater scarcity, potentially offering greater reliability than the former shallow pool. Along the rock-walled passage leading to the lake, and especially around its shallows, scattered emerald green markers glowed accompanied by a glyph signifying medicinal flora. The disc's brief annotation read Luminous Waterweed, Tier 2, a specialized aquatic variant, thriving in lightless or dim oxygen-rich pristine waters. Its fronds emit steady soft green bioluminescence in total darkness and contain mild, yet refined, aqueous energy, core ingredient for high-grade underwater breathing elixirs. Tier 2 material, and the essential catalyst for underwater breathing elixirs. Qinzhe instantly grasped. They had witnessed firsthand the strategic indispensability of such elixirs, vital for aquatic exploration, submerged escape, and covert submersion during life-or-death crises. Securing a stable harvest of Tier 2 luminous waterweed meant self-sufficiency in elixir production, not merely fulfilling their own needs, but forging a vital trade asset or strategic reserve for the future. Within the scan range, up to 100 meters deep, no large life forms or significant mineral concentrations were detected. Those strata near the blast site were fractured. Overall structural integrity remained sound with no indication of imminent catastrophic collapse. An underground lake, luminous waterweed. This place is indeed extraordinary. Cao Yang retracted the detector, his eyes shimmering with light. The Blood Shark group was willing to take risks to excavate, possibly even using explosives. The target they sought was likely more than just the underground lake and aquatic plants. Beneath this stone hill there might be deeper secrets hidden beyond the detection range of 100 meters or obscured by the structural damage caused by explosions. Brother Cao, what should we do now? Should we go down to take a look? Qinzhe gazed at the deep cave entrance, feeling both eager and instinctively cautious. There was water and valuable second-tier materials below, but it was also filled with uncertainties. Cao Yang pondered for a moment and decisively shook his head. No, now is not the time. It was getting dark. The situation inside the cave was unknown, and we had just returned, unfamiliar with the island's nighttime conditions. Most importantly, we currently lacked a safe and stable foothold. He pointed to a nearby area on the other side of the stone hill, relatively flat. There was originally a makeshift shelter he had created using a manufacturing scroll. Although not luxurious, its structure was solid enough to shield from wind and rain. However, at this moment, most of that shelter structure had collapsed, leaving only a few charred wooden stakes and fragments of broken walls. Do you see that shelter? Cao Yang said. That was the only building before we left. Since the main force of the Blood Shark group should have been dealt with by the explosions, and there were temporarily no other threats on the island, our immediate priority was not to venture into the unknown cave, but to first prepare a safe shelter that could protect us from the elements and provide some defense. With a stable base, we could act with certainty and gradually explore that hole. Qinzhe followed Cao Yang's pointing direction and nodded. That makes sense. Sleeping outdoors in a makeshift tent at night was inherently unsafe. Moreover, that shelter was previously generated by Brother Cao using a scroll, so it should be quite sturdy. It was just half destroyed by the explosion. Cao Yang had already walked to the damaged shelter. He reached out and touched a charred wooden beam that had not completely broken. As he focused his mind and sensed the condition of the structure, a line of information naturally surfaced in his mind. This was the repair status prompt for buildings generated by the manufacturing scroll. Damaged shelter, reparable status, severely damaged structural integrity, 45, repair requirements would 50, iron nails, 20. Description: a makeshift shelter generated by the manufacturing scroll. The main structure still exists. After gathering the materials, one could consume a small amount of energy to guide it, allowing for automatic restoration to its initial state. It can be repaired. Cao Yang felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, as long as the main structure of the system-generated building was intact and the materials were gathered, it could be repaired quickly without needing to be hammered bit by bit like regular buildings. This undoubtedly saved a considerable amount of time and effort. We need 50 units of wood and 20 iron nails. Cao Yang said to Qinzhe. We have some from before and the ones we brought back from the secret island, which should be enough. As for the iron nails, I remember we had some in stock, and those broken tools we collected near the Blood Shark group's corpses can be smelted for more. We should be able to gather enough. The materials needed to repair the shelter are not too much for us right now. On the secret island, they had cut down and collected quite a bit of wood. As for the iron nails, while they weren't abundant, pooling together their stock along with possible recoveries, they should be able to gather 20 of them. Time is of the essence. Let's get started right away. Qinzhe also perked up. Having a sturdy house to stay in was completely different from sleeping on a deserted island. It provided a sense of security. The two immediately sprang into action. Qinzhe went to move the supplies they had brought and some of the previously hidden reserves on the island to the vicinity of the shelter, while Cao Yang tallied their existing wood and metal resources. Before long, the materials were gathered. Cao Yang stacked 50 units of wood and 20 iron nails beside the He stood before the structure, focused his mind, and placed his hand on a wall that had not collapsed, silently reciting repair in his heart. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The wood piled nearby seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, floating one by one, flying toward the damaged parts of the shelter. The broken wooden beams connected in the soft light, the shattered wall panels automatically aligned, and the scattered thatch roof materials reassembled and weaved together. The entire process was astonishingly swift, yet possessed a peculiar beauty akin to flowing clouds. In less than half an hour, the shelter, which had been mostly collapsed and charred, was restored to its original state in a gentle glow, even cleaner and sturdier than before. The walls were straight, the roof thick. Although still simple, it was sufficient to withstand wind and rain, providing a relatively private and safe space. It's done. Shinzei looked at the revitalized shelter, a smile breaking across his face. Though it was merely a repair, it gave them a true home. Cao Yang pushed open the repaired wooden door and walked inside. Although it was empty, the walls and roof were intact, and the floor was relatively even. He checked briefly, and the few supplies hidden inside, a stone pot, several ceramic jars, and a few spare clothes, had been trapped under the rubble due to the explosion, thus escaping destruction, though they were covered in dust. With this base, we can take turns resting here at night, and leave one person on watch outside on the platform. At dawn, we'll start preparing to explore that hole, Cao Yang said, feeling significantly more at ease. With a solid base, future actions would have a point of leverage. He touched the island core in his pocket. Once we clarify the situation below the hole and confirm there are no significant threats, we can consider finding a suitable place near the shelter to place it officially, starting the island's defense and construction. That hole, along with the underground lake and second-tier luminous seaweed within, might become a crucial part of their early development. The sky had completely darkened. The luminous floating entities became more prominent in the night, painting the entire island a deep blue. In the distance, the massive hole formed by the collapse of the stone hill resembled an unblinking eye, quietly gazing at their newly restored home. Cao Yang and Shinzei moved the important supplies into the shelter and secured the not-so-sturdy wooden door. Although the door could not withstand strong impacts, it at least provided some psychological comfort and cover. Brother Qin, I'll keep watch during the first half of the night. You can rest first. You can take over for me in the second half. Cao Yang arranged. He needed time to sort out his thoughts and plan for tomorrow. Shinzei did not decline. He understood the importance of staying energized, nodded, and quickly spread out a beast skin in a corner of the shelter, soon falling into a deep sleep. Days of drifting at sea and the tense return journey had left him utterly exhausted. Cao Yang, meanwhile, held his black stone spear leaning against the wall by the door, listening to the howling wind and waves outside, along with the nearly imperceptible sounds like the popping of bubbles made by the luminous floating entities passing by. His gaze passed through the gaps in the walls, settling on the dark expanse where luminous blue points continually rose. What exactly was the blood shark group searching for? Beneath that hole, besides the underground lake and luminous seaweed, were there other things hidden? Were those seemingly harmless jellyfish truly just underground creatures released by chance? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind. And deeper still, the prophecy regarding the calamity weighed heavily on his heart like a massive stone. Time was truly running short. The night deepened, and the fog seemed to grow thicker. Only the floating luminous blue lights and the distant glow rising from the hole sketched a strange and mysterious scene on this silent, deserted island. In the dead of night, all was silent. Cao Yang leaned against the wall beside the shelter door, but despite his body being weary from days of frantic activity and tense construction, his mind remained exceptionally alert. He felt no trace of sleepiness, his gaze peering through the cracks in the door, vigilantly observing the world outside, shrouded in an eerie blue glow. The ghostly luminous beings floated everywhere on the island, drifting slowly and erratically like countless glow. Their light was cold and constant, not flickering like flames, which only added to the eerie stillness. More often than not, Cao Yang's attention was drawn to the center of the island, towards the enormous pit formed by the collapse of the stone hill. Even under the dual cover of night and mist, the ethereal blue light rising from that direction was particularly dense, as if it were the source or sanctuary of these jellyfish. Time passed second by second, and around 2 or 3 in the early morning, the monotony of keeping watch and his physical fatigue began to cause Cao Yang's focus to waver. He rubbed his brow, forcing himself to concentrate. Just as he directed his gaze back to the pit, he suddenly noticed something. Previously, the drifting of those luminous beings was completely random and erratic. Some spun in the air, some floated towards the island's edge or the sea, while others were carried by air currents in and out of the pit. But overall, they exhibited a chaotic distribution. Yet at this moment, Cao Yang keenly perceived that the originally aimless drifting of the luminous beings seemed to be undergoing an extremely slow, yet undeniably present change in their movement patterns. Their drifting was no longer entirely random. A considerable portion began to slowly yet purposefully drift towards the stone hill's pit. It was as if they were being drawn by some invisible, gentle gravitational pull, or perhaps responding to some instinctual call. Initially, this change was subtle, with only a few jellyfish displaying this tendency. However, as time passed, Cao Yang could clearly see that more and more luminous beings were joining this homeward procession. They slowly altered their course from various corners of the island, beaches, rocky areas, and even near their shelter, gathering towards the dark mouth of the pit. Hundreds, if not more, of ethereal blue lights traced faint trajectories in the air, almost imperceptibly pointing towards the cave entrance. They converged into slow-moving bands of blue light, ultimately merging into the dark opening that resembled a wound in the earth. This process was silent, with only the drifting lights in motion. There was no sound, no energy fluctuations, at least none that Cao Yang could sense, only a near-ritualistic, serene, yet eerie collective migration. They are going back. A chill rose in Cao Yang's heart. During the day, these creatures floated out of the pit, continuously spreading across the island and even the sea. Yet in the middle of the night, they collectively returned to the cave. Is this their normal life rhythm? Or are they influenced by some periodic external force? Perhaps a periodic change in geothermal activity, a fluctuation in some magnetic field. Or could it be that deep within the cave something is attracting or reclaiming them? Cao Yang held his breath, fully focused on observing. He even gently nudged the sleeping Qinze, whispering, "Brother Qin, wake up, look outside." Qinze immediately awoke, alertly making no sound, and peered through the gap beside Cao Yang to look outside. When he saw the countless ethereal blue lights converging towards the pit, like rivers flowing back to the sea, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his sleepiness gone. What? What is happening? Why are they all running back? Qinze asked in a hushed tone filled with astonishment. I don't know, but it's definitely not a normal phenomenon, Cao Yang replied in a low voice. Pay attention to their speed and trajectories. Is there any pattern? Any sudden accelerations or changes in direction? The two focused intently on the outside. The movement speed of those jellyfish was very slow, seeming even slower than when they drifted with the wind during the day, appearing more heavy or reluctant. Yet their direction was exceedingly resolute, heading straight towards the cave entrance. As time passed, the ethereal blue light above the island visibly thinned and dimmed. More and more jellyfish entered the cave. By around 4 or 5 in the early morning, just before dawn's darkest hour, the number of luminous beings on the island's surface and in the air had decreased by more than half, with only a few still drifting or seemingly lost, spinning in place. The entire island seemed to awaken gradually from a bluish dream, once again cloaked in deep darkness, and only the cave entrance, due to the continuous influx of jellyfish, appeared even more concentrated and profound, like a giant eye that did not sleep, radiating a cold glow. However, just when Cao Yang and Qinze thought this homecoming would continue until all the jellyfish returned, or until dawn, the situation changed once more. As the first faint grayish-white light broke through the thick fog, signaling the approach of dawn, the cave entrance, resembling a giant eye, suddenly pulsated and flickered violently. Immediately after, as if playing a reverse video, those luminous beings that had only just returned home began to drift out of the pit again. This time, they seemed to emerge slightly faster than when they returned home, appearing more active. Some even wiggled or twirled briefly after floating out of the cave, before resuming their slow drifting state. They surged out of the cave like a tide, then began to spread out in all directions across the island. As the light of day brightened, more and more jellyfish joined this exodus, and soon the sky and surface of the island were once again adorned with ethereal blue light, restoring the scene they had seen the previous evening. The entire process from homecoming to exodus lasted about 3 to 4 hours, completing the cycle at dawn. When the sun, though shrouded by thick fog, fully rose and daylight brightened, the distribution of luminous beings on the island was almost identical to what it had been when they arrived yesterday. Cao Yang and Qinze exchanged glances, seeing profound shock and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. So, do they return to the cave at night to sleep or recharge, and come out during the day to move around? Qinze attempted to explain in his own understanding, but even he felt the explanation was tenuous. The signs of life activities in these creatures were so faint that they were almost imperceptible. How could one discuss activity? Not quite. Cao Yang frowned, recalling all the details he had observed. When they return, they appear heavy with a clear direction but slow speed. When they emerge, they seem to be a bit lighter. And did you notice that when they drift out the surrounding air, that strange smell seems to have lessened a bit? Qinze sniffed carefully, uncertain. It seems to have diminished a bit. But it could just be my illusion or the wind blowing. It's not an illusion. Cao Yang shook his head. Having merged with mermaid scales, his sensitivity to water elements and the surrounding environment was heightened. They are like filters or porters. Returning at night might be to absorb something from the cave or to expel some kind of waste from themselves. Then during the day they come out to release these things or waste into the air. Or could it be the other way around? This speculation was even more unsettling. If these seemingly harmless luminous beings are actually engaged in some slow, large-scale exchange of matter or energy, what long-term impact will their existence have on the environment of this island? What do we do now? Qinze inquired. Knowing this pattern seems of little use should they explore the cave while they're all back at night. But wouldn't that mean the cave would be filled with the most jellyfish at night? Cao Yang pondered for a moment and said, we must remember this pattern. However, the plan to explore the cave remains unchanged to take place today during the day. We don't know if this pattern will change, nor do we know what lies deep within the cave. During the day, they disperse outside the island, relatively fewer in the cave, and we can also benefit from the daylight. We need to go down quickly to obtain fresh water and aquatic plant samples and conduct a preliminary investigation. He glanced at the now bright sky, who, although still shrouded in mist, visibility was much better than at night. Prepare yourself, a well set off after we eat something, Cao Yang said to Qinze. Qinze nodded. The two quickly ate some dry rations and took a few sips of water. Cao Yang left essential supplies in the repaired shelter, camouflaged with stones and debris. They only took weapons, ropes, torches, luminous pearls, and some collecting tools. Once again at the edge of the enormous pit formed by the collapse of the stone hill, gazing down into the deep darkness, and the drifting ethereal blue lights, which were somewhat sparser than those outside. Both took a deep breath. "They'll go first, you follow behind, keep your distance, and be ready to assist at any moment." Cao Yang securely tied one end of the rope to a sturdy boulder outside the cave and tossed the other end into the pit. The rope was about 30 meters long, which should be sufficient to reach the shallow area indicated by the probe. "Understood, Brother Cao, be careful." Qinze checked his equipment, gripping the black stone spear tightly. Cao Yang took one last look at their eerie and tranquil home adorned with ethereal blue light, then, without further hesitation, grasped the rope and descended into the unknown abyss that had devoured the blood sharks and concealed fresh water and second-tier materials. Cao Yang grasped the rough rock wall, his feet searching for non-existent footholds as he descended slowly along the rope. Qinze above was in charge of controlling the length of the rope, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment to prevent any accidents. The interior of the cave was more profound and complex than imagined. It was not a straight vertical shaft, but rather a massive fissure with jagged edges that extended inward. The rock wall was slippery, covered with a slimy gelatinous residue left by the ethereal floaters. Around them, the ethereal blue glowing jellyfish slowly floated up, brushing against their bodies, bringing a chill without any sign of aggression. The deeper they went, the darker it became, with only these flickering blue lights providing faint illumination. The air grew more humid and cold, thick with a mingled scent of ozone and mineral dust. From below came the muffled, continuous sound of water gently lapping against the rock wall, along with the drip of water falling from above, echoing in the vast underground space with remarkable clarity. After descending over 20 meters, Cao Yang's toes finally touched the cold, flowing liquid. He opened the resin torch he carried and ignited it with a flint. The orange flame danced in the damp air, dispelling a small patch of darkness and illuminating the scene below. Just as the resource detector indicated, there lay a vast underground lake beneath. The lake water was clear, reflecting a deep dark green hue under the torchlight. The surface of the lake was about 3 to 4 meters below the rock wall they were on, and above their heads the narrow gap at the top of the cave they descended from barely exceeded 1 meter in height, just enough for a person to crawl through, but the space was filled with numerous ethereal floaters, making it feel even more oppressive. "There's water below. The lake's surface is still some distance away, and there are no footholds," Cao Yang shouted to Qinze above. "I'm coming down too." After Qinze finished speaking, he also began to descend along the rope. The two hung in midair, looking down at the dark lake's surface, momentarily at a loss. Jumping directly was not an option, the depth of the water was unknown, and they were encumbered by their clothing and equipment. Moreover, the luminescent aquatic plants they needed to collect grew at the shallow water's edge and on the rock wall, requiring a relatively stable platform for operation. "We need to make a makeshift raft or find a protruding rock platform," Cao Yang mused. He looked up at the gap in the rock ceiling that was less than a meter high, then glanced at the surrounding wet and steep rock walls that were nearly vertical. It seemed there was no other path but to continue downward. "Cao, brother, look over there." Qinze pointed with the torch to a rock wall below on their right side, about a meter high above the lake surface. It appeared there were some depressions and protrusions. Though steep, they were not entirely smooth, perhaps providing a precarious foothold. However, that spot was too small to conduct any collection work. A glint crossed Cao Yang's eyes as he recalled the substantial basic supplies stored in his spatial pocket. "I have a solution," Cao Yang said to Qinze. "You stabilize the rope here, and it'll go down to assess the water condition, then use the materials to make a makeshift raft as a temporary foothold." With that, Cao Yang released the rope, grasped a rock protrusion with both hands, and adeptly swung down, finally landing on a protruding rock that was closest to the lake surface. This rock was only the size of a basin, slippery and unstable. He crouched down and scooped up a handful of lake water to taste. It was slightly salty, but much less so than seawater. It should be brackish or a mix of groundwater and seawater, completely drinkable after treatment. This eased his mind. He then took out several pieces of varying lengths of basic timber and a bundle of sturdy rope from his spatial pocket. Using the stone processing table, he quickly sharpened both ends of the timber, then bound them together laterally with the rope, creating a rudimentary yet sturdy small wooden raft roughly 1 square meter. He then tied one end of a long pulling rope to one corner of the raft. "Qinze, help me out." Cao Yang placed the raft on the water surface where it floated steadily. He then forcefully swung the pulling rope toward Qinze. Qinze understood and caught the rope, securing it to a solid rock protrusion above, adjusting the length of the rope so that the raft remained just a short distance below that rock. "All set," Qinze shouted. Cao Yang took a deep breath and leaped from the rock, landing steadily on the floating small raft. The raft wobbled slightly with his landing, but quickly stabilized. Standing on it, he was just a dozen centimeters above the lake surface, enjoying a much better view than in the water, dry and comfortable. "Cao, brother, how do I get down?" Qinze asked from above. "First toss down the excess rope, then jump from the rock wall onto the raft. Watch your step, it's slippery," Cao Yang directed. Qinze complied, letting most of the rope down, leaving only a short length in his hand. He observed the rock wall, selected a relatively easy path for descent, and cautiously climbed down using the protrusions and depressions. When he was a height of one person above the raft, Cao Yang reached out to steady him, helping him land securely on the raft. Now this small wooden raft had become their only temporary foothold on the edge of this vast underground lake. It floated like a lonely platform on the pitch-black water. Now let's search for that second-tier luminescent aquatic plant, Cao Yang whispered, raising the torch to carefully illuminate the surrounding rock walls and shallow water. Soon their gaze was captivated. In the shallow water near their raft, and on the moist rock wall close to the water's surface, there grew patches of plants emitting a soft pale green glow. Those were the luminescent aquatic plants second tier. They were not chaotic like ordinary algae, but displayed a regular pattern resembling outstretched feathers. Each plant consisted of several elongated translucent leaves, the edges shimmering with a steady emerald glow, casting a hazy green light over a small area of water and rock wall, contrasting sharply with the ethereal blue glows surrounding them. The roots of these plants were firmly attached to the rocks or gravel at the lake bottom, gently swaying with the water waves as if they were breathing. Their glow was pure and gentle, containing an indescribable tranquil aura starkly different from the cold and eerie ethereal floaters. Found it. It really is a second-tier material. Qinze exclaimed excitedly in a hushed tone, afraid to startle anything. Don't rush, let's collect some samples first, being careful not to damage the roots, and see if they can regenerate. Cao Yang reminded him, pulling out a small leather pouch and a small knife from his spatial pocket. He carefully maneuvered the raft closer to a lush area of rock wall aquatic plants. Qinze leaned over the edge of the raft using a bone knife to carefully cut the tender brightest parts of the aquatic plants, placing them into the pouch. Cao Yang was responsible for providing light with the torch and stabilizing the raft. With each clump cut, a bit of glowing green sap oozed from the cut, but was quickly diluted by the lake water. The cut aquatic plants did not wilt immediately, they merely dimmed slightly, seemingly resilient. Cao brother, these plants seemed to be able to regenerate. Qinze joyfully discovered that the spots they had just cut from had new tender shoots faintly glowing at the base. Great, then let's only collect a portion of them. Cao Yang nodded. Sustainable resources are the best resources. The two worked in harmony and quickly collected a small half bag of high-quality luminescent aquatic plant samples. These plants in the pouch continued to emit a soft green glow, illuminating the interior of the bag. We have fresh water, and we also have second-tier aquatic plants. Let's see if there are any other anomalies around, or if the blood shark group left any other traces. Cao Yang scanned the surroundings. The underground lake was vast, and the torchlight could only illuminate a small area nearby. The lake's surface was calm, with only a ring of ripples around their raft. The rock wall was steep, extending into the dark depths. At that moment, Qinze's torch inadvertently swept across the water surface not far below their raft, and he suddenly gasped, "Cao brother, look in the water." Cao Yang immediately lowered his head. In the clear lake, he noticed not only the swaying bioluminescent water plants, but also some small silvery shadows swiftly swimming about. They were very small, only the length of a finger, moving in groups with quick and agile motions, reflecting specks of silver light under the fire. In the deeper shadows of the water, there seemed to be larger and more indistinct shapes flashing by at an astonishing speed, making it impossible to discern their true forms, only causing a faint ripple in the water. There are things in the water, and not just one type. Cao Yang thought to himself, immediately signaling Qinze to extinguish the torch. Darkness fell again, with only the green glow of the bioluminescent water plants and distant blue light spots providing faint illumination. In the absolute darkness and silence, they could hear the faint sounds coming from beneath the water, the rustling of scales as schools of small fish swam, and the deep, powerful currents from larger creatures moving about. It seems this underground lake is not completely safe, Cao Yang whispered to Qinze. Once we gather enough, we need to go up immediately. We can plan for the depth of this lake and what lies deeper later. Qinze also sensed the lurking threat beneath the water and nodded immediately. The two quickly untied the tether on one side of the log raft. Cao Yang grabbed the rope and gave a strong pull, and the raft drifted towards the rock wall with inertia. They grabbed onto the protrusions of the rock wall using both hands and feet and began to climb rapidly upwards. When they returned near the entrance of the cave, preparing to climb back to the surface along the main rope, Cao Yang took one last look at the underground world illuminated by the blue and green glow. Beneath the calm lake surface, it seemed that unknown creatures were lurking. The exploded cavern and these peculiar bioluminescent water plants might only be revealing the secrets that the blood sharks were willing to go to great lengths to uncover. Let's go, Cao Yang whispered, leading the way up. This exploration, although it successfully yielded crucial freshwater and second-tier materials, the subtle sense of threat emanating from the depths of the dark lake made Cao Yang feel more unsettled than the bioluminescent plankton on the island. Upon returning to the surface, the morning sun had completely penetrated the sea mist, illuminating the island bright. Although the bioluminescent plankton still drifted slowly around the surface, provided at least a sense of reassurance compared to the oppressive darkness of the underground lake. Cao Yang and Qinze returned to the repaired shelter, carefully taking out the collected bioluminescent water plant. These second-tier materials emitted a soft green glow in the pouch, illuminating a corner of the shelter and forming a striking contrast with the distant blue light of the plankton outside. Brother Cao, these water plants are truly beautiful. Just looking at them brings a sense of calmness, Qinze remarked, noting how much warmer and purer the glow of these plants was compared to the cold jellyfish. Second-tier materials are indeed extraordinary. Cao Yang nodded, placing the pouch in a relatively dry and clean corner of the shelter. Later we will try to make the underwater breathing potion. But before that I want to take a look at this. He walked to a corner of the shelter where there was an additional facility he had gotten during the shelter upgrade, the medical corner. Cao Yang approached the medical corner and touched the smooth stone platform. As he concentrated, a functional interface of the workstation immediately appeared in his mind, clearer than direct thought connection. Simple medical corner activated status good function, can utilize herbs and materials here to create basic potions, bandages, antidotes, etc. Provides references for the manufacturing blueprints of some common potions. Material conditions must be met. Current available to create a reference, simple, hemostatic powder, primary, healing potion, purification potion, underwater breathing potion, primary. Note to create high-quality potions, higher quality materials, more skilled techniques, and possibly auxiliary tools or underwater breathing potion, primary. Cao Yang's heart stirred, and he immediately selected this option. Suddenly, an extremely detailed production flowchart composed of light points projected directly in his mind, simultaneously explaining each step. Core, material, bioluminescent water plants, second-tier X. 3, must select the most complete and brightest parts. Solvent, pure water or distilled water X. 50 ml water with impurities cannot be used. Catalyst, deep-sea shellfish grinding powder X. 1, must be in very fine powder, used to neutralize the irritating components in the seaweed, stabilizing the potion's properties. Container, sealed bottle made of glass or ceramic X. 1, must be pre-disinfected. Tools, stone, mortar, pestle, filtering, gauze, ceramic pot, for heating, slowly simmer on low heat. The production steps were also detailed. Step 1, clean the bioluminescent water plants, drain them, place them in the stone mortar, add a small amount of pure water, and slowly grind into a paste, being careful with the strength to avoid destroying the effective components. Step 2, pour the groundwater plant paste into the ceramic pot, add the remaining pure water, and place it on low heat to slowly heat, keeping the temperature between 60-70 degrees, continuously stirring for 15 minutes until the water turns a uniform light green. Step 3, add the deep-sea shellfish grinding powder, continue heating on low for 5 minutes. At this point the potion will slightly boil, producing small bubbles and emitting a fresh ocean fragrance. Step 4, turn off the heat and let it cool to room temperature. During this time a small amount of sediment will precipitate. Step 5, use multi-layer filtering gauze to filter out the sediment and pour the clarified light green potion into the pre-disinfected sealed bottle. Finished product effect, primary underwater breathing potion. After consumption one can gain the ability to breathe underwater for 30 minutes, and it can slightly enhance underwater vision. Side effects after the potion effect wears off, there may be slight dizziness. Continuous use intervals are not recommended to be shorter than 2 hours. The effect description is basically consistent with the 2 bottles I obtained earlier. Cao Yang's heart was invigorated. This meant that they would no longer have to rely on externally obtained potions, they could produce them themselves. Brother Qin, quickly bring out the small glass bottles we took from the secret realm. They can be cleaned and reused. Cao Yang instructed immediately. Although Qin Zhe did not understand why, upon seeing Cao Yang's serious expression, he quickly retrieved the small glass bottle from his space, rinsing it thoroughly several times with clean water. We also need pure water. We have some ordinary fresh water which should be enough. Cao Yang took out a small pouch filled with some fresh water, which was clear after simple sedimentation. As for the deep-sea shellfish grinding powder, Cao Yang frowned. They did not have this material right now, but the production blueprint stated it was used to neutralize irritating components and stabilize the potion's properties. Brother Cao, we don't have this shellfish powder. Qin Zhe also recognized the dilemma. Cao Yang pondered for a moment. Let's try without it, just using the bioluminescent water plants and pure water. But we must be careful. For the first production, keep the quantity small. He'll try first. He decided to take the risk. The bioluminescent water plants were second-tier materials, and the energy they contained should be sufficiently pure. Perhaps they could take shape without adding a catalyst, though the effect might not be as stable as the standard. He took 3 of the brightest and most intact bioluminescent water plants from the pouch, carefully cutting off the tenderest. Then he utilized the stone platform of the medical corner to begin his first manual potion making. Qin Zhe watched nervously from the side, not daring to breathe. The potion gradually warmed in the ceramic pot, the color becoming increasingly uniform, presenting a beautiful light green, and began to emit a more intense fresh fragrance. Cao Yang strictly followed his mental memory, controlling the temperature and time. 15 minutes later, he turned off the heat and let the potion cool naturally. As the temperature dropped, indeed, some fine grayish-white sediment slowly precipitated and settled at the bottom of the pot. It's time to filter it. Cao Yang took out several layers of clean gauze torn from the remaining clean fabric, layered it neatly over the mouth of the glass bottle, and slowly poured the potion from the ceramic pot into it. The light green potion passed through the gauze, filtering out most of the sediment flowing into the glass bottle. In the end, they obtained about half a bottle of clear liquid, emitting a soft green light and fresh aroma. This is the underwater breathing potion. Qin Zhe looked at the half bottle of potion, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'm not sure how effective it is. It might even be ineffective or have side effects. Cao Yang's expression was serious. He'll try drinking a little first. Cao Yang carefully poured a small spoonful of the potion, brought it to his lips, and drank it in one gulp. The potion entered cool and carried a hint of sweetness along with a faint taste of the sea. As it slid down his throat, it quickly transformed into a gentle warmth that spread through his limbs. There was no noticeable sting or discomfort. Cao Yang held his breath, sensing the changes in his body. About 10 seconds later, he did not feel any obvious signs of being able to breathe underwater, but he sensed that the air in his lungs seemed to have become a bit more enduring. Furthermore, he seemed to be more sensitive to the humidity of the surrounding air and even the faint movement of moisture in the air than before. "How is it, Brother Cao?" Qinze asked with concern. "The feeling isn't obvious. It might not have taken effect immediately, or the effect is very weak." Cao Yang frowned. "Maybe I need to drink more. Or, the concentration of this potion isn't enough, especially since no catalyst was added." He hesitated for a moment and poured out a bit more, this time slightly more than before. After drinking it, he waited for a moment. This time he clearly felt that the air he inhaled seemed to be more full, and there was a strange impulse to take a deep breath, even a desire to touch the water. He walked to the entrance of the shelter, looking at the calm sea outside. His heart stirred, and said to Qinze, "I'll go down and try it out. You keep an eye here. If I don't come up in a minute or signal, you pull the rope." "Brother Cao, that's too dangerous. What if this potion doesn't work?" Qinze tried to stop him. "We have to try. Moreover, I suspect the effect of this potion needs to be activated by touching the water." As Cao Yang spoke, he had already reached the water's edge, took a deep breath, and jumped directly into the shallow sea. The icy seawater instantly enveloped him. At the moment his head submerged underwater, a strange sensation surged in his heart. He did not feel a sense of suffocation. Instead, he felt as if he could still breathe smoothly, like he was in the air. Water flowed smoothly in and out of his mouth and nose with no choking pain. Instead, it brought a refreshing. Moreover, his underwater vision seemed to have significantly improved as the originally murky seawater became much clearer, allowing him to see the sand and shells on the seabed several meters away. It worked. Cao Yang was overjoyed, opening his eyes underwater and even seeing the sunlight shimmering through the surface of the water, along with a few small fish that quickly swam away in fright. He tried to stay calm, began to count the time silently to test the potion's effect. After 1 minute, he felt good, breathing smoothly. After 2 minutes, it was still the same, with clear underwater vision. However, as he approached the 3rd minute, he distinctly felt the smoothness of breathing underwater starting to fade. A slight sense of tightness emerged in his lungs, although he was not yet suffocating. The feeling of freedom, as if breathing in the air, was waning. At the same time, his underwater vision seemed to blur slightly. The potion's effect is diminishing. Cao Yang's heart sank, and he immediately surfaced. "Brother Cao, are you okay?" Qinze shouted anxiously from the shore. "I'm fine. The potion works well, but its duration is short." Cao Yang swam back to the shore, panting. As he said, "It lasts only 2.5 to 3 minutes. And then it starts to weaken. It's far less effective than the 2 bottles we got before." Qinze, upon hearing this, felt both happy and somewhat disappointed. "Only 3 minutes. That's too short, but it's hardly usable." Cao Yang wiped the water off his face, his eyes shining even brighter. "Though 3 minutes is short, it proves we're on the right. The bioluminescent aquatic plants are indeed effective. It's just that without a catalyst, the potion's effect is extremely unstable and its duration is greatly shortened. Moreover, I suspect the concentration of this potion isn't enough, or we might have used too little of the aquatic plants. If we don't add deep sea shell powder, we won't be able to stabilize the potion's properties, leading to the rapid loss of effective components. And we might also need other auxiliary materials to enhance the concentration and prolong the effect. What should we do then? Should we continue making it?" Qinze asked. "Of course we should continue." Cao Yang stood up, his gaze firm. "We have already taken the most crucial step. We know that the bioluminescent aquatic plants are the core, and that not adding a catalyst will result in a short potion's effect. Next, we need to find deep sea shells to make the catalyst. At the same time, we might also try adjusting the amount of bioluminescent aquatic plants used, or look for other auxiliary materials that can enhance the potion's effect." He looked toward the deep cavern at the center of the island. Although they couldn't explore the depths of the underground lake for long, yet they had at least gained valuable experimental data and experience. "Let's keep these potions safe, or perhaps in an emergency these 3 minutes could save a life." Cao Yang capped the glass bottle carefully and stored it away, saying, "Next we need to find those deep sea shells, or see if there are any clues in the medical corner for alternative catalysts." Inside the shelter, the bioluminescent aquatic plants emitted a faint green glow, reflecting in Cao Yang's eyes that sparkled with brilliance. Their first attempt at alchemy, though not perfect, had illuminated a hopeful path for them. The capital for exploration was accumulating step by step. The secret of the underground lake awaited them to uncover it with better preparations. The results of the first attempt at alchemy, though limited, were significant. The brief effect of 3 minutes shone like a glimmer of light, illuminating Cao Yang's path forward. "Brother Qin, our top priority now is to proceed on 2 fronts. Cao Yang sat inside the shelter, illuminated by the faint light emitted by the sea god's beacon, organizing his thoughts in his mind and drawing a simple diagram on a flat stone slab. "First, we must quickly find the deep sea shells required to make the underwater breathing potion, or other materials that can replace the catalyst to address the instability of the potion's effect. Secondly, and more urgently, we need to formally activate the island's core and begin constructing defenses and infrastructure. Activate the island's core. Qinzhe was still somewhat unfamiliar with this. Yes, Cao Yang took out the ancient gray stone ball, the island's core. It felt warm to the touch with an extremely faint, barely perceptible glow on its surface like a sleeping heart. This is the foundation of our island. According to the information I obtained from the secret realm, only by placing it on the island's spiritual vein node and injecting energy can we activate the island's potential, unlocking various construction functions and defensive measures. Our previous shelter was merely a temporary measure. With the core we can build real houses, workshops, farms, and even Cao Yang pointed to the deep cavern at the center of the island. That place is what the Blood Shark group is willing to dig at all costs. It must be something significant below. I suspect that not only is it the entrance to the underground lake, but it may also be one of the core nodes of this island, possibly even the main source of energy. We must approach there as quickly as possible, ensuring our own safety, and place the core. But Brother Cao, there is an unknown lake beneath that cavern, and those strange jellyfish. There might be monsters in the water. Qinzhe recalled the shadows in the depths of the underground lake, still feeling apprehensive. That's why we need better equipment and a more thorough plan. Cao Yang's tone was firm. For now, we shouldn't rush to delve. Today's task is to survey the entire island first, determine the most suitable placement point for the core, and collect materials to prepare for possible conflicts and explorations. Cao Yang devised a detailed action plan, surveying and site selection around the entire island. The two would carry weapons and circle the island, focusing on examining the terrain, resource distribution, visibility, and the degree of defensibility. Ultimately, they would determine the best placement for the core of the island. Although intuition told Cao Yang that the area near the Stonehill Cave was key, it was crucial to carefully assess the risks. Material collection and tool upgrades. Utilizing the remaining time and energy, they would gather as much usable wood and stone from the island as possible. At the same time, they would check the existing tools using the stone processing table and available materials to attempt to create or upgrade more effective weapons and gathering tools. For example, crafting sturdier spearheads or more efficient logging axes. Building a simple dock and maintaining the boats. Their boat was the key to survival. They needed to drag the boat to a safer location or build a simple dock to facilitate mooring and maintenance, ensuring they could set sail or retreat at any time. Reinforcing traps and establishing a warning system, they would set up improved early warning and defensive traps around the chosen core placement and near the shelter. Using the remaining simple trap toolkit, they would construct a preliminary defensive line based on the terrain. As for finding deep-sea shellfish, Cao Yang pondered, this might be a long-term task. We can keep an eye on the rocky areas near the island, or wait until we are stronger to explore further seas. For now, priority is to ensure the foundation of survival. With the plan set, the two immediately took action. They began a systematic survey of the island. The total area of the island was approximately 200 square meters. It had an irregular circular shape. For two adults, it was like a massive open-air cage. The island primarily consisted of exposed bedrock and a small amount of sandy areas. Aside from the central stone hill and the mini beach on the east side, most areas were rugged rocks and reefs. Due to its small size, the two hardly needed to deliberately search for paths and quickly got a rough idea of the island's terrain. They focused on several candidate locations. Option 1, the high ground near the existing shelter. The terrain was slightly elevated, visibility was acceptable, but it was small in area and distant from the underground lake and the suspected core node. Option 2, the center of the island at the edge of the Stonehill Cave. It had the strongest energy sensing, but was extremely dangerous with no cover and would be the first to be affected if there were changes in the underground lake. Option 3, the east side of the island on the gentle slope near the old beach and boat mooring point. It was close to the boat for easy transport of supplies, but was the lowest point with no defensive depth and far from the underground lake. After repeated weighing and on-site assessments, Cao Yang ultimately leaned towards a compromise solution. Let's establish the core placement in the relatively flat rocky area between the Stonehill Cave and the existing shelter, shielded by a giant rock. Cao Yang pointed to a spot on the map and said to Qinzhe, although this place is close to the cave, the massive L-shaped rock wall behind it serves as a natural barrier with a steep cliff to the left, and only the right side and front are relatively open rocky areas. We can set the only entrance at the narrow stone crevice in the front. Qinzhe closely observed that location and nodded in agreement. This is indeed the best place we can find right now, like a natural fortress. It's just a bit too close to that cave. Close is valuable. As long as we don't jump down voluntarily and prepare defenses, it should be manageable. Cao Yang made a decision. Let's go there to clear the area and prepare to set up the core. He had Qinzhe step aside to a safe distance. He took a deep breath, gripping the gray island core tightly in his hand. As he concentrated his mind and infused a weak amount of his own energy into it, the surface of the gray stone sphere suddenly glowed with a deep, gentle blue light. The light was not harsh, but carried an indescribable vitality and majesty. Under the illumination of the blue light, Cao Yang could clearly see that within the rock textures beneath his feet, seemingly countless fine energy lines of the same color were slowly flowing, converging towards his position. Condense. Cao Yang shouted softly, gently pressing the glowing island core down onto the flat rocky ground in front of him. A low and prolonged humming sound resonated not through his ears, but directly in Cao Yang's mind. He saw that the island core, like a droplet falling into water, smoothly merged into the hard rock, without any. There were no flying stones, no violent energy explosions. It was as if it had always been a part of the rock, merely awakened once more. At the moment the core disappeared, the gentle blue light did not dissipate, but instead spread along the rock's textures, with astonishing speed, quickly covering the entire 200 square meters of the island. The entire island seemed to come to life at that moment, and the air was filled with a fresh and vibrant aura. Even the distant drifting luminous entities seemed to pause for a moment due to this change. Meanwhile, in front of Cao Yang, the familiar system interface underwent significant changes. The original island management section, which simply displayed the island's name and area, was completely transformed. Island management name: Wanshur Island. Named level 1 newborn area, 200 square meters. Core status activated. Binder Cao Yang core attribute Earth core function, can use its own energy to convert part of the territory into quality soil. Current transformable area 10 square meters. Energy reserve 5. Slowly recovering naturally, can be increased through island upgrades, special events, etc. Usable functions: basic construction unlocked, can consume materials to build simple wooden houses, stone walls, watchtowers, primary farmland, logging sites, quarries, basic workshops, etc. Defensive deployment unlocked, can consume materials to build wooden spike traps, rock shavox to fries, guard posts, etc. Resource management unlocked, can view resource distribution and reserves within the island's range. Island technology unlocked, can research basic technologies such as basic agriculture, primary smelting, basic runes, etc. Current buildable deployable projects list expands, including icons, names, required materials, and functional descriptions. Note: island level upgrades require accumulating sufficient island energy, which can be obtained through exploration, collecting special resources, completing specific events, etc. We did it. Cao Yang was overjoyed, but then a wave of uncontrollable excitement made him turn abruptly and grab Qin Ze's shoulder, nearly shouting, "Qin Ze, look, we are saved. We can grow food now." Qin Ze was startled by Cao Yang's sudden action and asked in confusion, "Brother Cao? Did we not lose the flower beds to the blood shark gang? There's nothing but stones and sand on this island. How can we plant?" "No, it's not the same flower bed as before." Cao Yang, trembling with excitement, pointed at the system interface in front of him, explaining rapidly, "This is the Earth attribute granted by the island core. It can consume its energy to directly transform the hard rocks into quality soil. Look, it can transform 10 square meters right now." 10 square meters. That's enough for us to grow quite a bit. The previous seeds are gone, but we can see if we can trade with others. As long as we have soil, we won't have to rely solely on salvaging and gathering to survive. At that moment, an incredibly fervent light flickered in Cao Yang's eyes. For those struggling to survive in the apocalypse and the secret realms, the ability to produce food independently meant that the foundation of survival had been greatly solidified. The regret brought by the destroyed flower bed was completely soothed at this moment, even transformed into a more powerful motivation. "Qin Ze, did you see that? This is the real beginning." Cao Yang's voice was hoarse with excitement, but filled with strength. "Let's first build walls and workshops to protect this core area. Then we will use this 5 energy at the first opportunity to create the first piece of farmland. Regardless of what secrets the blood shark gang or the underground lake might hold, as long as we stand firm and develop step by step, one day this Wanshur Island will become our strongest fortress." A new chapter officially began. On this 200 square meters of Wanshur, the soil of hope had already formed, and Cao Yang's journey as the island lord had finally taken its most solid first step. After his excitement slightly subsided, Cao Yang forced himself to calm down. He understood that in this perilous ocean, brief joy was merely a prelude to the storm. He pulled up the system interface, his gaze fixated on a line of inconspicuous, yet chilling small text: environmental alert, fog invasion, countdown 13 days, 13 days. Cao Yang murmured, his expression turning gravely serious. "Brother Cao, what's wrong? Is there an issue with the core?" Qin Ze noticed the sudden change in Cao Yang's demeanor and quickly asked with concern. Cao Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It's not about the core, but the existential crisis we face. Do you remember the information I obtained in the secret realm? The fog will not linger on the sea forever, it will ultimately engulf all islands. And in the second week after the fog completely shrouds this place." He paused, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "The sea level will begin to rise sharply, terrifying foreign creatures will invade from the depths, and the surface of the sea will no longer be calm, possibly even unleashing unpredictable storms." Hearing this, Qin Ze's face instantly turned pale. They were currently on a small boat in a 1,200 square meter stone island. If the sea level rose and a storm hit, it would be a catastrophe. Then, what should we do? Our current boat can't withstand the waves, and there's no high ground on this island. Qin Ze's voice trembled. "So we must prepare thoroughly in these 13 days. Cao Yang's gaze became resolute and sharp again. "Before the fog arrives, we must strengthen ourselves, stock up on supplies, and construct a true shelter on our Wanshur Island." At this point, Cao Yang suddenly looked at Qin Ze and said firmly, Shinzei, I remember mentioning to you before that shortly after I arrived in this world, I discovered a sunken ship in this sea area, right? Yes. You said that ship might hold treasures. Shinzei immediately recalled. That's right, Cao Yang nodded. That sunken ship is located about 2 nautical miles northeast of the island at a depth of approximately 10 meters. At that time I only salvaged some scattered supplies, but I found an extremely heavy and well-sealed iron cabinet. My means at that time were limited, and I couldn't move that iron cabinet, so I had to give up. Cao Yang's gaze was burning, but now it's different. Although our homemade potion has an effect of only 3 minutes, as long as we control the diving depth and work in sync, we can fully utilize those 3 minutes to dive into the third cargo hold of the sunken ship and bring that iron cabinet out. Are you saying we should go now? Shinzei hesitated, but the potion only lasts 3 minutes and the underwater situation is unknown. Oh, what if? We must go, Cao Yang said firmly. That iron cabinet is extremely heavy and sealed tightly. It contains absolutely not ordinary goods. Before the fog descends, we cannot miss any potential powerful resources. Moreover, this will also serve as a practical test for our homemade potion. He analyzed, the distance of 2 nautical miles can be covered quickly by boat. A diving depth of 10 meters is not a significant pressure for our current physical condition. The biggest risk is underwater creatures, but we still have this. Cao Yang patted the short sword at his waist and pointed at the wooden spear on the ground. We have weapons. As long as we don't encounter overly powerful sea beasts, we should be able to protect ourselves. Shinzei looked at Cao Yang's determined eyes and knew that he had made up his mind. He also understood that in the face of this countdown to life and death, any hesitation could mean missing the opportunity. All right, Brother Cao, I will follow your lead. Shinzei gritted his teeth. What do you need me to do? First, we need to make more simple underwater breathing potions. Cao Yang immediately sprang into action. Although the potion's effect is short, we can bring several bottles, alternate their use, or replenish them in emergencies. Moreover, we need to make some weighted stones that can increase our diving speed after entering the water, saving time and energy. The two immediately immersed themselves in tense preparations. Cao Yang returned to the medical corner, using the remaining fluorescent water plants and purified water to create 3 bottles of light green potions. Combined with a bit left from before, they had a total of 4 bottles as backup. Although the total amount was still not much, it was much better than having only 1 bottle. They then tied several appropriately sized stones together with rope to create simple diving weights. They also reinforced their wooden boat with the remaining wood to ensure greater stability during the round trip. Everything was ready by the time evening arrived. The two boarded the repaired and reinforced wooden boat heading northeast, towards the sunken ship's location, at full speed. The sea breeze howled, carrying a salty and fishy scent. 2 nautical miles is not far. In less than half an hour, the outline of the half-buried sunken ship appeared in the hazy sea mist. Right here, Cao Yang steadied the boat, took a deep breath. We each take 2 bottles of potions, drink 1 now, and keep 1 on our belts as backup. Each of us holds a night pearl. Hold it tightly, don't drop it. After we go down, I'll scout ahead, and you follow closely. Move quickly. The potion lasts 3 minutes, leave 1 minute for ascent. We only have 2 minutes of operational time. Understood. Shinzei nodded firmly, determination etched on his face. The two almost simultaneously uncorked the potion bottles and drank down the light green liquid. A cooling sensation instantly spread through their limbs. The pressure in their lungs disappeared, replaced by an odd urge to merge with the water. Let's go. Cao Yang gripped the night pearl tightly, its light illuminating a small patch of water, and first embraced a weighted stone, his body plunging straight into the dark deep sea. Shinzei followed closely behind. At 10 meters deep, the light was dim, but the blue glow of the night pearl was sufficient for them to see. The massive shadow of the sunken ship loomed like a dead beast, quietly resting on the seabed, surrounded by swaying seaweed and the occasional silver fish swimming by. Following his memory, they swam to the side of the ship and entered through a hole. The interior space was narrow, filled with the scent of decay and floating silt. They passed through the dim corridor and soon arrived at the cabin. Inside the cabin, broken wooden boxes were piled haphazardly, and in the corner stood the half-percentile black iron cabinet, its heavy volume deeply embedded in the silt, but the riveted structure on its surface remained intact, exuding a cold and hard aura. That's it. Cao Yang felt a surge of joy and gestured to Shinzei. The two worked together, wrapping the ropes around the handles on either side of the iron cabinet, and began to pull with all their might. The iron cabinet was extremely heavy and had sunk into the silt, remaining immovable at first. Cao Yang and Shinzei exchanged glances and exerted force simultaneously. Their muscles tensed, and their bones let out slight cracking sounds. Lift. The two combined their strength to hoist the heavy iron cabinet, swimming towards the hole at the top of the cargo hold. The process of surfacing was exceptionally arduous. The weight of the iron cabinet nearly exhausted their strength. But they gritted their teeth and persevered, finally managing to poke a corner of the iron cabinet above the water. Quick, get it onto the boat, Cao Yang shouted at the hole. Shinzei struggled to support from below, while Cao Yang used his last ounce of strength, working with the rope at his waist to forcefully pull the several hundred pounds heavy iron cabinet through the hole and onto the deck of the small boat. Thud. The heavy iron cabinet crashed onto the boat's deck, causing the entire small boat to suddenly sink lower, the waterline approaching its limit and the cold seawater even spilling over their ankles. Go! Hurry! Cao Yang couldn't afford to catch his breath. Xinzhe also clambered onto the boat in disarray. They didn't even have time to untie the weighted stones, merely yanking off the ropes at their waists and desperately paddling the wooden boat, heavily loaded, laboriously slicing through the sea towards the direction of Wanshur Island. However, just as the boat's bow turned in the new direction, the sound erupted. Boom! A dull, thunderous roar echoed from the bottom of the boat, causing the small vessel to be violently jolted as if struck by an invisible giant hand, leaping upwards before crashing back down. What's happening? Xinzhe shouted in terror, nearly falling into the sea. Cao Yang felt as if his internal organs had shifted. He clung tightly to the side of the boat to steady himself and looked back towards the water below. The water beneath the boat churned violently, a massive and indistinct shadow prowling below, and then the second impact followed closely behind. Bang! The small boat shook violently once more, the wooden planks beneath groaning under the strain as seawater rushed into the cabin, flooding it instantly. The iron cabinet that had just been brought aboard slid across the deck, nearly smashing into the boat's side. It's a sea monster. Something is attacking us. Cao Yang shouted, his scalp tingling with fear. Quick! Row the boat! Get away from here! This boat is going to sink! He couldn't care less about the diminishing effects of the medicine, grabbing the oar and frantically rowing backward. Xinzhe, terrified, put all his strength into rowing in sync. Their movements were almost instinctive as the heavy wooden boat traced a crooked white wake on the pitch-black surface of the sea, desperately fleeing towards the direction of Wanshur Island. The water in the cabin was rising rapidly, and the boat was becoming heavier and slower. Behind them, the sea continued to churn violently, and that enormous shadow seemed determined not to give up, surging through the waves with astonishing speed. The glow of the night pearl flickered in the water, illuminating a small portion of that shadow, revealing a gigantic tentacle covered in suckers along with a pair of eyes glinting ominously in the deep sea. It's closing in. The boat is leaking. Xinzhe glanced back, his voice changing in pitch as he shouted in despair. Cao Yang gritted his teeth, feeling a burning sensation in his lungs, a sign that the effects of the underwater breathing potion had faded completely. Each breath was filled with the salty tang of seawater and the suffocating dread. But he dared not relent, pouring all his strength into his arms. Accelerate. We must shake it off. Otherwise we will die in this sea. And keep that iron cabinet secure. The small boat rocked violently in the dark waters, with an unknown sea beast hot on their heels and seawater continuously rising in the cabin. This night was destined to be a harrowing one. The iron cabinet they had just barely managed to bring on board was now both a beacon of hope for changing their fate and a heavy burden pressing down on their chances of survival. The heavy wooden boat struggled through the pitch-black surface of the sea, with water in the cabin already reaching their ankles. Each stroke of the oar was accompanied by the sound of splashing water, unusually heavy. Behind them, that massive shadow relentlessly pursued, each impact causing the already overloaded boat to groan as if on the verge of disintegration. Cough, cough. Brother Cao, there's too much water in the boat, and the speed is slowing down. Xinzhe gasped as he rowed, desperately coughing violently, while cold, salty water continuously flooded the cabin, the biting chill sapping their strength. Cao Yang was equally out of breath, the burning sensation in his lungs telling him that the residual effects of the underwater breathing potion had already vanished. The pure sense of suffocation and the intense exertion made him feel dizzy. But he dared not relax, keeping his eyes fixed on the indistinct outline of Wanshur Island in the distance, their only path to survival. Hold on. We're almost there. Cao Yang shouted back, swinging the oar as if to drive it into the water. At that moment, the sea monster behind seemed to lose patience, the enormous shadow suddenly accelerating, creating a surging wave as it crashed violently into the side of the small boat. Not good. Cao Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Without thinking, he yanked Xinzhe towards the inside of the boat. Boom. The massive impact exploded with a deafening sound accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of wood splintering. The small boat tilted violently from the collision, nearly capsizing. The wooden planks at the bottom were split open and seawater poured in frantically. It's over. Xinzhe's face turned ashen. This impact meant the boat could no longer hold up. However, at that instant, thanks to the waves stirred up by the monster's strike, in the moonlight, Cao Yang finally caught a clear glimpse of the attacker. It was a monstrous fish comparable in size to a small fishing boat. Its entire body was covered in thick, pale, bony armor resembling a fearsome skeletal shell. Its head was sharp, bearing a massive mouth filled with serrated teeth, and a pair of emotionless gray-white eyes glimmered in the darkness. Its tail swayed powerfully, generating immense thrust with each flick. Just as Cao Yang recognized the monster fish, a line of prompts automatically popped up on his system interface. Bony, armored monster fish, second tier note. Covered in hard bony armor, adept at high-speed assaults, possesses strong combat abilities in aquatic environments. Bony armored monster fish. A typical second-tier beast. Cao Yang's mind raced, instantly calming down a bit. If they were on land facing a typical second-tier monster, Cao Yang and Xinzhe together would have a fighting chance, even having slain stronger enemies before. But now they were at sea, the monster fish's domain. Their small boat was severely damaged on the verge of sinking. Both were submerged in freezing seawater, their stamina rapidly depleting, making it difficult to maintain balance. Worse yet, no one knew if there were more such creatures lurking beneath the pitch-black sea. "We can't fight it, Heaton. This beast is too fast in the water." Cao Yang decisively shouted at Qinze. "Forget. Use the spears. Aim for its eyes and its soft underbelly. Force it to retreat." Qinze snapped back to his senses, grabbing the wooden spear lying across the boat, while Cao Yang picked up a stone axe. The moment the small boat was about to be caught, the bony, armored monster fish opened its massive mouth, revealing its jagged teeth, and charged forward once more, clearly intending to swallow this snack, along with the iron cabinet. "Come on, you beast!" A fierce glint flashed in Cao Yang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the direction from which the monster fish charged. Just as the monster fish was about to collide with the bow of the boat, Cao Yang hurled the stone axe, aiming for the monster's left eye. At the same time, Qinze roared, thrusting the wooden spear with all his might towards the monster fish's relatively soft underbelly. Thud! Qinze's spear tip accurately pierced the gap in the monster fish's armored belly, although it did not fully penetrate. The intense pain made the monster thrash wildly. Cao Yang's stone axe flew past the monster fish's eye, scattering scales and blood. Though it did not hit the eyeball, it was enough to startle it. Whoa! The monster fish emitted a sharp howl, its massive body rolling violently in the water, momentarily halting its attack, and instead it began thrashing its tail against the water, stirring up chaotic currents. Seizing this opportunity, Cao Yang and Qinze put all their remaining strength into rowing the small boat out of the monster fish's attack range. "Quick! Head to shore! Hurry!" Cao Yang shouted hoarsely, his lungs feeling like a bellows, each breath tinged with the taste of blood. The small boat, propelled by their desperate strokes, finally began to inch closer to the crude shore of Wanshur Island. Behind them, the injured, bony, armored monster fish did not give up. It seemed completely enraged, once more swinging its massive tail fin and pursuing the small boat. Although its speed was slightly reduced due to its injuries, the distance was still closing in. "It's coming again." Qinze glanced back in despair. Cao Yang looked at the nearby rocky island, and then at the heavy iron cabinet on the boat. A wild thought flashed through his mind. "Qinze, prepare to abandon ship. We'll swim over. The iron cabinet is too heavy, the boat can't carry it." Cao Yang yelled. "What about the iron cabinet?" Qinze protested. "It's a matter of life and death. Without the iron cabinet, we can find another way. If we die, we lose everything." Cao Yang decisively loosened the ropes, securing the iron cabinet. "We'll push it into the water to draw the monster fish's attention, buying us time to swim to shore." "All right." The two of them worked together, forcefully pushing the heavy iron cabinet to one side. Splash! The iron cabinet sank beneath the water, creating a huge splash. The bony, armored monster fish was indeed distracted by the sudden splash, changing direction and charging towards where the iron cabinet sank. "Go!" Cao Yang and Qinze seized this critical moment, leaping into the chest-deep seawater, disregarding the cold and their fatigue, scrambling towards the rocky shore. Behind them, they heard the dull sound of the monster fish colliding with the iron cabinet and its furious screech when it realized it had been tricked. Without daring to look back, the two of them scrambled up the rocks, collapsing on the shore, gasping for air, watching the iron cabinet gradually sink and the shadow of the monster fish lingering in the water, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They had saved their lives, but lost the iron cabinet they had worked so hard to obtain. More terrifyingly, they clearly understood that in this sea there would not be just one predator like the bony, armored monster fish. The crisis was far more severe than they had imagined. In the deep night, within the shelter of Wanshur Island, the crackling campfire dispelled the chill and fatigue brought by the sea breeze. Two figures slumped beside the fire, still bearing the salty and cold remnants of seawater. Dinner consisted of simple grilled fish and emergency rations. Though modest, it tasted particularly sweet in the aftermath of their ordeal. Despite having faced shipwreck and the pursuit of sea monsters, the iron cabinet that had cost them so much to bring aboard, yet was forced to be abandoned, did not bring much disappointment to Cao Yang's face. As he gnawed on the fish in his hand, his gaze remained calm as he stared at the dark sea to the northeast of the island. "Don't lose heart," Cao Yang suddenly spoke, his voice steady and resolute. "Although the iron cabinet has sunk back to the seabed, it has not truly been lost. It lies less than 500 meters from the shore and at a depth of just over 10 meters. As long as we have a boat, we can retrieve it any time. This was an accident. Next time we will be better prepared." Qinze's spirits lifted slightly at these words, and he nodded. "Yes, Brother Cao is right. It's just a pity about that ship. Now we don't even have the tools to go to sea. If the ship is destroyed, we will build another one." Cao Yang's eyes glimmered with an undeniable light. The previous ship was too small and too fragile to withstand the storms. If we are to build it, must be a ship capable of resisting storms, equipped with cannons, and able to establish our presence on the sea. We must seize the time before the fog arrives. This declaration cleared the gloom from Qinze's heart, replaced by a renewed fighting spirit. "All right, Brother Cao, whatever you say, I will follow through." After eating their fill and regaining some strength, the two began gathering information. Cao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, his consciousness sinking into the system interface, opening the trading market. His gaze swiftly scanned the myriad categories of goods before finally resting on the crops and seed section. Food and water are hard currencies, but seeds are the long-term solution. Cao Yang contemplated. With Wanshur Island possessing the core attribute of Earth, although it could only transform 10 square meters of land, for now cultivating high-value crops in that area would be of great significance. As he browsed the list, he quickly came across several intriguing entries: mutated potato seeds, high-yield resilient to barren conditions, price 50 units of food or 50 liters of purified water. Fast-growing algae spores can purify water. Some varieties are edible, price 30 units of food or 3 liters of purified water. Glowing mushroom mycelium grows in dark environments, provides a faint light source, edible, price 80 units of food or 8 liters of purified water. High-strength bamboo seedlings grows quickly, tough material suitable for construction, price 100 units of food or 20 liters of purified water. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. Bamboo. A spark of inspiration flashed in his gaze. This plant grows quickly, has tough fibers, and is an excellent material for building lightweight, sturdy ships. It is more elastic than plain wood and better suited to withstand the impact of waves. Moreover, it can also serve as auxiliary material for future island construction. 20 liters of water can be exchanged for a bundle of bamboo seedlings. Cao Yang made his decision as 20 liters of water had little impact on him, who possessed an underground lake, yet it brought the possibility of sustainable development. He immediately listed a trading order in the market selling 20 liters of purified water, seeking one bundle of high-strength bamboo seedlings, approximately 78 pieces. As soon as the order was posted, almost instantly a player with the ID green thumb approved the trade request. Trade successful. Obtained high-strength bamboo seedlings, 1 bundle. Lost 20 liters of purified. In Cao Yang's backpack, there was now a bundle of vibrant bamboo seedlings wrapped in some waterproof leaves with moist soil still clinging to their roots, approximately 7 or 8 pieces, each as thick as a thumb and full of vitality. It's done. Cao Yang felt a surge of joy as these bamboo seedlings arrived just in time. He then checked the world chat channel, while Qinze kept vigil by the channel, monitoring the dynamics of other survivors. The channel was still filled with various laments, boasts, and fragmented trading information, but Qinze keenly caught a few key messages. Don Lightly Haoshuan, who has ecological data on the deep-sea giant whale, offering a high price. Additionally, anyone who can provide coordinates of an island that can produce stable timber will receive generous rewards from me. Don Light. Wang Motsi Tsk Tisk, still as wealthy and extravagant as Big Brotherly. I heard they recently obtained blueprints for building large warships from somewhere apparently called Breaking Waves. Construction has already begun, and the Bloodshark team wants to interfere, but has been beaten back several times by Big Brother Lee's crew. They don't even dare to approach now. Little Lee's flying dagger. What was said above is not wrong. I also heard that the shipyard of Dawn Light is quite large. It seems they are going to build a big ship for long voyages. The Bloodshark team must be furious right now, desperately searching for some secret realm coordinates. The bounty seems very high. Whoever can provide accurate information will get high-grade supplies or a chance to join their core circle. But, I guess even if someone finds it, they might not dare to sell it to them. Who knows if it's a trap? Passerby, a secret realm coordinates. Has that bunch of lunatics from the Bloodshark team not given up yet? Haven't they suffered enough from that little island last? Little Lee's flying dagger, who knows? But I see the world channel has been quite lively lately. Besides Dawnlight building ships, it seems there are several other major forces secretly making moves. The countdown to the fog is less than 10 days. Everyone is getting restless. Brother Cao, bad news. Li Haoxuan's Dawnlight has actually obtained the blueprints for large warships and is currently under construction. The Bloodshark team tried to obstruct them, but was pushed back. Moreover, the Bloodshark team seems to be frantically searching for coordinates to a certain secret realm offering extremely high bounties, but it appears no one dares to sell, or perhaps no one knows where it is. After hearing this, Cao Yang's brow furrowed and a serious glint flashed in his eyes. He weighed the bundle of fresh bamboo seedlings in his hands and pondered large warships. Li Haoxuan's actions are quicker than I imagined. Cao Yang said solemnly. It seems he has also obtained crucial information from a secret realm or through special channels, realizing how severe the disaster after the fog will be, thus hastening the development of long-range capabilities. The Bloodshark team is suppressed and may not be able to pose a direct threat to us in the short term, but their search for secret realm coordinates. Cao Yang raised his head, gazing at the deep pit at the center of the island, his eyes sharpening. The Bloodshark team has spared no effort in excavating that pit, and now they are offering bounties for secret realm coordinates. Do they know something about the underground lake or deeper secrets of this island? The changes in the situation were even more severe than Cao Yang had anticipated. Originally thinking that only his small island was developing, he had not expected other forces to have already laid plans in the shadows. Competition and crisis were surging from all directions. Building the ship must be prioritized immediately. Cao Yang stood up, his gaze resolute, as he carefully set the bundle of bamboo seedlings aside. Not only should we build, but we must also construct a ship that is even more powerful than before, utilizing our island's core attributes, this batch of bamboo, and existing resources to create a specialized vessel for Wanshur Island. As for the secret realm coordinates the Bloodshark team is offering bounties for. A cold smile curled Cao Yang's lips. If what they seek is related to this underground lake, then they will never find the answer. Here lies the core of our Wanshur Island. The night deepened, and the campfire reflected the resolute face of Cao Yang. Crisis was looming, yet opportunities were likewise hidden beneath the currents. Building ships would become a crucial step for them to establish a foothold in this brutal ocean world, and the bundle of vibrant bamboo seedlings in hand seemed to ignite a new hope. The next morning, as the dawn broke, the sea breeze carried a unique dampness sweeping across the rugged stone stubborn. A night's rest allowed Cao Yang and Qinzhe to regain some vitality, yet the lingering shock from the encounter with the sea monster and the regret of losing the iron cabinet still weighed heavily on their minds. However, Cao Yang had no time to dwell on his emotions. The countdown ticked away. Shipbuilding and preparing for battle were pressing matters. Qinzhe, the first task today is to plant this batch of bamboo seedlings. Cao Yang stood up, stretching his stiff muscles, and his gaze fell upon the bundle of fresh bamboo seedlings that had been carefully placed in a shady spot after last night's trade. He approached the island management panel, focused his thoughts, and brought up the detailed information on the core functions. In the section labeled Core Function, the text clearly stated you can use your own energy to convert part of the territory into high-quality soil, with annotations indicating current convertible area, 10 square meters, energy reserve 5. Our core energy is currently only at 5. Cao Yang analyzed, if we use it all to transform the soil, we can only create 10 square meters. But this 10 square meters must be utilized to its utmost efficiency. He did not immediately expend energy, but first took Qinzhe to survey the relatively flat and concealed rocky area, chosen yesterday, situated between the Stonehill Cave and the shelter. This place is backed by a giant rock which can block the wind, and right next to it is our core installation point, making it easy to defend. Moreover, Cao Yang crouched down and tapped the ground. The rocky base here is quite intact, making it more efficient to transform. After confirming the location, Cao Yang took a deep breath, sank his mind into his body, and connected with the island's core that had fused into the rock. Consume energy, transform the soil. As he urged his thoughts, the previously still 5 energy reserve began to fluctuate instantly, like faint blue streams quietly flowing from beneath his feet into the hard rock. Alohum! A deep vibration perceptible only to him resonated from the ground. Centered around Cao Yang, the rocky surface within a 10-meter radius began to change in color in a wondrous manner. The originally gray-black hard rock seemed to be infused with life, its surface gradually softening and crumbling, mingling with the fine dust in the air, as well as some decayed seaweed and fragments that Cao Yang had specially collected, quickly transforming under the catalysis of blue energy into a fine, dark, oily soil, exuding a faint, earthy aroma. This process lasted about a minute. When the light faded, a patch of high-quality black soil, about 10 square meters and half a meter thick, appeared prominently on the hard, rocky platform. It formed a stark contrast with the surrounding barren, sandy soil and rocks. This is incredible. Qinzhe watched in awe, unable to resist reaching out to grab a handful of soil, feeling its loose and fertile texture brimming with vitality. Great, now let's plant the bamboo. Cao Yang wasted no time admiring it, and immediately got to work. He carefully unwrapped the bundle of bamboo seedlings, discovering that each seedling had a small clump of soil at its base, well preserved. Recalling the knowledge of bamboo growth habits and the system's description of high-strength bamboo seedlings, he dug 7 holes in the black soil, spacing each hole about half a meter apart. Bamboo is a grass plant growing extremely fast, and its root system is developed requiring space. As Cao Yang explained, he placed the seedlings into the holes, covered them with soil, pressed them gently, and then carefully watered them with the rainwater he had previously collected. The 7 lush bamboo seedlings stood upright in their 10 square meter little paradise, radiating the vitality of green under the morning light. After planting the bamboo, Cao Yang did not stop. He walked to a corner of the newly opened vegetable garden, using a stone axe to mark out a smaller area, about 1 square meter in size. Here I plan to try planting something else. He took out a few unknown red seeds he had collected earlier, but had no place to plant, carefully scattering them, also covering them with soil and watering. After completing all this, Cao Yang straightened up, gazing at the vibrant miniature farm before him, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. But soon his brow furrowed again. Qinzhe, the current situation is quite tricky. Cao Yang looked around, his tone heavy. Our ship is completely destroyed. To build a new ship capable of withstanding wind and waves requires a large amount of wood and rope. But look at this island. He pointed to the scattered withered shrubs and the limited large stones on the island. Aside from these few bamboo seedlings, we hardly have any decent wood reserves. There is some stone, but wood and rope are in short supply. Qinzhe also realized the seriousness of the problem, his face paling slightly. Then, what should we do? Without a ship, we can't even go out to sea, let alone retrieve that iron cabinet or gather resources from afar. We can't just sit back and wait. Cao Yang's eyes turned sharp. We must utilize the materials we have and first make a raft. A raft? Qinzhe was taken aback. Yes, a raft. Cao Yang quickly laid out a plan. Let's gather all the scattered wood, driftwood, and any vines and ropes we can find that we collected earlier. We'll make a simple raft, not expecting it to sail far, but at least it will allow us to operate in the nearby sea to salvage some remnants from the shipwreck, or to try our luck and see if we can find some floating supply boxes. The two no longer hesitated and immediately took action. They moved all usable wood to a gentle tidal flat on the eastern side of the island. Shinzei was responsible for collecting all the tough vines and the remaining coarse hemp rope found on the island, while Cao Yang used a stone axe and stone knife to roughly shape the wood, tightly bundling them together with vines and ropes, forming a rudimentary raft about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The whole process took more than half a day until the afternoon, when a raft that looked wobbly but could barely support 2 people was finally completed. Let's test the water. Cao Yang pushed the raft into the shallow water, and both jumped on. The raft sat lightly in the water, although it wobbled, it indeed floated. Cao Yang found 2 pointed wooden sticks to serve as temporary paddles, rowing the raft away from the shore towards the approximate area of yesterday's shipwreck. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, and the raft gently swayed on the surface of the sea, making creaking sounds. Holding the makeshift paddle, Cao Yang gazed at the familiar, yet strange, sea, feeling a surge of emotions. Shinzei, looking at this raft, I suddenly have a strange feeling. Cao Yang spoke up, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. What strange feeling? Shinzei asked in confusion. It feels as if I am back to the days when I just arrived in this world. Cao Yang gazed at the horizon, his eyes distant back. Then I too would float aimlessly in this sea, on such a simple raft, every day, scavenging those resource boxes that fell from the sky, picking up a bit of driftwood, and for a bite to eat, or a drop of clean water, I gave it my all. He paused, a trace of bitter self-mockery curling his lips back. Then I thought that finding a resource box was I never expected that after so long, having experienced the secret realm activated the island, I would once again set sail in such a primitive manner. Shinzei listened, feeling a wave of sentiment rise in his heart. Indeed, Brother Cao. But now we are much stronger than before. At least we have the island, we have a home, and we have strength and skills. Yes, that's true. Cao Yang nodded, but for some reason a sense of incongruity quietly grew in his heart. At that moment his paddling action suddenly paused, and he furrowed his brow tightly. Something feels off. Cao, what's wrong? Brother Cao, did you see the wreckage of the ship? Shinzei anxiously scanned the surroundings. It's not the wreckage. Cao Yang's expression turned serious as he set down the paddle and scanned the surrounding sea and the distant horizon with sharp eyes. Shinzei, have you noticed? Cao Yang slowly turned to look at Shinzei, his voice low. Since we activated the island's core and began focusing on building Stubborn Island, especially in these past few days, it seems we haven't found any resource boxes for a long time. Shinzei was taken aback by his words. Then he tried to recall, it does seem that way. We used to find 1 or 2 boxes by chance every day. But these past few days it seems, we really haven't seen a single box. A hint of unease arose in Cao Yang's heart. Was it a coincidence? Or was it that as their strength increased the system's newbie benefits period had ended? Or perhaps there was some underlying rule change that he had yet to perceive. Make a note of this, Cao Yang said solemnly, turning his gaze back to the vast sea, where it seemed to conceal deeper mysteries than the sea monsters. Let's keep moving forward first to find the wreckage of the ship and any materials we can use. But everyone must be on high alert. I feel things are not that simple anymore. The raft slowly advanced over the silent sea, the creaking sound resembling a sigh heralding that beneath the calm undercurrents were intensifying. The wooden raft glided slowly across the somewhat desolate sea surface, 2 sharpened wooden sticks slicing through the water, producing a monotonous and repetitive sound. Cao Yang steered the raft, controlling its direction, while Shinzei held a sharpened wooden spear, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Neither dared to let their guard down. Their range of movement was strictly limited. Cao Yang felt a lingering fear. The bone-armored monster fish that glowed ominously in the darkness had left a deep shadow in his mind. Thus he resolved never to stray more than 800 meters from the rock island, ensuring that if anything happened, he could swiftly swim back to shore. Let's search nearby. Every little bit helps. Cao Yang whispered, make sure not to make too much noise. The raft soon reached the waters where the shipwreck had been attacked yesterday. The sea was calm, as if the heart-pounding events of the previous night had merely been a nightmare. Under the water, the dark silhouette of the sunken ship faintly appeared in the clear seawater, while the heavy black iron cabinet lay quietly on the sandy bottom a few meters away from the wreck, like an unattainable regret. The iron cabinet is still there. Shinzei gazed into the depths of the clear water, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Now is not the time. Cao Yang grabbed Shinzei, who was eager to dive, and shaking his head. Without protection, going down is tantamount to seeking death. Let's first retrieve whatever we can from the water surface. The two steered the raft closer to the wreckage of the sunken ship. The impact from yesterday had scattered a number of broken planks, snapped masts, and floating debris around the wreck. Cao Yang and Shinzei, like diligent scavengers, retrieved those pieces of wood that were still usable and not severely decayed, neatly stacking them on the raft. At the same time, they also picked up several empty metal barrels and some tangled nylon ropes. In the current resource-scarce situation, these items were considered valuable additions. After nearly an hour of busy work, a small stack of wood had already piled up on the raft. The waterline had noticeably dropped, and the raft had become heavier and more stable. That's enough, any more, and well be overweight. Cao Yang glanced at the piled supplies, then at the iron cabinet that was so close yet so far, decisively ordering head back. The raft turned around, heading toward Rock Island. However, Cao Yang did not stop there. He decided to take this opportunity to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the area surrounding the island. Let's circle the island to see if there are any mist floating resources and observe the coastal terrain at the same time, Cao Yang said to Qinzhe. The raft slowly traveled along the edge of the island. The eastern side was a steep rock wall, the western side was a small beach with the entrance to an underground lake, and the northern side was an even more rugged rocky area. The two widened their eyes, carefully searching the surface of the sea and the underwater near the shore. However, what deepened Cao Yang's anxiety was that after this round, they had found nothing. No floating boxes, no resources falling from the sky, not even a piece of driftwood that did not belong to this island. The sea was unnaturally calm, with only the monotonous sound of waves gently lapping against the rocks. Brother Cao, is there really nothing around here? Qinzhe's voice trembled slightly. He had still held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping to find even a single resource box which would prove that this was not a wasteland of resources. Cao Yang's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing. He stood on the raft, gazing at the distant horizon, then looked down at the system interface. Something's not right, far from right. Cao Yang said gravely, in the past, I could casually paddle a few hundred meters and always encounter something. But now we're just circling around the island's doorstep, yet we can't see even a shadow of a box. He recalled the survivors he had seen earlier in the trading market. They seemed to still be trading various resources normally. If all the resource boxes in the entire sea area had disappeared, then where did the goods in the market come from? Could it be this change is personally targeted at them? Or perhaps with the activation of the island's core, they had already left the beginner sea area and entered a completely different stage of resource acquisition. Is it because we've activated the island and the system has determined we no longer need this kind of charity? Qinzhe speculated. It's possible. Cao Yang nodded, yet he was not entirely convinced, but there could be other reasons. For example, the emergence of sea monsters has disrupted the ecosystem in this sea area, causing resource boxes to no longer refresh. Or perhaps the mist is approaching and the system has preemptively reclaimed the resource points. Regardless of the reason, the outcome is the same. The era of relying on scavenging for survival has completely ended. Let's go back. Cao Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Since the heavens no longer provide us with food, we can only rely on ourselves. The raft, laden with heavy wood, slowly approached the makeshift beach of Rock Island. By this time it was already afternoon. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, roasting the bare rocks. Both men were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, yet even the luxury of resting seemed extravagant. Let's take a breather and eat something. Cao Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaning against the just unloaded wood, pulling out the last bit of dried meat and vegetable soup from his backpack. Qinzhe took the jerky, chewing it tastelessly, but his gaze couldn't help but glance towards the deep pit at the center of the island. Brother Cao, we've worked hard to bring back this little wood, but we're still far from building a big ship that can set sail. Moreover, we hardly have any fresh water left. Just now on the sea, I was genuinely afraid of dying of thirst. Cao Yang swallowed the dry and hard meat chunk, his expression obscure. Did he not know how difficult their situation was? Looking around, this 1,200 square meter rock island was nothing but stones and sand, with not even a decent tree in sight. The newly planted bamboo had yet to sprout, or relying on them to resolve their urgent needs was nothing short of a fantasy. We can't just sit and wait for death. Cao Yang set down the jerky, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Just now on the sea, I took another look at the trading market. What did you find? Is anyone buying water? Qinzhe immediately leaned in. The price of fresh water has dropped quite a bit compared to a few days ago. Cao Yang pulled up the system interface, pointing at the drinking water section in the trading hall. Look, before 1 liter of fresh water could be exchanged for quite a lot of good things. Now the transaction volume is high, yet the price has dropped. What does this indicate? It indicates many people are no longer lacking fresh water. Qinzhe ventured a guess. Cao Yang nodded, his expression grave. Either many people have found stable sources of fresh water, or the early survivors who sold fresh water have already flooded the market. The era of purely selling water for huge profits is coming to an end. Cao Yang stood up, brushing off the sand from his body, his gaze fixated on the pit leading to the underground lake. We must change our way of living. We relied on the heavens for food scavenging, but this route has been cut off. The only cars we have left are this underground lake and the luminous water plants inside. Brother Cao, are you suggesting we make underwater breathing potions again? Qinzhe immediately understood Cao Yang's intention. Yes, and we need to produce them in large quantities. Cao Yang's tone was firm. Fresh water and ordinary food are depreciating, but scarce functional potions are always, especially the underwater breathing potion. Its strategic value in exploration, escape, and combat is self. But Brother Cao, we don't have much luminous water plant left, and without deep sea shell powder, the potion's effect lasts only 3 minutes. Qinzhe looked troubled. What's wrong with 3 minutes? 3 minutes can save lives, can allow exploration, can accomplish many things. Cao Yang interrupted him. As long as the effect exists, there is a market. As for materials, there are plenty of water plants in the underground lake. We can just go down and gather more. Although the effect is short-lived, it has the advantage of low cost. We can adopt a strategy of low prices and high sales, or package and sell them to teams in need. Cao Yang's thoughts became clearer. We will use the food, wood, and even metal obtained from selling potions to build our new ship. Only by building a ship can we avoid being trapped on this small island and seek new lands, new resource points, or even compete for islands occupied by others. At this point Cao Yang's eyes became incredibly resolute. I absolutely cannot be trapped by these 200 square meters of stone like this. Even if the potion only lasts 3 minutes, I will turn this potion into our ticket to escape. Alright, Brother Cao, I'm with you. Qinze was completely ignited by the flames and Cao Yang's eyes leaping to his feet with a surge of fighting spirit. Let's head to the underground lake now and gather more water plants. Seeing the fierce fighting spirit reignited in Qinze's eyes, Cao Yang nodded with satisfaction. One person's will may waver, but the mutual support of two people's beliefs can unleash boundless strength. Good. Finish off the remaining jerky and fill your stomach to replenish your strength. Cao Yang quickly issued his orders. Then gather everything. The two no longer hesitated for a moment and immediately sprang into action. The remaining dried meat was devoured ravenously and warmth began to spread in their stomachs. They filled every container capable of holding water with precious fresh water, hanging them at their waists or on their backs. Stone and bone blades were polished repeatedly, their edges gleaming coldly in the sunset. A spare coarse hemp rope was neatly coiled. As the sun set, golden-red light spilled over the sea, casting a layer of heroic warmth on the stubborn rock island. The deep cavern appeared like a giant mouth in the twilight, waiting for challengers to arrive. Cao Yang shouldered the backpack filled with empty containers with a stone axe and a bone knife at his waist, holding a rope and a lit torch. The flickering firelight illuminated his resolute face. Qinze, are you ready? Ready. Brother Cao, let's clear that underwater area. They exchanged a glance, no words needed, and approached the dark mouth of the cavern. With no sign of retreat, they secured the rope, raised the torch high, and resolutely descended along the rock wall towards the underground lake, which held both danger and their only hope. The halo of the torch flickered in the dark cave as their figures pressed against the slick rock wall, descending step by step. The air grew increasingly damp and cold, mingled with the smell of water and faint bioluminescence. Soon the dim, unruffled surface of the underground lake appeared below. Compared to last time, the lake's surface now seemed even more silent, with only scattered bioluminescent water plants emitting a dreamlike glow beneath the bottomless waters, resembling an upside-down starry sky. This is the place. Cao Yang lowered his voice, inserting the torch into a crack in the rock wall and securing the anchor point for the rope. The situation below is unclear. Although we didn't encounter any proactive attackers before, we must remain cautious. Remember, we only collect water plants, not greedy for other things. Understood. Qinze nodded vigorously, his eyes aflame. He knew that the water plants at the bottom of the lake were their only straw to escape the predicament. The two tied all the empty leather bags and containers to their waists, checked their stone knife and bone knife, then handed the torch to Qinze to hold, while Cao Yang grasped the rope first, slowly lowering his body into the icy lake water. The lake water was bone-chilling, but Cao Yang couldn't care about that at the moment. He took a deep breath and dove into that flickering world of bioluminescence. Once in the water, the scene before him opened up. Countless long ribbon-like bioluminescent water plants swayed gently in the faint underground current, emitting a glow of intertwining deep blue and pale green. Though these lights were not intense, they were sufficient for Cao Yang to see within a few meters. Qinze followed closely behind, and the two began to collaborate, working in tandem. Cao Yang wielded his sharp stone knife, specifically selecting the thickest and most vividly glowing roots of the water plants, slicing them off with precision. After cutting off a large bunch, he quickly stuffed them into the leather bag at his waist. Qinze assisted by carefully cleaning the mud and small aquatic snails tangled around the roots of the water plants with his bone knife, preventing them from clogging the containers while also avoiding damaging the plants. Brother Cao, there are so many over here. Qinze pointed to an area densely populated with plants where the bioluminescence almost formed a carpet. Great, let's harvest those first. Move quickly, our ability to hold our breath is limited. Cao Yang whispered back, moving his stone knife even faster. The two wove through the bottom of the lake like two diligent otters, continuously harvesting among the bioluminescent water plants. The silence underwater was broken by the subtle sounds of cutting, and the bags at their waists quickly swelled. While gathering, Cao Yang paid special attention to larger specimens with thicker roots. He remembered that the system had indicated these water plants might differ in quality and their medicinal effects could be stronger. He specifically placed these premium specimens into a separate bag. Uncertain how long had passed, Cao Yang felt his lungs tightening, realizing their time, holding breath, was nearing its limit. He gestured to Qinze, signaling to ascend. They released the rope and kicked their way up, breaking the surface one after the other, greedily inhaling the damp air of the cavern. That water is so cold. Qinze wiped the beads of water from his face, exhaling a puff of white vapor. Cao Yang was also gasping for air, glancing at the leather bag that was already more than half full, revealing a hint of joy in his eyes. This is a good haul. This is enough for us to make dozens of doses of potions. They didn't linger, taking another deep breath and diving back under, continuing their harvest. After repeating this process 5 or 6 times until all their containers were stuffed full, even the backpack could not hold any more, the two finally climbed back up the rock wall, exhausted. At this point, both of their lips were already frozen purple, their fingers white and wrinkled from the cold water, but looking at the ground covered with spoils, their tired faces were filled with satisfied smiles. Brother Cao, with so much water plant, how many potions can we make? Qinze rubbed his frozen hands and asked excitedly. Cao Yang estimated, roughly speaking, we can extract at least 30 to 40 doses of potion materials. If we use them sparingly and control the concentration, we might even be able to make more diluted versions. Although the effects might be shorter, they will be plentiful. He stood up, his gaze fervently fixed on the faint light of the sky above the cave entrance. With these we won't be trapped. Let's rest well tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll start brewing the potions. Then we'll sell them at the trading market. Alright, Qinze clenched his fists filled with fighting spirit. With these we can buy lumber, buy canvas, and build a real big ship. The two began to organize their gear, carefully securing the bags and backpacks filled with water plants, preparing to climb out of the cave using the rope. However, just as Cao Yang grasped the rough hemp rope with both hands and was about to exert force to ascend, gurgle, gurgle, a dense sound of bubbles suddenly erupted from the depths of the lake beneath them. The sound was not the gentle swaying of water plants, but a dull noise, as if something massive was rolling and stirring at the bottom of the water. Cao Yang and Qinze froze simultaneously, looking down sharply at the dark lake surface. What had once been a calm, shimmering surface of water was now violently churning right below them. The inky water swirled, as if a gigantic vortex was forming underwater, with countless tiny bubbles surging from the lake bottom rushing towards the surface. The bioluminescent water plants in that area swayed wildly, as if trying to avoid something extremely terrifying. Something's wrong. Cao Yang's scalp tingled as he shouted, quick, pull the rope. Up we go. He could no longer afford to organize his gear, grabbing the rope tightly with both hands and using all his strength to climb upward. Qinze was also terrified out of his wits, throwing away the tools in his hands and frantically following up. Just as the two had barely climbed less than 2 meters from the water's surface, a gigantic claw covered in viscous black mud and ancient algae suddenly burst from the center of the boiling vortex, crashing down with immense force onto the very spot where they had just surfaced. A massive splash erupted the icy lake water, drenching the two individuals from head to toe. The claw barely emerged for an instant before swiftly retracting back into the pitch-black abyss, leaving only the violent ripples on the lake's surface and circles of expanding foam. Cao Yang and Qinze's hearts raced wildly as they clung tightly to the rope pressed against the cold rock wall, hardly daring to breathe. That claw, just a small part of it, was as thick as an arm, its shell-like scales glimmering with an unsettling dark luster under the glow. What is that thing? Qinze stuttered, his teeth chattering, his voice tinged with a whimper. Cao Yang's face turned pale, his heart still racing as he fixed his gaze on the gradually calming, yet still unfathomably deep, lake surface, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. I don't know, but it's certainly far more terrifying than the spectral floating entities we encountered before. Cao Yang's voice was hoarse, laden with unprecedented gravity. There's something big hidden at the bottom of this underground lake. He glanced at the exit's light, not far above, then at the dark lake surface that resembled the mouth of a giant beast gritting his teeth. He declared, forget about it. Let's climb up first. The water plants. We can forget about them. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything, and the two scrambled with hands and feet, desperately climbing along the rope toward the cave's mouth. Behind them lay the underground lake, which had returned to its dim, deathly silence, yet it felt as if it could awaken at any moment, silently gazing at them. The two clung to the rock wall, clumsily climbing, almost relying on their instinct to survive. Each step kicked up a shower of stone dust, and every breath was mingled with trembling fear. The faint light above that signified the exit had now become their only lifeline. With a thud, Cao Yang was the first to tumble onto the hard ground, followed by Qinze, who rolled and crawled to join him. They collapsed on the stone slab of the shelter, gasping for breath, as if they had just escaped the brink of drowning. After a while, the shaken Qinze finally spoke with a quiver. Cao, brother, what exactly was that thing? That claw. Almost. Cao Yang's expression darkened like water, slowly sitting up, his heart still trembling as he looked toward the deep hole. The wind blowing from the cave's mouth now carried a bone-chilling cold. I don't know. Cao Yang's voice was somewhat hoarse, but it's definitely not comparable to the spectral floating entities we encountered before. That thing is huge, immensely powerful, and it seems to have been lurking deep at the bottom of the lake. We hadn't disturbed it before, but this large-scale harvesting of water plants may have awakened it. He glanced at the several bags of water plants nearby, caked with mud, most of which they had risked their lives to retrieve, while some bags were left behind in the panic, forever lost below. Fortunately, the main harvest is still intact. Cao Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Even though we lost a small portion, what remains is enough for us to start. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, his gaze sharpening again. Moreover, this also serves as a warning for us. The underground lake is far more dangerous than we imagined. We must be more cautious in the future, and it would be best to implement some protective measures. Qinze gradually regained his composure, looking at the water plants on the ground, hope rekindling in his eyes. Cao, brother is right. As long as we have these water plants, we have hope to build new ships. I was really scared just now. I thought we might perish at the bottom of that lake. Alright, enough thinking about that. Cao Yang began to gather the scattered water plants. Let's first clean up this precious resource, and then get a good night's rest. Tomorrow morning, start brewing the potions. Together they moved the muddy water plants to a relatively clean corner inside the shelter, carefully rinsing them with fresh water to remove impurities and decayed leaves, leaving only the thick and tender parts. Once all was done, the sky had completely darkened. Exhaustion crashed over them like a tide, but Cao Yang's spirit remained exceptionally vigorous. Sitting by the campfire, he watched the dancing flames, replaying the events of the day in his mind. From the solitude of the raft at sea to the bountiful harvest of the underground lake, and finally, to the heart-stopping giant claw. In just 2 short days they had experienced a tumultuous journey from hope to despair, and then clawed their way back to new hope from despair. Qinzhe, get some sleep. Cao Yang poked at the fire, reducing the flames. Tomorrow will be busy. You should rest early too, Cao brother. Qinzhe wrapped himself in animal skins, and soon let out soft snores. Cao Yang, however, did not fall asleep immediately. He opened the system interface, once more looking at the trading market. The price of fresh water was indeed continuing to drop, while under the categories of special potions and rare materials there were very few transactions, yet the prices were absurdly high. Among them were potions marked with effects like temporary underwater breathing and antitoxin, the prices of which had skyrocketed to outrageous levels, often with no market at all. It seems that functional potions are indeed a scarce commodity at present, Cao Yang thought to himself. Our opportunity. He glanced at the pile of cleaned, glowing water plants in the corner, their ethereal blue light flickering in the darkness, as if containing infinite possibilities. The giant beast of the underground lake. The armored fish of the sea, and those powerful factions active in the trading market. Cao Yang gazed at the night sky outside the cave, his eyes deepening. This world is becoming increasingly dangerous, yet increasingly thrilling. But Cao Yang will not be trapped in this 1,200 square meter stone space forever. He made a firm decision. Tomorrow he would begin mass production of the underwater breathing potions. This would not only be the source of funding for their shipbuilding, but also the first step toward taking control in this cruel world. The night was deep, and the stubborn rock island slept amid the sound of crashing waves. Inside the shelter, the faint glow emitted by the pile of glowing water plants resembled a star being nurtured in the darkness, heralding the calm before the storm and the grand journey that was about to unfold. As dawn broke, the stubborn stone island remained shrouded in a grayish morning mist, and Cao Yang had already opened his eyes. The fright of last night's underground lake and the heavy workload of gathering had not diminished his fighting spirit. Instead, it made his gaze even more alert and resolute. He quietly got up, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Qinzhe. After a simple wash, he walked straight to a corner of the shelter. There, the bioluminescent aquatic plants that had been cleaned last night were neatly arranged on several broad leaves, emitting a soft, bluish-green glow in the dim light. "It's you," Cao Yang murmured to himself, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sturdy arms. The process of concocting the underwater breathing potion was not complicated, but it required immense patience and meticulousness. Cao Yang first cleaned a flat, large stone slab to use as his operating table. 1, 2, 3. Cao Yang silently counted the quantities, relying on his memories from the last concoction experience and the vague description from the system to begin attempting to control the proportions. He placed the chopped roots and stems of the aquatic plants into a clay pot and scooped in an appropriate amount of clean water from a storage container. Then he set up a small pile of dry twigs, ignited them, and placed the clay pot over the fire. The flames licked the bottom of the clay pot, and the clean water gradually began to heat up. Cao Yang focused entirely, holding a wooden stick, and continuously stirred slowly to prevent the roots and stems from sticking to the bottom and burning. As the temperature rose, the water in the clay pot began to change. The originally clear liquid gradually tinted with a faint yellow-green hue and exuded a somewhat fishy smell reminiscent of seaweed. Cao Yang strictly controlled the heat, ensuring the water did not boil violently, but rather remained gently simmering. He noticed that as the concoction progressed, the bioluminescence of the aquatic plant roots seemed to slowly diminish while the liquid's color deepened. It seems the effective components are being extracted, Cao Yang thought to himself. This process lasted nearly an hour. When he felt the liquid had concentrated enough, he removed the heat source and set the clay pot aside to cool. Once the temperature had dropped slightly, he used a piece of fine cloth woven simply from the fibers he had collected earlier to filter out the residue, leaving only the pale green, slightly viscous liquid. In the end, he obtained a small half-pot of liquid that emitted a faint glow and had a unique smell. This was the basic essence of the underwater breathing potion. The efficacy should be slightly weaker than last time, but the quantity has increased. Cao Yang looked at his results, and then at the remaining abundant aquatic plants. Let's continue. Today I must process them all. Thus, throughout the morning, the shelter echoed with the subtle sounds of Cao Yang chopping, stirring, and filtering. He was like a finely tuned machine, tirelessly repeating the processes. Sweat dripped down his forehead onto the stone slab, quickly evaporating. During this time, Qinzhe also woke up. Seeing Cao Yang busy without saying a word, he quickly ate some leftover dry rations, then slung his spear and rope over his shoulder, took 2 empty buckets, and walked towards the sea. "Brother Cao, I'm going to check the fishing grounds and see if I can find anything along the shore," Qinzhe said. "Okay, be careful, don't wander too far, and pay attention to the sea surface." Cao Yang didn't even look up, focusing intently on stirring the potion in the clay pot. Qinzhe nodded and quickly left the shelter. For the next few hours, Cao Yang immersed himself in his work. 1 pot, 2 pots. The once towering pile of bioluminescent aquatic plants gradually transformed into over a dozen small pots of light green potions emitting a faint glow. Their hues varied slightly, and their aromas were also distinct, clearly indicating that Cao Yang had adjusted the proportions through his explorations. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Cao Yang finally paused his tasks. He counted his results: approximately 15 standard concentrations of potions, and about 8 diluted versions with shorter expected efficacy. A total of 23 portions. Cao Yang looked at the potions in the dim shelter that resembled a small galaxy of stars, a smile spreading across his tired face. With these, our shipbuilding plan has hope. He carefully packaged each potion in the small pouches or clay pots he had prepared earlier, sealing them for storage. These were the keys to unlocking the door to wealth. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the shelter. Qinze had returned. "Brother Cao, I'm back." Qinze's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but also some joy. Cao Yang looked up and saw that Qinze not only had 2 buckets brimming with lively fresh fish, but also carried several pieces of driftwood of varying lengths on his shoulder, even attaching a few empty glass bottles to his waist. "Good haul." Cao Yang's eyes brightened. Qinze set down the buckets, wiped his sweat, and excitedly said, There were particularly many fish at the fishing grounds, and I speared this many in just one afternoon. Moreover, I found several sturdy empty bottles by the shore. After cleaning, they can hold things. And these driftwoods, though not large, can be used as fuel after drying or made into small components." Cao Yang checked the empty bottles. They were indeed intact glass bottles, which was a good addition given the current scarcity of resources. "Great, save the fish for dinner to replenish our strength. The driftwood and bottles will also be useful." He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and looked intensely at the rows of potions he had prepared. He walked to the system interface, opened the trading market, and his eyes became incredibly focused and calm. The current market is saturated with freshwater and ordinary food, and the price fluctuations are vast. We can't trade for the core materials we need. But our underwater breathing potion is different, Cao Yang explained to Qinze. He selected the post-trade option and began setting the parameters. Item name: underwater breathing potion. Quantity: 10 bottles. Description: after consumption, one can breathe freely underwater for a period of time. Effects vary by individual. Essential for exploring the underwater world and escaping the pursuit of sea beasts. Limited quantity: first come first served. Trading requirements: only accepts blueprint items in exchange, including, but not limited to, building blueprints, tool blueprints, weapon blueprints, ship blueprints, special device blueprints, etc. Food, water, ordinary materials, etc. are not accepted. Non-blueprint items should not be quoted. Fixed price: none. Bidding limit: 24 hours. Cao Yang listed 10 bottles of standard concentration potions, while choosing to temporarily keep the remaining 5 standard concentrations and 8 diluted versions. "Brother Cao, why only list 10 bottles? And only for blueprints?" Qinze asked, somewhat puzzled. "Aren't we in urgent need of wood and metal? Can blueprints be made into ships?" "Blueprints themselves can't be turned into ships, but the technology they represent can create countless ships." Cao Yang's eyes were deep, as if he had seen the opportunity. What people lack now is not food and drink, but the ability to develop. Those who possess blueprints will be the strong ones of the future. We will exchange our scarce potions for things that allow us to establish ourselves in the long run. Moreover, it's a hunger marketing strategy. Cao Yang pointed at the screen displaying quantity: 10 bottles. Scarcity increases value. If everything is listed, the price will drop. By listing only a portion and setting specific trading thresholds, it can attract the attention and competition of powerful factions. To obtain this life-saving exploratory potion, they would be willing to pay a higher price, like precious blueprint. As for the remaining potions, Cao Yang glanced at the 13 bottles of stock that were not listed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. They are our trump card and bargaining chip, even the foundation for establishing our own power in the future. After posting the trade information, Cao Yang let out a long breath, the firelight illuminating his determined face. "All right, Qinze, the fish have already been released. Now what we need to do is wait. Wait for those big fish with keen senses to come knocking." As night deepened, Stone Island slept amid the sound of waves. Inside the shelter, the 23 bottles of glowing potions resembled 23 bright lanterns illuminating Cao Yang's ambitious path toward the vast ocean. The world's gaze may soon focus on this inconspicuous Stone Island. The next morning, as the morning light of Wanshire Island streamed into the shelter through the cave entrance, Cao Yang had already woken up. He quickly called up the system interface and clicked on trade information. As expected, the red dots indicating private messages were densely packed on the screen. He patiently browsed through them one by one. The vast majority of the messages were of no value. "Brother, can this potion really work underwater? Don't tell me you're just fooling me. Can I trade 2 stone axes for a bottle? Could be smart and give the potion to my blood shark team, or I'll make sure you won't survive at sea. If you verify me, I'll give you a treasure map coordinate." Such meaningless threats, attempts to swindle, and various random bids occupied over 90% of the messages. Cao Yang snorted coldly and ignored them directly. His gaze quickly locked onto a few valuable replies. These people made reasonable offers, had sincere attitudes, and the items they proposed to trade were precisely the blueprints Cao Yang urgently needed. "Qinze, wake up." Cao Yang nudged the still soundly sleeping Qinze. "There's a great show to watch." Zhe rubbed his sleepy eyes, and upon seeing the various blueprint previews displayed on Cao Yang's screen instantly shook off his drowsiness. Without hesitation, Cao Yang quickly filtered and accepted several of the most profitable trades. Transaction: acquired whale harpoon, blueprint beast trap, blueprint iron cutting knife, blueprint stone stove, blueprint glass manufacturing blueprint. Lost underwater breathing potion X 5 bottles. We struck gold. Brother Cao, Zhe exclaimed, looking at the 5 newly added blueprints glowing with a white light in the backpack, his voice trembling with excitement. These are all great items. With the blueprint for the iron cutting knife, we can finally create real iron tools. And with the glass blueprint, we can have our own windows and mirrors in the future. Don't rush, there's still a big deal to negotiate. Cao Yang's gaze lingered on the last private message. The sender's ID was Chen Tianyu. Unlike the impatience of others, this private message was very concise, with no unnecessary words, directly accompanied by a preview of a blueprint. Cao Yang clicked on the preview image, and his pupils constricted sharply. It was a complex and precisely structured ship design blueprint. The text marked on the blueprint made his heart race. Swift wine transport ship, medium quality, blue, excellent length 30 meters, with 8 meters power, dual mass sail, mini spiritual energy core, requires infusion of pure energy to operate. Armament: bow ram X1, small cannon positions X2. Characteristics: the hull is built with reinforced keel and multi-layered boards, sturdy and durable. The spiritual energy core provides additional power, allowing navigation even without wind. Dual power, wind and energy core. Cao Yang's breathing quickened. This meant that the ship did not rely solely on the weather. As long as there was energy, it could sail across the sea like a modern speedboat. For them who frequently face severe weather and sea monsters, this was practically a divine skill. The private message was also very direct. I have the blueprint for the swift wind transport ship of blue quality, but I need at least 3 bottles of your potion for testing. If it proves effective, I can add 2 practical auxiliary blueprints. Cao Yang did not agree immediately. He realized that this might be the highest level blueprint he could access at the moment, and he had to strive for maximum benefit. He quickly replied, 3 bottles of potion is acceptable, but I need to see the complete details of the swift wind transport ship blueprint, as well as the auxiliary blueprints you promised. Once confirmed, we can trade immediately. The other party was evidently straightforward and soon sent over the complete scanned blueprint and previews of 2 auxiliary blueprints: portable water purifier white, simple pulley crane white. Cao Yang glanced at them. Although they were not as valuable as the ship blueprint, they were still practical technologies. He immediately replied, deal. Transaction completed. Acquired swift wind transport ship, medium blueprint, portable water purifier blueprint, simple pulley crane blueprint. Lost underwater breathing potion X 3 bottles. By now all 10 bottles of potion Cao Yang had put up for sale were sold out. What he lost were 10 bottles of potions collected from the lake bottom, but what he gained was 7 blueprints, 5 of which were of white ordinary quality, 2 of white practical quality, and 1 crucial blue blueprint for the swift wind transport ship. Blue quality blueprint. Cao Yang repeatedly gazed at the ship blueprint, glowing faintly blue, feeling an unshakable excitement. With it, we are not just creating an ordinary wooden ship, but a prototype of a modern sailboat with core power. Zhe was equally excited, his face flushed, waving his arms. Brother Cao, this ship is amazing. It has cannons and can sail on its own, no need to worry about a lack of wind. Can we really build it? We certainly can. Cao Yang's eyes shone brightly, as if he could already envision the 30-meter-long iron giant slicing through the waves. With the blueprint in hand, everything is ready. Now we just need to gather enough materials according to the blueprint's requirements. He immediately opened his backpack to check the details of the newly acquired blueprints. Whale harpoon blueprint requires fine iron, hardwood, and ropes. Can manufacture heavy harpoons effective against large sea beasts. Iron cutting knife blueprint requires fine iron and wood, sharper and more durable than stone axes and bone knives. Glass manufacturing blueprint requires quartz, sand, plant ash, and high temperature kiln. Swift wind transport ship blueprint requires numerous materials, including a large amount of high-quality wood, thick boards, copper iron ingots, canvas, hemp ropes, and rare metals and crystals needed for the core components. Wood, metal, canvas. Cao Yang murmured these keywords, casting his gaze towards the vast and unknown sea beyond the island. It seems our next step is to use these blueprints to enhance our manufacturing capabilities and then conquer more resource points. He glanced at the remaining 13 bottles of underwater breathing potion in the corner. 5 standard, 8 diluted, a deep smile curving at the corners of his mouth. These remaining potions are our lifeline and the capital for our next actions. Zhe, Cao Yang closed the system interface, his gaze becoming pragmatic. Even though we have the blueprint for the big ship, that's a long way off. Right now what we need most is stable cooking conditions and better tools. He pointed to the stone stove blueprint. Let's build the stone stove first. This thing doesn't require metal, just stones and sand. With it, our cooking efficiency will improve, and we can try making some materials that require heating treatment. Zhe immediately responded, great. Stones are everywhere on this island, and we can find some sand over by the underground lake. Let's go find suitable stones right now. The two did not delay any longer and immediately got to work. Cao Yang searched for hard, heat-resistant rocks according to the blueprint's hints, while Zhe went to the beach to collect fine, moist sand and some clay with good stickiness. Soon they cleared a flat area in a corner of the shelter and began to build the stone stove according to the method shown. Cao Yang first laid a foundation and built walls with larger flat stones while Qinzhe mixed the sand and water in proportion, creating a thick paste to be used as adhesive and material to fill gaps. If we had stone bricks, the insulation and durability would be better, but given the current conditions, using ordinary stones and sand mixed with water will suffice. While skillfully stacking the stones, Cao Yang explained to Qinzhe, once we have the conditions later we can upgrade it to a stone. Sweat quickly soaked their clothes, but watching the rough but sturdy stone stove gradually take shape in their hands gave them a sense of fulfillment in creating tools, alleviating much of their fatigue. Brother Cao, do you think this looks alright? Qinzhe pointed to the inside of the stove. The inner wall needs to be smoothed out for even heat distribution. Pay attention to the angle of the chimney. Cao Yang instructed carefully. When the last handful of paste was smoothed out, a rough but stable stone stove stood firmly in a corner of the shelter. Cao Yang then found some dry dead grass and thin branches to ignite inside the stove. The flames licked the stone walls without producing black smoke, instead giving off a warm baking sensation. We did it! Qinzhe shouted excitedly. Looking at the dancing flames and feeling the stable heat radiating from the stove, Cao Yang's eyes were filled with hope. This is just the beginning. With the stone stove, we can better process food and materials. Next, we need to quickly build the iron cutting knife, and then gather the first cornerstone for that big ship. The days on Wanshur Island have entered a brand new cycle. Since the last successful trade where he acquired valuable blueprints, Cao Yang keenly realized that merely pursuing blueprints could no longer satisfy the current demands. Shipbuilding is a system engineering project. Blueprints are merely design drawings, while the real challenge lies in the vast amounts of basic materials required. Especially for the blueprint of the swift wind transport ship, the quantities of wood, metal, and canvas needed can be considered a small-scale project. We can no longer just exchange blueprints, Cao Yang said to Qinzhe, who was organizing the stone stove. What we lack the most now is quantity. Wood, stone, metal, ingots, canvas. These are the real backbone of our infrastructure. Qinzhe wiped his sweat and nodded in agreement, saying, you are right, Brother Cao. Having only the ship blueprint is useless without the wood to build it. Therefore, I have adjusted our strategy. A glint of brilliance flashed in Cao Yang's eyes. We must use our potions in layers. High-quality ones will continue to be exchanged for core blueprints and key technologies. As for those potions with shorter effects and lower concentrations, we should use them to exchange for basic resources. He had already explored methods to control the concentration of the potion effects during the previous refining process. By increasing the water amount or shortening the refining time, he could produce potions for underwater breathing with a much shorter effect, possibly only 12 minutes, but at a lower cost. 500 units of wood for one bottle, 300 units of stone for one bottle, 100,200 units of metal ingots, depending on the type, for one bottle, and even food fibers and leather can be exchanged at a certain ratio. Cao Yang quickly operated on the system interface and released a new trading message: product basic underwater breathing potion, weak inversion effect, lasts about 12 minutes, quantity unlimited, long-term acquisition, trading method barter, acquisition price list, high quality, wood 500 units, bottle stone various types, 300 units bottle, metal ingots, iron, copper, etc. 20-50 units bottle, depending on type, dry canvas, thick animal skin, negotiable by area, other survival supplies, reasonable offers will be accepted, food, fresh water, and other saturated supplies are rejected unless of extremely high quality. Upon the release of this news, the market reacted far more vigorously than last time. Compared to the rare and hard-to-find top-tier trades involving blueprints, this type of consumable that can genuinely solve the problems of exploring underwater resources and avoiding sea beasts holds a deadly allure for survivor teams in the development stage that need to frequently dive to gather resources. Moreover, using basic materials for exchange has a low threshold and wide participation. Soon Cao Yang's private messages exploded again. Old Zhao brother, I want to trade. I have 2,000 units of hardwood, can I exchange for 4 bottles? Achong, I have 500 units of granite plus 50 units of copper ingots, can I exchange for 2 bottles? Wandering merchant Xiao Qi, I have canvas. 10 square meters of dry canvas, can I exchange with you? Some leaders of small teams even sent requests directly, hoping to establish a long-term barter relationship. Cao Yang became exceptionally busy. Unlike last time where he was selective, he set standardized exchange ratios, and as long as the offers met his baseline, he would conclude the trade directly. He understood deeply that what mattered now was efficiency and throughput. Qinzhe accelerate the collection and refining frequency of the water plants. While the weakened potions have short effects, their quantity is substantial. As long as we can maintain supply, we can exchange for vast amounts of basic materials. The two plunged back into the underground lake. This time, they were more cautious, trying to avoid the central area of the lake and quickly harvesting water plants only in the safe zones near the edges. Each time they surfaced, Cao Yang immediately began refining, producing batches of weakened potions that glimmered with a faint green light and had shorter effects. The trades flowed seamlessly. Transaction completed. Obtained high-quality wood X 1,500 units. Lost weakened underwater breathing potion X 3 bottles. Transaction completed. Obtained granite stone X 900 units, iron or X 200 units. Lost weakened underwater breathing potion X 4 bottles. Transaction completed. Obtain dry canvas x 15 square meters, coarse hemp rope x 50 bundles. Lost weakened underwater breathing potion x 3 bottles. After a few days, the surroundings of the shelter on Wanshire Island underwent tremendous changes. The originally empty corners were now piled high with mounds of wood, stone, metal ingots, as well as bundles of canvas and ropes. Some survivors even exchanged excess materials for a few finished traps made from the beast trap blueprint that Cao Yang had previously created, further enriching both parties' stock. Cao Yang looked at the increasingly abundant resource reserves filled with a sense of accomplishment. Although he lost quite a few potions, and even sold the remaining 5 bottles of standard concentration potions later to exchange for a batch of urgently needed copper ingots, what he gained was a sustainable resource foundation. Qinzhe looked. Cao Yang pointed at the mountains of materials. In just a few days, we have transformed from a resource-poor isolated island into a camp with a preliminary industrial base. Qinzhe stroked the smooth hardwood and spoke excitedly. Brother Cao, now that we have so much wood and stone, doesn't it mean we can soon start building that big ship? Not yet. Cao Yang maintained his clarity, pulling up the blueprint of a swift wind transport ship, which still had a lengthy list of material needs. We have enough wood and stone, but we are still far from having enough metal ingots, especially copper and tin ingots, as well as the rare metals and crystals needed to create the spiritual energy core. We also lack enough canvas, and the ropes need to be of higher quality. However, Cao Yang shifted his tone, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. We have already taken the most crucial step. Next, we need to use these materials to first create iron machetes, pulley cranes, and even attempt to build a small furnace to prepare for metal smelting. He glanced at the last few bottles of weakened potions in the corner, as well as towards the underground lake. The resource exchange model has already been established. Next, we need to actively explore further sea areas while ensuring potion supply in search of the rare resource points required by those blueprints. Cao Yang's gaze turned to the horizon, where the mist seemed denser than ever before. The grand undertaking of shipbuilding is officially underway. Wanshire Island is no longer a desolate wasteland, but a burgeoning marine base in its infancy. And all of this stems from that faint light at the bottom of the dark lake, and Cao Yang's precise strategic vision. The countdown to the complete engulfment of the island by the mist has only 10 days left. Outside the sanctuary of Wanshire Island, piles of wood, stone, and metal ingots glimmer under the harsh sunlight. This is the hard-earned effort of Cao Yang and Qinzhe, who have used countless bottles of diluted underwater breathing potions to gradually exchange for these resources from the trading market. However, facing the blueprint of the swift wind transport ship and another blueprint of the same blue quality for the island defense tower, these resources still seem insufficient. Especially the defense tower. This precious blueprint obtained from the secret realm has always been the strategic core in Cao Yang's heart. In the treasure chest opened along with the defense tower, besides the blueprint, there were also 10 energy crystals shimmering with brilliant light. He had not paid much attention to it at the time, but now it seems like a gift from heaven. Qinzhe, bring the defense tower blueprint and those 10 energy crystals here, Cao Yang said solemnly. Qinzhe immediately took out the blueprint from the system backpack, projecting it onto the stone wall, and placed the 10 crystal-like energy gems, emitting a soft white light with faint arcs of electricity on the stone platform. As soon as the crystals appeared, the surrounding air seemed to become lively. Building elemental defense tower, blue construction requirements: stone x 100, metal ingots x 50, 8 energy crystals x 1. Description: a defensive structure that condenses earth and lightning runes. Once built, the energy crystal must be embedded in its core to activate. Once activated, it can fire high-energy beams, delivering devastating strikes to aerial and surface targets and generating a protective force field within a certain range. Special requirements: after construction is completed, specific energy-gathering runes, as per the attached blueprint, must be manually engraved on the surface of the tower, as the precision of the rune engraving directly affects the tower's power and stability. We have enough stone and metal ingots now. As for the energy crystals, I still have 10 left here. Cao Yang pointed to the ample crystals on the table, feeling somewhat relieved. The most difficult problem has been solved. However, more troublesome than the energy crystals is the construction itself. Cao Yang frowned tightly, his gaze sweeping over himself and Qinzhe. Constructing a defense tower that 2 or 3 people can barely embrace and standing 10 meters tall is already a monumental task. Not to mention the complex energy-gathering runes that must be manually engraved on the tower's surface as required by the blueprint. Qinzhe, how long do you think it will take for the 2 of us to build this tower and engrave those runes as fine as a mosquito? Cao Yang posed a harsh question. Qinzhe looked at the densely packed circuit board-like intricate rune lines on the blueprint, his face pale. Cao, brother, some of the runes here are finer than a strand of hair and have specific curves. Even if we don't eat or drink, it would take us 10 days to half a month to engrave them. Not to mention we are still within the countdown of the mist. Moreover, engraving runes requires extremely high concentration and stability, how any slight deviation could greatly reduce the tower's power or even prevent it from being activated. Therefore, manpower is the biggest problem. Cao Yang pointed out the current deadlock sharply. Building ships requires people, constructing towers requires people, and gathering rare resources requires people even more. Relying solely on us, it is simply impossible to complete all the preparations within 10 days. This realization filled Cao Yang with a suffocating sense of pressure. He possesses a golden finger and strategic vision that others do not have, but he is ultimately limited by his mortal body. Cao brother, how about we hire people? Qinze tentatively suggested. Using our potions, or the food we've exchanged for to hire a few skilled lone wanderers. Or collaborate with those major powers. Isn't Li Haoxuan's Dawn of Light short on potions? No way. Cao Yang rejected without a second thought. Letting others onto the island is too dangerous. Cao Yang's eyes became extremely vigilant. This is our route, the core of Wanshur Island. The secrets of the island's core, the underground lake, and all our resource reserves must never be exposed to strangers. Even Li Haoxuan I do not trust. Human hearts are hard to fathom. In the face of absolute survival interests, any alliance can be fragile. Once outsiders learn of the existence of the island's core, or grasp the situation of the underground lake, everything they have painstakingly built could change hands overnight. But if we don't hire people, we won't be able to build the defense tower, even if we have the materials. Qinze urged. Without a defense tower, when the mist arrives, the sea level rises, and the sea monsters attack. What do we have to defend ourselves? But if we don't hire people, we won't be able to build the defense tower, even if we have the materials. Qinze urged. Without a defense tower, when the mist arrives, the sea level rises, and the sea monsters attack. What do we have to defend ourselves? Cao Yang fell silent. Did he not understand the stakes? This was a deadlock. Either keep the secret and remain self-enclosed, ultimately risking extinction and disaster. Or take a risk, introduce external forces, and exchange for a chance of survival, but must bear the risk of betrayal. Time is slowly passing. Cao Yang paced back and forth in the sanctuary, his gaze repeatedly sweeping over the blueprint of the defense tower, then looking at the piled-up resources outside the window, finally landing on Qinze's anxious face. Suddenly Cao Yang's footsteps stopped, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Not hiring people doesn't necessarily mean we have to let people onto the island. He walked to the system interface, brought up the defense tower blueprint, and carefully studied the structure and construction steps. Qinze, what do you think would happen if we outsourced the construction of the tower body instead of building it ourselves from scratch? Outsource? Qinze was taken aback. Yes, Cao Yang's thoughts became clearer. The most critical parts of the defense tower are the design blueprint and the energy crystals, along with the final rune that determines its power. We can just outsource the construction of the tower body. Cao Yang quickly conceived a perfect plan in his mind. We will post a commission in the trading market. There is no need to disclose our location, nor do we need anyone to come to the island. We will only provide the design specifications of the defense tower, the list of required materials, and a high reward, such as using our diluted underwater breathing potions as payment. We will find those craftsmen or small teams who have skills and materials, but lack potions, and are in a disadvantage. Tell them to construct the complete tower body according to the blueprint we provide using their own materials, excluding the... Once they complete it, we will directly buy the finished tower body through system transactions. At that time, they will just receive it, and the engraving of the most crucial runes will be done by us. This way we can utilize manpower to solve the construction issue, while also keeping the biggest secret safe. As for the materials, Cao Yang glanced at the mountain of stones and metal ingots outside the door. We can give them the surplus materials as part of the advance payment to lower their costs, making it easier to attract them to take the order. After hearing this, Qinze's eyes instantly lit up. Brilliant. Cao brother. This way we don't have to let anyone onto the island and risk leaking secrets, yet we can utilize others' labor to build the tower body. Once we buy back the tower body, we can embed those 10 energy crystals and engrave the runes, and the defense tower will be ours. Moreover, those who take the order will only know that they are building the tower according to a blueprint, and they won't know what the tower is for, nor will they realize we have an underground lake in the island's core. Qinze became more and more excited. This idea is too great. Right, let's do it this way. Cao Yang's eyes burned brightly as if he could already see the defense tower standing tall on Wanshur Island. Let's post the commission now, using our potions as payment along with some stones and metal ingots as a deposit. I'm sure skilled workers will bite soon. As for the remaining 10 energy crystals, they are enough to activate 10 defense towers. It seems that our Wanshur Island is about to become a true fortress. The 10-day countdown still looms large, but Cao Yang has already found the key to breaking the deadlock. He no longer frets over the lack of manpower, but instead cleverly utilizes the rules and market to turn the crisis into an opportunity for growth. The plan was set. Cao Yang no longer hesitated and immediately selected the publish commission option in the system interface's trading market. Unlike ordinary item transactions, the commission feature allows the publisher to specify particular task requirements which the taker must complete, after which delivery and reward settlement are handled by the system. This perfectly aligned with Cao Yang's plan of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. He carefully pondered his wording, ensuring it would attract suitable craftsmen while not revealing any information about Wanshur Island. Commission name: Custom Defensive Tower Body Blueprint. Commission publisher: Wanshur Island Cao Yang. Commission details: task: a complete defensive tower body must be manufactured strictly according to the attached design blueprint of the elemental defensive tower. Only the main structural construction is required. Materials: the manufacturer must provide the required stone X100 and metal ingots X50 that meet the blueprint specifications themselves. Note the blueprint is attached. Please strictly adhere to the material specifications outlined in it. Delivery: the finished product must be submitted through the system's commission delivery feature for acceptance. Payment will be made immediately upon successful acceptance. Reward: weakened underwater breathing potion X. 3 bottles. Effect lasts about 12 minutes, allowing free breathing underwater. Commission quantity unlimited until we actively close the commission. Additional note: this tower body is a special custom project. Please ensure the quality of craftsmanship and reserve precise rune slots. The rewards are generous, first come first served. Cao Yang deliberately chose not to make the commission anonymous. As he expected, the current scarcity of underwater breathing potions was extremely high. While there are occasionally people selling finished potions obtained from the system supply box in the market, the quantity is very limited and prices have skyrocketed. There is no one else like him who can consistently produce and is willing to trade in kind. Qinze, keep an eye on it and see who takes the order first. Once Cao Yang published the commission, his gaze was intense. Almost instantly, the notification sound for commission information began ringing non-stop. Wang Yang, I accepted it. I have the materials and skills. I'll get started. 3 bottles of potions are worth it. Xiao Chang, I accepted it too. I have accumulated hardwood and stones, and was just worried about where to exchange for potions. Xin Bin, our team, we have an available stone yard, and can deliver in 3 days. The enthusiastic response exceeded Cao Yang's expectations. It seems everyone is short on potions. Cao Yang looked at the rapidly increasing number of order takers, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He didn't need to worry about no one taking the order. He just needed to review the credibility and past evaluations of the takers to ensure they had the capability to complete the fine stonework and metal framework. Xiao, brother, over 20 people have taken the order. Qinze reported excitedly, and it's still increasing. Great. Cao Yang calmly managed the commission list, rejecting applicants with obviously poor credibility or extremely bad reviews, ensuring that only skilled craftsmen were taking the orders. Let them build. Our current task is to continue gathering aquatic plants and brewing potions to ensure supply. At the same time, we need to prepare the tools for rune engraving. Cao Yang looked at the blueprint of the blue defensive tower, noticing the intricate rune lines that required extremely precise operations. Ordinary stone knives and wood carving tools lack precision and are too inefficient. So while directing Qinze to hasten the potion brewing, Cao Yang also turned his gaze towards the tool section. He needed a suitable engraving knife. After browsing for a long time, he found that most metal tools, while sharp, lacked dexterity and were unsuitable for carving such precise runes. Until he saw a trading message buried among ordinary tools for sale: spirit rune, carving knife blue. Description: a knife infused with a weak wind element, extremely sharp, able to easily carve hard materials and maintain high stability and precision. Price: high quality wood X 300, stone X 200, iron or X 100. No bargaining, serious inquiries only. A blue quality tool. Moreover, it was specifically designed for engraving patterns. Cao Yang's heart stirred. He immediately clicked on the seller's information. The seller was a player with the ID Li Changyao, whose other items were mostly ordinary odds and ends, indicating a tight financial situation. Exchanging basic materials for blue tools. It seems this guy might be in some trouble and urgently needs survival supplies, not realizing the true value of this carving knife. Cao Yang chuckled inwardly. This was a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he sent a trade request packaging up the exact amount of wood, stone, and iron or he had left in his inventory. Transaction completed. Obtained spirit rune carving knife blue. Lost high quality wood X 300, stone X 200, iron or X 100. When a knife about a foot long, entirely silver gray with a handle inlaid with a softly glowing wind crystal appeared in Cao Yang's hand, he felt a gentle flow of air circulating around the blade. Good knife. Cao Yang casually picked up a piece of hard granite and made a light stroke. The surface of the tough rock was etched with a smooth and profound mark, as if it were tofu, the cut surprisingly even. With this, the efficiency of engraving runes can increase at least threefold and accuracy is better assured. In the next 3 days, Cao Yang and Qinze hardly slept. By the underground lake, the two took turns diving to harvest aquatic plants, each time resurfacing soaked and inside the shelter. The fire of the stone stove burned day and night, with a pale green potion bubbling in the ceramic pot, the air filled with the scent of seaweed. In the trading market, the defensive tower bodies manufactured to strict standards were delivered through the system, one by one, accepted by Cao Yang. Transaction completed. Paid weakened underwater breathing potion X 3 bottles. Obtained custom defensive tower body complete X1. In just 3 days, Cao Yang's potion stock decreased by 12 bottles, but outside the shelter 4 defensive tower bodies, each 10 meters tall, structurally sound, and with smooth lines, had already risen prominently. Each of these tower bodies weighed several tons, constructed from hard stone and metal frameworks, glistening with a cold and hard texture in the sunlight. They stood like 4 silent giants at the edge of Wanshur Island, waiting for the final touch. Qinze walked around these 4 tower bodies several times each day, touching here and knocking there, his face beaming with unbelievable joy. Cao, brother. 4 towers. And this was just in 3 days. Moreover, the craftsmanship of these tower bodies is truly beautiful. Those craftsmen really invested heavily to exchange for potions. This is just the beginning. Cao Yang stroked the spirit rune carving knife in his hand. Its cold touch kept him alert. The tower bodies are ready, and the divine weapons are too. He raised his gaze to the sky, and the urgency of the fog countdown did not fade, but intensified as the goal drew nearer. Shinzei, we need to keep brewing potions. We cannot interrupt the subsequent deliveries. And I. Cao Yang's gaze fell on the 4 towering structures, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I must begin inscribing the runes. These 4 towers must become true weapons of slaughter in the shortest time possible. Nearly half of the Tindui deadline had already passed. Cao Yang stood beneath the cluster of towers, the blue carving knife in his hand, eager for action. On the Wanshur Island outside the sanctuary, 4 massive defensive towers stood like silent giants against the sea breeze. Cao Yang stood before the base of one tower, gazing up at its bare surface with unwavering focus. In his hand, he held the faintly glowing Lingwen carving knife, its blade almost transparent in the sunlight, with only the subtle air currents it stirred revealing its extraordinary nature. Shinzei, this task is entrusted to you, Cao Yang said without turning his head, his eyes fixed on the complex rune patterns etched on the tower surface. Rest assured, Brother Cao. Shinzei's voice came from beside the stone stove, filled with unprecedented vigor. Over the past few days, while Cao Yang was busy brewing a weakened version of the potion for delivery, he had also thoroughly taught Shinzei the complete crafting process for both the standard and weakened underwater breathing potions. From the selection, cleaning, and cutting of aquatic plants to controlling the heat and the evaporation ratio of moisture, every detail was reiterated. Shinzei learned extremely quickly, perhaps due to his experiences of life and death. He exhibited an extraordinary focus and talent for this craft. Now he was capable of operating independently, even able to slightly adjust the brewing time based on the freshness of the aquatic plants. At this moment, Shinzei was crouched beside the stone stove, carefully observing the color of the potion in the ceramic jar, gently stirring it with a small wooden stick. Although his movements were still a bit awkward, each step was executed strictly according to Cao Yang's instructions. Beside him, several bottles of freshly filled weakened potions glowing with a faint green light were ready for immediate delivery to new clients. Brother Cao, this batch of potions should be ready. The color and concentration are just right, Shinzei exclaimed excitedly, holding up a small leather pouch. Not bad, Cao Yang said as he withdrew his gaze from the tower, glancing at Shinzei's results with a satisfied nod. From now on, you will mainly be responsible for the mass production of potions. Remember, the aquatic plants must be fresh, the fire can't be too high, and during the final stages you must stir continuously to prevent sticking to the bottom. Understood. Shinzei nodded vigorously, carefully storing the newly brewed potion, and then starting to clean the ceramic jar, preparing for the next round of production. He knew the burden on his shoulders had increased as it related to whether they could continuously exchange for more tower structures and resources. Meanwhile, Cao Yang was fully immersed in the most critical step, rune engraving. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his mental energy and gently pressed the tip of the Lingwen carving knife against the first rune starting point reserved on the tower. The hard granite surface was effortlessly sliced open like soft butter under the gleam of the blue knife. Cao Yang's wrist was incredibly steady, and each cut precisely followed the fine lines depicted in the blueprint. As the carving knife grazed the surface, fragments of stone fell away, leaving behind a smooth, deep groove imbued with a mysterious rhythm on the tower. This was not merely a physical task, it was an ultimate test of mental strength and focus. Every turn, every curve had to be executed with absolute precision. Cao Yang could sense that with the movement of the carving knife, some invisible energy in the air was flowing slowly along the newly carved groove. Is this the magic of runes? Cao Yang mused inwardly, yet he dared not allow a moment's pause in his actions. Alone with a knife before the tower, from sunrise to sunset and then to the starry night, Cao Yang seemed to merge with this towering structure, with only the subtle and rhythmic sound of carving echoing across the silent island. Meanwhile, in the distant southern seas, on an island entirely different from Wanshur Island, lush and vibrant, akin to a primitive tropical rainforest, tall trees overshadowed the sky and the air was filled with humid moisture and exotic floral scents. Within a giant tree that could be embraced by a dozen people, a naturally formed tree hollow was ingeniously transformed into a concealed and comfortable sanctuary. A tall, slender man wearing thick glasses was sprawled over a table made of large leaves with several sheets of blueprints glowing in different hues spread out before him. He occasionally furrowed his brow in deep thought, sometimes tracing shapes in the air with his fingers while mumbling to it. Wind-assisted propulsion. Stability of the energy core. If we could add a secondary buffer loop here. He was completely immersed in his own world, even oblivious to the changing light outside. Chun Tianyu. A rough voice jolted him awake. Chun Tianyu suddenly raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and looked somewhat dazed at the source of the voice. He saw a burly man with bronze skin standing at the entrance of the tree hollow, hands on his hips, looking quite displeased and towering against the light from outside. Dolly, what are you shouting about? Chun Tianyu said, somewhat displeased as he adjusted his glasses. I am currently calculating the energy circuit optimization plan for the windstorm and am about to have results. Dolly, the burly man, walked over grumpily and slapped down on the blueprints Chun Tianyu had spread out, shaking the leafy table. Chun Tianyu. What are you thinking day by day? The mist is about to reach the island. Those guys outside are fortifying defenses and repairing the walls, yet here, you are still fiddling with your pile of useless blueprints. Dallas' tone was filled with urgency and confusion. Have you forgotten how we escaped from those pirates? If the mist arrives and sea monsters land, what use will our little defenses be? Are you still thinking about building a ship? If we could have built it, we would have done so long ago. Shun Tianyu was momentarily stunned by Dallas' slap, then retorted angrily, I know the mist is coming, but I can't just sit and wait. Do you think reinforcing a few wooden walls will help? That won't hold against high-level sea beasts. The energy circuit, in calculating if it succeeds, our ship will have greater maneuverability in the mist, and then what? By then the food will be cold. Dolly interrupted impatiently. First take care of what's in front of you. Go check those traps again and seal another batch of fresh water in the warehouse. Stop daydreaming. With that, Dolly turned and stormed off, leaving the tree hollow quiet once more with only Shun Tianyu staring blankly at the pile of blueprints. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze flickering behind the lenses. Ultimately, he lowered his head and continued adding to the intricate circuit diagram. Mobility. We must have greater mobility, he murmured, as if persuading himself, or perhaps battling a hint of fear deep within. The clamor of the tropical rainforest drowned out the whispers within the tree hollow. Meanwhile, on Wanshur Island, Cao Yang's carving knife was steadily transforming the deathly runes into a barrier that protects life. Two entirely different paths of survival extended into the unknown as the mist approached. The countdown to the arrival of the mist has begun, with only 3 days remaining. Outside the sanctuary of Wanshur Island, the atmosphere is starkly different from usual. No longer is it merely busy and constructive, instead there is a tense, poised tranquility. The 4 defensive towers still stand tall, but the one closest to the inside has undergone a complete transformation. Cao Yang stands before the tower, gazing up at this masterpiece that took him an entire week to create. The surface of the tower, once bare stone, is now covered with intricate and profound grooves. Runes as if alive spiral from the base of the tower to its peak, glistening with a faint purple metallic sheen. For the past week, Cao Yang has hardly slept. He has lost weight, his eye sockets are sunken, yet his eyes remain stark. The effort required to carve the runes has far exceeded his expectations. Each cut demands extreme focus and precise control. In the final days, he even had to lean against the tower to rest briefly before continuing his work. Finally, it's done. Cao Yang sighed, deeply, his voice hoarse and dry. He could feel that something within the tower seemed to be slowly awakening, resonating faintly with the intangible energy in the air. Cao, brother, are you all right? Qinzhe quickly supported the swaying Cao Yang, concern etched on his face. You've been carving for 7 days straight. You need to eat something. Cao Yang waved his hand, accepting the dried meat that Qinzhe handed him, chewing mechanically. His gaze swept across the other 3 towers that had yet to be inscribed with runes, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. There isn't enough time. I can only activate this one for now. 1 is enough. Qinzhe nodded vigorously. Besides, we still have potions we can exchange for more tower bodies. Cao Yang nodded, feeling the emptiness in his stomach and his exhausted spirit. Qinzhe, how has the potion production been these days? Everything is going smoothly. Qinzhe patted his chest in assurance. Using your method, I've brewed over 20 bottles of diluted potions, and I just completed 2 commissions exchanging for 2 more tower bodies. Cao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Great. Next, besides continuing to exchange potions for tower bodies and basic materials, you need to start executing another task. He glanced at the glaring countdown of mist arrival, 3 days on the system interface, and said solemnly, we need to purchase a large quantity of high-quality food. Food, eh? Qinzhe was taken aback. Don't we still have a lot of jerky and fish? Although the taste is lacking, they can fill our stomachs. Low-tier food is no longer useful. Cao Yang's tone carried a hint of helplessness and urgency. He pulled up his attribute panel name. Cao Yang, level peak, first stage, 99. 9 strength, 28. 5 agility, 26. 3 constitution, 25. 1 spirit, 20. 0 total attributes, 99. 9. Cao Yang pointed at the value. Do you see? It's stuck at 99. 9. For the past few days I've been eating those low-tier jerky and fish, and my attribute growth has been stagnant. This indicates that my body has adapted to this level of nutritional intake and has reached the limit for this stage. Only by breaking through to the second stage and exceeding 100 in total attributes can my physical quality undergo a qualitative leap, enabling me to endure higher intensity battles and manipulate more complex powers. Cao Yang's gaze swept over the rune-carved defensive tower. For instance, fully unleashing the power of this defensive tower might require a higher level of spirit to guide it. He then pulled up Qinzhe's attribute panel name. Qinzhe, level 8, first stage, 82. For total attributes, 82. 4. You are still doing fine, Qinzhe. Low-tier food can still barely improve you a bit, but the efficiency is already very low. Once the mist arrives, while we facing sea beasts and unknown dangers, we must enhance our combat power as much as possible. Therefore, from now on we will spare no effort to use our resources, primarily those diluted potions, to exchange for high-quality food. Fresh exotic beast meat, rare fruits, even special fungi. As long as it can significantly enhance our attributes, we must exchange for it all. We need to make a sprint for our attributes within 3 days. I must forcefully break through this bottleneck. Cao Yang's eyes erupted with an astonishing light of burning desire to transcend his limits. Understood. Qinze immediately grasped the severity of the situation, his expression turning incredibly serious. I'll go issue a commission right away. We'll use our potions to exchange for the best food. He immediately opened the system interface and began editing a new acquisition notice: urgent acquisition, high-quality food items needed, fresh exotic beast meat indicate species, and level rare vegetables and fruits, special ingredients, those that clearly enhance attributes. Compensation: diluted underwater breathing potion, effect 12 minutes. Exchange rate negotiable based on food quality, high prices for superior items. Note: the mist is imminent, urgently needing supplies, large quantities preferred. After the message was sent out, the effect was immediate. Compared to the lengthy exchange period for tower bodies, the flow of food was remarkably swift. Transaction completed. Acquired fresh rock goat meat x 10 kg, level 1 mid-tier exotic beast, can slightly enhance constitution when consumed. Lost diluted underwater breathing potion x 1 bottle. Transaction completed. Acquired flame fruit x5, level 1 latest stage plant, can slightly enhance strength when consumed. Lost diluted underwater breathing potion x 1 bottle. Transaction completed. Acquired giant crab claw x2, level 1 latest stage sea beast, can enhance constitution and strength slightly when consumed. Lost diluted underwater breathing potion x1 bottle. Various unheard of unseen foods began to continuously appear through system transactions within the sanctuary of Wancher Island. Cao Yang no longer personally carved runes, but focused entirely on recovering his spirit. At the same time, he began what seemed like a mad eating training. He voraciously chewed on the beast meat with strange patterns, swallowed fiery red fruits. However, the anticipated surge in attributes did not materialize. Ding. Constitution 0, 0-1. Ding. Strength 0, 0-2. The attribute bar, which was stuck at 99.9, only made an exceedingly slight jump, barely noticeable. As expected, Cao Yang frowned, swallowing the delicious but minimally effective beast meat. These so-called high-quality items are at best products of level 1 mid to latest stage exotic beasts, providing too little stimulation for my current physical strength. He realized a cruel reality: even with precious potions in hand, it was challenging to trade for resources capable of helping him break through his bottleneck in the market. Second-tier food like level 1 blueprints are absolute rarities, available at a price, but hard to find. Most survivors can barely secure level 1 food, let alone level 2. Those powerful factions possessing level 2 resources do not lack potions, so they will not trade with him. Chow brother, how about this ice essence grass? The seller claims it grows in extremely cold regions and is very rare. Qinze excitedly rubbed his hands, presenting a blue plant radiating coldness. Cao Yang took a glance and shook his head. At most it is a top-tier level 1 plant, useless to me. Qinze's face fell. What should we do then? With only 2 days left. We've traded away quite a few potions, but what we've received back seems insufficient. Cao Yang silently stared at the fluctuating 2 days on the system interface, then at his stubbornly unyielding 99.9, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. It seems relying on the market is futile. He stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff muscles, his gaze shifting to the dark entrance of the underground lake. Since we can't trade for it, we'll have to go get it ourselves. Qinze, prepare yourself. Once I activate this defensive tower, we will go hunting. The target is singular, second-tier creatures. The countdown to the mist mercilessly ticks down. Cao Yang knows that conventional accumulation can no longer allow him to break through. If he wishes to step into the second stage before disaster strikes, he must challenge true dangers and forcibly seize the power needed for his breakthrough through life and death struggles. The countdown numbers in the mist coldly ticked down to 2 days. The first defense tower proudly stood above the island's core, with blue and white lights swirling within its structure, emanating a reassuring pressure. However, Cao Yang knew that no matter how strong the tower was, it required even stronger humans to wield it. Breaking through to the second level was imminent. Searching for a second-tier sea beast on the vast ocean was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Cao Yang's gaze ultimately locked onto the dark underground lake's deep pit. Since we can't find anything above, let's look below. Cao Yang and Qinze returned to the secret entrance leading to the underground lake. Outside the entrance, the previously left vine rope remained secure. Brother Cao, everything is ready. Qinze carried a backpack wrapped in waterproof oilcloth filled with various supplies, tightly gripping a brand new iron machete, his palms slick with sweat. Cao Yang nodded. His equipment was even more refined. In addition to his weapon, he had wrapped several thick climbing ropes around his waist. The two did not waste any time descending slowly along the long vine rope. The damp, cold air instantly enveloped them. The deeper they went, the darker it became, with only the sporadic glow of luminescent moss on the rock walls casting a faint green light. Soon they heard the sound of water below. The two successfully reached the shore of the underground lake. The crude wooden raft they had left behind still floated on the pitch-black water, gently swaying with the subtle ripples. Get on the raft, Cao Yang whispered, jumping on first. The raft sank slightly before stabilizing again. Qinze followed closely, and the two sat on the raft preparing for the final steps in the dim light. Cao Yang took out 2 bottles of standard underwater breathing potion from the system's backpack. One bottle each. The effect lasts 5 minutes. The lake water was extremely cold, chilling to the bone. Given the darkness and uncertainty, 5 minutes could feel very short or very long. Cao Yang's expression was solemn as he handed one bottle to Qinze. Remember, the weakened version of the potion lasts only 1 or 2 minutes. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it for exploration. That is our escape route. Understood. Qinze accepted the potion bottle, nodding vigorously, his throat bobbing as he displayed his inner tension. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the determination in the other's eyes. Twisting off the bottle cap, the pale green liquid slid down their throats, bringing a cool, slippery sensation. The familiar feeling of their gills expanding returned, this time more pronounced due to the potency of the potion. Without any hesitation, Cao Yang was the first to leap into the darkness. Splash! Qinze followed close. The icy lake water instantly enveloped them. Even though both were mentally prepared, the bone-deep chill made them shudder. The lake water here seemed even colder than when they came last time, as if it were not water, but liquid cold air. Visibility was extremely low, and ahead lay a pure darkness. Even the luminescent moss on the rock walls became dim underwater, illuminating barely a meter around them. Cao Yang gestured for Qinze to stay close, forming a single-file line. Cao Yang led the way with Qinze on guard behind. Relying on the faint light of the night pearl and the iron machete tightly gripped in hand, they slowly descended toward the seemingly bottomless underwater pit. The silence beneath the water was suffocating, devoid of wind or bird calls, only the weak sound of water brushing past their ears and the thunderous beating of their own hearts. As they approached the deep pit, the water flow became increasingly chaotic, as if a massive whirlpool was devouring everything below. Cao Yang tightened his grip on the knife, feeling the malevolent intent from the abyss becoming clearer. Qinze, be careful. There might be something big down there, Cao Yang warned in his mind. Brother Cao, I see light, Qinze suddenly exclaimed. Cao Yang immediately focused, and at the edge of the flashlight beam, he could indeed see a faint blue light deep underwater, glowing like the single eye of a colossal beast from the abyss. That was not the glow of luminescent moss, it was a deeper, older kind of light. Is that its nest? Cao Yang adjusted his breathing, gripping the knife so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Let's go down. There was no retreat, only forward. The two, like tiny ants, resolutely dove toward the deep abyss, radiating deadly blue light. The icy lake water pierced like 1,000 steel needles, continuously stabbing at their skin, directly reaching their bones. Even with the underwater breathing potion maintaining their oxygen supply, the coldness stemming from the abyss still invades their will unrelentingly. Cao Yang and Qinze maintained minimal communication through the system's private chat channel. Cao Yang, can you hold on? Qinze, I am okay, just that the water is too cold, it feels like my bones are freezing. The two formed a single file line with Cao Yang in front and Qinze behind, struggling toward the seemingly bottomless underwater pit, relying on the faint light. The closer they got to the center of the pit, the more chaotic the surrounding water flow became, forming a natural funnel-shaped whirlpool that tugged at their bodies, trying to drag them into the endless darkness. And that flickering blue light at the edge of their vision also became clearer as they descended. Qinze, brother Cao, that light. It's moving. Cao Yang had already noticed. That light was not a stationary glowing mineral, but was pulsing slowly like the lure of a deep-sea anglerfish, emanating an eerie and captivating glow. As they drew closer, both felt an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines, not just a physical cold, but a psychological pressure. Cao Yang, be careful, slow down. It's that luminescent creature, but it's much larger than those we saw outside. Cao Yang's heart sank. He finally saw the true face of the light source. It was a massive, translucent, gelatinous sphere with a diameter likely exceeding 3 meters. Roughly the size of a small delivery truck, it floated in the middle of the deep pit, radiating a soft, yet chilling blue. Countless thin light strands extended from its body, swaying gently in the air or water like nerve fiber. And on the surface of its enormous body, one could faintly see some deeper, swirling dark patterns akin to nebulae. These were definitely not the small creatures they had seen by the lake before. This was a mutated, giant, luminescent creature. Qinze exclaimed, This is just too big. It's at least 5 times larger than those outside. Is this really a second-tier creature? It feels even more terrifying than the bone-armored monster fish we encountered last time. Qinze's voice trembled noticeably in the private chat channel. The shadow left by the last bone-armored monster fish was too profound, and the enormous floating entity before them, while lacking a hard shell and sharp teeth, emitted an intangible yet pervasive chill that sent shivers down their spines. The two of them dared not approach any closer, stopping about 20 meters away from the giant floating entity, using a protruding black rock as cover, holding their breath and concentrating as they observed. Cao Yang instructed, Don't move, it seems it hasn't noticed us. Let's observe its behavior. He tightened his grip. He noticed that this giant luminous floating entity was not stationary. Its light flickered irregularly, and with each shift from bright to dim, the surrounding water flow produced subtle disturbances. More terrifyingly, Cao Yang discovered that beneath its massive form something seemed to be clinging to it. Through the refraction of light, he vaguely saw several already bleached bones entangled by the floating entity's light tendrils, slowly disintegrating and being absorbed. Those were not merely animal bones. There was even a partially intact humanoid skeleton. Cao Yang remarked. It might be a scavenger or preying on small creatures. But with a size like that, it must be no ordinary being. Cao Yang's heart raced with alarm. This creature was likely one of the top predators of this underground lake, perhaps even surpassing the bone-armored monster fish. Its luminous glow might serve not only as illumination, but also as a trap for hunting, or perhaps a means of... Xinzhe urged, Brother Cao, let's retreat. I feel like it has sensed something, its light is brightening. Cao Yang also sensed that something was amiss. The light of the giant luminous floating entity was intensifying at a visible speed, the originally soft blue glow becoming blinding, and its frequency increasing rapidly, flashing wildly underwater like a strobe light. An invisible wave of mental fluctuation crashed over Cao Yang and Xinzhe's minds like a tide. The sensation was akin to having countless icy needles attempting to pierce into their brains. Cao Yang shouted, not good. It's scanning us with its mental power. Xinzhe, don't resist, relax, and back away gently with the current. They show no hostility. Cao Yang issued the order immediately. He knew that showing any intent to attack at this moment could provoke this unknown giant beast. The two of them quickly suppressed all their murderous intent, moving quietly like two lifeless rocks, retreating stealthily with the turbulent water. The blinding light and the painful mental fluctuations gradually weakened as they withdrew. The giant luminous floating entity seemed to confirm there was no threat, its glow returning to its previous gentle pulsation, as if everything from before had been an illusion. Only when they had retreated far from the edge of the deep pit did the suffocating sense of oppression finally begin to dissipate. Cao Yang and Xinzhe leaned against a massive rock, gasping for breath despite not needing to breathe underwater. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked their undergarments, chilled further by the icy lake water. Xinzhe gasped, that was too terrifying. Brother Cao, what exactly is that monster? Cao Yang gazed at the enormous shimmering blue glow that flickered in the darkness, his expression grave. It seems this underground lake is much deeper than we imagined. This thing is likely the true master of this place. Hunting a second-tier creature appears to be even more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Cao Yang tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, his gaze becoming sharper. However, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. This giant luminous floating entity may be the key to my breakthrough. Xinzhe, let's head up. We need to re-strategize. The icy lake water felt as if it had solidified, leaving only the sound of the two men's pounding heartbeats echoing in their chests. Cao Yang and Xinzhe instinctively scrambled back to the wooden raft that was drifting in the darkness. The two collapsed onto the raft, panting heavily despite the underwater breathing potion allowing them to go without air. The overwhelming mental pressure still made their lungs instinctively crave oxygen. Cao, Brother Cao. Xinzhe's voice trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. What exactly was that thing? I felt like just looking at it could freeze my brain into an ice block. Cao Yang lay on the raft, his chest heaving violently. He closed his eyes, repeatedly replaying the scene he had just witnessed in his mind. The massive gelatinous body, the pulsating luminous blue glow, and those white bones being entangled and dissolved by the light tendrils. That is a mutated giant luminous floating entity. Cao Yang's voice was hoarse and low, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. It's at least 5 times larger than those we saw by the lake. I suspect it is the overlord of this underground lake. He opened his eyes, peering toward Xinzhe through the faint light filtering in from the cave entrance. Did you notice the bones beneath it? Even the bones can slowly dissolve and be absorbed. This is an extremely rare method of energy absorption. It doesn't rely on tearing, but rather uses that luminous glow and mental fluctuations to kill and digest its prey. What should we do? Xinzhe's face turned pale. We can't even get close. Its mental shock is too terrifying. A heating clash is guaranteed death. Cao Yang categorically denied the possibility of direct confrontation. Our iron knife is unlikely to inflict fatal damage on its gelatinous body. Moreover, we cannot withstand that kind of mental interference for more than 3 seconds. He sat up, forcing himself to calm down, and began to draw a simple tactical map on a smooth stone slab with the charcoal pencil he carried. Now let's analyze its weaknesses, Cao Yang said while drawing, quickly analyzing. First, the environment. It lives in extremely cold, deep waters, indicating it is highly sensitive to temperature. Our weapons are made of iron, which conducts heat well, but if we can find a way to create drastic temperature differences, we might be able to deal it a heavy blow. Second, the light source and mental power. Its luminous glow and mental fluctuations are synchronized. We observed that when the light's flickering frequency increased, the mental shock was strongest. This indicates that the release of its mental power relies on the energy carrier of light. If we can blind it or interfere with its light frequency, its mental attacks will be greatly diminished. Third, its movement pattern. It is floating and lacks limbs, which means its mobility is poor. It primarily relies on traps and slow predation rather than high-speed chases. Xinzhe's eyes lit up as his original fear was somewhat dispelled by the logic of survival. Brother Cao, are you saying we shouldn't confront it directly, but should use strategy? Exactly. Cao Yang nodded firmly, drawing a heavy circle on the stone slab with the charcoal pencil. We need to leverage the environment, set traps, and strike decisively. His gaze fell upon the mermaid's scale. We have one more trump card. Cao Yang pointed to the scale. This might help us resist some of the mental interference, buying us precious seconds. As for the bait, Cao Yang's expression turned somewhat fierce. We need blood. Not animal blood. Animal blood lacks sufficient allure for it. We need the blood of a higher tier creature, or human blood. Cao Yang looked at Qin Zhe, who shuddered in fear. Don't be afraid. I'm not using you as bait. Cao Yang shot Qin Zhe a sharp look. I mean, we need something that will seize its attention. For instance, blood. Cao Yang sketched rapidly on a slate. Here's the plan. Secure a pocket-like trap on the lake bed within the chosen area with ropes and weights, leaving only a single scatterbait made of shredded sea beast meat mixed with human blood at the center of the formation. The two of us will hide in nearby covered on the merfolk scales to blunt some of the psychic assault. Wait for the creature to take the bait, and when it reaches the right position, surge forward and use our iron blades to drive directly into its glowing core. It's dangerous. Cao Yang looked at Qin Zhe. If it isn't fully drawn to the bait, or if our timing is wrong, its psychic shock could kill us instantly. Besides, its gel-like body could be highly corrosive. Brother Cao, I'm with you. Qin Zhe ground his teeth, a look of grim resolve in his eyes. Better to do this than wait here to die. We also have the defense towers outside. Maybe we can make it back alive. Cao Yang watched the flame ignite in Qin Zhe's gaze and nodded heavily. Very well. Then we gamble everything on this. Prepare the merfolk scales, bring out the dried sea beast meat, and slit our wrists to add some blood to the mix. When we dive again, either we take its core and I break through to the second tier, or we remain forever at the bottom of this black lake. The raft rocked gently on the ink-dark water like a lone boat steeling itself for the storm. Thus the desperate plan, baited with blood and wagered with their lives, began. Once the plan was set, there was no room for hesitation. Cao Yang fished from his system, packed the few strips of sea beast jerky that had long since dried and hardened, yet still gave off a faint fishy tang. With his iron blade, he hacked the jerky into fine shreds, each fleck alive with the subtle energy fluctuations of deep-sea creatures. Then without hesitation he drew a dagger and cut his palm. Crimson blood welled and dripped into the waterproof hide pouch, brimming with meat fragments. Qin Zhe, steeling himself, followed suit and opened his own palm. Their blood mixed with the sea beast shreds, forming a strange dark red slurry that exuded a strong briny sweet. For the luminous drifting entities that fed on energy and biological essence, such a scent was an irresistible lethal lure. When they finished, the two men exchanged a look, and each saw the other's absolute resolve. Splash! Both dove again into the bone-chilling lake. This time they did not plunge recklessly inward. Instead, they moved to the pre-selected patch of relatively flat lakebed about 30 meters from the massive luminous entity's lair. Jagged rocks were scattered here, perfect cover. Cao Yang carefully scattered the blood meat bait within a semicircle sheltered by the rocks, creating a clear source of scent. He and Qin Zhe slipped behind the two largest stones, muscles, taut iron cleavers held at their chests. The blades flashed coldly in the dim water. Tick, tick. The briny sweet aroma from the bait spread through the cold water like a splash into hot oil, rippling outward with frightening speed. Time passed in oppressive silence. Each second felt like an age. The icy water drained heat from their bodies, but the fire in their chests burned all the hotter with taut anticipation. Suddenly, Cao Yang sensed the steady blue luminosity in the distance quicken its rhythm. Cao Yang, it's coming. He hissed into the system private channel. The vast gel-like sphere drifted slowly out of the deep depression, drawn irresistibly by that potent scent of blood and flesh. The creature's gentle halo grew restless and hurried. Its vast bulk cleaved the water as it moved slowly and deliberately toward the bait. As it neared, the psychic pressure intensified. Even with the faint protection of the merfolk scales, Cao Yang and Qin Zhe felt their heads, as if trapped in an ever-tightening ice band, stabs of pain flickering through their minds. Qin Zhe's voice trembled in the channel. Brother Cao. It's coming. So close. The massive luminous drifter had entered the designated zone, its huge body nearly enveloping the bait. Threads of light on its surface writhed and reached for the scattered fragments of bloody meat. Now, a ruthless light flared in Cao Yang's eyes as he sprang from behind the rock. Moved. Qin Zhe roared in turn and followed. Like two arrows loose, they rode the current and shot toward the gelatinous mass with all the speed they could muster. At the very moment they left cover, the giant luminous body detected the intrusion. Its once surgent glow exploded into a blinding flash. A psychic shock far more intense than before, like a materialized ice spike, stabbed mercilessly at their brains. Agony crashed over them. Darkness threatened to tear their minds apart. At that instant, the merfolk scale on each of them flared into a thin veil of pale blue light. The psychic blast struck the veil. Though the membrane flickered violently and came near to shattering, it absorbed the bulk of the killing force. Now, clinging to his last shred of lucidity and bearing the pain in his skull, Cao Yang drove his iron cleaver with every ounce of strength and the fierce will to survive into the creature's innermost, most radiant blue core. Qin Zhe barked a bestial roar and hacked toward the same spot. The blade slid into the gelatinous tissue with enormous resistance, as though sinking into viscous glue. But Cao Yang felt the tip strike something hard and searing, the blue glowing core itself. Shatter, he howled, pouring every ounce of strength and will into his arms and twisting the blade. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound rang through the water. The giant luminous drifter went rigid. Its splendid blue radiance dimmed in an instant, then flickered like a broken lamp before finally extinguishing. The enormous gel body convulsed violently. Its once transparent flesh clouded and blackened as thick black viscous matter gushed out with a nauseating stench. System successful kill of a second-tier, mutated luminous broodmother. Experience gains significantly increased. System special energy source detected, generating rewards. Before Cao Yang could react, the collapsing gel mass spurted a soft pale blue radiance. When the light faded, a bronze supply chest roughly half a meter square hung, suspended in the water. Its surface was etched with archaic patterns and shone with an indomitable metallic luster in the gloom of the lakebed, a stark contrast to the surrounding black slime. Item: bronze supply chest. Ignoring his aching body and the lingering pain in his head, he grabbed the heavy chest and hugged it to his chest. Cao Yang, I have the chest. Retreat. Qinze, brother Cao. Move. The monster is dead, but its corpse seems to be drawing something. Cao Yang spun around to see the black slime spreading fast. Farther out, countless tiny points of light were surging toward them, the small luminous drifters attracted by the mother. Go! Cao Yang and Qinze dared not pause for a moment, clutching the heavy bronze box, exerting all their strength to swim towards the surface. Quick! Pull the rope! Cao Yang shouted, throwing the bronze box onto the center of the raft. The two of them hurriedly tugged at the climbing rope tied to the rock wall, and the raft began to slowly rise with their desperate efforts. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the brighter the light became. When they finally clambered back onto the rocky platform at the shore, they had nearly exhausted their last ounce of strength. Cao Yang collapsed onto the ground, tightly clutching the cold bronze box. They had not obtained high-quality food from the kill of the second-level creature this time. It seems that our last hope lies in this box. Cao Yang took a deep breath, gazing at the bronze box in his arms, his eyes reigniting with fervent light. Qinze, can you still move? Back to the shelter. The two supported each other, carrying the heavy bronze box as they slowly made their way back to the shelter on the surface. Back in the familiar and safe shelter, Cao Yang and Qinze, without a moment's rest, eagerly gathered around the bronze box. Brother Cao, will there be something inside that can help you break through it? Qinze's voice trembled, filled with both anticipation and tension. I hope so. Cao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and placed his hands on the lid of the bronze box. There was no lock nor any complex mechanisms. As Cao Yang infused a trace of power, the lid made a soft click sound and popped open on its own. A gentle bronze light spilled from the box, illuminating two faces filled with longing. Inside the box lay 3 items quietly resting. Cao Yang reached in and carefully took them out one by one. The first item was a seed the size of a walnut, its surface covered in strange spiral patterns. The seed presented a chaotic, grayish hue, as if it contained a world within it. Item: strange seed, quality blue. Description: once planted, it will absorb all surrounding energy to nurture its growth, and the fruits produced will contain pure energy. The growth cycle is unknown. Absorbing energy to grow. Producing fruits that contain pure energy. Cao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't this a portable attribute repository? As long as it is planted, it will slowly produce the energy needed for breakthroughs. The second item was a rolled-up fragment of parchment, noticeably thicker and more durable than ordinary paper, with faint blue glows along the edges. Cao Yang's heart stirred, and he immediately took out the second-level C-chart fragment, 23, he had obtained from a previous trade for comparison. It fit perfectly. The moment this newly obtained fragment was connected to the old map, a dazzling blue light erupted between the 3 fragments, and the previously missing expanse of sea was now clearly depicted. This was precisely the sea they were in, along with the outlines of several mysterious islands nearby, even including the distant misty area. The entire sea map became complete, and a refreshing stream of information surged into Cao Yang's mind. Item: second level mist navigation map, complete, quality blue. Description: a complete sea map documenting the entire western sea route and key island locations. The wearer can gain a 50 increase in visibility range within the mist. A complete second-level sea map. Cao Yang was overjoyed. Visibility range increased by 50. This is simply invaluable in the mist. Not only can it clarify the direction, but it can also help detect dangers in it. The last item was 3 glass test tubes arranged side by side, containing a viscous liquid of pale purple color emanating a strange sweet fragrance. Item: hallucinogenic potion, green, quality X, 3 quality, green, high quality. Description: when thrown, it produces purple mist that induces hallucinations in the user. The degree of hallucination is related to the user's mental strength. The lower the mental strength, the stronger the effect. Cao Yang picked up one of the test tubes, sensing the unstable energy contained within. Hallucinogenic effects influenced by mental strength. This means it will have remarkable effects on those with low mental power. At a critical moment, these 3 potions might turn the tide. The 3 items each pertain to future growth, survival and exploration in the mist, and immediate control and self-preservation. Although he did not immediately obtain food to help him break through to the second level, the value of these 3 items was no less than a direct breakthrough. Especially the strange seed and the complete second-level sea map, which gave him a clearer plan for future survival. Each item in the bronze box was worth its weight in gold. especially that strange seed which bore the hope for Cao Yang to break through to the second level and even for long-term development in the future. Its characteristic of absorbing surrounding energy to nourish itself was simply tailor-made for this resource-scarce stone island, a treasure trove. However, as Cao Yang held the cold yet vibrant seed preparing to find a place for it, his gaze unconsciously fell upon a patch of high-quality soil not far from the shelter, where 7 lush bamboo shoots were vigorously growing. That was the only green on Stone Island, the source of timber for his planned shipbuilding and the foundation for establishing true agricultural production in the future. No, it can't be planted here. Cao Yang shook his head, a flicker of struggle and resolution passing through his eyes. This strange seed's growth mechanism is to absorb all surrounding energy. If it were planted in this 10 square meters of land, it would likely frantically deplete the already limited nutrients in this soil, even mercilessly swallowing the vitality of those newly sprouted and still fragile bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots were the most valuable and readily available plant resources he could see at present for making the skeleton and tools of the ship. Though they required time to grow, they were tangible strategic reserves. To sacrifice this batch of bamboo shoots, which had already invested core energy and effort for a seed with an unknown growth cycle and future yield, would undoubtedly be akin to killing the chicken to get the egg, a risk too great. The seed is indeed important, but the bamboo shoots are the cornerstone of my current shipbuilding plan and must not be touched. Cao Yang made his decision. He carefully placed the strange seed back into the bronze box, adding a layer of soft moss from the bottom of the box to ensure it would not be damaged by collision. Planting it now is too risky. If it sucks all the nutrients from that 10 square meters of good soil, and all the bamboo dies, I won't even have timber for building a new ship, and that would be true to spare. It seems that the planting of this seed must wait until the island's core energy is further restored, allowing for the transformation of a new patch of high-quality soil. Cao Yang already had a preliminary plan in mind. Once the island's core energy was sufficient, he would open up a new, larger patch of high-quality land far from the bamboo shoots, specifically for cultivating this strange seed. At that time, it would absorb the deep energy of the new land and would not affect the growth of the bamboo shoots. For now, it can only be kept in storage. Cao Yang stored the seed in his space. Qinzhe, he turned to Qinzhe, who had been waiting nearby. Let's not plant. We need to check on the bamboo shoots to ensure they are safe. Then we must prepare for the final preparations for tomorrow's mist arrival. Not planting it. Qinzhe was somewhat puzzled, but seeing the determined look in Cao Yang's eyes, he immediately replied, all right, they'll go check on the bamboo. The two arrived at the edge of that precious black soil field. The 7 bamboo shoots swayed gently in the breeze with morning dew still clinging to their leaves. Though their growth was slow, they were full of vitality. Cao Yang carefully examined the roots and leaves of each shoot, confirming that they had not been disturbed by any outside interference before feeling at ease. Very good, they are healthy. Cao Yang stood up straight. This strange seed will just have to sleep for a while. Once we have enough resources, we'll awaken it. He turned to look out at the sea that was about to be engulfed by the mist, his gaze sharpening immensely. Now our top priority is to survive. Moreover, in the mist, to find opportunities for our island and strength to advance further. The countdown to the mist had already turned bright red one day. Cao Yang knew that the real test was about to arrive. The temporarily shelved strange seed was like a heavy chess piece in his heart, waiting for the right moment to break ground and make a stunning appearance. The countdown timer in the mist finally reached the last moment, 12000. The entire world seemed to have pressed the mute button at that instant. The sky remained a leaden gray, and the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a monotonous and dull sound. Yet whether on Wanshire Island or other distant islands across the sea, an oppressive silence pervaded the air. The world chat channel, however, was boiling over with near-manic energy. Only 12 hours left. I have prepared everything, yet I still feel an overwhelming panic, as if disaster is. Last time in the mist, I watched my neighbor get swallowed whole by a 3-legged toad, not even leaving behind bones. I heard that both the Blood Shark Group and Dawn's Light have stopped talking, busy reinforcing their bases. Fighting amongst themselves at such a time is foolish. Can someone predict what this mist will bring? Last time it was monsters, or will it be something else this time? Stop asking. The more you ask, the more scared you become. Right now, I just want to hold my stone house and cry. Panic, despair, and helplessness. Various negative emotions spread like a plague through the channel. Even the strongest forces have retracted their sharpness. The channel was no longer filled with the bravado of the Blood Shark Group and Dawn's Light, and even the boastful Chun Tianyu had not spoken for several hours. Everyone understood that in the face of the unknown disaster of the mist, individual power was as insignificant as dust. Any underestimation could cost them their lives. Inside the shelter of Wanshire Island, Cao Yang was exerting all his strength to recover his spirit and energy. Suddenly, he felt a gaze lingering beside him. It was Qinzhe. He was curled up in the corner, hugging his knees tightly, gripping a metal machete, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His lips were pressed into a straight line, his gaze flickering uncertainly, occasionally glancing out the window at the increasingly ominous sea. Although Qinzhe was trying hard to conceal it, the tremor originating from the depths of his soul was clear to Cao Yang. Qinzhe. Cao Yang spoke calmly, his voice soft, yet carrying a reassuring power. Qinzhe jumped in surprise like a frightened rabbit, hastily raising his head. Cao, brother, what's wrong? There are still 12 hours left. Cao Yang stood up, walked in front of Qin Zhe, and handed him his water pouch. Drink some water and eat something. Just being tense is useless. Conserving energy is the key. Qin Zhe took the water pouch, his hands still trembling. After taking a few gulps, he choked out, "Chow, brother, I am afraid that if I close my eyes, the mist will come and I won't wake up again. I'm afraid of dying. But I'm even more afraid of dying without understanding." He was just an ordinary person, never having experienced such a large-scale natural disaster. In previous battles with Cao Yang leading the way, he only needed to follow orders. But now facing a server-wide disaster, he felt an unprecedented helplessness. Cao Yang looked at Qin Zhe's pale face, without mocking his cowardice. In the face of life and death, fear is an instinct of living beings. Being afraid is normal. Cao Yang sat beside him, looking out the window. But you must understand that fear will not change anything. The mist will come and monsters will appear. It is inevitable. The only thing we can do is one thing. Cao Yang turned his head, gazing directly into Qin Zhe's eyes, his gaze intense. That is, to survive. Do you remember how we got to today? From having nothing to now having a sturdy shelter, powerful defense towers, second-tier strength, and that seed full of hope. We have no retreat, nor do we need one. Wanshur Island is our stronghold. Whether it's sea, beasts, mist, or any other nonsense, let them come and never return. Cao Yang's voice was not loud, but carried a decisive intensity. You are not alone. As long as I am here, even if the sky falls, I will help you bear it first. Of course you need to stand up yourself. Take your knife and stand by my side. Qin Zhe stared blankly at Cao Yang, listening to those steady and powerful words. His previously frantic heartbeat miraculously calmed down a bit. He wiped his face vigorously, took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually became resolute. Cao, brother. I'm sorry I lost my composure. I'm not afraid anymore. Qin Zhe stood up forcefully, sheathing his machete at his waist with a crisp sound. No matter what comes, I will follow you. Even if I die, I'll bring someone along. Seeing Qin Zhe's renewed fighting spirit, Cao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now check your equipment and sharpen your knife. Then we will patrol the defense towers and traps again. In these last 12 hours, we must turn Wanshur Island into a true fortress of steel. Outside, the sea breeze picked up and dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, as if heralding the approach of the White Ring. The real decisive battle had entered the countdown phase. The last 12 hours passed in a state of heightened tension. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe did not rest for a moment. They checked the energy circuits of the defense towers again, confirming that the core was functioning properly, reinforced the shelter, and set all the traps, whether simple animal traps or those smeared with toxic plant juices, around all the potential landing beaches and crevices of the island. Qin Zhe's condition had returned to normal, even more focused than before. Cao Yang's words, "As long as I'm here you must stand up yourself," became a pillar of support for him. He no longer cowered in the corner, but actively took on the tasks of organizing supplies and keeping watch, his iron knife sharpened to a bright sheen. Time passed by second. The missed countdown 000, the refresh rate of messages in the world chat channel slowed down. Many chose silence or made final farewells before going offline. The oppressive feeling of an impending storm almost made the air feel solid. Missed countdown 000, the color of the sky became even darker, as if a dirty lead plate was pressing down on the sea surface. The sea breeze stopped and the sea surface was eerily calm, not even a ripple like a stagnant pool. Missed countdown 000, Cao Yang and Qin Zhe stood at the highest point of the shelter's roof, the best vantage point. Both were fully equipped, weapons in hand, quietly watching the eastern horizon. Missed countdown 00050, Cao Yang whispered. In the distant sky, a gray-white line like a tide rising on the horizon spread visibly across the sea surface in all directions. This was not ordinary mist, it was thick and heavy, imbued with a heart-stopping texture, as if it possessed life, dyeing the sea gray-white and draining the color from the sky. Missed countdown 000, the gray-white tide was already close at hand, and the waters surrounding Wanshur Island began to blur. A damp, cold, and slightly fishy breeze rushed towards them. Cao Yang tightened his grip on his weapon, a short spear made from leftover steel and hardwood, sharp and well-balanced. He glanced at Qin Zhe beside him, and found that while his hands were trembling, his gaze was exceptionally firm, fixated on the incoming White Reaper that was about to devour everything. Missed countdown 000, warning, global mist has arrived. The level of this mist unknown. Duration unknown. All survivors please prepare for survival. Warning, high concentrations of unknown energy detected in the mist. Some creatures may mutate or evolve. Warning, strong obscuring properties of the mist detected. Conventional observation methods have failed. The system's red alarm rang like a death knell in the minds of every survivor. Boom. The grayish-white mist, like countless giant white beasts, engulfed Wanshur Island in an instant. Everywhere the eye could see was pure white. Visibility was reduced to nothing. The contours of the island, the distant sea, and even the ground beneath their feet vanished in an instant. The entire world was left with an endless, thick, white chaos. Cao, brother Cao, I can't see anything. Qin Zhe's voice rang out, tinged with panic. Don't panic. Retreat to the shelter. Cao Yang shouted, immediately feeling a bone-chilling cold surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The temperature of this mist was even lower than the water of the underground lake. If they didn't evade in time, just the loss of body heat could be fatal. The two of them stumbled back towards the door of the shelter, relying on their memories. Close the door quickly, Cao Yang growled. The heavy wooden door was shut with the combined effort of both secured tightly with a stout bolt. Once this was done, they leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. This mist seems to be unable to enter. Qinze sensed that the cold, damp air outside was seemingly blocked, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Cao Yang dared not be careless, immediately sitting cross-legged and opening the island management panel. A virtual model representing Wanshur Island appeared in his field of vision. What eased his mind was that the layer of grayish-white mist seemed to only shroud the outer part of the island and had not seeped into the shelter generated by the system scroll. Island core, operating normally. Energy reserve 5. Premium land, 10 bamboo seedlings growing normally, 7 plants. Defense tower standby status sufficient energy. Mist status high concentration obscuring from outside, no internal structural invasion detected yet. Fortunately, both the shelter and the core are fine. Cao Yang felt somewhat relieved. He immediately attempted to sense the second-tier fog navigation chart in his mind. Indeed, the once clear sea chart was now veiled in a faint gray haze, and the contours of distant islands that were previously visible became blurry. However, thanks to the chart's Fog Vision 50, effect, a radius of 50 meters centered on himself remained clearly visible in his mind. It was a hazy, translucent blue halo that distinctly outlined the shelter, the surrounding open space, and the contours of parts of the coastline. The field of vision has been reduced by at least half, but at least it hasn't completely gone blind. Cao Yang thought, relieved that without this complete sea chart, they wouldn't even know which way the shelter's door opened. Qinze, don't let your guard down. Cao Yang stood up and walked to the window, peering outside through the narrow gap, where the heart-pounding pure white still loomed. This mist is not simple. Since the World Channel mentioned biological mutations, something will definitely come knocking on our door. He glanced at the system map and found the light spot representing the defense tower quietly standing at the edge of the 50-meter visibility. We'll hold our ground here. As long as we maintain this 50-meter visibility circle, we have a chance to survive. Cao Yang tightened his grip on the short spear, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The real test is just beginning. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Cao Yang and Qinze leaned against the cold wall, guarding the only door and window on either side. The outside world was a dead silence of pure white, with even the sound of the wind gone, only the occasional faint rustling sounds, uncertain whether real or an illusion, prickling their nerves. To relieve the tight emotions and to gather information from the outside, Cao Yang opened the world chat channel. The flow of information in the channel was much sparser than before the mist descended, but some survivor dynamics could still be seen. Is anyone there? Nothing has happened on my end except for the thick mist. Are people just trying to scare us? Don't get too excited upstairs. It seems there's something bumping against my wooden house in the mist, but the wood is pretty sturdy. Nothing. I feel the same. This mist is bone-chilling, but I'm hiding in a stone cave, temporarily safe. It feels not as terrifying as rumored. Cut it out, a bunch of inexperienced newbies. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Last time the mist lasted 3 days. The second day was the real nightmare. Watching the diverse messages flowing in the channel, Qinze's tense nerves relaxed a bit, whispering, "Brother Cao, it seems there's really nothing major happening. Maybe this mist is just a simple weather change." Cao Yang's brow furrowed, and he did not respond immediately. He walked to the window and peered outside through the gap. The mist remained thick, but indeed, aside from the bone-chilling cold, he hadn't seen any signs of monsters, nor heard the previously chilling rustling sounds. He opened the island management panel, confirming that the core and bamboo seedlings were still safe and the defense tower had not triggered any alarms. Don't be deceived by appearances. Cao Yang turned around, his expression serious, as he said to Qinze, "Think about it. The system prompt clearly stated that biological mutations or evolutions may occur, and this kind of mist can obscure all conventional observations. If there was truly no danger, the system wouldn't make such a big fuss, and the World Channel wouldn't spread such terrifying rumor. The current calmness can only mean two possibilities." Cao Yang raised 2 fingers. First, this mist itself is a massive filtering mechanism. Its threat may not erupt immediately, but subtly, such as continuously draining our stamina and spirit or altering the environment. Second, and the most terrifying, predators often appear in the quietest moments. They are lurking, waiting for us to let our guard down. Cao Yang's words doused the flicker of hope that had just risen in Qinze's heart like a bucket of ice water. At that moment, a message from a well-known figure, Blood Shark Shin Tianyu, in the World Channel caught Cao Yang's attention. "Blood Shark Shin Tianyu, all members, don't let your guard down. I just used the detection scroll, and there are energy reactions in this mist, many of them, and they are all moving slowly. My people are already setting up cannons on the defense tower. If anyone dares to take advantage of the chaos, they'll send them to their demise first." As soon as this message came out, the channel was thrown into chaos. Don Lin Wei, thank you Captain Shin for the reminder. All members of Dawn's Light have entered level 1 combat readiness. Please pay attention to your safety, and do not venture outside blindly. Even Bloodshark and Dawn are being so cautious. It seems this mist is really not simple. It's over if the big shots are saying this. I was just thinking of going out to take a look, scared me into quickly closing the door. The atmosphere in the channel shifted rapidly from suspected calm to a state of unease and fear. Cao Yang closed the channel, his gaze deepening. Even that arrogant guy Chun Tianyu has sounded the alarm. Cao Yang rubbed his chin. It seems that what's in this mist is indeed not simple. Qinze, go check our supplies, especially food and fresh water. We absolutely cannot leave the shelter easily until we understand the specific dangers of the mist. Remember, the calm we have now is likely the last tranquility before the storm. Cao Yang gripped his short spear tightly, the cold touch keeping him alert. No matter what is outside, as long as we maintain this 50-meter visibility circle, we have a fighting chance. The first night in the mist quietly descended, and the real crisis may have just begun to reveal its fangs. Time flowed slowly in the silence. The first night after the fog descended did not bring darkness. Instead, it was a more eerie white night. The thick, grayish-white fog emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire world like a faded old photograph. Cao Yang and Qinze took turns keeping watch, not daring to close their eyes. The World Chat channel still had intermittent voices, but as time passed, the optimistic tones grew fewer, replaced by increasing unease and fear. Help! A hole has been corroded in the wall of my wooden house. Is this fog acidic? Don't panic. Block it with soil and stones. I'm fine here, just shaking from the cold. That's lucky for you up there. I just killed a monster that looks like a spider, and a crab nearly got sprayed by its venom. There are mutated creatures all in this fog. Seeing this information, Qinze's face grew even paler. He tightly wrapped himself in the animal skins, his teeth chattering, unsure whether it was from the cold or fear. Ciao, brother. This fog really seems to be problematic. Qinze's voice trembled. Will we encounter the monsters? Cao Yang did not respond. All his attention was focused on the level 2 fog navigation map in his mind. That 50-meter range of visibility had become their only lighthouse in this white hell. The shelter, the surrounding land, and the blurred outlines extending to the coastline were all faintly visible in the blue halo. Suddenly, Cao Yang's expression sharpened. At the edge of the navigation map, about 60 meters away from the shelter, a distorted red, unlike any terrestrial creature, was rapidly moving from deep within the fog. Its trajectory was not along the ground, but displayed a bizarre wave-like motion. Almost simultaneously, the cold notification sound of the system rang in Cao Yang's mind. Warning, detected a fog-specific creature approaching. Creature fog, hidden fish demon, late stage, level 1 description, a mutated aquatic creature that only appears in dense fog, possessing slippery scales and sharp fins, adept at using the fog for ambush. Extremely sensitive to sound and vibrations. It's a fish demon. Cao Yang whispered, urgently waking the drowsy Qinze. Wake up. Something is coming. It's something from the water. Qinze jolted awake, grabbing the iron knife beside him and nervously looking out the window, but saw nothing but a white expanse. Don't look outside. A red dot 60 meters away is approaching rapidly. It's a fish demon. Be careful of its ambush. Fish demon? Qinze asked anxiously, his face filled with horror. The fog has altered the environment. Who knows what strange abilities these monsters possess? Cao Yang's brow furrowed. He could feel the aura emitted by that red, cold, slippery, carrying a strong fishy smell, even more unsettling than the previous mutated crab. Prepare for battle. You stay at the door, follow my commands, and don't run around. Qinze's face turned pale. Ciao, brother, should we activate the defense tower? Cao Yang calmly observed the rapidly approaching red dot and shook his head. It's just a single latest stage level 1, not enough to waste our precious defense tower energy on. This protective shield is our last trump card. Oh, we can't use it lightly. Besides, since this fish demon is a close combat ambush type, it's perfect for testing my current skills. After killing the second-level ghost mother, although he had yet to break through to the second level, his physical abilities had improved drastically. Qinze, stay behind the door. You do not come out without my command. Cao Yang quickly made arrangements, switching his short spear for the more convenient iron machete, silently pushing open a crack in the heavy wooden door of the shelter. The bone-chilling fog rushed in immediately, but Cao Yang paid it no mind. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, and ghost-like pressed against the wall, disappearing into the fog outside. He chose a rock as cover, facing away from the edge of the navigation map, and near the entrance, holding his breath, his muscles tense like a coiled cheetah. Come on. Cao Yang silently urged, the machete in his hand reflecting the faint light in the fog. At this moment, the red dot representing the fish demon had entered the 30-meter range. 20 meters. 15 meters. Cao Yang's gaze finally caught the outline of the monster through the gaps in the fog. It was a gigantic fish comparable in size to an 20 meters. 15 meters. Cao Yang's gaze finally caught the outline of the monster through the gaps in the fog. It was a gigantic fish comparable in size to an adult wild boar. Its entire body was covered with slippery gray-black scales, glimmering uncomfortably under the dim light. The fish's head was pointed with a prominent mouth filled with backward-facing barbs. Most terrifying were its belly and back, which had 2 pairs of stout lizard-like fleshy fins, now swiftly gliding across the ground, propelling it towards the shelter's entrance at an astonishing speed. Its bulging eyes were fixated on the direction of the shelter, clearly drawn by the life force emanating from it. Gurgle. Gurgle. A strange throat sound came from the fish demon's mouth, followed by it opening its terrifying suction mouth, spraying a viscous dark green liquid towards the shelter's door like a high-pressure water gun. Clang. The venom struck the wooden door, producing a piercing, corrosive sound, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from the door panel. It really is corrosive. Cao Yang's eyes turned cold. Just as the fish demon prepared to spray a second dose of venom, now's the time. Cao Yang moved. He shot out from behind the rock like an arrow, using the cover of the fog to swiftly close in on the fish demon's flank. Get away! Cao Yang roared, bringing down the iron machete with all his strength towards the fish demon's relatively soft belly. The sharp blade sliced through the slippery scales, although it did not completely sever, it sank deep. Green blood splattered out, carrying a strong fishy odor. Ugh! The fish demon let out a shrill scream, twisting its massive body in pain, its hardtail fin whipping like a steel whip, howling towards Cao Yang. Cao Yang had been prepared. He exerted force with his feet, rolling sideways in a desperate maneuver, narrowly avoiding the tail fin strike, but the fierce wind pressure still stung his cheek. "Qinze, don't come out. This is my prey alone." Cao Yang growled lowly, stabilizing his stance and charging forward again. One man and one fish demon instantly clashed in this narrow, fog-shrouded battlefield. The glint of the blade and the shadows of the fins intertwined, the dull sounds of impact, and the monster's roars shattering the long-held silence of the fog. The anguished cries of the fish demon echoed through the mist, but were soon swallowed by the boundless silence. Cao Yang moved like a specter, darting between the frenzied attacks of the fish demon. Though he had not yet broken through to the second tier, he held a decisive advantage against this latest-stage first-tier monster. Each of the fish demon's lunges and tail swipes was deftly avoided by Cao Yang thanks to his sharp instincts and faster reflexes. Each swing of his machete struck precisely at the relatively weak joints of the fish demon's scales, sending forth splashes of foul green blood. Bang! After a violent collision, Cao Yang seized the opportunity as the fish demon exposed a gap while swinging its tail. He crouched low and charged in his machete, becoming a streak of silver, piercing fiercely into the fish demon's jaw, embedding deep to the hilt. "Die!" Cao Yang roared, twisting the handle of his knife with a violent motion. Uft! The massive body of the fish demon convulsed violently a few times, its bulging eyes instantly losing their luster, and its heavy form crashed to the ground, splashing water and mud. System notification: successfully killed a latest-stage first-tier misty fish demon. Cao Yang panted heavily, wiping the foul blood splattered on his face. He approached the carcass of the fish demon, where a black iron supply box lay nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the heavy black iron box with both hands and lifted it. The box felt icy to the touch and was incredibly heavy. Had it been the previous Cao Yang, he likely wouldn't have been able to lift it at all. "Qinze, open the door." Cao Yang, carrying the box, hurried back to the entrance of the shelter. The door latch opened and Cao Yang swiftly entered, dropping the black iron box heavily onto the empty ground in the center of the shelter. Qinze immediately stepped forward, securing the door tightly and locking it. "Brother Cao, are you alright?" Qinze looked at the green blood smeared on Cao Yang's body, his face filled with concern. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." Cao Yang waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixated on the black iron box before him. "Let's see what our spoils are." He took a deep breath and placed his hands on the cold lid of the box. There was no lock nor any complex mechanism. As Cao Yang infused a bit of energy into it, the lid emitted a dull click, and a soft green light spilled from the box, illuminating two eager faces. Cao Yang reached in, carefully retrieving the items one by one. The first was a large piece of roasted meat wrapped in. The meat was golden yellow, richly marbled with fat, exuding a strong meaty aroma that starkly contrasted with the foul smell of the mist. Item: delicious grilled eel X5. Quality: green, high quality. Description: made from second-tier sea beast eels. This meat is delicious and can slowly restore stamina while providing a slight boost to endurance attributes. Shelf life: 30 days. It's food, and of green quality. Qinze's eyes lit up. Now we don't have to worry about starving, and it can boost attributes. Cao Yang also felt a surge of joy. In this resource-scarce deserted island, high-quality food was essential for survival. The second item was a neatly stacked bundle of hardwood logs. These woods were dark in color and hard in texture, significantly stronger than the miscellaneous wood they had chopped before. Item: hardwood logs X10. Quality: green, high quality. Description: hard-textured wood, a premium material for constructing high-end buildings and crafting fine tools. Hardwood. Cao Yang caressed the cold wood. "This is great. Now we have materials for expanding the shelter or crafting higher-grade weapons and tools." The third item was a palm-sized white cloth pouch marked with a red cross symbol. Item: basic medical kit. Quality: green, high quality. Description: contains disinfectant, alcohol wipes, bleeding bandages, and anti-inflammatory ointment, effectively treating wounds and preventing infection. Usage count: 33. A medical kit. Qinze exclaimed, "This is just what we needed. Before we could only bandage our wounds haphazardly, but now with this our safety will be greatly improved." 3 items: 1 for addressing food and attribute boosts, 1 for construction materials, and 1 for medical support. Though there were no earth-shattering artifacts for Cao Yang and Qinze at this moment, these were indeed treasures that came at the... Cao Yang carefully stored these items, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. Though the mist is perilous, the gains are quite substantial. The contents of this black iron box are much more practical than the previous bronze box. After securing the supplies, Cao Yang dared not relax even for a moment. He moved to the window, peering through the gap, to gaze once more at the eternal white outside, his ears slightly twitching to catch any abnormal sounds in the mist. Qinze, get some rest and recover your strength. But in this mist, dangers lurk everywhere. We must remain vigilant at all times. As long as we are alive, the harvest will continuously come. The real challenge may still lie ahead. The supplies brought by the black iron box eased the tense nerves of Cao Yang and Qinze. Food, hardwood, and a medical kit. These three items were like timely rain, greatly enhancing their confidence in survival within this white desolation. However, the mist showed no signs of receding due to their brief respite. On the contrary, as time passed, some subtle changes began to quietly occur on Stone Island. Cao Yang remained by the window, observing the outside through the narrow gap. The mist was still thick, visibility was still only a pitiful 50 meters, yet an inexplicable sense of activity seemed to seep from this white curtain. Qinze, don't sleep too deeply, Cao Yang said softly without turning his head. I sense something is off about this mist. Qinze, leaning against the wall in a feigned sleep, immediately woke up at his words, gripping his iron knife tightly. Brother Cao, what is it? Will the fish demon come again? Uncertain, Cao Yang replied, his brow furrowed, his gaze locked on the second-tier mist navigation map in his mind. Within the 50-meter field of vision, besides the familiar outlines surrounding the shelter, no red dots appeared. But Cao Yang keenly noticed that the blue lines representing the island's edge seemed clearer than before. No, it wasn't that the lines had become clearer, but rather the mist beyond the lines seemed to be subtly retreating. Wait, the mist is dispersing. Cao Yang was startled, immediately sharing this discovery with Qinze. Dispersing? Isn't that a good thing? Qinze asked, somewhat delighted. Not necessarily, Cao Yang replied gravely. If it were a natural dissipation, it should be fading overall. But this localized retreat feels more like a contraction. He recalled the scattered rumors about the mist in the World Channel, as well as the system notification about organisms possibly mutating or evolving. If the mist is an energy field, then a contraction of energy often signifies condensation. Just as Cao Yang finished speaking, a sudden anomaly occurred. Whoa! A deep, distant sound like a horn from an ancient abyss resonated unexpectedly throughout the misty sky. This sound did not travel through the air, but directly resonated within the depths of every individual's soul. Both Cao Yang and Qinze felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if their hearts were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Warning detected: severe fluctuations in mist energy. Warning: unknown laws are rewriting the current environmental conditions. The system's red alerts flashed wildly. At the same time, the sea chart in Cao Yang's mind shook violently. The originally stable gray area representing the mist was now converging at an unprecedented speed towards a central point, exactly where Stone Island was located. Not good. The tide is retreating. But it's not the water receding, it's the mist retreating. Cao Yang's expression changed dramatically. Energy is converging and its concentration is increasing. This is definitely not a good thing. He suddenly looked towards the core of the island, where the floating energy core was now rotating at an unprecedented speed, emitting blinding blue light, like a greedy black hole, frantically absorbing the surging mist energy from the outside. Buzz! The entire shelter began to tremble slightly, with wood chips falling from the walls. Brother Cao, the walls, they seem to be softening. Qinze pointed in terror at the wooden walls of the shelter. The once hard and dry wood was now visibly becoming moist and slimy, as if it had been soaked in water, its color rapidly changing to a dull gray. This fog is corrosive, and its concentration has increased by dozens of times. Cao Yang was deeply alarmed. He immediately opened the island management panel, where the previously stable virtual model showed the structure representing the shelter wooden flashing with dangerous red light. A line of data caught his attention: shelter wooden corroded by high concentration, fog durability 70, 170, 69. The value was steadily and terrifyingly decreasing at a rate of several tenths per second. Below the model, a new prompt box appeared: detected damage to the structure. Would you like to consume materials for repair? Repair options: 1. Consume wood. X5, restored durability by 20. 2. Consume hardwood logs. X3, restored durability by 30. Hardwood has better repair effects and corrosion resistance. We can repair it. Cao Yang's heart jolted immediately, looking at the stored hardwood logs. Qinze, quickly, bring those hardwood logs over. As Cao Yang shouted, he selected the second repair option on the system interface. We need to use hardwood to patch the corrosion. The corrosion of this fog is too strong. Ordinary wood won't last long. Upon hearing this, Qinze rushed toward the bundle of precious green quality hardwood, clumsily beginning to transport it. Cao Yang focused intently on controlling the island's core, guiding the repair process. One by one, the hardwood logs slowly merged into the now damp and soft walls of the shelter, enveloped by the system's energy. The originally dull and rotten wooden structure, upon contact with the hardwood, quickly became hard and dense, forming a faint corrosion-resistant membrane on the surface. Repairing. Durability restored to 99. Repair completed. Gained temporary status: hardwood armor corrosion resistance 50, lasts for 24 hours. The tremors of the shelter finally ceased, and the alarming softening of the walls disappeared. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe were both drenched in sweat, staring at the restored and even sturdier walls of the shelter, feeling a lingering fear. This fog can directly corrode system structures, Cao Yang said, still shaken. Fortunately, we had hardwood, who otherwise relying solely on core energy for repairs wouldn't have been enough. He walked to the window, peering outside through the gap. The concentration of fog seemed to have stabilized, but the chilling and slimy malice was now more intense than ever. The receding tide of the fog is actually a precursor to something even more terrifying. Cao Yang clenched his fists, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The real crisis of Wanchur Island is just beginning. We must prepare for the worst. The violent fluctuations of the fog had finally calmed, but the white silence above Wanchur Island felt heavier than before. The air was filled with a damp, cold, and slippery atmosphere, as if the entire island had been soaked in the belly of some massive living creature. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe had just caught their breath from the tense operation of repairing the shelter, their backs drenched in cold. Brother Cao, that was really too risky. Qin Zhe looked at the walls that had regained their solidity, even glistening with a faint hardwood sheen, still feeling fearful. This is just the beginning, Cao Yang said gravely, his gaze quickly scanning the island management panel. After the strange fog tide receded, his greatest concern was whether the fog would cause deeper damage to those immovable system-generated fixed structures. Island core operating normally, energy reserve 22, defense tower standby status, energy sufficient, structure intact, shelter wooden, hardwood reinforced, durability 99, protected by hardwood armor status. Seeing that both the defense tower and the shelter were unharmed, Cao Yang let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that the intense corrosive wave primarily impacted the outer walls of the shelter that were in direct contact with the fog, while the defense tower appeared to be unaffected due to its unique energy structure. However, when his gaze shifted to the area marked as quality land 10I on one side of the model, his brow furrowed. The model for that area still showed bamboo seedlings growing normally, 7 plants, and there were no signs of any anomalies or damage in the data. But Cao Yang's intuition raised a strong alarm. As the island's manager, he could vaguely sense that the feedback from that piece of land had become extremely strange. It was no longer the vibrant, tender green pulsation of life, but rather a chaotic, tangled wave, even carrying a hint of eerie hunger. Something's not right, Cao Yang murmured, immediately zooming in to explore the situation of that planting area more deeply through the system panel. System prompt detected that the target area is deeply polluted by high concentration fog. Energy regular scanning is obstructed. Notice unknown anomalies have occurred in the target area. Please observe it yourself, manager. Even the system can't analyze it specifically. Cao Yang's heart sank. This meant that the changes in the 7 bamboo seedlings had exceeded the current judgment range of the system, or in other words, the fog had forcibly altered some underlying rules. Qin Zhe, follow me, Cao Yang decisively commanded, grabbing a machete. We need to check on those bamboo seedlings. Now, the fog outside is so thick. Qin Zhe hesitated, looking at the eternal white outside. We must check it out. Cao Yang's expression was grave. If something's wrong with the bamboo seedlings, our future resource chain will be severed. Moreover, this fog can corrode buildings and spawn fish monsters. Its effect on plants cannot just be normal growth. He approached the door, inhaled the cold mist that carried a fishy smell, and pulled open the latch. The two stepped into the fog one after the other. Although they were protected by the hardwood armor, the chilling and slippery sensation still permeated everywhere. Cao Yang opened the map in his mind. The 50-meter visibility circle acted like a beacon in the darkness, guiding their direction. They quickly arrived in front of that piece of quality land. The sight before them made both of them gasp in shock. The 7 bamboo seedlings, which should have been only knee-high, had now grown to half a person's height. Moreover, their growth state was extremely strange. The stems were no longer the lush green color, but displayed a semi-transparent jade-like grayish-white, emitting a faint fluorescent glow under the dim light of the fog. Even more unsettling was that the leaves of these bamboo seedlings were no longer in a normal elongated shape, but were twisted and elongated with their tips, becoming abnormally sharp, resembling tiny bone needles that trembled slightly, as if greedily sucking in the surrounding fog. On the ground, the soil that should have been moist was now completely dried out and hardened, turning the same grayish-white as the bamboo seedling's stems, and visibly spreading spiderweb-like cracks. Cao, Brother Cao, Qin Zhe's voice trembled, instinctively taking a step back. These bamboos seemed to have turned into monsters. Cao Yang said, nothing, his gaze fixed on one of the bamboo seedlings. He saw that the few bone needle leaves at the top of that bamboo seedling were slowly turning towards their direction in a way that defied botanical common sense. Rustle, rustle. A faint teeth-grinding sound came from within those grayish-white stems. Cao Yang gripped the machete tightly. Step back, he hissed, protecting Qin Zhe behind him. These bamboo seedlings have been completely polluted by the fog. They are no longer plants. They are living traps. The scene before Cao Yang caused his heart to sink to the depths of despair. 7 half-human tall, grayish-white bamboo shoots, like eerie sculptures sprouting from a nightmare, emitted a faint glow amidst the thick mist. Their twisted needle-like leaves were slowly turning in unison towards the direction of Cao Yang and Qin Zhe. That posture was not a mere phototropism of plants, but rather a form of locking onto their targets. Like predators locking onto their prey. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Back to the shelter. Cao Yang commanded without hesitation. Xinzhe, already pale with fright, immediately turned and ran towards the shelter without looking back. Cao Yang, on the other hand, tightly gripped his machete, keeping a close watch on the few bizarre bamboo shoots while stepping backward. He knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not turn his back on them. Crack! A faint sound like the breaking of a dry twig rang out sharply in the silent mist. Suddenly, the nearest grayish-white bamboo shoot launched several sharp leaves from its tip, as if shot by a powerful bow and arrow whistling through the air as they shot towards Cao Yang with lightning speed. Watch out! Cao Yang's pupils constricted, and he instinctively swung his machete, unleashing a gleam of cold light. Clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds echoed as metal clashed. The few needle-like leaves were surprisingly hard, sparking against the finely forged machete. Cao Yang felt a numbness in his palms as the machete was jolted upwards. Fortunately, his strength far exceeded that of an average person, allowing him to barely fend off this wave of attacks. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. This attacking power is already comparable to an early-stage creature of the first tier. Cao Yang was struck with horror. Just a few leaves had such power. If surrounded by these 7 bizarre bamboo shoots, the consequences would be unimaginable. He did not dare to linger any longer and turned to run back to the entrance of the shelter. Bang! The heavy wooden door was slammed shut. The bolt dropped, temporarily isolating the strange bamboo forest outside. Cao Yang and Xinzhe leaned against the door, panting heavily, their faces still reflecting the shock of their near escape. Cao! Brother Cao, what on earth were those things? Xinzhe's voice trembled. Bamboo. How can bamboo move and attack people? It's the mist. Cao Yang's face turned ashen as he approached the window, peering through the gap to fixate on the direction of the bamboo forest. Although obscured by the mist, he could feel the cold, greedy aura still lingering. That piece of land near the coast is the area the mist first invaded. The high concentration of mist energy forcibly polluted and transformed the life forms of the bamboo shoots, turning them into some kind of monster we cannot comprehend. He recalled the system prompt about organisms potentially mutating or evolving. It now seemed clear that the mist's influence was not limited to animals. It could even distort the existence of plants. So what do we do now? Xinzhe asked anxiously. That land is our cultivation area. What will we do in the Cao Yang fell silent for a moment and opened the island management panel. Premium land, 10 polluted by high concentrations of mist, undergoing unknown mutations, currently lost its planting function, unstable state. Please handle with caution. The system has already determined that this land is polluted and has lost its planting function, Cao Yang said solemnly, and the state is unstable. This is very dangerous. He recalled the earlier scene of the grayish bamboo shoots locking onto and attacking, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Will these things continue to grow? Will they leave that piece of land and actively attack us? With this thought, a chill ran up Cao Yang's spine. The previously safe shelter now faced a group of unknown plant monsters that could actively attack. We must eliminate. Cao Yang's eyes flickered with a hint of determination. While they have not fully grown, we must take the initiative, destroy those mutated bamboo shoots, and ideally deal with the land as well. Take the initiative? Xinzhe's face turned pale, but those leaves. Use the defense tower, Cao Yang declared resolutely. We cannot get close, but the beams from the defense tower can attack from a distance. Although it would consume energy, we must take the risk. Otherwise, leaving them be will lead to endless troubles. Cao Yang made up his mind and immediately controlled the defense tower, setting the energy output to maximum, firmly locking onto the polluted premium land as the attack target. A thick, far brighter and more dazzling light blue beam erupted from the top of the defense tower, piercing through the dense mist like a sword, and violently struck at the bizarre, gray-white bamboo forest. Boom! A muffled roar accompanied by blinding light erupted in the depths of the mist. The light blue energy beam, like a spear cast down by a deity, instantly tore through the thick mist and accurately struck the center of the bizarre, gray-white bamboo forest. Boom! The deafening roar accompanied by blinding light violently exploded in the mist 50 meters away. Even with the heavy wooden door and walls between them, Cao Yang and Xinzhe could still feel the violent tremors beneath their feet and the rush of energy waves. Did it succeed? Xinzhe stared intently at the direction of the explosion, his voice tinged with palpable tension. Cao Yang remained silent, focusing intently on the feedback from the second-tier mist navigation map in his mind. At the location representing that premium land, the previously existing eerie energy marker indicating unknown mutation vibrated violently under the shock of the explosion, then quickly dimmed and dissipated. Target energy reaction has disappeared. Cao Yang fixed his gaze on the map, and only when the blue outline of that area stabilized and became clear again did he slowly speak, his tone carrying a hint of uncertain gravity. The map shows that the anomaly in that area has been resolved. That's great. Xinzhe could not help but pump his fist, a look of relief washing over his face. Those ghastly bamboos have been blasted to smithereens. Cao Yang, however, did not share his optimism. He opened the island management panel again to check the status of that piece of land. Premium land 10 subjected to severe energy impact, structural collapse, pollution, residue, temporarily unable to carry out any planting activities. State dormant, unstable. Pollution residue. Cao Yang pondered over those 4 words, feeling an uneasy sensation that had not disappeared. Shinzei, don't celebrate too early. The system prompt states pollution residue, and the state is dormant unstable. He walked to the window trying to get a clearer view of the explosion site, but the mist remained thick. At the edge of his 50-meter visibility, there was only a scene of devastation with the outline of land scorched black by energy and a huge pit still emitting smoke. We need to go check it out. Cao Yang made a decision. We must confirm that those things have been completely eliminated, or otherwise we risk more troubles in the future. Do we really have to go? Shinzei's face stiffened. We must go. The energy of the defense tower is limited, and that last attack consumed quite a bit. We need to confirm whether the threat has truly been eliminated. Cao Yang tightened his grip on the machete, his gaze steady. I will go first, you follow, keep your distance, and retreat immediately if there's any movement. The two cautiously pushed open the shelter's door, once more stepping into the suffocating white world. They followed the guidance of the map in their minds, inching closer to the center of the explosion. The air was thick with a pungent burnt odor mixed with the acrid scent of scorched earth, and a faint, indescribable Swedish smell that made one want to gag. The ground was a complete wreck. The original soil had long since vanished, replaced by a charred pit over 3 meters in diameter, strewn with grayish-white fragments that had been instantaneously carbonized by high temperatures, remnants of the utterly destroyed mutated bamboo shoots. At the edge of the pit, the soil exhibited a bizarre crystalline state, evidently having endured extremely high temperatures. It seemed that the energy attack from the defense tower was indeed immensely powerful, obliterating those strange bamboos to dust. Shinzei let out a slight sigh of relief, but Cao Yang's brows furrowed deeper. He crouched down, carefully probing the charred soil along the edge of the pit with the tip of his knife. Suddenly his movements halted. Beneath the charred, hardened soil at a depth of about a palm's length, he saw a dark blood vessel-like dark red mass, moving extremely slowly and almost imperceptibly. What is this? Cao Yang's heart sank suddenly. Cao Yang immediately thrust the tip of his knife downward, aiming to pry out the dark red thing. Puff! A faint sound like that of a water pouch being pierced echoed. Suddenly Cao Yang felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently. Retreat! Cao Yang shouted sharply, his body darting back like a startled cheetah. Although Shinzei did not understand the reason, long-term cooperation had conditioned him to respond reflexively to Cao Yang's commands, and he hurriedly retreated at almost the same moment. Just a second after the two retreated. Crash! The bottom of the charred pit along with the scorched earth within a few meters was suddenly lifted, as if by an invisible hand. Countless dark red, thick root-like tendrils resembling gigantic earthworms suddenly burrowed up from deep underground. They writhed furiously, each as thick as an adult's arm, covered with dense suction cup-like protrusions with sharp ends that emitted a hissing sound as they sliced through the air. These roots were unmistakably the underground parts of the destroyed mutated bamboo shoots. They had not perished. Instead, due to the destruction of the surface bamboo shoots, they emerged from deep underground like enraged venomous snakes. Warning: high-energy pollution source detected. Target: polluted bamboo root aggregate, Tier 1 peak mutated. Description: the bamboo roots, deeply polluted and modified by high concentrations of mist energy, have gone completely berserk due to the destruction of the surface part, exhibiting extremely tenacious vitality and excelling in underground ambushes and constrictive kills. The system's alarm hit the two like a heavy hammer. The ground has absorbed most of the impact. The roots underground are still alive. Shinzei stared at the densely packed, wildly writhing dark red tendrils, his face pale as paper. Cao Yang's heart sank to the bottom. He never expected that the full force strike of the defense tower had only destroyed the surface part, instead provoking the much larger root body hidden deep underground. Moreover, the level of these roots had surprisingly reached Tier 1 peak. They resembled numerous hungry venomous snakes locking onto Cao Yang and Shinzei, who were tens of meters away, their densely packed eyeless heads all gazing over, emanating a chilling and pure malice. A battle far more perilous than before was about to erupt. Tier 1 peak. Polluted bamboo root aggregate. Cao Yang gazed at the root aggregate before him, which writhed like countless dark red venomous snakes, his heart racing violently. The full force strike of the defense tower had only destroyed the surface part, inadvertently forcing out a stronger monster hidden deep underground. The attack on the surface was dispersed and absorbed by the soil. Cao Yang instantly understood the reason. These bamboo roots were deeply embedded underground, layered with soil and rock, shielding them from the core destructive power of the energy beams. Brother Cao, what do we do? Those things. They're coming. Shinzei's voice carried a hint of a whimper. The densely packed dark red tendrils moved like a tide, writhing and coiling, slowly advancing toward them. Although their speed was not fast, the suffocating sense of oppression felt tangible. Cao Yang forced himself to calm down. His mind raced. Retreat back to the shelter. These roots could obviously move underground. The wooden foundation of the shelter might not hold them off. If they were to invade from underground, the consequences would be unimaginable. Close combat. Just look at those thick roots capable of snapping wooden stakes and the repulsive suction cup protrusions on them. Fighting them up close would be suicide. The only hope was the defense tower. But the previous full-force strike had already proven that merely relying on conventional energy attacks from the ground was insufficient to completely destroy the root body buried deep underground. We can't let it near the shelter, and we especially can't let it burrow underground. A resolute light flashed in Cao Yang's eyes as he made an extremely risky decision. Let's take a gamble. He suddenly looked at Qinze. Qinze retreat immediately to the very edge of the defense tower's attack range, make noise with stones or anything, and attract the attention of those tendrils, even if it only distracts them slightly or alters their gathering shape. What? Brother Cao, what are you going to do? Qinze asked in astonishment. Don't ask. Just do it. That's an order. Cao Yang shouted sternly, already turning and sprinting toward the core of the island at full speed. As he ran, he opened the island management panel, directly locking onto the energy supply core of the defense tower, that energy crystal. Not from the surface bombardment, but... Cao Yang's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixating on the core point. Not from the surface bombardment, but... Cao Yang's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixating on the core point of the slowly approaching root aggregate, which pulsed like a heart. Rather, at the moment when those roots just break through the ground before they have a chance to spread out, and while they are still in a relatively dense state. Detonate all the energy at their core position. Energy crystal full power output. Target locked. Root aggregate center. Without hesitation, Cao Yang commanded the system interface to adjust the energy supply mode of the defense tower from sustained stable to instant overload detonate core. Warning: excessive energy injection detected, risk of energy crystal overload sharply increasing. Warning: this operation may cause permanent damage to the energy crystal. Confirm. Confirm. Execute immediately. Cao Yang roared, pushing up the last of his authority. Buzz. The energy core at the top of the defense tower exploded with a blinding blue light. The brilliance was so intense that it briefly dispelled the surrounding mist, illuminating the entire stubborn stone island. The tower trembled violently, emitting an unbearable hum, with tiny cracks even appearing on its surface. Now's the time. Cao Yang stared intently at the wildly writhing dark red roots, searching for the optimal. He saw that under the noise created by Qinze throwing stones, some of the tendrils turned toward Qinze's direction, while the roots in the core area briefly clustered tighter as they adjusted their direction. Lock on. Fire. Boom. This time it was no longer a thick beam of light, but a blue energy ray compressed to the extreme, almost solid, only the width of a fist, shooting out from the top of the defense tower at a speed beyond visual capture. It did not strike the ground, but precisely and surgically pierced into the very center of the dark red root aggregate, where it appeared the thickest and pulsed strongest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled sound as if something inside had been forcibly exploded. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, sizzle. Countless thick, dark red roots convulsed violently, as if thrown into boiling oil, twitching and spasming. They slammed against the ground, twisting, emitting a blinding blue light from within. Then, like a chain reaction, the blue light rapidly spread from the core point, instantly engulfing all the dark red roots exposed on the surface. Bang, bang, bang. A series of low explosive sounds echoed as those thick roots burst from within like inflated balloons, splattering a large amount of dark red viscous fluid that resembled rotten flesh. A nearly indescribable stench mingled with burnt, sweet, and decaying plant odors permeated the air. In just a few seconds, the root aggregate that had just been menacing like a nightmare transformed into a field of charred remains, still twitching and emitting smoke. System prompt: successfully killed. Tier 1 peak polluted bamboo root aggregate, gained experience points. Warning: the energy crystal of the defense tower was completely damaged due to overload use. Cao Yang's legs went weak, nearly collapsing. He stared intently at the ravaged battlefield, only sighing in relief once he confirmed that not a single root could move. I won the bet. He glanced at the island management panel, and the status of the defense tower had changed to energy crystal damaged tower, slightly damaged, awaiting repairs. Having exhausted his last trump card, he had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. But the stubborn stone island was temporarily safe once again. Cao Yang raised his head, gazing at the still mist-covered sky, his eyes showing no signs of relaxation. How many more surprises can this mist bring? Cao Yang sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. The decisive blow just dealt not only consumed precious energy crystals, but also nearly exhausted all his strength and willpower. Upon hearing the system's kill notification, he finally confirmed that the terrifying root amalgamation had indeed been completely destroyed. Cao, brother, are you alright? Qinze hurried over, his face still pale with fear, but even more so with the relief of having survived the ordeal. I'm fine. Just a bit drained. Cao Yang waved his hand, forcing himself to stand up, with the first thing on his mind being to rush towards the core of the island to check on the status of the defensive tower. On the virtual panel, the icon representing the defensive tower flickered with yellow light, next to which was a line of notifications: defensive tower minor damage to the structure, durability 89, core energy crystal completely destroyed, unable to recharge automatically, must replace with a new crystal to restore attack capability. It's just the crystal that's damaged, the tower structure isn't severely hurt. Cao Yang felt slightly reassured. The tower structure was intact, only the crystal powering the core had burned out due to overload, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. He immediately opened his storage space, where 8 first-tier energy crystals lay quietly. These crystals were originally intended for strategic reserves or to manufacture defensive towers later. There's no other choice, survival is the priority. Without hesitation, Cao Yang took out a softly glowing energy crystal and, following the system's prompt, placed it into the energy interface reserved at the bottom of the defensive tower. Detected standard first-tier energy crystal connecting. Connection successful. Defensive tower energy core restored to operation slowly, starting to recharge. Estimated recharge time 30 minutes. As the notification sound rang out, the top of the defensive tower once again lit up with a soft blue glow, though it was far less dazzling than when the previous crystal had exploded. It represented the last line of defense for this stubborn stone island, now back in operation. Phew. Cao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. With the protection of the defensive tower, the tense string in his heart could finally loosen a little. Cao brother, is the defensive tower repaired? Qinze approached cautiously and asked. Yes, I replaced the crystal, it's operational now. But its power might not be as strong as that second-tier one, and it needs time to recharge, Cao Yang explained as he glanced at the chaotic battlefield. Around the charred, deep pit, numerous dark red remains resembling burnt tree roots lay scattered, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. What a pity! If only the first-tier peak monster could drop a loot box. Qinze murmured with some regret, but still fought back his nausea, carefully approaching the remains with his iron knife, poking at them with the tip of his blade in an attempt to find valuable spoils. Cao Yang did not stop him. He too hoped for some gains after all. The previous battle had been a tremendous drain. He kept a vigilant watch on the surrounding mist while also checking the map for any new red dots. After rummaging for quite a while, Qinze found nothing resembling a loot box aside from a few particularly hard charred pieces that looked like core fragments, which only deepened his disappointment. Looks like it was all in vain, not even a black iron box. Qinze muttered, preparing to give up. At that moment, the tip of his knife touched something softer within the remains, and he felt as if he had poked a few hard round. Curiously, he used the tip of his knife to pry open the charred fragments, revealing several dark red seeds inside that pulsated slightly like miniature hearts. These seeds were about the size of a fingernail, their surface covered with twisted patterns, cold and slippery to the touch, as if they still retained some vitality. Cao brother, come look. There are a few seeds, or something, Qinze called out urgently. Cao Yang, upon hearing this, immediately walked over. When he saw the dark red seeds exuding a strange fluctuation, his pupils constricted sharply. He cautiously pinched one with 2 fingers, feeling the cold, yet seemingly pulsing texture that sent a chill down his spine. He focused his mind and attempted to identify it using the system. Item. Not fully formed, deeply contaminated. Description: detection shows that this item contains extremely intense fog pollution energy, with an internal structure that is highly unstable, a massive and chaotic energy reaction, and its specific use is unknown. Warning: this item is extremely dangerous and may cause unpredictable pollution and mutations to the handler and the surrounding environment. The system's feedback was unusually filled with uncertainty, even issuing a warning of extreme danger. This thing, Cao Yang frowned tightly, is it the seeds of those mutated bamboo roots? Or rather a conglomerate of pollution energy? He could clearly sense that within this small seed there lay a vast, chaotic, yet exceptionally pure fog energy originating from the same source as those previously contaminated bamboos and roots, but more concentrated and violent. Cao brother, what is this exactly? Qinze observed Cao Yang's serious expression and realized that this thing was no ordinary item. I don't know, but the system said it's extremely dangerous with massive energy. Carefully, Cao Yang collected all the dark red seeds and wrapped them carefully in a piece of clean animal skin. Though this thing is dangerous, it might come in handy at a critical moment. Cao Yang looked at the bulge wrapped in the animal skin in his hand, his eyes flickering, for instance, as bait or as some sort of unstable weapon. He carefully stored these strange pollution seeds in a separate corner of his storage space and made sure to mark them. Let's go back for now. The defensive tower needs time to recharge, and we must take this opportunity to rest and recover our state. Cao Yang glanced at the sky, once again engulfed by mist. This mist is far from over. After dealing with the charred battlefield, Cao Yang and Qinze dragged their weary bodies back to the shelter. The heavy wooden door closed behind them, cutting off the suffocating white silence outside and temporarily isolating them from the unknown terrors lurking in the depths of the mist. Cao Yang collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the cold wall, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Although the previous battle was brief, the peril and exhaustion it brought were no less than his earlier confrontation with the Mother of Phantoms. Qinze slumped directly to the ground, unable to utter a word, only gasping for breath. Drink some water, and Cao Yang retrieved a bottle of fresh water from their supplies and handed it to Qinze, taking a few large gulps for himself. The cold water flowed down his parched throat, bringing a hint of refreshment and slightly calming his chaotic thoughts. He opened the island management panel to reconfirm the status of the defense tower. Defense tower charging, 32. Estimated completion time, 18 minutes. Fortunately, the charging speed is a bit faster than expected. Cao Yang let out a slight sigh of relief, his gaze sweeping over the other data. The durability of the shelter under the protection of the hardwood armor remains stable at 99 for now. The core energy reserve of the island, having absorbed some energy from the previous high-concentration mist eruption, maintained at around 22. He clicked into the world chat channel, which still brimmed with panic and chaos. Someone help me. My wooden house is being corroded. There's something outside banging on the door. It's raining black here. The rain feels like sulfuric acid. Has anyone killed the monsters in the mist? Did they drop anything? Messages scrolled quickly, mostly consisting of meaningless wails and cries for help. Occasionally a few comments about killing monsters or obtaining supply boxes appeared, but were soon drowned out in the ocean of despair. Cao Yang closed the channel. Excessive negative information would only cloud their judgment. Cao Yang turned his head to look at Qinze, who had just caught his breath. Did you notice anything during your search through the wreckage? Qinze was taken aback, trying hard to recall details. It was very smelly and disgusting. Oh right, the burnt roots, it seems not all parts were charred. Some buried deeper still had a dark red color, just like the seeds you collected, Brother Cao. Buried deeper with a different color. Cao Yang pondered. Anything else? Like the way those roots attacked, their movement patterns. Qinze scratched his head, thinking carefully, and uncertainly said patterns. It seems they initially crawled towards us slowly, not fast. Then after the defense tower's first attack, when the ground was blown up, they all burst out, becoming frantic. Later, when I used stones to attract their attention, some of them did turn towards me. Turning towards us indicates they have basic perception capabilities, but not precise, making them prone to distractions. Cao Yang gently tapped the ground with his finger, his eyes sharp. The first time, they moved slowly, only reacting violently after being attacked, indicating they have a stress response or some sort of anger or self-protection mechanism. Emerging from underground indicates their primary activity area is below the surface, and their attack methods are entwining and piercing. No, they seem more afraid of high-intensity energy shocks, especially when they explode from within. Cao Yang's mind raced, replaying and analyzing every detail from the battle in his head. Moreover, the two most important points. He lifted his head to look at Qinze and slowly said, first, those bamboo shoots polluted by the mist and turned into monsters, their seeds or energy cores seem to be preserved and contain extremely strong contaminating energy. Second, Cao Yang emphasized, have you noticed that since the mist descended despite the sudden and strange attacks from the monsters, there seems to be a kind of intermittency? Qinze was taken aback. Intermittency? Yes. Cao Yang nodded. The first fish demon appeared some time after. Then the mist concentration suddenly erupted, corroding the shelter, followed closely by the mutation of those bamboo. Afterward, the root aggregate was disturbed, attacking us. There were actually relatively calm periods in between, although brief, they did exist. It's like the energy bursts of the mist, or rather the waves of mist that spawn and attract monsters, come in waves rather than continuously. Moreover, from the information in the World Channel, others' experiences are quite similar. They all suddenly faced attacks, then perhaps had a brief respite followed by new crises. Qinze listened to Cao Yang's analysis, his eyes gradually brightening. Brother Cao, do you mean the danger of this mist follows a pattern, like the ebb and flow of tides? I can't be 100% sure, but it's highly likely. Cao Yang said solemnly, if the mist is an energy field, then the fluctuations, gathering, and eruptions of energy likely have cycles or patterns. When energy is high, the activity and aggressiveness of the monsters increase, and they might even spawn new mutated. When energy is low, it is relatively safer, but one cannot let their guard down, because visibility remains low and monsters attracted earlier may still be lurking. So can we? Qinze grew excited. Find this pattern, and during low energy, when it's relatively safe, go out and explore, gathering resources. During high energy and danger, we can hide in the shelter, relying on the defense tower. In theory, yes. Cao Yang affirmed Qinze's idea, but this requires us to observe more closely, recording each energy fluctuation's intervals, duration, and the types and strengths of monsters appearing under different fluctuation levels. This will take time and also involve the risk of observation. He looked out at the eternal white, his gaze deep. However, at least we now have a direction. We are no longer passively waiting for monsters to come, but can attempt to understand and even predict the rhythm of this mist. Qinze, rest well. Once the defense tower is fully charged, we will take turns on watch, carefully observing any changes in the mist outside and recording any anomalies. As long as we can grasp the pattern of this mist, our chances of survival will greatly increase. Cao Yang clenched his fists. In this despairing white hell, for the first time, he vaguely saw a glimmer of light, indicating he could take control of his fate. Time flowed slowly amidst the silence and vigilance. The defense tower finally finished charging, and the top lit up with a stable light blue glow, like a lonely and steadfast lighthouse in the mist. The core energy reserve of the island stabilized at around 25 after absorbing some mist energy during the previous violent fluctuations, so there was no need to worry about energy depletion for now. Cao Yang and Qinze took turns on watch, not daring to relax for even a moment. Cao Yang was mainly responsible for observing the external environment and monitoring the second-level mist navigation chart in his mind, recording any subtle changes. Qinze was responsible for keeping an eye on the trends in the World Chat channel, trying to piece together more comprehensive information about the mist from the fragments of other survivors' comments. The third peak of the energy fluctuation lasted about 15 minutes, accompanied by strong corrosiveness and a low. After this fluctuation, a small biological aggregation reaction was detected in the area at the western edge of the island, approximately 35 meters from the shelter, suspected to be low-level mist-borne insects attracted over posing extremely low threat, and did not actively attack the shelter, dispersing on their own after the fluctuation ended. Cao Yang carefully recorded the recent occurrences on a relatively flat stone slab, using burnt wood charcoal. The slab was already filled with several lines of similar records. This was their observation plan. Any significant changes in the mist's energy, whether it be concentration increases, strange sounds, or corrosiveness, would be meticulously recorded, including time characteristics, subsequent impacts, and so on. Qinzhe, do you have any discoveries on your end? Cao Yang finished recording and looked up to ask. Qinzhe was staring at a system interface, only he could see his brow furrowed. Brother, Cao, the situation isn't good. In the world channel, there are increasingly more dead silent areas. Many who were previously begging for help have great end. He paused, his voice slightly dry, and now some are saying they've seen bigger things. Bigger things. Cao Yang's heart sank. This implies that the Mist Sea harbors not only relatively smaller threats, such as fish demons and mutated flora, but likely also colossal terrifying monsters of immense power. It appears the mist's tides grow fiercer with each wave, Cao Yang murmured grimly. We must swiftly discern their pattern and prepare for even graver contingencies. He glanced once more at the stone tablet he had inscribed. From the moment we began recording, approximately 8 hours have. During this interval, 3 distinct energy fluctuations, strong enough to directly impact the shelter, have occurred, averaging 1 every 2 to 3 hours. Each fluctuation exhibits slight variations in signature and intensity, yet broadly follows the same sequence: omen, emergence, energy, peak, monster activity, or environmental distortion, energy dissipation, brief calm. The brief lull lasts roughly 30 minutes to 1 hour, a period seemingly safer, during which corrosive effects subside and monster activity wanes. Qinzhe's eyes lit up. Then might we venture out during the next lull? Within the defensive tower's protective radius, perhaps we could scavenge resources, such as remnants of those mutated bamboo stalks, to see if any salvageable fragments remain. Cao Yang pondered briefly, then nodded. We may attempt it, but with utmost caution. We shall not stray beyond 20 meters from the shelter, never exceeding the tower's attack range. And should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately. The two waited another hour. Meanwhile, the mist pulsed faintly once more, yet its intensity paled beside the first 3 surges, merely dampening the shelter's walls slightly before they dried again. The lull should have begun. Cao Yang observed his mental sea chart. Within 50 meters, no red blips appeared. Only occasional, nearly invisible gray-white insects no larger than fingernails flitted past. Let's go, now while time permits. Clad in full armor, Cao Yang and Qinzhe pushed open the shelter's heavy wooden door. The air outside remained frigid and slick, yet the heart-stopping corrosion had markedly receded. No longer. Visibility remained extremely low, however. Beneath the defensive tower's soft azure radiance, the surrounding 10-meter radius was barely discernible. They ventured no farther, conducting their survey cautiously near the shelter. First, they examined the site where the mutated bamboo grove had been obliterated. The charred crater still loomed, starkly littered with darker, utterly inert root remnants, crumbling brittly underfoot with sharp crackling sounds. Qinzhe probed the debris with his iron blade, seeking relatively intact fragments that might serve as fuel or other practical uses. Cao Yang focused instead on the residual state of these fragments, especially whether any lingering polluted energy persisted. Soon Qinzhe let out a low exclamation. Brother Cao, look here. Cao Yang approached to find Qinzhe lifting with his blade's tip a half-meter-long, wrist-thick segment of dark red wood core from a pile of blackened shards. Unlike the other remnants, this object resisted crumbling upon contact, remarkably dense. Though its surface was scorched black, its interior retained a tightly compacted structure, gleaming with a subdued metallic sheen beneath the tower's faint luminescence. Is this the innermost core of those roots, say? Cao Yang carefully took it. It felt weighty, far heavier than wood of comparable volume. He activated the system's identification function. Item: polluted wood core, severe pollution, inert, in quality green, superior in description, the central remnant of a mutated bamboo root cluster. Its active pollutant source has been annihilated by intense energy impact, yet the material itself, altered by pollution and high energy tempering, has become exceptionally hard, dense, and energetically inert, suitable for forging weapon blanks or specialized construction materials. An excellent find. A flicker of delight crossed Cao Yang's eyes. Though labeled severely polluted, its inert status meant it was currently stable and safe. Its extraordinary hardness, density, and energetic inertia made it ideal for crafting melee weapons or shields. Secure it. This may prove invaluable later. They continued searching and uncovered several additional rigid root fragments, smaller in size, but still usable as raw material. Beyond these, they collected pitted, corrosion-scarred stones and a few clusters of pallid, unnamed moss, tenaciously thriving amid the mist. Though of little intrinsic value, they were not without utility. Just as they prepared to return to the shelter, a faint, almost imperceptible green flickered at the periphery of Cao Yang's mental sea chart, roughly 45 meters from the shelter. Moi. Cao Yang halted abruptly, eyes locked on that direction. Green dots typically signified neutral or benign entities. What could possibly dwell here in this perilous mist? On his mental chart, the faint green dot shimmered like a candle flame in wind, flickering erratically at the chart's edge for less than 2 seconds before vanishing once more into the thick, impenetrable fog. 45 meters from the shelter placed it just beyond the tower's maximum effective range of 40 meters, yet still within the chart's 50-meter perceptual radius. Cao Yang's heart surged. A green dot. In this white labyrinth suffused with death and hostility, neutrality was rarer than an oasis in a desert. Was it another creature untouched by the mist's corruption, or some rare harvestable resource? Brother Cao, what? Qinze noticed Cao Yang's sudden halt and intense fixed gaze. Instantly, he tightened his grip on the eye. Cao Yang raised a hand signaling silence and concentrated all his awareness on that peripheral zone of the chart. The green dot did not reappear. Had it been a passing creature, or something lurking deeper within the fog? No. The chart's hostility markers, red, and neutrality indicators, green, reflected direct intent toward either the shelter or its overseer Cao Yang. If an uncorrupted, harmless neutral entity had merely traversed the area, a fleeting marker would be entirely plausible. Over there, something stirred. Cao Yang whispered, pointing toward the approximate location of the vanished green dot. A green marker. No hostility, but now gone. A green dot. No hostile intent. Qinze reacted with astonishment and doubt. Could it be people? Other survivors? Uncertain, but unlikely. Cao Yang shook his head. If other survivors were moving through the mist, the chart would sustain their markers for longer. Unless they possessed some means to vanish instantly, or unless they remained motionless, having only just entered the chart's detection radius, and then for some reason were classified as intentless. Shall we investigate? Qinze hesitated. 45 meters was not far, but it lay beyond the tower's protective reach, deep into unknown treacherous mist. Cao Yang weighed risk against reward. That unknown green that represented both opportunity and potentially another kind of trap. Yet he leaned toward trusting the chart's judgment. A green dot meant, at least in that instant, that the target held no immediate aggressive intent toward the shelter or himself. The tower has fully recharged. The shelter remains secure for now. Cao Yang glanced back at the azure-lit sanctuary, then at the dense, heavy, polluted wood core in his hand, and resolved. Let us proceed, but with extreme vigilance. At the first sign of a red marker, or any anomaly, retreat instantly. No hesitation. Qinze, stay 5 paces behind me. Watch our rear and flanks. Qinze nodded firmly, tense yet resolute. He knew well, in this unforgiving world, even the faintest glimmer of resource or intelligence could mean the difference between survival and oblivion. The two figures moved cautiously, like two shadows merging into the thick mist, advancing towards the direction of the fog was as thick as a viscous liquid, obstructing vision and absorbing sound, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing and the beating of their hearts. Cao Yang pushed the sensing range of the sea chart in his mind to its limits, compressing the circular field of vision with a radius of 50 meters to the utmost clarity, missing no abnormal fluctuations. 30 meters. 40 meters. They were getting closer to the position where the green dot had appeared. Apart from the corroded, pockmarked rocks and the ashen lichens, there was nothing else around. The cold, slippery mist seemed to seep into the marrow. At 45 meters, Cao Yang and Qinze stopped behind a massive black rock covered in holes. This was the last location where the green dot marked on the sea chart had disappeared. Cao Yang leaned out to observe carefully. Ahead was a relatively open gravel area scattered with a few smaller rocks. There were no signs of movement nor any obvious resource points. Could the sea chart be wrong? Or has that thing already? Qinze asked in a hushed voice. Cao Yang remained silent, his gaze sweeping across every inch of the ground like that of a hawk. Suddenly something at the edge of the gravel caught his attention, an inconspicuous dark blue stone half buried in the sand. The stone was about the size of a fist, its surface covered in honeycomb-like holes, and its color slightly different from the surrounding dull rocks, faintly emanating a barely perceptible pale green glow. Moreover, Cao Yang noticed that the gravel surrounding the stone seemed to have been slightly disturbed, with a few grains of sand clinging to a slick, translucent mucilage. Over there, Cao Yang pointed to the stone, making a shushing gesture signaling Qinze to stay put and provide cover while he crouched down, stealthily approaching like a hunting civet. He gripped his machete tightly in his right hand while his left picked up a small stone from the ground and gently tossed it towards the side of the larger stone. Thud! The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed sharply in the silence. However, the stone showed no reaction, its faint pale green glow flickering in the mist. Cao Yang frowned, waiting a few more seconds, and after confirming there was no danger, he quickly approached, bending down to carefully prod the dark blue stone with the tip of his knife. Just as the knife tip was about to touch the stone, gurgle. A very faint sound like a bubble bursting came from the gravel beneath the stone. Suddenly that stone moved. It sprang up from the gravel, revealing a fist-sized, almost transparent jelly-like soft organism beneath it. The dark blue hole-ridden stone was actually the shell of this soft organism. and the pale green glow was emanating from within this jelly-like creature. This peculiar little creature seemed startled awkwardly and swiftly wriggling towards a gap in the nearby rocks, its shell gently swaying with its movements. In the sea chart in Cao Yang's mind, a clear and stable green dot lit up again precisely at the location of this strange little creature. It seemed to have no intention of attacking, merely wanting to escape the human that had disturbed its rock disguise. Target: mimetic shell dweller, larval form, status frightened, harmless. Description: a gentle mist native, soft organism adept at mimicking rocks to evade predators, feeding on the weak energy drifting in the mist and filtering microorganisms from the water. Its flesh is edible, and its rocky shell has certain medicinal and alchemical value. It is usually non-aggressive towards intelligent beings. Upon seeing the system's description pop up, Cao Yang's tense nerves relaxed significantly. A harmless mist native organism, and its flesh is edible with a useful shell. He watched the clumsily wriggling jelly stone that was almost fully lodged in the rock crevice, his eyes brightening. In this mist, apart from deadly threats, there were also lives that could become resources. Seeing the words harmless and edible in the system description, Cao Yang's tense nerves relaxed again. But immediately after, the parts about status and strength in the description made him pause. Target: mimetic shell dweller, larval form, status frightened, harmless. Strength assessment: late stage of the first level. Late stage of the first level. Cao Yang's heart jolted. This seemingly harmless, even somewhat clumsy, jelly stone actually had a strength assessment equivalent to that of a latest-stage fog-hidden fish demon. However, this strength assessment clearly did not refer to its attack power. From its frightened, fleeing stance, along with the descriptions of harmless, gentle, and usually non-aggressive towards intelligent beings, this latest stage of the first level strength likely reflected its defensive capabilities, vitality, or some special survival ability. For instance, its mimetic ability that deceived both Cao Yang and the initial scan of the sea chart. Even the system called it adept. And for example, its peculiar constitution that allowed it to survive in this corrosive mist environment and feed on the weak energy in the mist. Cao brother, what is this? Qinzhe also leaned closer, looking in astonishment at the jelly stone that had almost half of its body wedged into a crevice and was still wriggling slightly. He also saw the system description, disbelief flashing across his face. Late stage of the first level, but it looks completely non-threatening. Cao Yang took over the conversation, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. In this misty world, the criteria for measuring strength likely involve more than just combat ability. Survival ability, adaptability, and uniqueness may all be taken into account. This creature's mimetic and survival abilities probably equate to the late stage of the first level of combat-type monsters in the system's assessment. He glanced at the little creature still struggling to squeeze into the crevice. It seemed to be stuck at the gap due to its bulk, or rather the weight of its shell, its transparent jelly-like body, writhing futilely, producing faint gurgling sounds, with the pale green glow flickering dimly, appearing both pitiful and a bit comical. So, what should we do? Qinzhe licked his slightly cracked lips. The word edible was quite tempting for them, given their current situation of only having roasted eel and a bit of leftover berries. Moreover, the shell had medicinal and alchemical value. Cao Yang did not answer immediately, but carefully observed this mimetic shell dweller. It truly showed no intention of attack. In fact, upon realizing it was surrounded by two giant creatures, it stopped wriggling in fright, its jelly-like body trembling slightly, and the shell on its back swaying gently, as if shivering. Let's try to catch it, but don't hurt it. Especially the shell on its back. Cao Yang made a decision. A creature with latest-stage first-level strength that posed no threat was simply a resource delivered to them. Be careful. Although it's harmless, it is still a mist creature, and we don't know if there are any other peculiarities. Understood. Qinzhe also became energized, cautiously circling to the other side of the rock to block the retreat of the mimetic shell dweller. Cao Yang slowly approached from the side. He did not use his machete. Instead, he unfastened a makeshift rope made of beast hide and vines from his waist, something they had prepared earlier for potential terrain challenges. Sorry, little fellow, but we need food. Cao Yang whispered, unsure if he was speaking to the shell dweller or to himself. He waited for the right moment, and as the shell dweller panicked again at Qinzhe's approach and tried to push forward, he swiftly threw the rope over it, accurately ensnaring the narrow part where its jelly-like body connected with the shell, then quickly tightened and tied it. The mimicry stone clam struggled violently, its jelly-like body unleashing an unexpected force that tightened the ropes in an instant. Cao Yang felt a considerable strength in his hand. This seemingly weak little creature possessed quite a power. Qinzhe hurriedly stepped forward, and together they barely managed to subdue the struggling little creature. Its shell crashed against the rocks, producing dull thuds, but aside from its struggles, it showed no signs of aggression, neither spitting venom nor extending hidden tentacles, merely writhing in vain. Its strength is impressive. No wonder it's at the late stage of the first rank. Qinzhe gasped in astonishment. Soon the mimicry stone clam seemed to exhaust its strength or realized its struggles were futile, gradually ceasing its movements, its jelly-like body slumping down, with only a faint green glow flickering weakly, exuding a pitiful aura. Cao Yang carefully lifted it out from the crevice of the rocks. It felt heavy in his hands, primarily due to the weight of its shell, while its jelly-like body was cold and slick. He secured it with ropes to ensure it wouldn't escape and wouldn't harm its seemingly fragile body. Acquired mimicry stone clam juvenile live X1. Let's go back first. Cao Yang, holding on to this unexpected catch, swiftly retreated with Qin Zhe back within the protective range of the defense tower, returning to the shelter. Placing the still slightly trembling stone clam in a corner, Cao Yang and Qin Zhe exchanged glances, both seeing a flicker of excitement in each other's eyes. Though the process was somewhat unexpected, they had indeed captured a latest-stage first-rank mist creature, and it was a rare, neutral, and harmless type. Brother Cao, what should we do with this? Can we eat it now? Qin Zhe looked at the jelly, hesitating. Although the system indicated it was edible, the almost transparent body made it hard to swallow. Cao Yang pondered as well. Killing it for meat was the simplest option. But he again glanced at the system description. The stone shell on its back has certain medicinal and alchemical value. Alchemical value? Does the mist world even have the concept of alchemy? This shell might have a more special use. Let's not kill it yet. Cao Yang made a decision. Let's find something to raise it and see how it goes. Its mimicry ability is special, allowing it to hide perfectly in the mist. Perhaps it has other uses. Moreover, the system says it's harmless to intelligent beings. We can try observing it even. Domesticate it. He gazed at the corner where the clam no longer struggled, only flickering with a faint glow. A bold idea arose in his. In this perilous mist world, a local creature with strong mimicry and survival abilities, which pose no harm to humans, might be valued far beyond the few ounces of meat it carried. The mimicry stone clam was temporarily placed in a small enclosure made of stone and scraps of hardwood located in the innermost corner of the shelter. Cao Yang also spread a shallow layer of cleaner freshwater he had brought from the underground lake at the bottom of the enclosure. The little creature had been very quiet since being captured, or rather it seemed to be in a state of playing dead. It curled up in its jelly-like body, the dark green shell tightly closed, leaving only a tiny gap. Its faint green glow had dimmed to the point of almost being invisible. If not for Cao Yang confirming through the map that the stable green that representing it was still there, one might have thought it was already dead. Brother Cao, is it afraid of us? Qin Zhe crouched by the enclosure, curiously poking the cold, smooth shell. The stone clam immediately shrank in slightly, but still showed no further reaction. It might be adapting to its environment or feeling scared. Cao Yang also crouched down to observe the system. Says it's harmless, but it didn't say it isn't afraid of humans. Creatures skilled in mimicry usually aren't very bold. Their first reaction to danger is to hide and evade. Let me try tearing a small piece of the grilled eel from earlier and placing it in front of the stone clam. After a long wait, the clam remained utterly still. It doesn't eat this? Qin Zhe questioned, perplexed. Maybe its diet is different. Cao Yang thought for a moment, then walked to the window and carefully scooped a bit of the mist-dampened air outside, with a clean shell, even stirring it a bit at the edge of the thick fog to let fine droplets form on the inner surface of the shell. He then brought it in front of the stone clam, slowly pouring the moist air and droplets onto the dark green shell. This time there was a reaction. The tightly closed gap in the shell opened ever so slightly. A few fine, almost transparent light green tendrils cautiously emerged from the gap, gently swaying in the air as if sensing something. Then these tendrils gently and tentatively touched the droplets of water condensed on the shell and the surrounding moist air. Soon Cao Yang and Qin Zhe were astonished to see those droplets being absorbed by the light green tendrils at a visible speed, and a small portion of the faint, uncomfortable mist in the air seemed to be drawn and merging into those tendrils. The dim glow on the stone clam's shell seemed to brighten slightly. It's eating the mist, Qin Zhe exclaimed, wide-eyed. It's more like absorbing some kind of energy and moisture from the mist. Cao Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. So that's it. Its food is the mist itself, or rather some energy and moisture contained within the mist. No wonder it poses no harm to intelligent beings. Its diet and way of survival do not conflict with us. This further solidified Cao Yang's intention not to kill it for the time being. A creature that can survive just by absorbing mist has almost zero rearing costs. Moreover, its powerful mimicry ability and latest-stage first-rank strength might prove unexpectedly useful in future explorations. Shall we give it a name? Qin Zhe looked at the little creature that had begun to slowly absorb mist and droplets again, feeling it wasn't so frightening anymore. Instead, it appeared somewhat endearing. Let's just call it Stone. Simple and easy to remember, Cao Yang casually suggested, yet his gaze had already turned toward the window. Capturing Stone was merely a small episode during the mist-calm period. Cao Yang did not forget the more important task, continuing to observe and record the patterns of the mist. In the next few hours, the mist experienced several energy fluctuations again, but none were as intense as the previous peaks. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe took turns keeping watch, recording the start time, duration, and characteristics of each fluctuation, such as increased corrosiveness, strange sounds, temperature changes, etc., as well as whether any new red or green dots appeared in the map's view after the fluctuations ended. Fourth minor fluctuation lasting 7 minutes, characterized by slight vibrations and low frequency, humming with no direct corrosiveness. After the fluctuation ended, no anomalies were observed within the visual range. Fifth minor fluctuation lasting only 3 minutes, accompanied by a brief harsh sound similar to metal scraping. After it ended, two faint red dots appeared 48 meters to the northeast, suspected to be first-rank early-stage mist beetles, which wandered outside the defense tower's attack range for about 10 minutes before leaving on their own. As the records grew more detailed, the puzzle of the mist's rhythm gradually became clearer in Cao Yang's mind. It seems that the tide of the mist indeed varies in size. Cao Yang pointed to the records on the stone slab and analyzed the Qinzhe. The large tide, like the one that previously gave rise to mutated bamboo and attracted fish demons, has a long interval, with a violent energy explosion often accompanied by significant environmental changes and the emergence of stronger monsters. The small tides, on the other hand, occur much more frequently, but are weaker. Sometimes they merely manifest as sounds or vibrations, and the monsters drawn to them are relatively weak and may not even attack proactively. Moreover, Cao Yang traced the timestamps of several wave records with his finger. There seems to be a certain pattern between the large and small tides. Look, after a large tide, there are often several smaller tides with gradually diminishing intensity, followed by a relatively long period of calm. Then a new round of fluctuations will begin, progressing from weak to strong until the next large tide erupts. Qinzhe nodded repeatedly. So if we can accurately determine the interval time of each large tide, we can prepare. During the eruption of the large tide, we should hold our ground and focus on defense. In the calm period and between the small tides, we can seize the time to rest, and even conduct limited exploration and resource collection under the protection of the defense tower like today. In theory, yes, Cao Yang nodded, but this requires us to observe and verify for a longer time. Furthermore, we must consider unexpected factors, such as whether a more powerful monster might appear at any moment unaffected by this tide pattern. At that moment, a faint green dot flickered again at the edge of the sea map in Cao Yang's mind, approximately 50 meters away from the shelter at the limit of his visual range. This time the green dot stayed longer than when the stone appeared, about 5 seconds, and it was slowly moving along the coastline. Another green dot. Cao Yang whispered immediately. This one is moving along the coastline and the direction. Is it coming toward us? Qinzhe immediately became tense. Is it another stone? Or something else? I don't know, it's too far away and the information on the sea map is very vague. Cao Yang stood up and walked to the window. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel that the faint green dot representing the stone was still in the corner, so this new green dot was clearly another entity. Was it another harmless native organism of the mist, or a trap disguised as neutral? Cao Yang's heart, beneath the seemingly clearer patterns of the mist, unknown variables still lurked everywhere. The second green dot. Cao Yang immediately became alert, focusing intently on the edge of the sea map in his mind. The newly appeared green dot moved slowly, but it was indeed approaching along the coastline, inching closer to the location of the stubborn stone island. Distance 48 meters. 47 meters. Qinzhe, stay alert, something is getting closer, moving slowly, and it's coming toward us. Cao Yang issued the command in a deep voice while tightening his grip on the machete. Although the sea map indicated a neutral green dot after the previous attack by the mutated bamboo roots, he dared not be careless. The strangeness and danger of the mist creatures had left a deep impression on him. Qinzhe also immediately grabbed an iron knife, holding his breath and concentrating at the door, intensely staring through the crack at the thick fog outside. Seconds ticked by, and the green dot on Cao Yang's sea map moved slowly and steadily, getting closer. 45 meters. 43 meters. 40 meters. As the green dot entered the maximum attack range of the defense tower, 40 meters, Cao Yang's heart leaped to his throat. The pale blue light of the defense tower slightly adjusted its angle, seemingly locking onto that direction, yet it did not launch an attack, clearly judging that the target posed no immediate hostility. The green did not linger at the edge of the defense tower, but continued to approach, seemingly with a clear target, the stubborn stone island. 38 meters. 35 meters. Brother Cao, should we use the defense tower? Qinzhe nervously. Wait, Cao Yang raised his hand to stop him, his gaze sharp. It's still coming closer, but at a slow speed. It doesn't look like it's about to attack. Moreover, the color of the sea map hasn't changed. The green dot remained stable, showing no signs of turning into a red. 30 meters. 25 meters. The distance was closing in, and they had already entered the range where Cao Yang and Qinzhe could barely see its outline with the assistance of the defense tower's light. In the thick fog, a shadow roughly the size of a small wooden barrel and with a blurred outline was moving slowly, swaying along the slippery rocky ground toward them. What is that? Qinzhe squinted his eyes, trying hard to see clearly. The shadow did not look like an animal. It seemed more like a large mass of tangled, wet, dark brown water plants, or some uniquely shaped sponge. Its movement was peculiar, not walking or crawling, but rather like a mollusk, slowly writhing and extending its underbelly, propelling its entire body forward, making a faint rustling sound. When it entered the 20-meter range, clearly illuminated by the defense tower's light, Cao Yang and Qinzhe finally saw its full form. It indeed resembled a massive, countless times enlarged mass of dark brown seabed moss, or a conglomeration of porous sponges. Its surface was covered with tiny pores, constantly exuding moisture, and its body slightly changed shape as it undulated, looking soft and unthreatening. In the center of its body, faint yellow light points flickered like fireflies, different from the pale green glow of the stone, yet similarly exuding a sense of peace, even somewhat dull. Target tidal moss cluster juvenile status, slowly moving inert harmless description, a gentle native organism of the misty waters, often residing in humid rocky areas, feeding on fine organic matter and energy filtered from water and air. It moves slowly, has a gentle disposition, and is virtually non-aggressive. The symbiotic moss on its surface secretes a certain stickiness and flexibility, which can be used as a simple adhesive or filler material once dried. Strength assessment mid-level stage 1, another harmless neutral unit. And its strength assessment has reached mid-level stage 1. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and a hint of peculiarity in each other's eyes. This misty world seems not to be filled entirely with deadly monsters. Beyond the ferocious fish demons and bizarre mutated plants, there also exist native life forms like the stone and the current moss cluster, which appear harmless and may even be useful. Where is it going? Qin Zhe watched the moss move slowly and steadily, its direction seemingly toward the humid rocky area beside their shelter between the core of the island and the underground freshwater seep. Cao Yang's heart stirred. He seemed to understand something. He opened the island management panel and glanced at the energy reserve of the island's core, 25. He glanced again at the sluggishly moving tidal moss cluster. It might have been attracted here, Cao Yang said, thoughtfully, attracted by the energy emitted by the island's core or by our relatively clean water source and stable environment. Although these native organisms of the mist can survive in the mist, it doesn't mean they enjoy staying in violent energy fluctuations all day. A relatively calm place with stable energy or water sources may be their comfort zone. It seemed to confirm Cao Yang's speculation as the tidal moss wriggled and finally stopped at the edge of the humid rocky area he mentioned. It spread its body like a thick carpet lying flat on the rocky surface. The tiny pores began to rhythmically open and close, absorbing moisture from the air and, seemingly, the extremely faint energy fluctuations emitted by the island's core. It simply stopped there, the faint yellow light points on its surface slowly flickering, as if entering a comfortable state. In Cao Yang's sea map, the green dot representing it also became extremely stable, no longer moving. Qin Zhe watched in astonishment. It just settled down here. It seems so, Cao Yang replied, somewhat amused and exasperated. He had originally expected a tense confrontation or battle, yet the opponent merely strolled over leisurely and found a comfortable spot to lie down. This thing looks even lazier than a rock, Qin Zhe commented. Cao Yang observed carefully for a moment, confirming that this tidal moss cluster had no intention of attacking whatsoever, lacking even the most basic sense of vigilance, completely immersed in the comfort of absorbing energy and moisture. Harmless, useful as adhesive material, and it will automatically seek a relatively safe habitat. Cao Yang stroked his chin, an idea becoming clearer. Qin Zhe, what do you think would happen if we could attract more of these neutral creatures over here, even encouraging them to settle on the Wanshur Island? Attract them? Why? Qin Zhe asked, taken aback. Firstly, they themselves might be a resource. For instance, the secretions of this moss cluster could be of great use in the future. Secondly, and more importantly, Cao Yang's gaze deepened, their arrival itself is a signal. A signal? Yes, Cao Yang nodded. A signal that the environment of Wanshur Island compared to the raging mists outside is safe, stable, and habitable. This would create a positive feedback loop. The more harmless creatures attracted to settle, the more stable the island's ecology, even if it's just a distorted mist ecosystem, would become, which in turn could suppress those aggressive monsters from coming close, or at least when monsters do approach, these harmless creatures might serve as the first line of warning or bait. So you mean we not only need to survive in the tide of the mist, but also try to establish our own territory, even attract those harmless beneficial residents from within the mist? Qin Zhe's eyes gradually brightened. Exactly. Cao Yang looked at the mimic stone dwelling in the corner that was still playing dead, then at the tidal moss cluster sprawled across the rocks outside. Since we can't immediately change this damned mist, we should adapt to it, as much as possible use it, and even carve out a small piece of our own relatively safe territory under its rules. The tides of this mist rise and fall, and those monsters and resources may also come with the tides. We not only need to learn to gather resources tightly during the receding tide and avoid dangers during the rising tide, perhaps we can also attempt to guide this tide to bring us some less dangerous things. Cao Yang's gaze turned towards the eternal white outside the window. For instance, these lost, harmless neighbors. A new, more proactive survival strategy gradually took shape in Cao Yang's mind. No longer purely passive defense and frantic escape, but seeking a sliver of control and the possibility of development within the crevices. Wanshur Island, this isolated isle floating amidst endless mists, might not just be their refuge. In the future, it could also become their first small, stable outpost in this white sea of death. In the next several hours, the tide of the mist seemed to enter a relatively stable phase. Although there were still a few faint fluctuations, their intensity was far less than before, merely causing the mist to roll slightly or bring about a series of indistinct whispers without triggering any new crises. Cao Yang and Qin Zhe were able to take turns resting, replenishing their exhausted strength. The energy of the defense tower was slowly recovering, and the energy reserves at the core of the island stabilized at around 25. The mimic stone dwelling, nicknamed Rock, gradually adapted to its new environment within the confines of the corner. It no longer kept its shell tightly closed, occasionally extending its light green tentacles to absorb the moisture from the mist pervading the air, as well as the clean water that Cao Yang had intentionally placed beside it, drawn from a seepage pit. The dark blue shell on its back, illuminated by the soft glow of the defense tower, occasionally flashed a faint breathing-like luminescence. Meanwhile, the tidal moss cluster, which had uninvitedly settled in the damp rocky area outside the shelter, had completely entered a resting mode. It resembled a thick, wet, dark brown carpet spread over the rocks, with countless small pores on the surface slowly opening and closing, inhaling and exhaling moisture, while the light yellow point in its center flickered rhythmically, exuding an air of utter comfort. One time Qinze boldly poked its soft body with a small stick, and it showed no reaction. The poked area merely sunk slightly, before slowly bouncing back, continuing its photosynthesis, or perhaps some form of energy absorption. The arrival of these two unexpected guests, though not bringing any substantial benefits apart from the potential adhesive the moss cluster could provide in the future, added a touch of peculiar vitality to the oppressive shelter, and allowed Cao Yang and Qinze's taut nerves to receive a subtle alleviation. Watching these gentle mist creatures resting peacefully, it seemed that this deathly land was not solely about slaughter and despair. However, the tranquility did not last long. Just as Cao Yang and Qinze had finished a simple meal, grilled eel and the few remaining berries, and were preparing to rotate their watch again, the nautical chart in Cao Yang's mind stirred once more at its edge. This time it was not one green dot, but two. Moreover, the two green dots were not moving toward the shelter, but were circling around the periphery of Wanshur Island, approximately 40 to 50 meters from the shoreline. Something else is coming, two of them circling outside the island. Cao Yang immediately became alert and spoke to Qinze in a low voice. Another green dot. I hope it's not some odd thing wanting to settle here again, Qinze said with a wry smile, wondering if there were too many gentle creatures in this mist. Not sure. The distance is a bit far, and the nautical chart information is quite vague, but they don't seem to exhibit direct hostility. Cao Yang kept his gaze fixed on the two slowly moving green dots. They seemed interested in Wanshur Island itself, but maintained a certain distance, as if observing and waiting for something. Wait. They're getting closer to the shore. Cao Yang noticed that the movement trajectory of the two green dots started to gradually converge toward the island's edge. 30 meters. 25 meters. 20 meters. When the green dots entered the barely reachable edge of the defense tower's light, Cao Yang and Qinze vaguely saw two shadowy oval shapes rising and falling on the mist-covered sea. Are they some kind of floating object? Or creatures? Just as the two were puzzled, the two green dots suddenly accelerated, hurtling straight toward the island's edge into a shallow area with relatively calm rocks. Prepare for battle, Cao Yang shouted lowly. Though the opponents were green dots, such a sudden acceleration required his vigilance. However, the anticipated attack did not come. With two splashes, the two shadowy shapes surged onto the shallows, revealing their true forms. To their astonishment, they were two giant sea snails the size of millstones, with dark blue shells covered in spiral patterns. Their shells were thick and sturdy, coated with slippery seaweed and silt, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. After the two giant sea snails reached the shore, they seemed to have exhausted their strength or felt secure in this spot, remaining motionless at the edge of the shallows. Only from the openings of their shells did two soft flesh-colored tentacles divided at the tips occasionally probe out into the air, gently swaying, as if sensing the surrounding environment. Target: deep sea patrol snail, adult. Status: exhausted, wary, neutral. Description: a gentle-natured, bottom-dwelling creature of the misty waters with an extremely hard and heavy shell, commonly found patrolling the deep sea, feeding on organic matter filtered from the water. Possesses a certain level of intelligence and will respond to friendly signals. Their flesh is delicious, and their shells serve as excellent natural containers and defensive materials. Typically, they do not attack larger creatures unless in a state of hunger or threat. Strength assessment: midstage, second tier. Midstage, second tier. Cao Yang and Qinze both flinched inwardly, taking a sharp breath. The description still emphasized their gentle nature and that they would not actively attack unless threatened. Yet facing two massive creatures at midstage, second tier, even if they appeared harmless, the psychological pressure they exerted was entirely different. They seemed to just be tired, coming ashore to rest. Qinze's voice was slightly hoarse as he looked at the two giant sea snails resting on the shallows, their tentacles gently swaying. He felt that their heavy shells resembled two small mountains, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. It seems so. Cao Yang forced himself to calm down, slowly loosening his grip on the knife handle, though his nerves remained taut. But after all, they are second-tier midstage creatures. We must not offend them in the slightest. Do not approach, do not make any movements that could be misinterpreted as a threat. Their shells look just like city walls. Qinze instinctively lowered his voice, as if afraid of startling the two uninvited guests. If only we could use them as shields. Don't even think about it, Cao Yang interrupted decisively. In the mid-phase of the second rank, the defensive power of its shell is absolutely beyond imagination. Provoking them now is no different from seeking death. Moreover, the system mentioned that they possess a certain level of intelligence. In the face of such beings, maintaining distance and showing respect is the wisest course of action. Neighbors, Shinzei smiled wryly. Being accompanied by two mid-phase second-rank neighbors doesn't feel very reassuring. Not necessarily a bad thing. Cao Yang's gaze deepened as he looked at the two deep-sea roaming snails that seemed to be basking in the sun on the rocks. Think about it: a latest-stage first-rank rock, a mid-phase first-rank moss cluster, and now two mid-phase second-rank big guys have come. They have all been attracted to the vicinity of the Wanshur Island. Shinzei seemed to understand something. Brother Cao, are you saying that our location really has a special allure for these mist creatures? Is it a good place? Exactly. Cao Yang nodded, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. I had suspected that Wanshur Island, or rather the area covered by the island's core energy, might have formed a small, relatively stable safe zone amidst this violent sea of mist. It now seems that the allure of this safe zone is even greater than we imagined. Even mid-phase second-rank beings are drawn here when they feel fatigued or in need of rest. This means first that we are temporarily in a relatively safe place where even second-rank creatures are willing to stop by. Second, the characteristics of this safe zone may continue to attract more and various levels of mist creatures, both good and bad. Third, Cao Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp glimmer. If even second-rank creatures acknowledge the safety here, doesn't that imply that the energy of the island's core or the rules of this area itself has a positive allure or protective effect on the mist creatures that we have yet to fully comprehend? So what should we do now? Shinzei asked, glancing at the two big neighbors outside, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Observe quietly, keep our distance, and absolutely do not take the initiative to provoke or disturb them, Cao Yang said solemnly. If they leave after a brief rest, that would be best. If they intend to settle down here. Cao Yang paused, looking at the two deep-sea roaming snails, emanating a calm presence. Then we will have to try to accept it. Having two mid-phase second-rank neighbors nearby, while stressful, also serves as a form of deterrence in a sense. At the very least, ordinary low-level monsters who are not clear-headed probably won't dare to approach this area easily anymore. We not only need to learn to survive amidst the waves of mist, but perhaps we also need to learn how to coexist with these powerful neutral neighbors. Until we completely understand their habits and intentions, maintaining reverence and preserving the status quo is the best. Cao Yang walked to the window, his gaze sweeping over the quietly resting rock in the corner. The moss cluster spread over the rocks, and the deep-sea roaming snails that resembled two small mountains on the shallows. This scene was even stranger than before, filled with uncertainty and an indescribable potential. Home. Cao Yang murmured, his gaze profound. To establish a home in such a world, we need strength, we need resources, and we need to understand the rules of this world, including how to interact with these natives. The arrival of these two mid-phase second-rank neighbors was like a heavy stone thrown into the water, breaking the brief tranquility, but it also made Cao Yang more acutely aware that to truly establish themselves in this sea of mist, they had to face more than just the aggressive monsters. Coexisting with the powerful neighbors may well be the next challenge they face, and a survival skill they must learn. The two mid-phase second-rank deep-sea roaming snails sat quietly on the rocks at the edge of the shallows, resembling two silent dark blue hills. Their massive flesh-colored tentacles occasionally extended from their heavy shells, slowly swaying in the air, sensing the damp and cold atmosphere and the salty sea waves before retracting leisurely, as if everything outside was irrelevant to them, leaving only a long, almost eternal rest. Inside the shelter, however, Cao Yang and Shinzei could not remain as calm as those two giant sea snakes, mid-phase second rank, and there are two of them. Shinzei peered through the crack in the door, unable to resist glancing at the massive outline, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of startling them. Brother Cao, they won't suddenly go berserk and tear our island apart, will they? The system describes them as gentle in temperament, and will not take the initiative to attack unless hungry or threatened. Cao Yang's gaze also remained fixed on the two deep-sea roaming snails as he calmly analyzed. They appear to be quite exhausted right now, likely having found a relatively safe and comfortable place to rest after a long journey. As long as we do not take the initiative to provoke them, such as attacking them with defense towers or attempting to pry open their shells, the likelihood of them attacking us is very low. But they are still second rank. Shinzei said, still feeling uneasy. The gap in strength is too great. A sneeze from them might spell our end. So we must be more cautious and adhere to the rules. Cao Yang turned away, no longer looking at the two giant sea snails. He knew that excessive attention and tension might provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to approach within 30 meters of the shallows. Daily water collection and resource gathering must all avoid that direction. Maintain silence and try not to make loud noises. Understood. Shinzei nodded vigorously. Additionally, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Cao Yang shifted his tone, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Think about it, two mid-phase second-rank creatures are willing to rest by our island. This itself conveys a signal that this area is at least temporarily safe enough to allow them to relax and not feel threatened. This may deter many low-level monsters with ill intentions. In a sense, their presence adds an invisible deterrent barrier to Wanshur Island. Shinzei was momentarily taken aback, but upon careful consideration it indeed seemed to hold true. With those two formidable beings standing there, ordinary monsters would likely not dare to approach easily. It's like having two well-fed tigers napping at the doorstep, Though it makes one anxious, other wolves and leopards wouldn't dare to come knocking easily, would they? Qin tried to comprehend. The analogy may not be entirely appropriate, but the meaning is similar. Cao Yang nodded. The premise is that we can maintain this delicate, non-intrusive balance with these two tigers. He looked once more at the quiet mimicry stone known as rock in the corner, then glanced at the tidal moss cluster spread over the rocks, finally sweeping his gaze over the two snail mountains outside the window. Late phase, first rank, mid phase, first rank, mid phase, second rank. In a short span of time, creatures of varying strengths, neutral and somewhat friendly, have been drawn to the vicinity of Wanshur Island one after another. This is no coincidence. Cao Yang walked to the stone slab, recording the patterns of the mist fluctuations, his fingers tracing over the records. My initial hypothesis may not have been wrong. The core of the island, or rather the area shrouded by its energy, has formed a special stability point or low disturbance zone within this violent mist energy field. This area has a natural allure for mist creatures, especially those that are relatively gentle and require stable environments to inhabit or escape from energy tides. It's like a reef amidst a stormy sea. Though it must endure the winds and waves compared to the surrounding chaotic ocean, it is already a rare safe haven. Qin gradually understood Cao Yang's point. Exactly. Cao Yang affirmed, moreover, the allure of this reef seems to be slowly increasing with our own rise in strength as we have obtained defense towers and the growing number of residents. Initially there was only the rock, a small being, then it was the moss cluster, and now even the mid-phase second-rank deep-sea roaming snails have been drawn here. Then we. Qin's eye showed a hint of expectation. Can we try to actively and consciously manage this safe haven to make it safer and more attractive? This is exactly what I was thinking. Cao Yang said, his eyes glimmering with plans. Waiting passively for the mist creatures to approach is far too uncertain. We need to find a way to enhance the attractiveness and safety of our safe haven. First, let's address the attractiveness. The energy at the core of the island is key, but we currently cannot actively control or enhance it. However, perhaps we can start with the environment. For example, should we attempt to clear out a cleaner and safer area? Or perhaps utilize stones, moss clumps, or even those two large conch shells to form a preliminary simple ecosystem. Make this place appear more like a habitable area rather than just bare rocks. Secondly, we cannot only focus on the small patch of land in front of us. The defensive towers, stones, moss clumps, and those two large conch shells. They have temporarily made this place safe, even giving it a semblance of home. But have you considered that the island beneath our feet, aside from this small area we occupy, what has it become after the mist has descended and the energy has eroded it for so long? Qin was taken aback. This was a question he had indeed not thought through. Since their arrival, they had been fighting for survival, their attention solely focused on securing food, water sources, dealing with monster attacks, and establishing defenses. Regarding the island itself, apart from digging underground caves, finding seepage pits, and the reef areas explored within a few dozen meters, everywhere else remains a complete unknown, a white chaos. Cao Yang, are you implying that the mist can give rise to fish demons, turn bamboo into man-eating monsters, and allow ordinary roots to converge into a peak first-stage conglomerate? Cao Yang pointed outside. Then what about the other parts of the island? What about those areas we have never stepped foot in, those reefs, sandy grounds, possibly existing plants, and even soil? What kind of changes might occur under the continuous erosion of the mist? Will they be similarly eroded and desolate, or have they birthed things we cannot even begin to imagine? Our previous exploration of the underground caves was aimed downward. Now we need to move outward, deeper into the island to investigate. Cao Yang's finger traced over the virtual map, gliding across the fog-covered area of the stubborn stone island that represented unexplored. But it's too dangerous outside. Qin immediately objected. The protective range of the defensive tower is only 40 meters. What if we encounter monsters once we leave this range? Moreover, we know nothing about those areas. What if? I know it's dangerous. Cao Yang interrupted, his gaze sharp as a knife. But precisely because of the danger, we must clarify things. We now have a preliminary defense and a moment to breathe, but that is far from enough. We do not know how long this mist will last, whether there are greater threats lurking in other parts of the island, nor if other parts of the island have undergone some kind of mutation that could be beneficial or harmful to us. It's like playing chess. We cannot just guard our little territory while remaining oblivious to what is happening elsewhere. The fact that those two deep-sea roaming conchs can be attracted here indicates that there is something special about this place. But is this special limited to our small area, or has the entire island undergone some change? If the entire island has turned into a lighthouse attracting monsters, then hiding here will only lead to stronger beings eventually coming for us. Qin fell silent. Cao Yang was right. Blind security often proves fatal. They could not remain forever curled up in the light of the defensive tower. Then, how do we explore? Visibility outside is almost zero. Once we leave the defensive tower's range, we would be blind. Qin raised the most pragmatic question. We rely on this. Cao Yang pointed to his head. My map. Although it only has a radius of 50 meters, it can at least detect red dots hostile and green dots neutral within that 50-meter range. As long as we are careful and do not actively enter known dangerous areas, avoiding enemies ahead of time, and retreating immediately from uncertainties, we still have a chance of survival. Moreover, Cao Yang added, I won't venture too far or deep into the island's core. Our primary goal is to get a clear understanding of the conditions within 100 meters around the shelter, no even just the ring-shaped area from 50 to 100 meters. To ascertain what lies hidden in the mist at our doorstep. Is it more reefs, dangerous quicksand, new contaminated plants, or something else? During the next low tide of the mist, I will go out. I will explore little by little along the edge of the defensive tower's range. I will leave markers along the way to ensure I can retreat back within the protective range of the defensive tower at any moment. Cao Yang's tone was unequivocal. And your task, Qinze, is to guard the home. Control the defensive tower. If my map issues a warning or I signal you need to provide fire support with the defensive tower immediately or cover my retreat. At the same time, continue to record the fluctuations of the mist and the movements of those two large conch shells. We cannot lose our home. Qinze understood that Cao Yang had made up his mind. He also realized that although Cao Yang's decision was risky, it was for the sake of longer-term survival. However, sending Cao Yang alone to face the unknown dangers of the mist. Cao Xiong, you must be careful. If you discover anything amiss, come back immediately. Don't be reckless. Qinze clenched his fist tightly, ultimately having to remind him repeatedly. Rest assured I won't joke with my life. Cao Yang nodded, his gaze again turned to the swirling mist outside, which seemed to hold endless secrets. The shape of a home had barely begun to take form around the shelter. There were defensive towers, fresh water, relatively safe areas, and even a few peculiar neighbors. But that was far. They must know what the stubborn stone island completely shrouded in mist has transformed into beyond this home. Is it still a desolate reef, or has it already become a breeding ground for monsters? Is it hiding new resources, or lurking with deadlier crises? Only by clarifying what lies outside the home can they truly evaluate the safety of this home and genuinely plan for the future paths of survival and development. The next low tide of the mist will be Cao Yang's first step in unveiling this layer of mystery. This may be a perilous journey, but it is a crucial step they must take to move from survival to establishment in this. After deciding to venture outward, Cao Yang did not act immediately. In the face of the unknown mist, recklessness meant certain death. He required more thorough preparation and the most opportune moment. The mist's tides ebbed and surged unpredictably, venturing forth during a relative low tide was undoubtedly the safest choice. According to prior observations, a major surge was typically followed by several diminishing minor surges before settling into an extended period of calm. During this interval, the mist's corrosiveness waned, and the creature's vitality appeared subdued, making it the optimal window for limited exploration. The next predicted calm phase would arrive in roughly 4 to 6 hours. Using this time, Cao Yang and Qinze began preparing for their expedition. Food and water were paramount. Their supply of dried fog-hiding fish demon meat had dwindled. Cao Yang reserved most of it for Qinze, taking only a small emergency portion for himself. Fresh water was carefully stored in several relatively clean harvested shells and sealed with meticulous care. Though the planned range was modest, provisions were indispensable. For weapons, Cao Yang inspected his machete and Qinze's iron blade. The machete, slightly dulled from combat with the bamboo amalgam, remained keenly sharp. Qinze's iron blade remained pristine. Most critically, they needed clear signals and a well-defined retreat route. Around the shelter, Cao Yang and Qinze marked several simple indicators using charred wood and white gravel. These markers pointed in different directions and conveyed agreed-upon codes, such as specific stone arrangements signifying safe, dangerous, or retreat immediately. Simultaneously, they rehearsed and confirmed the swiftest path back. From the outer edge of the defense tower's firing range 40 meters to the shelter, and cleared potential tripping hazards like loose stones along the way. Brother Cao, remember, do not exceed 50 meters beyond the defense tower's range. If red dots appear on the sea chart, or if anything feels amiss, turn and run without hesitation. I'll remain stationed beside the defense tower, ready to open fire and cover your retreat at any moment. Qinze repeated the warning tirelessly, his face etched with deep concern. Rest assured, I know my limits. Cao Yang clapped his shoulder, his gaze steady and resolute. He fully grasped both the mission's significance and its perils. He would never gamble with his own life. Time dragged slowly as they waited. 2 deep-sea patrol snails still lay dormant upon the shallows, their fleshy tentacles emerging only occasionally. The mimic stone-dwelling clam stone seemed to have grown marginally larger, its shell's bioluminescence faintly intensified. Meanwhile, the tidal moss cluster reclined lazily across the reef, rhythmically exhaling dampness. At last, Cao Yang's sea chart, a second-tier mist navigation map embedded within his consciousness, registered the oppressive external energy fluctuations gradually subsiding and stabilizing. The corrosive humidity in the air also thinned perceptibly, an unmistakable herald of the mist's entry into a relative calm phase. Now, Cao Yang took a deep breath, performed one final check of his gear and supplies, then nodded solemnly toward Qinze. I'm off. Keep watch over our home, and those 2 neighbors. Be careful. Qinze clenched his fists, watching silently as Cao Yang pushed open the heavy wooden door and vanished instantly into the thick, viscous whiteness beyond. The instant he stepped outside the shelter, frigid, slick mist enveloped him, visibility plummeting to less than 5 meters. Cao Yang instantly focused his will, pushing his second-tier mist navigation map to its utmost capacity. A crisp circular field of vision, 50 meters in radius, unfolded clearly in his mind's eye, a luminous beacon piercing the surrounding chaos. Within that radius, aside from Qinzai's green marker inside the shelter, the tiny green that representing stone nestled in a corner, the moss cluster's green indicator just outside, and the two large stable green dots denoting the deep-sea patrol snails on the shallows. Nothing else registered as anomalous. Following a pre-planned route, Cao Yang began advancing cautiously outward, not yet toward the island's interior, but first toward its core region. The island core, the heart of Wanshur Island and the source of the defense tower's power, lay approximately 30 meters behind and slightly to the side of the shelter, centered atop a vast flat black reef. Though Cao Yang and Qinzai spent most of their time near the shelter, they had never conducted a thorough survey of the immediate vicinity of the island core itself. First, I must ensure absolute safety around the heart itself, Cao Yang thought grimly. The defense tower was a shield, but the island core was the foundation. If unseen threats lurked near the core, their security would be little more than a fragile illusion. Guided by the sea chart, Cao Yang advanced deliberately toward the core. The reef beneath his feet was treacherously slick, riddled with holes eroded by the mist. He moved with measured silence, eyes scanning all directions, ears attuned to the faintest anomaly. As he drew nearer, the familiar, softly radiant silhouette of the island core emerged from the dense fog, still hovering serenely above the black reef, rotating slowly, emitting a steady, reassuring pulse. Cao Yang halted 10 meters short of the core, refraining from approaching further. First, he circled it slowly within the 50-meter radius of his sea chart, conducting a full-spectrum reconnaissance. To the east lay the familiar path leading to the underground cavern entrance, jagged reefs, relatively dry ground. Adjacent stood their water collection pool, damp and draped in ashen lichen. To the west stretched the shallows, and the resting place of the two deep-sea patrol snails, the distant murmur of waves barely audible. To the north, directly behind the shelter, was the direction they had explored least. Cao Yang focused his attention there. The reefs here rose taller and clustered more densely, forming a low mist coiled sinuously between the pillars, lending the area an even more foreboding aura. Though the sea chart's perception was partially obstructed here, the general topography remained discernible. Cao Yang stepped cautiously into the stony grove. Beneath him, wet gravel and crushed shells shifted underfoot. The air carried a stronger, briny stench, like rotting kelp, than elsewhere. The pillar surfaces glistened with damp, slimy moss. Not the healthy green of common growth, but a dull grayish-blue hue that shimmered eerily under the faint, distant glow cast by the defense tower. He concentrated intently, directing the sea chart's sensory focus onto this zone, leaving no ripple of energy, no trace of life unexamined. No red markers appeared. No green markers stirred. Only the dim, inert background of lifeless terrain. Cao Yang exhaled faintly, but kept his vigilance unbroken. He pressed deeper, scrutinizing crevices between pillars and the ground itself. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a spot deep within the grove beneath a massive tilted reef slab. There a patch of sand appeared subtly distinct in hue from its surroundings. Not gray-white nor dull yellow, but a somber near-black shade, its grains finer, damper, faintly iridescent. What is this? All that remains is dust. What on earth happened here? The doubts in Cao Yang's heart grew heavier. Was it a violent energy storm that ground everything into powder? Or was it some kind of special pollution that devoured all vitality, leaving only these inorganic remnants? He examined a few other places, and the situation was much the same. This area of stone forest seemed to have been wiped by some invisible force, erasing all traces of life, and leaving only the most primitive barren rocks and their dust. Just as Cao Yang was about to follow his original plan and retreat, after exploring 10 meters, a flicker caught his peripheral vision. Something unusually tall at the base of a rock on his right seemed to reflect light very faintly. The reflection was extremely dim, almost unnoticeable against the backdrop of dense fog and dark rocks, but Cao Yang was highly focused at this moment and managed to catch that unusual glimmer. He immediately stopped, tightened his grip on the iron knife, and slowly approached the rock. The sea chart remained unresponsive, and the surroundings were eerily silent. As he got closer, Cao Yang finally saw the source of the reflection. At the base of the tall rock right against the ground, several irregularly shaped dark silver-gray flakes about the size of fingernails were embedded. The surface of the flakes was not smooth, covered in fine frost-like patterns. It was these patterns that reflected the minuscule light from the distant defense tower, which had been refracted countless times, allowing Cao Yang to discover them. Cao Yang squatted down and examined carefully. These dark silver flakes were half buried in gray-white stone dust, their color contrasting only slightly with the surrounding dark rocks and stone dust, making them hard to spot unless looked at closely. He carefully touched one of the flakes with the tip of his knife. It felt cold and hard, yet it did not seem particularly. The knife tip grazed over, producing a nearly imperceptible sizzle sound as a faint mark was left on the discovery. Unknown mineral flake, slight pollution. Description: a metallic or mineral flake of unknown composition with peculiar frost-like patterns on its surface, seemingly long exposed to a special energy field. It is hard and stable with a high energy inertia. Slight residual pollution detected, but in an inert state. Specific uses are unclear, but it may have research or material value. Unknown mineral. Slight pollution. High energy inertia. A thought struck Cao Yang. In this area ravaged by mist energy where life had perished, such uniquely characterized mineral flakes could be found. Moreover, the sea chart did not react to them. Was it because they were lifeless minerals, or because they had high energy inertia, making them difficult to perceive? He carefully pried the flakes from the stone dust with the knife, tip a total of 3, flakes the largest no bigger than. They felt cold to the touch, slightly lighter than stones of the same volume. Cao Yang carefully placed them into a small leather pouch at his waist. Regardless of the specific use of these items, they at least represented a discovery, proving that this silent stone forest was not entirely devoid of substance, perhaps hiding some unknown secret. After collecting the flakes, Cao Yang did not venture deeper. The eerie silence of this area and the sudden discovery of the unknown mineral served as reminders that it was unwise to linger here. Having achieved his 10-meter exploration goal, he was unexpectedly rewarded. Without hesitation, he turned around and quickly but cautiously retraced his steps along the path and marks he had made exiting the gray-black stone forest area. When he returned to the normal rocky area where the glow of the defense tower was barely accessible and where damp moss and dark red veins appeared underfoot, he unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. Although still shrouded in mist, at least here, he could sense the breath of life. Whether through corrosion or pollution, both represented change and existence. In contrast, the absolute silence of that stone forest was even more unnerving. The first exploration beyond the safe zone had come to an end. What Cao Yang brought back was not only preliminary information about the coexistence of silence and pollution on the other side of the island, but also those few flakes of uniquely characterized unknown minerals, along with more questions in his heart. Why was that stone forest so clean? Where did those mineral flakes come from? Were they related to the energy erosion of them? These questions had no answers for now, but at least he had gained a more specific and complex understanding of the misty world beyond his home. The road ahead was still shrouded in mist, but each step of exploration was revealing a corner of this mysterious veil. Returning to the shelter, the heavy wooden door closed behind him, completely isolating him from the unsettling silence outside. Qinze immediately approached with a worried expression. "Chao, brother, how was it? Did you encounter any danger?" Cao Yang set the leather pouch and iron knife aside, took a few sips from a water bowl, and slowly exhaled. "I didn't encounter any living creatures, but something felt off over there." He detailed the exploration process, particularly that gray-black lifeless stone forest area and the discovery of those dark silver mineral flakes to Qinze. No red dots, no green dots. Not even those gray dots that represent ordinary insects. Qinze's expression turned incredulous after listening. This is too strange. Even in the most barren places there should be something right. Even if it's mutated moss or insects. That's why Cao Yang frowned, tightly pouring out the 3 dark silver flakes from the leather pouch and placing them on a flat stone slab. "Moreover, I found this near the center of that silent area." Qinze leaned in curiously to observe and gently touched it with his finger. "It's so cold and quite hard. These patterns so peculiar, like they're covered in frost." The system said it's an unknown mineral, slight pollution, and high energy inertia. "That's right," Cao Yang nodded. "High energy inertia might be a key point. Perhaps it was precisely this characteristic that allowed it to survive the long-term erosion of mist energy without being completely polluted or destroyed, instead remaining in this form. But this characteristic might also lead to the silence of that area. Materials or environments with high energy inertia may not be conducive to the survival of life commonly found in the mist. This is merely speculation lacking evidence. Yet Cao Yang instinctively felt that these seemingly insignificant flakes and that eerie stone forest might hide secrets related to the nature of mist energy. "Chao, brother, do you think this thing could be related to the mist itself, or why this world became like this?" Qinze proposed a bolder hypothesis. "I don't know," Cao Yang shook his head. "But since we discovered it, we cannot ignore it." He put the flakes away again, thinking they might be useful in the future. Although their use was currently unknown, the descriptions of high energy inertia and stable properties may hold value in the chaotic energy-filled misty world. What should we do next? Should we continue to explore that stone forest? Qinze asked. Cao Yang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Not for now. That place gave me a very bad feeling. It's unwise to delve deeper without further understanding and preparation. Our current priority is to consolidate the shelter while continuing to observe and record. The secrets of that stone forest can wait until we are stronger or have made new discoveries before we investigate them." He walked to the window, looking out at the 2 massive motionless spiral shapes in the thick fog. "The urgent task is to figure out the temperament of our neighbors while finding ways to enhance our own strength and resource reserves." In the following 2 days, the mist tide continued to rise and fall according to the initially summarized patterns. Cao Yang and Qinze took turns on watch, recording the details of each fluctuation. The 2 deep-sea wandering snails spent most of their time in a sleep-like rest, occasionally extending their tentacles to slowly absorb moisture from the air and, seemingly, from the extremely faint energy fluctuations emanating from the island's core. They showed no interest in the nearby shelter and defense towers, nor did they care about the low-level mist-born creatures that occasionally prowled near the shallows, which were usually cleared away automatically by the defense towers, as if they were merely two weary travelers who had found a quiet resting place. The mimetic stone dweller stone seemed to have fully adapted to life in the enclosure, even becoming somewhat lively. It no longer kept its shell tightly closed. The pale green glowing tentacles extended longer and longer, absorbing the mist's moisture and the clean water provided by Cao Yang. Once Qinze even saw it slowly push a small piece of burnt eel fragment accidentally dropped by Cao Yang, though it seemed not to eat to the corner of the enclosure with its tentacles, as if cleaning up. The tide moss cluster had completely melded with the reef. If it weren't for the stable flickering pale yellow light at its center, one might almost think it was merely a slightly darker stone covered in moss. It seemed quite satisfied with this damp location and had not moved since. The presence of these neighbors initially brought tension and unease, but as time passed, Cao Yang and Qinze gradually grew accustomed to them. Indeed, their presence, as Cao Yang had speculated, formed an invisible ecosystem and deterrence. At least for these few days, no new threatening monsters had actively approached the area around Wanshire Island. Only a few nearsighted low-level mistborn beetles or moths were precisely eliminated by the defense tower's beams from a distance. Under Cao Yang's conscious control, not activating maximum power, unless necessary, the defense tower's energy was maintained at about 35, slowly recovering. That afternoon, another mist low tide was about to arrive. Cao Yang and Qinze had just finished a brief exploration around the island, mainly avoiding the direction of the stone forest and deep-sea wandering snails, and returned to the shelter. Suddenly, a dim, almost imperceptible green dot appeared at the edge of the map in Cao Yang's mind in the direction of the other side of the island, specifically the gray-black stone forest area, about 45 meters away, flickering extremely slowly. This green dot was very weak, its glow fluctuating between bright and dim, highly unstable, like a candle flickering in the wind ready to extinguish at any moment. Moreover, it did not exist as stably as stone or the moss cluster had before. Instead, it appeared intermittently at the edge of the map, each time with a slight shift in position, as if struggling and swaying. Something's happening, Cao Yang whispered, immediately focusing his full attention on that faint green dot. Another green dot. What is it? Qinze became nervous as well. I'm not sure, it's very faint, and it seems to be moving, but very unstably. It's near the edge we explored before, beyond the stone forest. Cao Yang stared intently at the green, till it dimmed again, almost disappearing, and moments later flickered weakly in a slightly leftward position. Is it one of those harmless mist-born creatures? But why is the signal so weak and unstable? Is it injured? Or on the verge of death? Or is it some sort of special existence? Cao brother, should we go take a look? Qinze asked. The low tide period wasn't over yet, and it was relatively safe to venture out now. Cao Yang hesitated. The stone forest area gave him a bad feeling, and this green that was so weak and strange that it was hard to ensure there was no danger. On the other hand, this might be an opportunity to understand the stone forest or discover new resources. Most importantly, the green that indicated it was at least not directly hostile. Just as Cao Yang hesitated, the faint green dot flickered to life again. This time, it seemed to move a small distance toward the direction of the shelter extremely slowly and with great difficulty. Then its glow shook violently, dimming even further, almost imperceptible, yet it did not disappear, remaining there, no longer moving, just weakly and stubbornly flickering. It felt like a life on the brink of death, exhausted, using its last ounce of strength to crawl toward some direction, perhaps toward the island's core or the glow of the defense tower, only to be unable to move again, emitting a faint distress signal. Cao Yang's heartstrings were tugged. He recalled the despair and struggle he and Qinze experienced when the mist first descended. It was a primal yearning for survival. We'll go take a look. Cao Yang made his decision. You guard the home, and keep an eye on the map. If this green dot turns red, or if other red dots appear nearby, immediately use the defense tower's firepower to cover that direction. Cao brother, be careful. Qinze did not stop him. He knew that once Cao Yang made a decision, it was hard to change, and the state of that green dot indeed felt strange. Cao Yang picked up the iron knife again, checked the rope and equipment, took a deep breath, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped into the relatively gentle mist of the low tide. He quickly and cautiously approached the direction of the faint green dot along the faint path and marks left from his previous exploration of the stone forest, which had not yet been completely covered by the mist. In his mind's map, the green dot still flickered weakly but stubbornly, remaining at the edge of the stone forest area, about 43 to 44 meters from the defense tower. As he drew closer, Cao Yang could sense the changes in the surrounding environment. The ground gradually transitioned from moist reef to dry grayish-white stone powder, the fishy smell in the air replaced by a dry dustiness, and the light grew dimmer. He had returned to this gray-black, desolate stone forest. When he was about 10 meters from his target, Cao Yang stopped, hiding behind a tall reef, carefully sensing and observing. On the map, the green dot was not far ahead, still weak, but no longer moving. Cao Yang cautiously peeked out, looking toward where the green dot was. Thick fog shrouded the area, making visibility extremely low. However, under the extremely faint residual light refracted through the defense tower, Cao Yang barely saw a small dark gray shadow curled up on a relatively flat area covered in gray-white stone powder ahead. The shadow was very small, about the size of a house cat, curled up in a ball, trembling slightly. Its body color almost blended with the surrounding gray-white stone powder. Had Cao Yang not known its position in advance, it would have been extremely difficult to spot. As Cao Yang approached, the shadow seemed to sense something moving ever so slightly, emitting a faint sound like a whimper as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. The sound, as faint as a mosquito's whimper, was almost drowned out by the pervasive murmur of the mist. Yet in the deathly silence of the stone forest, it rang clear like thunder, striking a chord in Cao Yang's heart. He lightened his footsteps, concealing his body in the shadows of the rocks, his sharp gaze piercing through the thin mist, locking onto the curled dark gray shadow. As he moved closer, Cao Yang finally discerned its true form. It was not the small mist creature he had imagined, but a juvenile beast. It had the outline of a young leopard or wolf, but its size was smaller, as if it were still in its infancy. Its body was covered in a layer of dull, lifeless gray-black fur matted against its bony frame, revealing the shape of its ribs. Its limbs were frail, curled weakly beneath it, and a similarly thin tail lay flat against the ground. Most striking was its head. A pair of pointed, somewhat damaged ears hung limply, and around the tightly shut eye slits there seemed to be dried dark red marks. Its snout was long, slightly opening and closing, emitting an extremely faint wheeze, each breath appearing to be a monumental effort. On its side there was a shocking gaping wound. Although it no longer bled profusely, the flesh was turned inside out, the edges displaying an unhealthy dark purple hue, with hints of bone visible inside, and the surrounding area smeared with gray-white stone powder and dirt. It was this severe wound that seemed to have drained all its strength, leaving it to collapse here, emitting a weak near-death target. Juvenile, seriously injured, extremely weak, status life-threatening, blurred consciousness, neutral, slight, friendly inclination. Description: an unknown species of mist beast cub suffering from a severe tear, has lost too much blood, and its vitality is continuously waning. Its will is strong, seemingly possessing an instinctive craving for safety and energy. Current status: cannot provide more information. Strength assessment: near death. Original assessment: unknown species of cub, severely injured and dying. Does it possess an instinctive craving for safety and energy? Cao Yang's heart tightened. How did this pitiful creature end up on the edge of this deathly stone forest? What could have caused its injuries? Looking at the wound, it did not appear to be from a fall or a typical fight. It looked more like it had been torn apart by the claws or fangs of some ferocious beast. Could there be an even more dangerous predator lurking nearby? He immediately heightened his vigilance, his gaze scanning the surroundings like lightning. The mental map in his mind was fully operational. Within a radius of 50 meters besides himself and the dying juvenile beast, the faint green that the rest was a dull background representing lifeless terrain with no red dots or other suspicious signs. The surrounding area was as silent as before, with only the barely audible sounds of the juvenile beast's gasps and whimpers echoing in the open stone forest. The juvenile beast seemed to sense Cao Yang's presence, its tightly shut eyes struggling to open a slit. Its eyes were a peculiar dark golden color, but at this moment its pupils were unfocused, almost losing their sharpness, with only a trace of an almost imperceptible desire for life lingering deep within. It looked in Cao Yang's direction, its throat emitting a more urgent, almost pleading faint sound, but its body trembled even more violently from weakness and fear. It was scared, yet it was also seeking help. Cao Yang's heart was in turmoil. Should he save it or not? Save it. This was an unidentified, unknown species of mist beast cub. Saving it might bring unpredictable risks. Would it attack them when it grew up? Would its parents or other kin trace its scent and bring trouble? Moreover, they were struggling for survival themselves, with food and medicine, if any, being extremely precious. How could they spare anything to save a seriously injured, dying juvenile beast? Not saving it. Watching such a tenacious little life struggling and dying before his eyes, with an instinctive craving for safety and energy, the island's core. The defense tower, especially when it looked at him with those dim, dark golden eyes letting out a helpless whimper, Cao Yang found his heart hardening against the thought. Moreover, the system's description mentioned a slight friendly inclination. Though phrased as a question, it at least indicated that the juvenile beast did not perceive them as enemies on a subconscious or instinctual level, and might even see them or their location as a symbol of safety. How did this friendly inclination arise? Was it due to the energy of the island's core, or the aura of the defense tower, or perhaps because of them, the humans? There might be some hidden information in this. Furthermore, if he could save it. A juvenile mist beast cub with intelligence, at least showing strong will and instinctive judgment of unknown species, could hold immeasurable value as a future companion, a warning, or for research into mist creatures. High risk might also accompany high rewards. Time was of the essence. The juvenile beast's breathing was growing weaker, and the green representing it on the mental map flickered faintly, as if it would extinguish entirely at any moment. Let's take a gamble. Cao Yang gritted his teeth and made a decision. He was not a pure idealist, but in this cruel world of mist he could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance his strength or acquire information. Moreover, the current state of this juvenile beast posed no threat at all. He hesitated no longer, quickly tearing off several relatively clean strips of beast skin from his body, made from the simple tanning of the fish demon he had hunted earlier, and unhooked a bamboo tube from his waist, which contained a bit of precious clean water. Then, carefully making as little noise as possible, he stepped out from behind the rocks and slowly approached the juvenile. Seeing Cao Yang come closer, the juvenile beast trembled violently, as if wanting to struggle back, but it was too weak, unable to even lift its head, only able to look at Cao Yang with those dim dark golden eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Don't be afraid, little one. I won't hurt you." Cao Yang tried to soften his voice, even though he knew the other might not. He slowly crouched down, stopping a step away from the juvenile beast, opening the water container and bringing it to the beast's mouth. The refreshing scent of clean water seemed to stimulate its instincts. It struggled to extend its pink, cracked tongue, barely licking the water stain at the rim of the container. Then, as if using all its strength, it leaned its small head forward, greedily lapping up the water. Cao Yang carefully controlled the water flow, not daring to let it drink too much too quickly. After a few sips, the juvenile beast seemed to regain a bit of strength, its eyes reflecting less fear, though still filled with caution and weakness. While it was drinking, Cao Yang quickly inspected the wound on its abdomen. The wound was deep and the edges had begun to show slight signs of festering. The dirt that had adhered needed to be cleaned. He carefully washed away the stone powder and dirt surrounding the wound with water, then gently wrapped it with clean beast skin strips to halt the bleeding and isolate the dirt. He had no medicine, so he could only do this much. As he treated the wound, the juvenile beast trembled all over in pain, letting out suppressed whimpers, yet unexpectedly it did not struggle or attack Cao Yang. It simply stared at him, with its dark golden eyes not blinking, seemingly conveying something ineffable. After completing the simple treatment, Cao Yang looked at the still weak and unable to stand juvenile beast, then glanced around the deathly silent environment. He could not leave it here. The stone forest area was too eerie, and there was no food or shelter. He had to take it back to the vicinity of the shelter. He took off his outer garment, a rough leather shoulder made from the skin of the fish demon, carefully wrapping the juvenile beast inside, leaving only its head exposed. The juvenile beast was very light, so light that it pained him. It seemed to understand that Cao Yang was taking it away, offering no resistance, merely curling its small head into Cao Yang's embrace, closing its eyes, leaving only faint breaths. Cao Yang, holding the juvenile beast wrapped in the leather shoulder, stood up, casting one last vigilant glance at the depths of the silent stone forest, then, without hesitation, turned and quickly and cautiously retreated towards the direction of the shelter. In his mind, the mental map showed the faint green dot representing the juvenile beast moving along with him, although its glow remained dim. It seemed to stabilize just a little. As he stepped out of the gray-black stone forest area holding the juvenile beast and felt the wet rocks beneath his feet and the faint scent of fish in the air, he experienced a surreal sense of having crossed into another world. He did not stop, quickening his pace towards the shelter, which stood like a lighthouse in the thick mist, radiating a reassurance. Behind him, the gray-black stone forest that had devoured all vitality along with the secrets it might hide was once again shrouded in thick mist, as if no one had ever ventured there. But Cao Yang knew he had brought something back from there. Not only this unidentified, severely injured, dying juvenile beast, but also another new mysterious enigma about this island and the mist creatures. Clutching the almost weightless young beast, Cao Yang rushed back to the shelter. The heavy wooden door closed behind him, isolating him from the damp and cold mist outside, bringing a fleeting sense of safety. "Cao, brother, what is this?" Qinze was startled to see a small bundle wrapped in a leather shoulder strap in Cao Yang's arms, along with the dark gray little head that was exposed and stained with dried blood. "I found it at the edge of the stone forest, severely injured. It's not going to make it." Cao Yang spoke rapidly, carefully placing the young beast in a corner lined with dry seaweed medical kit. Qinze immediately reacted, rummaging through the basic medical kit he had acquired earlier. Cao Yang took the medical kit, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. He gently unwrapped the temporary bandage made of beast hide, revealing the ghastly torn wound once again. The flesh around the wound was somewhat cleaner due to a previous simple washing, yet it still protruded, with dark purple edges and faintly visible bones that were horrifying to behold. The young beast twitched slightly in its unconscious state due to pain. "Qinze, hold it down, be careful not to get bitten," Cao Yang whispered. Even though the young beast looked so weak that it could barely open its eyes, its instinctive reactions were unpredictable. Qinze nodded, using a clean soft cloth to carefully hold down the young beast's frail body. Cao Yang opened. There were not many items inside: a small roll of relatively clean bandages, a small bottle of light yellow disinfectant with a pungent smell, 2 pieces of dark green herbal ointment wrapped in oil paper, a small pair of tweezers, and a few rough sutures. The items were rudimentary, but in this world they were life-saving treasures. Cao Yang first used the last bit of clean water from a bamboo tube to carefully wash the wound again, trying to flush away the remaining dirt. Then he picked up the bottle of disinfectant, gritted his teeth, and poured it over the wound. "Wow!" The young beast shuddered violently, letting out a short and painful cry. Its dark golden eyes suddenly opened wide, pupils constricting, but quickly became unfocused again due to the intense pain and weakness, closing once more, its small body shaking uncontrollably. The light yellow disinfectant made contact with the wound, emitting a faint sizzling sound and releasing tiny bubbles. Cao Yang knew this would hurt, but it had to be disinfected or the infection would cost it its life. Holding back his discomfort, he carefully used the tweezers to remove some obviously necrotic tissue fragments from the edges of the wound, then opened a packet of herbal ointment. The ointment was dark green, exuding a cool herbal aroma. Cao Yang scooped out a bit with his finger and evenly applied it to the wound. The ointment seemed to have pain-relieving and healing properties as the trembling body of the young beast calmed down slightly. Next came the hardest step, suturing. Cao Yang had no experience, but at this moment he could not afford to hesitate. He picked up the thick suturing needle more like a large sewing needle, threaded it with tough, fish demon sinew, took a deep breath, and plunged it into the flesh at one side of the wound. The young beast convulsed violently again. Sweat beads formed on Cao Yang's forehead, but he forced himself to steady his hand, stitching one stitch at a time, trying to pull the protruding flesh together and align it. The stitches were crooked and far from beautiful, but at least they managed to close that horrific gash. After finishing the suturing, he cut the thread, applied another layer of herbal ointment, and carefully bandaged the wound with the clean roll of bandage, ensuring it was neither too tight to affect breathing and blood circulation, nor too loose to lose its fixing effect. Having completed all of this, both Cao Yang and Qinze sighed in relief, only then realizing they were both drained. The young beast seemed to breathe a bit more steadily due to the relief from pain and the effects of the medicine, though still weak, it no longer breathed in a discontinuous manner like before. It curled up in the pile of dry seaweed, its small body rising and falling slightly with each breath, its dark golden eyes tightly closed, long eyelashes still glistening with tiny beads of water that seeped out from the pain. Cao Yang dipped his fingertip in a bit of clean water and gently moistened its cracked nose and lips. The young beast unconsciously stuck out its small tongue to lick, making a faint gurgling sound in its throat. Will it survive? Qinze looked at the young beast's emaciated and barely breathing form, feeling a bit of reluctance. It depends on its fate. Cao Yang shook his head. He could only do this much. He focused his mind again, trying to use the system's identification function to obtain more information, but the feedback was still target. Young organism, severely injured, extremely weak status, life at risk after initial treatment, condition slightly stabilized, unconscious, neutral, slight friendly tendency. Description: unknown species of mist beast cub suffering from severe lacerations, excessive blood loss, and ongoing vitality depletion. It has a strong will and seems to possess an instinctual craving for safety and energy. Current state cannot provide more information. Strength assessment: near death initial assessment. Can even the system not? Or is it because the young beast's condition is too poor or the species is too special rare, causing the information to be incompletely read? Cao Yang felt even more bewildered. Previously, the fish demon, the mutated bamboo root conglomerate, the mimetic stone-dwelling shell, the tidal moss clump, and the deep-sea roaming snail, even those dark silver mineral flakes, the system could provide information, whether detailed or brief. Only this young beast, apart from the status description, even its name and species are question marks. What exactly is this little creature? Why did it appear at the edge of that desolate stone forest? What injured it? Where are its parents or kindred? One question after another swirled in Cao Yang's mind. But he knew that now was not the time to delve deeper. The urgent task was to keep this poor little guy alive. Qinze, go cook some meat soup, make it thin warm. Cao Yang instructed. The young beast was too weak, it could not eat solid food directly, and could only first supplement with some liquid. Qinze acknowledged and hurriedly went to prepare the remaining grilled eel meat to make the soup. Cao Yang stayed by the young beast's side, carefully observing its condition. Although its breathing was weak, it was still relatively stable, and the bandaged wound showed no signs of bleeding, which was a good sign. He reached out, gently stroking the soft, slightly rough gray-black fur on the young beast's head. In its unconscious state, the young beast seemed to sense the touch, its ears twitched slightly, and it unconsciously rubbed against Cao Yang's palm, letting out a faint gurgling sound in its throat. This subtle movement softened Cao Yang's hardened heart a little more. No matter what it was, no matter where it came from, at least now it was a small life that needed help, struggling desperately. Moreover, the slight friendly tendency indicated by the system made him willing to take this risk. Whether you can survive depends on yourself, little guy. Cao Yang whispered, standing up from beside the young beast and walking to the window, gazing out at the eternal thick mist. Inside the shelter, another guest had arrived. An unknown fate, uncertain little creature. The nascent form of a home seemed to have added an unpredictable variable, but Cao Yang vaguely felt that saving it might be the right decision. In this mist filled with unknowns and dangers, any shred of kindness and bond might yield unexpected rewards in the future. Of course, the premise is that it must first survive.